Chapter 181 Wintertown opens a new chapter. Hearing the name Bucky, David understood why Steve did what he did. However, this kind of behavior can easily cause misunderstandings. Right. The members of the Avengers all know that I went undercover into Hydra. Steve didn't just slap his forehead and decide to go undercover. Before actually starting the action, he carefully discussed many details with his Avengers comrades, and then officially joined Hydra, in order to ensure that his undercover identity was not exposed. Steve did not discuss anything related to Hydra with his other comrades after joining Hydra, not even in private. So, although your comrades know your true identity, you can only rely on yourself to deal with Hydra? I am enough on my own? Steve didn't take Hydra seriously. The heir to the Supreme Mage, who had broadened his horizons and received the Holy Light, the Elemental Spirit, and the favor of Elun. Steve did have this confidence. Furthermore, after joining Hydra, I think it is such a waste for these people to be abandoned like this. Steve feels that there are many talents in Hydra. If these talents can truly make some contributions to the Earth and mankind, it's definitely better than just annihilating him as the big bad guy, especially considering that the world he lives in will not be very peaceful for many years to come. For example, Rumlow? That's probably not going to be easy. Just do your best. After chatting for a while, David had figured out what Steve was thinking. Rather than flipping the table and completely destroying Hydra as in the original plot, Steve felt it would be better to keep both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve, who knows what will happen in the future, does this of course to give the Avengers a protective umbrella. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. is here, the superheroes of the Avengers will not become the target of public criticism. Official targets from various countries. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. nominally answers to the World Security Council. As for Hydra Steve, who was very conflicted at first, according to his previous personality, he must have killed it directly without any discussion. But now his mind has changed. It's not that he doesn't think Hydra needs to be destroyed. David, who is sitting in his office, is no longer someone you can meet just a few steps down the street, and to whom you can give advice anytime and anywhere. He is gradually looking like a nobleman. Elias is very pleased about this. The favorable living environment should allow the newly promoted Baron to gradually develop a noble temperament. Just like now, watching David sit behind the large desk and appoint the man named Weatherby Swan as the political officer of Wintertown. The momentum and demeanor displayed at this time have already made people in the royal capital. It is about 70 or 80% equal to those of the powerful aristocrats. As for the remaining 2 or 3 points of difference, Elias feels there is no way to completely eliminate it, because it is determined by the personal temperament of Baron Glamorgan. In addition to personality factors, there is also the influence of appearance. To put it bluntly, Lord Glamorgan is too tender-faced and handsome. He looks more like a noble boy from a privileged background, rather than a powerful lord in charge of an important border town. Elias slightly suggested that David could choose to grow a beard to make himself look more majestic. But David refused because he didn't like making himself hairy. No matter what, my work is almost done. All kinds of noble etiquette have been taught, and the etiquette class has ended long ago. Now Elias is more supervising to ensure that David can develop correct habits. He began to think about another question. Can he, who already knew many secrets of Baron Glamorgan or Wintertown, be able to return to the royal capital smoothly? Moreover, does he really want to return to the royal capital? Go back and be a little etiquette official who is not taken seriously and may even be bullied? Continue to stay in Wintertown? This seems like a good choice, especially as someone who has personally witnessed the development of Wintertown from a primitive small village to such an advanced town now. He is full of expectations for this place, and wants to know what Wintertown will develop into in the future. As for what to do if you stay, in theory, noble lords can hire etiquette officers who serve them completely. This kind of etiquette officer is not only responsible for teaching the noble etiquette. At the same time, there are also family members who are responsible for teaching the lord, such as the lord's wife, the lord's children, etc. In addition, the etiquette officer is also responsible for the travel arrangements of the lord and his family, even when the lord communicates with other nobles. The etiquette officer is also responsible for reminding the lord of anything that needs attention in etiquette. These are all jobs that he is good at. Even if he doesn't do these, Elias feels that there is no problem in being the lord's butler. I didn't notice at all that my train of thought had changed from "do you want to stay?" becomes "what can you do if you stay?" Elias still stood quietly aside, sitting across from David's desk. Weatherby Swan was discussing with the lord the work he would be responsible for next. The first thing is to restore normal economic conditions. with the construction of Fort Glamorgan, Winter Fortress and many craftsmen's houses, and the construction of water plants. Wastewater and garbage treatment plants are also stepping up. Wintertown will officially end the previous centralized management. Although it's much earlier than I expected, it should be a good thing. So, the tax will be collected from this round of harvest? Taxes. David touched his chin and estimated the time. We won't collect taxes this year. We will start collecting taxes next year. Calculating time. The farmland in Wintertown can at least grow another round of crops. If David wants to, he can start collecting taxes normally, and can collect at least 2 rounds of agricultural taxes. But considering that unified management has just ended, no one has personal property in their hands. If we go into the long and cold winter in this state, some trouble may break out. Anyway, he didn't need 1 or 2 rounds of agricultural tax before he could eat. So the merciful Lord Baron Glamorgan directly waived this year's tax, so that the people could spend the winter in peace. What's more important is that the residents of Cold Winter Town have sufficient assets in their hands to open various shops. For example, some tailors who originally belonged to the craftsman group can open a clothing store. Leatherworkers who are good at leather making can also open leather product stores to sell leather shoes, leather jackets and other items. Only when various shops open up can the economy of Winter Town be normalized. Otherwise, it might as well be under unified management. Sir, this requires the common people to hold currency. Are there enough currency reserves in Winter Town? Weatherby Swan has wanted to ask this question for a long time. During the time he came to Winter Town. I have never seen the currency of this world. Don't worry. The reserve of coins is sufficient. At first, he brought back a lot from the royal capital. And later the Earl of Sutton Stuart sent a lot of shares. David did not lack the coins of the Kingdom of Tillan. And there was no problem in maintaining the internal economic operation of Winter Town. As for how to deliver these currencies to ordinary residents, David thought about it, and found that the most reasonable way was to open a daily shop and use coins to buy food from ordinary residents. At the same time, salt, spices, sugar and other daily necessities are sold in the shop, requiring customers to use currency to purchase. Soon the legal currency of the Tillan Kingdom will be used normally in Winter Town. In fact, if it were an ordinary town, there would be no need to worry about this kind of thing. However, Winter Town is a bit special. Most of the residents in the town are not natives of the Tillan Kingdom. In addition to opening daily shops, I will also directly use coins to hire craftsmen and build other facilities. Chapter 182 The Woman from Sparta. There is nothing special about the coins used by the Tillan Kingdom. There are 3 types of coins: gold, silver, and copper. But they are all mixed with special metals, and made by alchemists using special spells. Of course, in the past, David only thought that the 3 currency settings of gold, silver, and copper were very common. It was a standard fantasy world setting, and he did not know the key factor of alchemy. When he found out later, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, he had never considered making counterfeit coins. First, there was no need. At that time, he was not in a hurry to buy anything with money. Second, it is much more convenient and reliable to directly exchange some weird things for coins than to make counterfeit coins. And there will be no future troubles. As for now, Winter Town is the territory of the Kingdom of Tillan after all. It is natural to use the coins of the Kingdom of Tillan, and it can be seamlessly integrated into the economic system of this world. After discussing the next most important development direction of Winter Town, David asked Weatherby Swan how was he living during his stay in Winter Town. It's very comfortable. The air here is much fresher than that of Port Royal, and the climate is also very cool. Compared to Port Royal in the Caribbean, the temperature in Winter Town is quite cool. However, it is only the seasons of spring, summer and autumn. Once winter arrives, to be precise, it enters late autumn. The bone-chilling cold should make the former governor of Port Royal have a new evaluation of this place. After reminding Weatherby Swan to make him mentally prepared, David told him that if he felt uncomfortable, he could talk to himself, Liatron, or pharmacist Cordell, and it was best not to hold on. David didn't want anything to happen to the political officer he had just found. Let Weatherby Swan go to work and complete all the finishing work in the city center of Winter Town. The current management of Winter Town will work in Fort Glamorgan, including the political officer Weatherby Swan, the clerk Eva McKenna, the ceremonial officer Elias Parker, and the one of the 2 personal knights responsible for guarding the Lord. Among them, the ceremonial officer Elias Parker and the knights of the bodyguard will live here directly at night. As for the secretary Eva, It seems that Laura had dragged Eva long before, and they went to her own world to choose furniture for daily use. The attitude seemed to be that she wanted Eva to live on the second floor. But there was no follow-up, leaving David a little confused. After working for a long time, David went to the blacksmith shop to practice alchemy as usual. Since possessing the Cybertron body, David's alchemy has progressed rapidly. He no longer needs to go to the blacksmith shop every day to study, observe, and exercise. He has constructed basic alchemy runes and completed alchemy-related tasks. Introductory course. Now he often goes to the blacksmith shop, mainly to help Will practice alchemy. The young blacksmith Will Turner has shown a good talent in alchemy, and learning alchemy will also help Will continue to contribute to Wintertown. David hopes that the people in Wintertown who master alchemy will become better and better. The more the merrier. There's nothing important to do, so I'm just here to give you some advice. Moreover, pointing out Will is equivalent to pointing out Leonard and the others. After trying and finding that they could not get into any mysterious profession, those few collectively chose alchemy, which seemed to be the easiest for them. A career that understands. After all, those who study alchemy can more directly obtain the energy to perform alchemy through some alchemical props provided by Pierre Newton, compared with those energies that can be felt, contacted, and mobilized purely through personal understanding. This way of getting started is already very simple. As for the more obscure parts of alchemy, the composition and changes of various substances, it is common sense to them. Those few have now opened the door to alchemy, and their learning speed is very fast. However, due to their own quality, they are unable to perform alchemy as freely as David. If they want to continue to progress, they must make their bodies stronger. In order to stimulate these people to take the initiative to exercise, David reminded them, with the mysterious energy in their bodies, they may gain more benefits by working out hard, such as the body will become taller and stronger, and some minor physical problems will disappear, etc. Others don't know. But Howard and Leonard worked very hard after hearing this. In Wintertown, another person who worked hard during this period was Gwen Stacy. Is the vacation almost over? I don't know if it was an illusion, but why did David feel that Gwen looked at him a little dissatisfied? The vacation is over a long time ago. Gwen looked at David. She thought she had taken the initiative before, but David didn't seem to be interested in her. Should she give up? What's more, as she stayed in Wintertown for a longer time, she already knew that David was a couple with the British woman Lara Croft, and he also had an affair with a woman named Eva McKenna. Although David looks handsome and has a good personality, is a playboy worthy of being so proactive? She thought about this problem more than once, and every time she saw David, she habitually ignored this problem. Is it over already? No wonder I haven't seen you much recently. When David noticed that he had rarely appeared recently, and the question of what a playboy was, and whether it was worth it was completely kicked out of the galaxy, Gwen smiled and said it didn't matter. There was still another vacation anyway. Moreover, she witnessed the great changes that took place in Wintertown almost throughout this holiday. She almost watched helplessly as a very backward and primitive small village gradually transformed into a modern town. Just like the wide road under my feet. It was just a primitive dirt road a few days ago. Thinking of this, Gwen suddenly thought of a question. Speaking of which, after all the construction projects are completed in Wintertown, the whole town will be much bigger. What will happen when new people come? This, Gwen's question, is actually a question that David has been thinking about recently. But he won't know the correct answer until all construction work is completed in Wintertown. There should be some changes. Right. Otherwise, when Wintertown develops into Winter City, covering an even wider area, and new people appear from the edge of the city, David and Fort Glamorgan will never be able to notice it. Do we need to send special people to watch on the edge of the city? That's too outrageous. David feels that his golden finger should be optimized. Just as Wintertown continues to build, and the actual occupied area is getting larger and larger, these people from other worlds in Wintertown are not affected by the changes in the actual occupied area. Just like Gwen. She only needs to walk in the direction of outside Wintertown every time she leaves here. She does not need to completely leave the Wintertown area. When she comes back, she will basically be in the same position she left last time, chatting with Gwen and wandering along the wide road. They soon arrived at the south gate of Winter Fortress. Just when David wanted to ask Gwen if she wanted to choose a place to build a house of her own, David and Gwen saw a shadow appear in front of them at the same time. The location of the Phantom is not far from the south gate of Glamorgan Castle, or Winter Fortress. With the construction of the high wall, the edge of the town has become much further away. At this time, this figure appears in Winter Fortress. The shadow in front of the gate seemed to have answered his previous doubts. Could it be that newcomers will appear directly around Fort Glamorgan in the future? Because this is the core of Wintertown? With this thought in mind, David and Gwen took a few more steps forward and finally stopped right in front of the shadow. Was David expecting and curious about who was coming this time? Of course. He did not rule out that there were friends from the town who happened to return to their own world in front of Fort Glamorgan. David happened to bump into him this time. In this case, David can only question his previous speculation. He still doesn't know what will happen when the newcomer comes in the future. Gwen also had a curious expression. She had been in Wintertown for a long time, and she had not seen anyone who came later than her. This record seems to be up to today. Just as the two people were looking at the phantom expectantly, the ambulance happened to pass by and stopped directly next to David. Is there someone new here? I don't know. Maybe. Before David could finish his words, the shadow in front of him gradually became solid. And then a beautiful woman wearing a simple white dress, with brilliant blonde hair and a gold leaf-shaped ornament on her head appeared. In front of David, Gwen and Ratchet. The blonde woman looked around in surprise, then at the two strangers in front of her, and finally stared at David for a long time before asking, "Where is this place?" "This is Wintertown." The introduction was carried out as usual. David noticed that the woman in front of him did not show any panic. Instead, she was full of curiosity and did not express disbelief. But her eyes always stayed on him, which made him feel weird. "So, you are the king here?" "I am David, the Lord of Wintertown, not the king." "Oh." The blonde woman didn't seem to care. She just repeated David's name in a low voice, and then introduced herself as if she remembered something. "My name is Helen, and I am the daughter of King Tyndareus of Sparta." When he heard the other party's name, David looked stunned and knew the other party's identity. When Stacy next to her also thought of the other party's identity, and looked at the beautiful woman named Helen in front of her in surprise. She did not expect that one day she would be able to meet the legendary figure. Just when David and Gwen were looking at Helen in front of them, the ambulance next to them suddenly said, "David, this woman's pheromone index is rising." David, who realized what Ratchet was about to say, quickly interrupted. But Helen on the other side said something that shocked him. "David, will you let me be your wife?" Chapter 183 Gratitude from Peter. David looked at Helen in front of him, and had no idea how to answer the other person's question. It was not only David who was shocked, but also Gwen next to him. Her first reaction was, "I haven't even succeeded yet. This newcomer actually wants to jump in line." The second reaction was, were all the ancient Greeks so direct? If you think about it carefully, this Helen was the one who left her husband and eloped with Prince Paris of Troy for the sake of love. It doesn't seem strange that such a person would directly ask David to marry her. In this slightly strange occasion, only Helen looked at David with expectant eyes. "If you are willing to marry me, you will be qualified to inherit the throne of Sparta. And maybe you will become the king of Sparta." Helen's words brought David back to his senses. Feeling a little speechless and a little proud, David raised his hand to stop Helen's words, lest she say anything scary again. "This is the first time we've met." "Right. The first time we met. You told me to marry you and inherit the throne." This sounded so unreal. Is this Helen in trouble? Or are her parents forcing her to marry someone she doesn't like? When he asked his question, what he got in exchange was not the answer he expected. But Helen's eyes full of doubts. "There is no trouble. I just think you are a very good man. I decided to follow my inner choice. Is there any problem?" No problem." From Helen's point of view, she was going to get married after all. In addition, her parents are very kind to her, and are willing to let her choose the man she likes as her husband, instead of combining with some forces through profit. Helen, who had gained the power to choose her husband on her own, did not find the experience unbelievable after unexpectedly coming to Wintertown. Instead, she felt that it was a blessing given to her by the gods, allowing her to meet the perfect man David. After several conversations, David finally figured out what Helen was thinking. He felt that what Helen said was very reasonable, but he couldn't find anything to refute. Gwen stood next to her with her mouth open and her face full of shock. Her face was full of "is this okay?" expression. She felt that she was still too conservative. Compared with Helen, how could she be proactive? She should have taken advantage of Laura's absence to knock on David's bedroom. What made Gwen happy was that David did not agree to the Greek woman's proposal. She knew how a playboy like David could be fooled into getting married by a woman in just a few words. "I am happy but a little depressed at the same time. Falling in love with a playboy is also not a good thing for myself." unaware of Gwen's random thoughts. David chatted with Helen for a while, and introduced her to Wintertown and several friends, who were from different worlds like Helen. Although Helen wrote down all these words, she did not understand some of them. So she put the matter of marriage aside, and asked David what various worlds meant. This one, for example, is from Sparta. Then he pointed to the ambulance next to him that he had just introduced to Helen. The ambulance also turned into a human shape and greeted Helen. This ambulance is from Cybertron, and the time when he lived was more than 3,000 years away from the time when you lived. You mean, he came from 3,000 years after the time I lived in? Helen was a little confused. She looked at the ambulance and felt amazing about this metal giant. She even felt that she might have arrived in the kingdom of the gods. Here. Maybe Mount Olympus? Although David had already denied her speculation before. Besides, you don't live on the same Earth. Earth? David signaled to the ambulance, following the holographic image released by the ambulance's eyes. David introduced to Helen in a more simple and straightforward way what a parallel world is and what the Earth is. Helen looked at the magical picture in front of her. She felt that everything in front of her was very magical. She felt that what David said was too complicated. In fact, it could be explained in one sentence. This is the country where gods live. And she comes from the human world. How simple. Thinking that she unexpectedly came to the world where gods lived. Helen's thoughts changed a little. She not only wanted to marry the male god named David in front of her, she also wanted to live in this magical world for a long time. Especially when she learned that the huge, gorgeous palace not far away was the residence of this male god. She couldn't wait to move in today. After listening to David's story, Helen was very happy when David told her that she could travel back and forth between her own world and here at will. So, can I invite my parents and brother here? Sure. Helen nodded. She planned to explain the situation to her father when she returned. When the time came, her father would definitely support her choice. And then she would stay here and not leave. Helen, who was extremely confident in her appearance and figure, felt that she had great advantages and could definitely become David's wife. Just when Helen was thinking about this and was about to ask David to take her to see more of this place called Wintertown, a shadow suddenly appeared not far away and soon turned into a figure wearing red and blue tights. Clothed weirdo. Helen, who was attracted by the magical sight, watched with wonder as the shadow turned into a real person. However, the condition of this man wearing strange red and blue clothes seemed not to be good, with blood stains all over his face. Peter? David looked at Peter's embarrassed look and knew that he was in trouble. David, Director Stacy is seriously injured and I need your help. Sure. David immediately understood what was going on. Peter should have just had a battle with Dr. Lizard Curtis Connors. And in that battle, Gwen's father, George Stacy, was seriously injured and died. Take me there. He put his hand on Peter's shoulder and said to Ratchet and Gwen, go and come back. Before Gwen could say what she wanted to say, David had already followed Peter to his world. I want to go and have a look too. After staying for so long, Gwen has figured out that she and Peter come from a similar parallel world. The classmate Peter mentioned earlier, who has the same name as her, is actually her in another world. Unfortunately, Peter didn't come here often. And when he did see him, he would come and go in a hurry. Seeing that he was so busy, Gwen was too embarrassed to let him take her there. Helen hadn't yet figured out what was going on, but Ratchet helped explain it, making her realize that David had come to the world to rescue mortals. David, who went to rescue mortals, followed Peter, and soon reached the roof of a building and met the seriously injured director George Stacy. At this time, George Stacy was still conscious, but already very weak, and was just holding on for the last breath. He had already relaxed when he saw Peter leave, but he didn't expect Peter to come back soon. Peter, you? George, who wanted to remind Peter to leave as soon as possible to avoid being discovered by others, found that he was enveloped in a golden light. And then the pain in his body was replaced by a numbing feeling, and he recovered a little from his original weakness. Spirit. This is. Within 2 seconds, he felt the strength in his body return, and the painful feeling of being so weak that it was difficult to even breathe was completely gone. With a slight exertion, George Stacy sat up directly from the ground, looking at Peter and the strange young man next to Peter with surprise. What on earth is going on with me? This is. George Stacy looked up at the two young people in front of him, then looked down at himself, and then looked up at the strange young man. The experience accumulated over the years seemed to turn into powder at this moment. George was sure that he was about to die. But now he felt that his physical condition had never been better, making him feel like he was 20 years old again. This situation was very abnormal. He suspected that he was actually dead, and that everything in front of him was just an illusion. Director Stacy, this is Baron David Glamorgan, a friend of mine. Baron Glamorgan? George Stacy glanced at Peter uncertainly, and then at David. He felt even more that what was happening in front of him was a vision before his death. Hello. Just call me David. Looking at George Stacy in front of him, who stretched out his hand to hold it with him. David, who knew what the other person was thinking, emphasized, Don't worry. You're not dead. What I saw was not an illusion. Then the injuries on my body. That is a magical power called Holy Light. Peter heard the sound of the rescue team arriving. After confirming that George Stacy was okay, he immediately interrupted the conversation between the two. Director, you can ask the medical staff to treat you later. Carry out a detailed inspection, and let me know if there is anything wrong. Then he turned to look at David. Someone is coming. We have to leave immediately. David knew that Peter was worried about his identity being exposed. So he said goodbye to Director George Stacy, who was still in a state of confusion, and returned to Wintertown with Peter. Quickly returning to Wintertown, Peter breathed a sigh of relief and immediately expressed his gratitude to David. Thank you very much for your help. If you hadn't helped me, I really don't know what I would have done. George Stacy was the father of his girlfriend. If George Stacy was killed because of his battle with Dr. Connors, he didn't know how he would face Gwen in the future. Fortunately, David healed George's injury. The excited Peter gave David a warm hug, and David also felt that Peter's reward had arrived. It is indeed a spiritual reward. Chapter 184 Golden Apple. Spider-Man's strong spiritual will has been recognized by countless people. After all, not just anyone can persist in being a superhero after encountering various blows, disasters, incomprehension from relatives, and various difficulties in life. Moreover, Spider-Man's quality of doing everything he can to help his neighbors, and being willing to take action, no matter how small the trouble is, perfectly fits the code of conduct of the priests in the Holy Light Church. This also means that the spiritual reward obtained from Peter Parker is extremely consistent with the Holy Light, and the increase of the Holy Light is even more powerful. So when he received the reward, David noticed changes in the Holy Light in his body. Not only the quantity had increased, but the quality seemed to have improved. Good guy. Full of benefits. He patted Peter's back hard, smiled and said that he was just doing a small favor, and didn't need to take it too seriously. No. This is a very important thing. I will always keep it in mind. Although Peter didn't say that he would definitely repay the favor, his expression perfectly expressed this meaning. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Maybe you should take a shower and change. You're right. Peter looked at himself. He looked really embarrassed now. But he couldn't return to his own world for the time being. He could easily run into investigators, so he could only deal with it here. Fortunately, he has been in Wintertown for such a long time, so it's not like he hasn't done anything here. Peter has a temporary base here in Wintertown, where he stores some of his personal belongings for convenience when necessary. He came over to change clothes and replenish equipment. Moreover, with the rapid development of Wintertown, he also chose a location as his new home and base. It contains not only your own items and equipment, but also a small laboratory for you to make commonly used tools. Mainly the spider silk that needs to be constantly replenished. I'm going to change clothes first. Peter finally shook hands with David, and then greeted Gwen and Ratchet not far away. As for the last one, my name is Helen. Hello. My name is Peter Parker. I'm sorry that I look a little embarrassed right now. I need to leave first. Helen smiled and nodded. She only glanced at the handsome Peter for a few times, and then looked away. Then she continued to stare at David. David is better. Following David around Wintertown, Helen also got a general impression of this place. There are hundreds of hard-working and strong civilians. There are several magical metal giants, and there are some beings from the so-called various worlds, including the girl named Gwen Stacy, who has been following him. David is the ruler here, and this city called Wintertown belongs to a huge country called the Kingdom of Tyron. In addition to humans, there is also a race called elves in this city. Helen was dazzled by the many magical things she saw when she learned that many of the buildings in Wintertown had been built in the past 6 months. Helen wanted to become the queen here even more. What about Wintertown? Baron Glamorgan? She didn't pay too much attention to it. To her, David was essentially the Winter King. After David finished introducing the general situation of Wintertown, Helen made it clear that she wanted to settle in Wintertown. But she had to go back first to say hello to her parents. If possible, she plans to bring her parents to visit this magical country. After telling Helen how to bring people over, David watched the famous Greek beauty leave, leaving only Gwen beside him. She looked up at the sky and saw that it was completely dark. Normally, Gwen would say goodbye and go home at this time. But at this time, she had no intention of leaving. "Aren't you in a hurry to go back today?" "I don't have anything to do tomorrow. I'm going to do some shopping. Speaking of which, Wintertown looks different every day. Many places feel strange to me. Yes, the work efficiency of the diggers is amazing." The high walls of the winter fortress have been repaired. They were repaired during the construction of residential houses. If the diggers were allowed to focus on building one building, they could complete a large building in a few days. Even for a power plant, it only took them less than 10 days. This was because a lot of equipment had to be built from scratch. As long as all kinds of equipment are prepared and a framework is set up, the diggers can do it in one day. Ever since he had the digger team, David has had the feeling of playing a construction game. Just be casual and build something, and the digger will build it for you right away. Currently, the construction of Winter Fortress has been completed, and craftsmen are carrying out interior decoration. The town center building has not been officially opened yet, not because the renovations have not been completed, but because it is not currently in use. The current ruling class of Wintertown, including David, only has a handful of people. Only with the gradual establishment and recruitment of various departments will the building be truly put into use. Now everyone is working in Fort Glamorgan. The military camp was officially opened, and all 30 soldiers were stationed in the Winter Fortress military camp. According to the original plan, the Winter Fortress barracks was just a garrison barracks, and a larger and more functional barracks would be built at another location in the future. The daily training of Wintertown's main military forces, as well as the training of reserve forces, will be conducted in that more complete military base. New military bases may be built in the northeast. While introducing Gwen to the winter military camp not far away, he walked into the already lit Fort Glamorgan, then passed through the hall on the first floor and walked out of the door on the other side. "Why not build it in the southeast?" Gwen looked at the vast garden in front of her and asked the question casually. However, it can be seen from her expression that she did not care about the answer to the question. It was not as good as the back garden in front of her. She was attracted to it. "I feel like I can better take care of enemies from all directions if I place it over there. The new military base is mainly for training new recruits. Defense from foreign enemies relies on military facilities such as sentries or fortresses." Speaking of this, David thought of the city wall that he had rejected earlier. It seems that this wall still needs to be built. Even if you don't build a city wall, you still have to build a fortress and sentry post. Otherwise, will the soldiers guarding the border sleep in the wild every day? Even if the city expands, soldiers stationed at the border will still need facilities to rest and store various equipment. I only think about the wall and ignore these things. But it doesn't matter anymore. I didn't want to build a city wall before because I thought it was a waste of time and materials. Now that we have digging tigers, building a city wall is no longer a troublesome matter. I walked a few steps forward and stepped on the wide driveway in the back garden. For easy access, there is a stone pavement that can allow 2 cars to pass parallelly, and there is plenty of stone pavement surrounding the entire back garden. And the garage is to David's left. Apart from this wide road, there are no more furnishings built in the back garden. Only trees are planted inside the high wall, and the entire back garden is now a large lawn. Why is there a single fruit tree planted here? What fruit tree? Looking in the direction Gwen pointed, David discovered that there was a solitary fruit tree standing beside the wall of Glamorgan Castle, which was located just below his bedroom. No need to ask. This thing must have appeared because of Helen's arrival. Looking at this situation, Helen had a very good impression of herself, so she directly gave the reward. What a magical sight! Although she has seen the crystal mine, Gwen has not seen the strange sight of the crystal mine growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye when it was first born. This time, I made up for the regret. The fruit tree in front of me grew at an astonishing speed. It was just a small tree, but within a few words, it had turned into a mature tree and began to bear fruit. Are those golden apples? Gwen looked at David in surprise. She wondered if she had guessed wrong. But no matter how you look at it, these things are golden apples. Probably. What's the use of this golden apple? I don't know either. There are many things that can be connected through Helen, but many things do not seem suitable as rewards, and golden apples should be the most suitable one among them. But David had never seen the function of golden apples in any information. Now he was very curious, and wanted to know what the golden fruit was used for. Just as the two of them watched the fruit gradually mature and finally emit a faint golden light, Gwen reached out and picked the apple. To be precise, she just touched it, and the golden apple fell from the tree. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and caught it directly, preventing the golden apple from falling to the ground. After sniffing it gently, Gwen smiled and handed the golden apple to David. "It smells good." "Yeah." David smelled it, and there was a nice fragrance, which stimulated his saliva to secrete, giving him the urge to take a bite. "It should be delicious." Glancing at Gwen, the girl also looked at the golden apple handed to her hand, and swallowed her saliva. It was obvious that she also wanted to try it. "I'll try it first to see if there are any strange effects." With the holy light as his backing, David felt that he didn't have to worry about being poisoned. Besides, he hadn't seen any rewards with side effects for so long. Seeing Gwen nodding expectantly, David was a little confused. Did she want to know the effect of this golden apple? Still want to know the taste? After taking a bite, the crisp and sweet pulp became soft and soft after a few bites, and then flowed into my stomach like juice. I felt it carefully for a moment, and even mobilized the holy light that had just become more powerful. But nothing happened. "Are you going to eat them all?" Click, click, click. After eating all the golden apples, which had no core and were full of pulp, David still didn't feel anything special. "Isn't this just a delicious apple?" Just when David suspected that this was an ordinary apple with a special length, a mysterious warm current spread from his stomach to his whole body, and then nothing happened. Chapter 185. Gwen launched a sneak attack. Gwen stared at David with her eyes wide open, waiting for something magical to happen. But she only saw David chirping twice, with no other movements, and no special changes on his body. "How you feel?" "Very delicious." Gwen felt a little speechless. Is this golden apple just delicious? He turned his head and glanced, and saw that a second golden apple had already grown on the tree. He reached out and picked the newly ripe fruit, held it in his hand, and looked at David. "Shall I try it too? I'm not sure you'll have any problems after eating this." "It doesn't matter. If something goes wrong, you will save me, right?" Gwen looked at David with a smile, convinced that David would not let anything happen to him. "Certainly." David's crisp answer made Gwen very happy, although she could guess that if it were other people in the town, David would take action if anything happened. It was not that she had received special treatment, but she was happy. Click. He opened his mouth and took a small bite. Sure enough, it made a pleasant sound, and then the fragrant and slightly sweet taste spread in his mouth. "Oh, it's really delicious." Click, click, click. She couldn't help but take a few more bites. Originally, Gwen thought that it would take a while to eat such a big golden apple, but she didn't expect that she couldn't stop after the first bite. When he came down, he kept chewing and biting, and soon he stuffed the last piece of golden apple into his mouth. She was reluctant to swallow the last bite, chewing it slowly in her mouth, and then secretly glanced at David. He found that David was looking at him intently, and remembering how he had gobbled just now, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and a blush slowly appeared on his face. "Is everything okay?" "No," saw David approaching her. Gwen seemed to be able to feel the warmth radiating from David's body. Looking at the handsome face that had become much closer, Gwen thought of Helen, who wanted to jump in line. So she gritted her teeth, without stamping his feet. He jumped forward into David's arms, put his arms around David's neck, and hit the target accurately. The sweet fragrance of the apples came, after being stunned for a second by the sneak attack. David immediately surrounded the enemy, who was trying to escape as soon as the attack was successful. He also directed the troops who were in close combat with the enemy to launch a ferocious counterattack. Even if he had already defeated the enemy troops retreated back to their own positions, with no intention of withdrawing their troops. After a long time, the troops stopped, looking at the face that was so close and turning red. David asked about Gwen's situation with great concern, and strongly suggested that she not go back today. He would conduct a detailed examination of Gwen to make sure she was eating the golden apples caused no problems. Gwen, whose face was as red as a tomato, accepted David's suggestion. And then, with David's support, they walked into Fort Glamorgan together. One night, speechless, as the sun gradually rose, the bedroom became brighter and brighter. Gwen lay in David's arms. Her whole body seemed to be glued to each other's body, although she only woke up after a short sleep. Gwen felt that she was in good spirits, especially after finally taking down David, which put her spirit in a highly excited state. Now she doesn't feel sleepy at all. It's time to get up. David was not sleepy either. He carefully checked Gwen's body and confirmed that there was nothing bad about her body after eating the golden apple. On the contrary, after just one night, Gwen's skin became thinner. It became more delicate and smooth than last night. And even in the morning, it still exuded a light fragrance. In addition, as he grew older, the stubble that appeared every morning was gone today. He had already guessed the function of the golden apple. Helen is the most beautiful woman in Greek mythology. Even if this Helen does not come from the world of myths and legends, the story that her beauty caused the Trojan War still exists. Therefore, it is not surprising that the reward given by Helen is related to her beauty. In other words, shouldn't we eat this? David was a little confused after guessing the efficacy. Golden apples seemed more suitable for women to eat. Wouldn't there be any side effects if he ate them? Of course. Thinking on the bright side, the rewards he received have no side effects, so he shouldn't have to worry about such things. Looking at Gwen, who was still getting tired of talking to him and not wanting to get up, David reached out and gently stroked Gwen's platinum hair and called her to get up with a super strong mental will. The biggest difference between the young girl and Laura is that Gwen prefers to be with him, especially after the two crossed that boundary. However, considering that Gwen was still young and her body was not like Laura's, who had become a supernatural being due to years of exercise and mastering the holy light, David was very cautious to avoid hurting the young girl. Being next to you is as comfortable as sunbathing. After Gwen muttered a few words, she finally got up. After all, she didn't go home last night, and she would definitely go back today. She couldn't stay with David all the time. At this time, Gwen began to hope that she would start college life earlier, so that she would have more freedom and spend more time with David. After getting up, the first thing Gwen did was to confirm her condition, for fear that David would see her worst side. After looking at the results, you always feel like you have become more beautiful? The skin is delicate, smooth and elastic, and all the freckles are gone. Is it an illusion? It's not an illusion. It should be the effect of the golden apple. And this magical effect? Gwen was shocked. Although she knew that David had many magical things, and that there were many mysterious powers that could only be found in legends and stories, she did not expect to see such a thing. She even ate one and personally experienced its magic. Place. Touching her legs, which were even brighter and whiter. I secretly decided in my heart, I must hold on to David tightly. If you miss such a magical boyfriend, you can't get a better one. As for David's relationship with Laura and his ambiguous relationship with Eva, Gwen decided to ignore the issue for the time being. After changing clothes, we had a hearty breakfast in the restaurant of Fort Glamorgan. Because they missed the normal breakfast time, David and Gwen were the only ones dining in the restaurant. However, the two of them didn't get tired of spreading dog food here, because Elias was standing next to him, and Eva was sitting diagonally opposite David, reporting on some situations in Wintertown. It doesn't matter anything else. The people in Wintertown have adapted to the situation where Elias follows David wherever he goes. But Eva's resentful eyes made Gwen very uncomfortable. She quickly finished her breakfast, said she wanted to go home, and quickly ran away. Gwen ran away, leaving David alone to take the fire from Eva. However, he acted very calmly. He and Eva just chatted for a while discussing work, and his assistant officer showed a bright smile again, Elias pretending to be a sculptor. So, most of the houses in Wintertown have been completed? It's basically completed. The houses the diggers are building now are built in advance to provide a place for new residents to live when they come to Wintertown. According to David's order, these houses will be sold directly to new residents. Of course, you can also choose to rent. In short, it is to give newcomers a place to live. The original wooden houses have been demolished, including Will Turner's blacksmith shop. Instead of building a new blacksmith shop, Will established a manor southwest of Wintertown and became a large landowner. Of course, this does not mean that Will give up his own job. Located not far north of the Winter Fortress, an institution dedicated to researching and making new equipment has been established. Will, Leonard, and Sher Dayton, Howard, Raj, plus Pierre Newton and others will be in charge of this new organization. The new organization is tentatively named Winter Alchemy Workshop. Squirtle has helped find many orb silk spiders. These orb silk spiders need to live near the forest. Do you want to delineate a special area? The arrival of the orb silk spiders will provide Wintertown with stable raw materials for silk fabrics. It is necessary to protect the orb silk spider. Place these orb silk spiders in the area near the forest in the northwest, which is the area where Evie often lives. There is a plain there, next to the Winter River, and next to the forest. Maybe it will become a Pokemon their fixed living area, until we recruit administrators who can take care of these Pokemon. Let the soldiers patrol that area every day. Eva recorded David's order and then continued to report on the development of Wintertown. In general, everything is going according to David's plan, and the progress is even much faster than expected. The original plan was to complete Wintertown before winter, but now it seems that it can be overfulfilled before the arrival of late autumn. After finishing breakfast and lunch slowly, and taking care of some work, David motioned to Eva to follow him. There's good stuff. What is it? Taking Eva to the back garden of Glamorgan Castle, David pointed to the lone fruit tree growing not far from the wall. What is this? Eva looked at the golden fruit on the tree and immediately realized that this must be some kind of magical product. What is the use of this golden apple? It's a good thing. Pick one and eat it. Eva reached out and picked an apple, then looked up and found that there was only one fruit on the tree. But after she picked it off, it would quickly bear a new fruit. David also took the opportunity to observe and determined that the golden apple on this fruit tree was a permanent fruit, and a second one would grow only after it was picked. However, the growth rate is very fast. As long as you wait a little while, the fruit will mature. While he was observing the fruit trees, and Eva was looking at the golden apple in her hand, Laura came over. You actually ate it behind my back. Chapter 186, A Battle of Wits and Courage. Laura suddenly appeared, and Eva was so frightened that she almost threw the golden apple in her hand. Especially the words Laura shouted, which seemed to catch her and David's appearance. You didn't even call me when you had something good to eat. The next second, Laura came up to Eva and carefully looked at the golden apple in Eva's hand. Only then did Eva realize that Laura was talking about the thing she was holding, not what she had discovered. Is this the golden apple in Greek mythology? This is indeed a golden apple, but I don't know what effect the golden apple in Greek mythology has. David looked at Laura and then at Eva. In order to relieve Eva's nervousness, he asked, Exit Laura. Have you met Gwen? Yes. I just met Gwen, who was about to go home. Laura looked at David with a half-smiling expression. It was obvious that she had already seen that the little girl had been eaten by David. A hungry wolf. It's clean. I heard about Helen and the golden apple from Gwen. After looking at it for a while, Laura looked at the fruit tree aside, stretched out her hand to pick the newly ripe golden apple, held it in front of her and smelled it, then opened her mouth and took a big bite. This golden apple is really good. Eat. He ate the golden apple into his stomach in a few big mouthfuls, and then looked at Eva, who was still holding the golden apple next to him. Why don't you eat it? This. Eat quickly. This stuff is good. It will make your skin better after eating it. After saying that, he leaned into Eva's ear and whispered something like, the hair is smooth and the spots are on the legs. The baby only listened for 2 seconds, and her eyes were as wide as light bulbs, emitting an astonishing brilliance. Before Laura finished speaking, Eva could not wait to put the golden apple into her mouth. The golden apple is indeed delicious. As soon as you take the first bite, you will feel like you can't stop. By the time you come to your senses, the whole apple has been eaten into your stomach. With her mouth full of the fragrance of apples, Eva couldn't help but want to lift up her collar to see if her skin had gotten better. But Laura reminded her, it will take at least a day to have an effect. Is that so? Eva didn't know how good her skin would become after a day, but she felt a warm current spreading from her stomach to her whole body, and caused a reaction of the holy light in her body. This change made her Eva was a little worried, for fear of causing some bad changes. But before she could ask, the abnormality on her body had disappeared. She groped up and down, then used the holy light to check, and found nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? Eva suddenly found that when she mobilized the holy light, it became much easier and smoother than usual. Telling David his findings, David thinks that the golden apple may not simply make people beautiful, but may have some kind of effect on improving physical fitness. If that's the case, this thing is really powerful. David looked at the newly grown golden apples again, and considered giving one to each of his friends in the town to see how everyone in different states ate it. What changes have occurred behind the scenes can also lead to more accurate conclusions. The key reason why David is so generous is because golden apples grow very fast. Although there is only one golden apple at a time, new fruits will appear immediately after picking one, and it only takes a short time to mature. In this case, there is no need for him to be too stingy. Moreover, The partners currently living in cold Wintertown have provided a lot of help when establishing the town. What's the point of giving some benefits? What's more, if you send some good things, you may get another round of favorability. If you don't keep it all, you can reap another round of rewards. Leave this matter to Eva. All things in Wintertown are on track. And with the appointment of Weatherby Swan, the political officer, Eva will be much freer. Okay. Eva was going to make a simple record of everyone's situation. After eating the golden apple, she would ask about the changes and draw a sufficiently accurate conclusion through comparison. The recording and analysis of this kind of intelligence data is what she is best at. Are there any requirements for this order? There are no requirements. Just make sure everyone can eat. Don't forget Addis, Alfie, Floyd and Gareth. As the time spent together increased, David gradually began to break some boundaries. After gaining his trust, locals in this world could also enjoy various special benefits. Turning his head to look at Elias standing next to him, David watched as the etiquette officer from the royal capital tried to maintain a calm expression. But the occasional glances betrayed some of his thoughts. As for the one that's about to mature, David waited until the golden apple matured, picked it off, held it in his hand, and looked at Elias Parker. Just give it to Elias. Sir, this thing is too valuable. Standing nearby and listening to the conversation between David, Laura and Eva, Elias certainly knew the function of this thing. Even if we don't mention the possible physical improvement function, even if it can make people beautiful, it still has great appeal to ordinary people. Since ancient times, or in any intelligent and civilized world, the pursuit of beauty has never disappeared. And it does not distinguish between men, women, old and young. If you think it's valuable, just help me for a few more years. As time passed and winter gradually approached, Elias's working time in Wintertown also came to an end. David felt that Elias was an excellent etiquette officer who could also be used as a half-butler and auxiliary officer. He could not bear to let such a talent go. Before today, David had never made it clear that he hoped Elias would stay in Wintertown. This made Elias, who had already begun to consider whether to stay here, a little entangled. He was worried that even if he wanted to stay, Lord Glamorgan would not look down on him. Now he can breathe a sigh of relief. The golden apple handed to him is the letter of appointment presented to him by Lord Baron Glamorgan. That's what I hope for too. After taking the golden apple, Elias accepted David's offer to stay. After the term of the job assigned by the Kingdom of Tyron ends, he will return to the royal capital, and then return to Wintertown to serve as Baron Glamorgan, the ceremonial officer. At that time, he was no longer the ceremonial officer of the Tyron Kingdom, but the ceremonial officer of Wintertown, loyal to and serving Baron David Glamorgan. Watching Elias eat the golden apple, when David turned around, Eva had already left to find other friends. At this time, only Laura, herself, and Elias, who would always minimize his presence, were left in the field. Without the outsider, Laura launched a surprise attack on David. I didn't expect it. He patted David's shoulder hard, which surprised David, who was caught off guard. You actually attacked Gwen. Ah. David looked at Laura. He was too embarrassed to say who attacked him first. He just exercised his legitimate right to fight back. I thought you would eat Eva first. Laura looked at David with a strange face. Speaking of which, can that little girl Gwen stand you? A Cybertronian beast? Laura's words made David a little confused about how to answer, so he could only cough lightly twice to hide his embarrassment. Satisfaction? I originally thought that Eva has a good physique and can help me share the burden. I didn't expect you to leave Eva to your mouth without touching it. Laura rolled her eyes at David again speechlessly. Pay attention. Gwen. After all, she's just a little girl. David, who was belatedly aware of it, suddenly realized at this moment that Laura always asked Jonah to make fried oysters with leeks recently. Onions, green onions, garlic, and the like were often seen in the side dishes. And then he turned around and disappeared. Is this actually the idea? You let Eva live in Glamorgan Castle earlier. Weren't you kidding? Of course I'm not joking. I finally convinced Eva to move in. Laura also selected a room with Eva and discussed the decoration and furniture style of the room. But she didn't have time to talk to David yet. She didn't mention anything about asking Eva to help her share the pressure. She just said that as David's clerk, Eva lived nearby, and it was more convenient for work. Of course, although Eva smiled silly and looked like she was easy to fool, Laura knew that Eva finally agreed. Not because she was really fooled by herself, but because she was willing to be fooled by Laura. So she agreed. That's all. After figuring out the actual situation, David was a little confused. No matter how much he thought about it, he never expected that this would be the case. Even if Laura had said similar things before, he had regarded them as various temptations and traps. And he was very proud that he had never fallen into any of them. The relationship has been struggling for a long time. And he has been battling with himself? He even wondered if he had received some strange reward without him noticing? Sure, a field? Nice boat? Where's the hatchet? Just when David began to suspect that he might be dreaming, Laura suddenly said, "Don't you think it's incredible? In fact, you can understand it if you think in another direction." What direction? David looked at the serious Laura, waiting for the other party's words. You, Baron David Glamorgan, and Clerk Eva McKenna are all people who serve me. Earl Laura Crawford. Laura held her head high and said that she, Lord Laura Crawford, was the real boss, and that she allowed David to find other women just so that David could better serve her. Looking at Laura, who looked like a fart in front of him, David directly put her on his shoulders and walked towards the second floor, preparing to make her understand who is the real owner of Wintertown. Chapter 187, The Grace Granted by God. After giving Laura a harsh lesson for trying to seize the position of ruler of Winter, David walked out of Glamorgan Castle. Because the etiquette class is over, David now has a lot of free time every day, especially after appointing Weatherby Swan as his administrative officer. Even some trivial matters have been handled for him. Now David only needs to do some exercises according to his habits every day, and the rest of the time is completely free. With nothing to do, he was ready to take a tour of Wintertown, which was gradually taking shape, since the construction of Fort Glamorgan and Winter Fortress were completed, and various buildings in Wintertown were built one after another. He has not taken a good tour of this city of his own. As soon as I walked out of the south gate of Winter Fortress, I met Helen with a middle-aged man. David, this is my father, King Tyndareus of Sparta. Helen was very happy after seeing David. She came to David's side almost immediately and warmly supported him. Introduce your father. This is the ruler here, David. When Helen introduced the two men, David and Tyndareus were sizing each other up. The moment they saw David, Tyndareus understood why his daughter said it was not called die. Young people in Weiwei no longer marry. I was just visiting your palace from a distance. It is really a beautiful palace. Standing at the gate, Tyndareus could clearly see Glamorgan Castle directly in front of him. The town center building on the left, and the other side, Fortress Barracks. David's Glamorgan Castle is nothing unusual in the context of modern Earth, but it may attract some complaints because of its extremely similar appearance to a certain palace. But in the eyes of ancient people like Tyndareus, who lived more than 1,000 years BC, it was a very gorgeous and spectacular palace. This is not to say that there were no spectacular buildings in the ancient Greek period, but the construction of such buildings was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the kingdoms that could build such buildings were very powerful forces. The fact that David was able to live in such a luxurious palace indirectly proved that he ruled a very powerful force. As for the place where the gods live, Tyndareus did not fully believe it. Of course, he admitted that it was indeed a miracle that he could come from Sparta to this strange place in an instant. He just doubted the identity of God David. However, after seeing David himself, he felt that the king named David, if not the god himself, was probably the reincarnation of the god or the descendant of a certain god. As long as this young man named David stands here, he seems to be telling people in the world what perfection is. Such an existence would definitely not be immortal. David, who didn't know that he had become a demigod or the incarnation of a god in the other person's heart, after a few brief greetings with Tyndareus, took the Spartan king and Helen and turned back to Glamorgan Castle. Take the father and daughter to visit the interior of Fort Glamorgan first. After entering the bright castle of Glamorgan, Tyndareus once again lamented that one of the major shortcomings of large ancient buildings is poor lighting. Even when the sun is at its brightest during the day, there are many places in palaces and castles that are very dark. Modern buildings like Fort Glamorgan do not have this problem. Looking at those huge glass windows, Tyndareus somewhat believed his daughter's words. This was definitely not a country where mortals lived. He thought of the mountains he had seen outside before. Could it be the legendary Orin? Peace Mountain? When he carefully asked David what the name of the mountain in the distance was, he failed to get the answer he wanted to hear. That peak is far away from here, because it is an area that no one has ever visited. That peak does not have a name yet. Despite David's words, Tyndareus still doubted that the mountain was where the gods lived. After walking around Glamorgan Castle for a while, David led his father and daughter back to the square from the south gate of Winter Fortress. To the south of Winter Fortress is a very empty square. And to the southwest of the south gate of Winter Fortress, and to the west of the square is a cathedral. That is the Holy Light Cathedral that Liadrin requested to build. She will live in this cathedral with 5 floors, including the attic and basement in the future. Preparing to spread the way of holy light here in the Brinian continent. When introducing the cathedral to Helen and Tyndareus, David also visited it. In fact, this was his first time to take a closer look at this cathedral that was very close to the Winter Fortress. Liadrin was the real tour guide who introduced the internal structure of the cathedral to them. According to Liadrin's plan, in addition to being a place of worship for Holy Light believers, the Holy Light Cathedral also has specialized accommodation, canteens, accommodation areas for patients, libraries, classrooms, and other areas with different responsibilities. With the completion of the Cathedral of Holy Light, Liadrin has begun planning to develop believers, recruit apprentices, and train more priests. This was the first time David knew about Liadrin's plan. If Liadrin could succeed, the Church of the Holy Light might become the most powerful religious group in the northern part of Brinia continent. As for Helen and Tyndareus next to them, they were stunned for a while. They basically didn't understand much of what Liadrin said. David was responsible for translating when the conversations were in different languages. On the contrary, Liadrin's elf features made the two of them even more concerned. Coming out of the Holy Light Cathedral, go straight south along the main road. There are many beautiful 2- or 3-story houses lined on both sides of the wide and flat road. The people who choose to live along the main road are those who want to open some kind of shop. Although there are not many shops open yet, the frames of the houses have been built. So Wintertown looks like a very advanced city at this time. I saw a lot of store signs, but why aren't a few open? These houses have only been built recently, and the owners of the houses are still busy with interior decoration. It will take some time before they actually open. Tyndareus previously learned from David that all the buildings in this place called Wintertown have just been built, and there are even a lot of finishing work that has not been completed. At first, he didn't pay too much attention to it, but when he saw that so many beautiful houses had just been built, he began to wonder how the people here built so many beautiful houses in such a short period of time. If possible, after Helen marries David, can he ask David to send people to help him repair his Spartan kingdom? Among other things, he really wanted a palace similar to David's Glamorgan castle. Even if it was 2 or 3 times smaller, he could accept it. Just when Tyndareus was about to ask, Helen reminded her father in a low voice to look east. Looking in the direction Helen pointed, Tyndareus noticed that the green object that he had not paid much attention to before was actually a huge metal giant. These giants were building houses at an alarming rate, and this image solved his doubts. Tyndareus suspected that these metal giants were the legendary titans. Those are diggers. They are the strongest construction and engineering team in Wintertown. Wintertown was able to build what it is now in a short period of time, thanks to the diggers. He briefly introduced the diggers to Tyndareus. They are silicon-based life forms from Cybertron, a kind of intelligent life that is completely different from humans. Tyndareus listened for a while, and thought that this thing was a titan. After reaching the edge of the area covered by the current buildings in Cold Winter Town, David led the father and daughter to turn west and walk towards the Cold Winter River. On the way, they could also visit the farmland area of Cold Winter Town. At this time, the crops in the farmland have gradually entered the maturity stage, and the entire farmland area is a beautiful scene of a bumper harvest. Looking at the abundant crops growing in the large farmland, Tyndareus, as the king, knew what this meant. There was no shortage of food in Wintertown, and the variety was so wide that he envied it. Looking at the farmers working with smiles in the fields, Tyndareus wished he could hold a wedding for his daughter and David right away. Although he would not sell his daughter in order to gain stronger power. Now his daughter is attracted to David. As Helen's father, it's not too much to get some benefits along the way, right? Walk to the bank of the Koldong River on the outside of the farmland area, and then walk along the river to the wide road in Koldong Town that leads west to the river. Along the way, Tyndareus and Helen saw many squirtless. They were very curious about this silly-looking blue creature. Tyndareus learned that this creature called Squirtle actually had when there are many magical abilities. I really want to catch one back. However, when he learned that this magical creature was protected in Wintertown, he decisively gave up that idea. Afterwards, David did not continue to take Tyndareus and Helen to the north. There were only a few buildings and a medicinal field there. In addition, there were Eevee, Orb Silk Spider and part of Squirtle living area. Nothing worth visiting. According to the plan, This area will not be gradually developed until the Winter River Pier is established. Walking back along the road, just before the main entrance of the Winter Fortress, RC flew back from the sky, and in the shocked eyes of Tindarius and Helen, she transformed from a big pink metal bird into a beautiful young woman. Tindarius felt that he had seen enough magical things today, but the scene before him still gave him a huge impact. While David was talking to the woman who could transform into a giant metal bird, Tindarius pulled his daughter aside and solemnly told the other party, "You must seize this opportunity. It is definitely given to you by the gods." Of Grace. Chapter 188 about language. Helen's father was educating his daughter, while David and RC discussed the information she had just gleaned. Although government affairs have been relieved, matters related to various forces around Cold Wintertown, and even matters that determine the next military operations in Cold Wintertown, still have to be decided by David, the Lord, personally. Are the surrounding villages fiercely fighting? Yeah. And I noticed that the people in Frostcold Town don't seem to be very honest, and they have conducted several tests on us. RC is a mechanical life form. She has data, images, and other information for reference to make decisions. Make the right judgment. The people in Frostbite Town quietly moved the warning signs and the wooden discs symbolizing the sentry, which could not be hidden from RC. After using cannons and missiles to smash all the farmland secretly reclaimed by Frostbite Town, RC notified the soldiers of the Winter Knights and moved the sign back to its original position. In order to express their dissatisfaction, the soldiers of the Winter Knights moved the position of the prompt card further towards Frostbite Town. Although we didn't move a few meters, this behavior was a clear reminder to Mayor Sheehan Forrester that if we do this again, it won't be as simple as moving a few meters next time. I hope he will provoke him again. David wished that Sean Forrester would suddenly come to trouble in Wintertown. In that case, he can take advantage of the opportunity to occupy Schwanghan Town. I wonder if the captured territory will be subject to various effects. He was really curious. In addition to this incident, I saw more people starting to flee the villages where they originally lived. Refugees are beginning to appear on the northern plains. These scattered refugees should be looking for a better place to live. Currently they mainly move back and forth between several villages. But if they cannot find a suitable new home for a long time, do not rule out the possibility of gathering together to form a gang of robbers. Based on David's understanding of the northern plains, if these refugees do not decide where to stay before late autumn, but get together and want to become bandits, then no one will be able to survive the long winter, and the only things waiting for them are death from starvation and freezing. One of two endings. Will they come to Wintertown? When these people realize that only Wintertown in the entire northern plains can allow them to survive this winter, nature will come. Nowadays, those who wander around but do not come to Cold Wintertown are mainly the locals of Tayashubo. These people were worried that Wintertown, which had offended the aristocratic forces of Iron Tree Castle, would not exist for long. If they went to join such a village, they would probably end up with nothing. On the contrary, people who came to the northern plains from other places did not have these concerns. It's a pity that these people missed the last round of benefits. Not only will they not be able to get a house when they come to Wintertown, but the upcoming taxes and various living costs will also become a trouble for these people. This is good, as it can force some people to engage in other jobs. In order to obtain living resources, new residents without capital can only work for the old residents. In this way, the shops and restaurants in Wintertown will have staff and can operate normally. Say H. Low to Weatherby Swan later and let him prepare to receive new civilians. This is just the beginning. David estimates that with the coming of winter, the growth rate of Wintertown residents will continue to increase. Even if winter comes, it is not ruled out that someone will take the risk and come to Wintertown. After all, I can't survive now, so I won't worry about whether I will have nothing in a few years. After several years of busy work, I finally have something to show for it. Watching RC go to find Weatherby Swan, David continued to greet the father and daughter Tindarius and Helen. Tindarius said that he had almost visited and was ready to go back. As for Helen Tindarius, she didn't say anything, but her expression of "I'll leave my daughter to you" was still very obvious. Afterwards, Helen took her father back to Sparta, packed her luggage and other things, and then came to Wintertown to settle down. She has identified David and will never give up, especially after receiving strong support from her father. Helen decided to move into Castle Glamorgan today. When Helen returned to Wintertown with two maids responsible for taking care of her, as well as a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, clothes and shoes, and made it clear that she wanted to live in Glamorgan Castle. She realized that there was already someone here in Wintertown. The hostess is gone. My name is Lara Croft. Welcome to Wintertown. Laura, who got up after getting ready for dinner at dusk, happened to see Helen, who was choosing a room, when she walked out of the bedroom door. She was quite curious about this famous and beautiful woman in Greek legend. As for the other party's idea of becoming the hostess of Wintertown, Laura didn't take it seriously at all. Everyone in Wintertown didn't know it, but Laura was the only one who had been closely with David for a long time. Not only did the two of them know the truth, but they also knew it thoroughly. She knew very well that David was a non-marriage person. To put it more seriously, David doesn't think he needs some kind of proof from the world if he is with anyone. To put it bluntly, he wants to maintain this state of being with whomever he wants. Laura had previously gone to the Caribbean world to find Poseidon's trident. In addition to satisfying her desire for adventure, she was actually complaining about David. In other words, no one can become this guy's wife. At most, you can become a close couple with him. Previously, David would still worry about his own feelings. But today, Laura herself has lifted that restriction. David, who has completely let himself go, will certainly not let go of the delicious food delivered to his door. This was also the fundamental reason why Helen expressed her desire to live in Glamorgan Castle. And David directly agreed. While Laura and Helen were communicating in a relatively primitive way, David was thinking about another thing. As more and more people from other worlds come to Wintertown, more and more language kind. Although I have the special ability of knowing languages, I can't just act as a translator every time and create a textbook for learning the common language of Brenia. Right. That's too much trouble. Of course, the advantage of this situation is that David will definitely be the one who has the most and most frequent contact with the newcomer, which will help him and the newcomer improve their goodwill, gain recognition from the other party, and receive rewards. But David thought about it carefully and felt that as the Lord of Wintertown, no matter who came from another world, he had to give priority to contact with him. As long as a person with a normal mind encounters this kind of thing, he will definitely first determine the ruler of this place. What is the attitude of the ruler of this place towards a visitor from another world like himself? Are you welcoming or hostile to yourself? Based on this, you can decide whether you want to live there for a long time or have frequent visits. As for those with abnormal brains, they will not be considered. Thinking of this, David found Laura, who was introducing various daily utensils in the room to Helen, and said to Laura, who was teaching Helen how to use tap water, "You take Helen to the restaurant for dinner, and I will go out." Going out at this time? If you think of something, go find Jaina. Magical stuff? Probably going to Pierre too. I know. Just leave Helen to me. After saying that, she winked at David and said, "Don't worry. She won't let her run away." I debated whether to go back tomorrow, but thought carefully that Laura wouldn't do anything strange. So I went downstairs and released the Mustang sports car. Get in the driver's seat and drive out of the fortress from the north gate. Step on the accelerator and arrive at Jaina's new home in Wintertown, a small building not far from the pharmacist Cordell's residence and the medicine field. There are plaques hanging at the door of the small building: Dalaran Diplomatic Embassy in Wintertown, Kultira's Diplomatic Embassy in Wintertown, Wintertown Mage Association. Wintertown Mage Association? David was stunned for a few seconds before knocking on the door. The person who opened the door was a strange young woman. "Hello. Nice to meet you. Lord Baron Glamorgan. Are you here to see Miss Proudmoore?" "Yes." David quickly realized that the woman in front of him should be Gianna's maid. At the beginning, the living conditions in Cold Wintertown were limited, and these diplomats came to live in Cold Wintertown alone. Now that various construction works in Wintertown are coming to an end, these diplomats also have large enough residences. So naturally they will not embarrass themselves. After all, Jaina Proudmoore, Renaud Mograine and Sally Whitemane all have extraordinary origins. In addition, the job of being stationed in another country as a diplomat will naturally bring servants and guards. Eva had mentioned this to herself before, but he just answered casually without asking any more questions. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't as attractive to him as Eva's ankles. Under the guidance of the maid, David came to the living room, sat down and waited quietly for Gianna's arrival. He didn't wait long. Before the maid brought him the juice, Jaina had already appeared in front of him. "Lord Baron Glamorgan came to me at this time. There must be something important." "Right. I can't say whether it's important or not, but it will be much more convenient if it can be solved early." After David and Gianna exchanged a few greetings, they went straight to the point and stated their reasons for coming. After listening to David's words, Jaina understood why he suddenly came to her. Are you sure whether I understand some kind of spell that can instill language knowledge into other people? It would be best to make it into a prop that even ordinary people can use. Jaina pondered for a while and gave her own answer. I know a lot of similar spells, but I don't know which one can achieve the effect you want. As for making it into some kind of prop, you should ask Pierre for this. Newton for help. In addition, Jaina said that she is not very experienced in this area, and if she were asked to test everything, it would be very time-consuming. Compared to me, I think another mage can help you solve this problem easily. Who? Mediv. Chapter 189 Refugees and Reinforcements. As an astral mage, Mediv often travels to other worlds. Quickly understanding unknown new languages is a spell that an astral mage must master. In addition, Mediv dressed up as a prophet some time ago and went around to entrust dreams to the heroes he chose, which shows that this powerful guardian also has a deep enough understanding of how to send his own ideas into other people's brains. As a powerful mage herself, Jaina has a clearer understanding of the difficulty of this kind of thing, so she can be sure that Mediv can definitely solve David's problem. That's indeed a good suggestion. Now here's the question. David took a sip of juice and then looked at Jaina in front of him. Can you contact Mediv? No. Jaina shook her head and waved her hands. The last time I was in Silvermoon City was the last time I saw Mediv. After that, no one knows where he went. He may not be in Azeroth anymore. David had long expected this outcome, so this matter can still only be solved by you. No. I mean, if anyone can find Mediv, I think it will only be you. Jaina has been observing David. There are many things she can't see about the Lord of Wintertown. Clear. Only vaguely. I felt that David seemed to have some strange connection with Azeroth. So she thought that David, with his strange connection to Azeroth, might be the only one who could find Mediv if he wanted to. David thought for a while, and it seemed that there was indeed a way to find Mediv. But every time he went there, it would disturb other people's sleep. If it happened too many times, would it put me directly on the blacklist of prohibited visitors? After coming out of Jaina's residence, David emphasized before leaving, if Mediv cannot be found, he will have to ask Jaina for help. Jaina didn't refuse. Maybe she was sure that David would be able to find Mediv. Getting in his car, David prepared to return to Fort Glamorgan to see if Helen was settled properly. Did Laura get up to something? As a result, he stepped on the accelerator, and before the car even picked up speed, he saw Leon running around the town. Leon! Good evening. David! What are you doing? David noticed that Leon was still dressed in a jacket, but he had a lot of equipment hanging on his belt. Mainly magazines. These were extended capacity magazines made by Pierre Newton, each capable of holding 100 rounds. Because it is a piece of equipment with spatial attributes, it cannot be included in storage props that are currently mass-produced goods. I've received a mission. So, Leon didn't hide anything and directly showed the magazine hanging on his waist. At the same time, he also showed off the two-handed sword put in the storage bracelet. Come and get some weapons and ammunition. Oh, David guessed. What kind of job is it? The president's daughter Ashley Graham is missing. The Secret Service received intelligence, and it is said that someone has seen her near a remote village in Spain. When I arrived, I found that the situation was a bit complicated. I briefly introduced the situation. Leon asked David if he had seen Clausa. Jack has been training a lot during this period. I don't know if he still has the strength to help you. In fact, you can also find someone else. Yeah. Good idea. I'll ask RC. Seeing Leon excitedly running to find RC, unlike Ratchet, who lived in David's garage, RC had her own place to live. David complained in his heart that Leon was really blind. He didn't know that Leon had never thought that Baron Glamorgan, the Lord of Wintertown, would be interested in going to a remote village to find someone for him. He felt that David, as the ruler, must be very busy, so he didn't ask. David helped. As for looking for RC, of course they were interested in the fact that RC could hide her identity like an ordinary human being, could turn into a vehicle when necessary, and had enough ferocious firepower. Watching Leon walk away, David did not chase after him and say that he could help. Instead, he drove back to his residence and went to find Laura and Helen. When he found the two people in the restaurant, Helen was like a curious baby, watching Laura introduce all kinds of novel things to her. The gap of more than 3,000 years meant that Helen did not understand many things in Castle Glamorgan, and she was unable to communicate directly using language. So Laura spent more time teaching Helen how to use various things in Castle Glamorgan facility, from turning on and off lights, to running water, to bathtubs, shower heads, etc. There are a lot of things that need to be introduced. When David came back, Laura was introducing the refrigerator and microwave to Helen. David seemed to be able to see mosquito coil-like circles in Helen's eyes. Okay. You said so much. She can't understand everything. Especially when you can't describe it in words. It will be even more difficult to understand. I have nothing to do anyway. Should I go to bed after dinner? You can teach her Brain Common. I was just teaching her to learn Brain Common. Laura gestured to Helen next to her. And Helen indeed said to David in Brainian Common language, Welcome home. Oh, you studied very well. Helen in mythology is the daughter of Zeus. In terms of blood, Helen is also a demigod. Therefore, even after so many years of the Trojan War, Helen is still as beautiful as a flower. The Helen in front of her should not have demigod blood. But she is very smart and learns things quickly. She has basically memorized everything Laura taught her. At least she will not be stumped by some of the modern facilities in Fort Glamorgan now. After asking a few questions and discovering that Helen already knew how to use various facilities correctly, David knew that he didn't have to worry about his daily life. He casually chatted with the two of them while enjoying his dinner. By the way, he mentioned his purpose of going to find Jaina. Oh, it's because of the language problem. Hearing that David was looking for Gianna to solve the language problem, Laura expressed support. No one is sure which worlds people will come over in the future. If there is such a device that allows newcomers to immediately master the common language of Brenia, it will not only make communication easier, but also allow newcomers to better integrate here. Being in an environment where you are completely unfamiliar and surrounded by people speaking a language you don't understand can easily lead to alienation. After dinner, David asked Laura to take Helen to rest. As for Helen's maid, Elias took her to a room specially prepared for servants to rest. He himself came to the office. Okay, let's cancel the stealth. TSK. That's not fun. As a crisp voice sounded, Vanessa Van Cleef appeared in the office out of thin air. When did the Lord discover me? I noticed it as soon as you came in. Laura also noticed it, but didn't reveal it. David sat behind the desk and looked at Vanessa, who was full of youthful aura. Suddenly ran back to me. Is there an emergency? Vanessa Van Cleef received an order not long ago to go to surrounding villages and towns to spread information and inquire about the surrounding situation. This is the first time Vanessa has gone out on a mission alone after her father recognized her abilities. So it is not a dangerous or difficult mission. The rumors spread are also based on real things that are often done here in Wintertown. Even if she doesn't go spread, sooner or later it can also spread in surrounding villages and towns. Basically, she just needs to go around for a while and then come back. Report information? You can report to Edwin Van Cleef or Eva. This kind of silent sneaking into Glamorgan Castle to find yourself, as the Lord should be done, because you have very important information. David didn't think that Vanessa Van Cleef's behavior was purely for fun. She was taught by Edwin Van Cleef, and Edwin was trained by MI7. In other words, Vanessa has received relevant training as a real agent and intelligence officer since she was a child. In addition, she comes from a world in the feudal dynasty era and has a very clear understanding of superiors and subordinates. Such a joke. Sneaking into the Lord's residence. If there is no important circumstances, this act alone is enough to be sentenced to a felony. Sure enough, Vanessa put away her smile and reported several pieces of information to David. First of all, the refugees currently appearing on the northern plains were actually deliberately created by the nobles of Iron Tree Castle. The nobles behind the villages and towns around Wintertown are preparing to launch an attack on Wintertown in the name of a group of refugees and bandits. David was stunned for a moment. He had previously learned from RC that when refugees began to appear on the northern plains, he thought it was normal. Unexpectedly, there is a dark hand behind the refugees? After lowering his head and thinking for a moment, he understood the thoughts of these nobles, using the name of the homeless bandits. They would not arouse the dissatisfaction of His Majesty the King. Wintertown is indeed the territory of His Majesty the King. We nobles cannot take action directly. But the refugees and bandits are all lawless people, and they don't care about the situation of the King's territory. Even if Wintertown is really captured by bandits or plunders various supplies, Baron David Glamorgan, as the Lord, will still be charged with dereliction of duty. As for failure, for the nobles, failure will have no impact on them. They can also clean up a group of disobedient civilians and ease the winter pressure on each village. With fewer people, less materials will naturally be consumed. No matter how you look at it, this is a surefire plan. It's a good idea. After figuring out the key, David was not worried, but looked forward to the robbers coming to the door soon. In his eyes, these refugees are population resources that come to his doorstep and an excuse for the legal expansion of Wintertown. Anything else? Snowfield Castle requested support from Marquis Morgan, Lord of Iron Tree Fort. Some time ago, an elite force is already on its way to Snowfield Castle. Oh! Chapter 190 Before the Storm. Reinforcements? Snowfield Castle calls for reinforcements? Who are the reinforcements invited to deal with? Wintertown? Looking at Vanessa in front of him, David waited for the follow-up report. What if Vanessa only found out that Iron Tree Fort sent reinforcements, but didn't find out why Snowfield Fort requested support? Who is this reinforcement going to deal with? That proves that Vanessa is not a qualified intelligence officer, and she has no talent in this area. In that case, Vanessa's future work may shift to assassination or something like that. Facts have proved that Vanessa Van Cleef is not a rookie without any intelligence sensitivity. When she learned that an army was rushing from Iron Tree Fort to Snowfield Fort, she began to investigate the situation of this supporting army. According to the information I heard, the eastern part of the northern plains is not very peaceful at the moment. It is said that many newly established villages and towns have been attacked or even completely destroyed, which has threatened the safety of Snowfield Castle. The east? David immediately thought of the orcs, who established the village in the easternmost part of the northern plains. The orcs are attacking humans? Is Snowfield Castle requesting reinforcements to eliminate the orcs? Vanessa did not answer. This was an experience she learned from her father. The main job of frontline intelligence personnel is to report all kinds of intelligence they have heard, organize and analyze it, and how to respond. These are not their jobs. Don't express your opinions casually unless asked by your superiors. Vanessa respects her father very much and always keeps his teachings in mind. So after she reported all the intelligence information she had gathered, Vanessa didn't make any suggestions. She just stood there and waited for the Lord's inquiry. David sat on the chair and thought for a while, then asked some more questions. And after confirming all the information Vanessa had heard, he let Vanessa leave. Sitting sideways behind his desk, David looked out the window. Wintertown at night is no longer as dark as before with little light. As the construction work of Wintertown comes to an end, the power plant, currently using crystal mines to generate electricity, and the water plant are put into use. There are also more and more lights appearing at night. In addition to street lights as public facilities, more and more residents of Wintertown are beginning to enjoy the convenience brought by electric lights. After being in a daze for a while and gathering his thoughts, David walked out of the office and said to Elias, who was guarding the door, "Good night." "Good night, Lord." After returning to his bedroom, David hugged the fragrant human flesh pillow and fell asleep. The next day, David told several important people in Wintertown about the information Vanessa had gleaned, including Political Officer Weatherby Swan, Etiquette Officer Elias Parker, Clerk Eva McKenna, and Edwin Van Cleef, the leader of the Craftsman Group and also the Intelligence Officer, as well as the current military leaders of Wintertown, 2 personal knights, Garrett Stanton and Floyd, and firearms instructor Jack Krause. In addition, Renaud Maugrain, Sally Whitemane, Lydron and others were also present as consultants. These few people will come because they are all involved in the training of the Knights of Winter, and they will naturally pay more attention to the Knights of Winter, a military group they helped train. Mark, Laura, Peggy, Sharon, Will, Elizabeth and others also arrived, and they were all concerned about the situation in Wintertown. As for Helen, she directed her 2 maids to serve tea and water for everyone in the conference room. Not only did she quickly learn how to use those facilities, she also taught her maids. After more than a day of observation, Helen discovered an opportunity for her to perfectly integrate into Castle Glamorgan. David, as the ruler of this place, had a serious lack of servants around him. There were only a few people living in the huge Castle Glamorgan, and there was no servant at all. How does this work? She guessed that David just hadn't had time to buy servants yet, and maybe there would be enough servants to move in after a while. But since I'm here, I can just leave this problem to her. While Helen was thinking about how many servants she would need to go back to Sparta to buy enough, David had already finished telling the information Vanessa had obtained and began to discuss with everyone what they should do next. Bandit attacks are easy to deal with, as long as normal precautions are taken. Weatherby Swan felt that the terrain of the northern plains meant that there was no possibility of sneak attacks or ambushes. A large number of refugees would be easily discovered if they moved together. Van Cleef made a point. Be careful as these refugees disperse into Wintertown. Destroy it from within, and launch sneak attacks. Peggy and Sharon both felt that this was possible, especially since the rumor that Wintertown had a terrible pink flying dragon was spreading in the northern plains. Only people with mental problems would attack Wintertown head-on. Edwin is right. We are not afraid of frontal attacks. But we have to be wary of the opponent using this method. David looked at Van Cleef and wanted to know how many of the craftsmen in the opponent's hands had been trained by assassins or thieves. Training. How many people do you have on hand that you can use? Not too much. The Stonemasons Guild was just craftsmen. Even if it later became the Defias Brotherhood, the craftsmen also learned some combat skills. But the talents of these people were not high, and the number was limited, so most of them could only learn a little bit. What's more important is that the people who followed him to Wintertown were not all members of the Masons Union. I can barely make up more than 20 people. These more than 20 people have mastered the ability to sneak, and the rest are really not much different from ordinary craftsmen. They have only learned some skills in fighting and using weapons. Next, these 20 people will become the secret sentinels of Wintertown. David has already begun to consider forming a formal intelligence department, and plans to discuss this topic with Van Cleef alone later. The Knights of Winter will become the public face. The sentry posts have a certain deterrent effect. The two sentries, light and dark, have different functions. The soldiers of the Winter Knights are used to deter those who sneak in, so that they dare not cause trouble directly. The secret sentry is to uncover those with evil intentions. As for the real refugees, these real refugees who cannot survive in the northern plains are easier to deal with. After these people came to cold Wintertown and found that they could find jobs, housing, and even enough to eat every day, they would naturally transform from refugees into ordinary civilians. Therefore, the refugees who sneaked into Wintertown in batches were not a threat at all. Only those thoughtful people controlled by the nobles of Tayashubo would not care about the good life here in Wintertown and carry out sabotage actions. Everyone continued to discuss for a while, and after feeling that the topics of refugees and bandits were almost finished, they began to discuss the highlight of the day, the situation in the eastern part of the northern plains. Is Snowfield Castle preparing for military operations? What is the real purpose of the reinforcements sent by Iron Tree Fort? Will it pose a threat to Wintertown? Regardless of whether there is a threat to us, we must first find out the specific strength of this support army. Gareth Stanton, as the current commander of the Winter Knights, is most concerned about the enemy, or rather the actual combat power of potential enemies. I'll ask RC later. David suddenly remembered that RC had been called by Leon to help. Forget it. After the meeting, I will go there personally to see the situation of the support army. Everyone present, look at me and I look at you. Laura and others didn't think much of it, but Floyd and Gareth Stanton felt that the Lord's decision was a bit like a curse. Floyd immediately stood up and said, "How can you bother your Lord to do this kind of thing yourself?" He hammered his chest with his right hand and solemnly stated that he would come back soon with detailed information about the supporting army and present it to the Lord. Then leave it to you. David originally wanted to say that he could turn into a fighter plane like RC, fly over the reinforcements to check on them in a short time, and fly back again. You can also take a look at the situation in the east and see what's going on with the orcs in the eastern part of the northern plains now. The whole process is risk-free and doesn't take much time. But he could also understand Freud's thinking. If everything had to be solved by the Lord himself, wouldn't it make them look like they were all useless as subordinates? Whether it is based on a sense of honor or wanting to prove one's ability to the Lord so as to have a bright future, Floyd and the soldiers of the Winter Knights must bring back the intelligence perfectly. Not only do we need to find out the information about the support army, but we also need to go to the east to see and find out whether this support army is targeting the orcs in the east, or Wintertown. In order to ensure that the mission can be completed smoothly, Floyd is going to ask Jack Clausa for help, because Clausa is currently the only person in the Winter Knights who can skillfully fly a Black Hawk helicopter. Just when everyone had discussed the matter and started to disperse to deal with their own tasks, Steve suddenly came over. Is something wrong? David was about to discuss setting up an intelligence department with Van Cleef, but Steve, who had just arrived, said H, low to Peggy, and then came straight to him. It was obvious that he had something to ask for. You asked me to ask Tony Stark before if I could build an arc reactor in Wintertown. Oh. David slapped his forehead. In the past 2 days, first Gwen, then Helen, and then Vanessa brought back the information. He had forgotten about it. What happened to that Iron Man? Explain? Tony said the price and everything else are trivial. As if he had thought of something. Steve showed an expression that showed something good. He wants to come here to see it in person before deciding whether to take on this project. It sounded very much in line with the Iron Man's work style. But it was not an excessive request. David readily agreed. No problem. When is he going to come over? Now. Chapter 191. Tony is very interested in this place. Iron Man Tony Stark is not an easy person to get along with because he is arrogant, stinky, and has a vicious tongue. When many people first meet Tony, they have the urge to punch him to death. One of the key reasons why he can live to this age safely is that he is a super rich man. Even if ordinary people can't stand him, they can't get close to him. In addition, there is another reason. He is a super genius. When he encountered the biggest crisis in his life and was kidnapped and imprisoned in a cave, Tony Stark perfectly demonstrated his super wisdom, which exceeds 99% of the people on Earth, and used the weapon materials deceived from the enemy, created the first set of steel armor. After fighting his way out of the cage and regaining freedom with the strength of his steel armor, Tony Stark embarked on the path of a superhero and became an iconic figure in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, ushering in the era of superheroes. At this time, the sign was standing at the south gate of Winter Fortress. Looking at Fort Glamorgan in front of him was Steve. Why do I think this building looks so familiar? He looked around and asked. Isn't this Washington, D.C.? No. This is called Wintertown. And this building is called Fort Glamorgan. But some people also like to call it Wolf's Castle. Steve has been with Tony for a long time and understands this guy's character. And sometimes his venomous tongue and complains it's not that I have any ill intentions towards you. I'm just being mean. Besides, this building is not white either. Is this something suggested by a guy from Earth like us? Before Tony came over, he had already learned some general information from Steve. Located in another world, a town called Wintertown, people from all worlds will constantly appear in that place, including Steve, Peggy Carter from another parallel universe, and even Transformers. As a scientist, Tony was immediately attracted to this magical place. When he learned that the Lord of Wintertown named David wanted him to help build an arc reactor in his territory as the main energy source in the territory, he expressed that he wanted to go and see it in person. The other party responded quickly. Not long after, Steve magically disappeared in front of him. He reappeared in front of him and told him that the Lord named David had agreed to let him go to Wintertown. Tony was very satisfied with such a quick response, and he felt that he was respected. So, Tony Stark followed Steve to Wintertown, and then walked into the castle of Glamorgan, which he kept complaining about. Walking directly to the second floor, Tony didn't meet anyone during this period. He was a little surprised. Is there no guard in the Lord's residence? Or are they all hidden in the dark? Basically, all the buildings here in Wintertown have been recently built, including the Fort of Glamorgan. Steve explained to Tony why this should be the core area of defense, but could not be seen. What guard? In addition to the fact that many positions have not yet been determined, there is another important reason, which is that David does not need the protection of ordinary guards. Oh! Tony paused for 2 seconds, and he heard some reminders from Steve's words. Are you reminding me that this Lord is not easy to mess with? Tony became more and more curious about this Lord. He is very powerful? Does he possess some kind of mysterious power? The power I use called Holy Light was learned from David. Strictly speaking, Steve's mastery of Holy Light knowledge mainly comes from self-study. But Tyrion forged ring, and David did give him guidance. So this sentence is not nonsense. He said this because he hoped Tony could restrain himself and not anger David with his nonsense, which would make him very embarrassed. Just when Tony said that he would control himself well, the two people had already arrived outside David's office. David's office is a huge suite structure, with an open office outside. There are seats and coffee tables for guests to wait, as well as an office area for full-time secretaries. At present, the desk is mainly used by Eva. Sometimes when Eva is away from other work, Elias takes over the position. Eva was not here today. When Elias saw Steve coming, he directly signaled Steve to go in directly. The Lord was already waiting for the two of them. This is Elias Parker, the etiquette officer of Wintertown. After greeting Elias, Steve introduced the man's identity to Tony in a low voice, and then led Tony into David in the office. The office is very spacious and bright, and the large desk is the most conspicuous furnishing in the office. Tony's attention passed directly from the desk and stayed on the young man who stood up and walked out from behind the desk. Is this the Lord of Wintertown you mentioned? Ahem. Tony. Oh, I mean, I didn't expect the lord of such a beautiful city to be so young and so handsome. Tony turned to look at Steve, with an expression that obviously asked, "Is this okay?" The funny look made Steve roll his eyes speechlessly, and directly introduced the two of them to David to resolve the embarrassment. "This is Tony Stark. This is the Lord of Wintertown, Baron David Glamorgan." David, who had already walked up to Tony Stark, stretched out his hand to shake Tony's hand. "Welcome to Wintertown. I am David, the Lord here. Nice to meet you. Lord Baron Glamorgan? Just call me David." Tony looked at the young man in front of him curiously, and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard what the other person said. He was previously worried that the other party was a feudal old antique aristocrat, although his background ensured that he could perfectly display various etiquette when needed. It did not mean that he liked that tone. It can be judged from the other party's words that the other party should not be entangled in aristocratic etiquette, so communication will be much easier. Tony even came to the conclusion from a few words of the other party. In some ways, the other party had some similarities with himself. Overall, Tony's first impression of David was pretty good, so he didn't say anything venomous or complain about it. Even the words he wanted to complain about the house were forgotten in the corner. Seeing the two people communicating normally, Steve next to him also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two people probably wouldn't fight. After the three people stood together and chatted for a few words, they got to the main topic of the day, inviting Tony Stark to come to Wintertown to build the arc reactor. When it came to business, Tony acted much more serious. "I'm curious. It stands to reason that with the current scale of Wintertown, it's not to the point where a reactor is necessary to power it. Right. Wintertown is going to develop, and energy is an unavoidable topic. Instead of constantly upgrading from generation to generation, I think it is better to directly use the final product." David chose the arc reactor. The main reason is the reactor's energy supply method. It can be used forever and will not be easily eliminated. Moreover, the arc reactor is a very clean energy source. I don't want my Wintertown to turn into London during the Industrial Revolution. You're right. After Tony understood David's thoughts, he praised the Baron in front of him. "I think you made a very right choice." As for why David knows about London, the foggy city, 80% of them know it from people on Earth from other worlds. Right? Want to visit my city? Of course. Tony made his request by the way. If possible, it's best to take me to a higher place first, and then let me see the map of Wintertown and the surrounding areas. Then let's go to the roof first. After walking out of the office, Elias joined the small team and followed David quietly. Tony just glanced at it and immediately understood why the etiquette officer had followed him. He didn't say anything. Even if he had something to ask, he wouldn't ask Steve in front of David and Elias. He was neither stupid nor without emotional intelligence. When usually being mean-mouthed, it's either with someone who has a good enough relationship with him, or he's determined in his heart that it doesn't matter if the person offends him. A partner like David who has just met, and the two parties have not yet determined whether they are friends or enemies, will not offend the other party casually. Walking all the way to the top, standing on the roof and looking around, the situation in Wintertown was clearly seen by several people. Tony walked around the roof, and after getting a basic understanding of the layout of Wintertown, he asked David, "Where are you going to build the reactor?" "There is a power plant in the forest to the north." David pointed in the direction of the forest. The water plant and power plant were both there, but they were obscured by dense trees. Only buildings could be vaguely seen there. Tony nodded and was silent for a few seconds, seeming to be thinking about something. Just when David wondered if Tony thought this position was not good, when he wanted to change places, Tony suddenly asked a question. "If I want to buy a property here, are there any restrictions?" "Oh? What kind of property do you want to buy?" "You know, I am a scientist, and I am very curious about a completely unfamiliar world." Tony has a straightforward style. After discovering something he is interested in, he will not go around like ordinary businessmen, but expressed it directly and clearly. "If the Lord has no objection, I would like to build a laboratory in Wintertown." David thought that Tony would be interested in some of the things he had mastered, which would also be his bargaining chip in exchange for the reactor. But he didn't expect that Tony was interested in much more than he expected. So much so that he even had the idea of building a residence in Wintertown. "If you agree, I will build an arc reactor for Wintertown for free. It is definitely the latest model manufactured using new technology." After hearing the bargaining chip Tony gave, David wanted to ask Tony if he wanted to build a weapons production line or something in Wintertown in addition to a laboratory. Chapter 192 I think. Therefore I am. If Tony is willing to set up a weapons production line in Wintertown, David won't even have to worry about Wintertown's future army equipment. However, he knew that Tony would not be able to build a weapons factory in a strange world from the beginning. This could be known from the fact that he only planned to build a laboratory. As for the future, that depends on how Tony's relationship with Wintertown and David will develop. Walking down from the roof of Glamorgan Castle, Tony was ready to take a closer look at this beautiful town. When standing on the roof, he can clearly and directly understand the surrounding environment. There are mountains, water, and woods. The air is fresh, and the temperature is moderate. It is really a good resort. In addition to the laboratory, Tony is also considering building a vacation home of his own. The only drawback is that he cannot freely travel between the two worlds and must let Steve help lead the way. What I want to say is there no way for me to travel back and forth freely like Steve? Because they had reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with David. The two were now considered partners, and Tony spoke a little more casually. It can't be done yet. David didn't dwell too much on this matter. Maybe it can be done in the future? Oh, are there any triggering conditions? Maybe it has something to do with how developed my town is. David didn't hide it. Friends in the town were more or less aware of this kind of thing, so there was no point in hiding it. As for Tony, who was here for the first time, looking at David in front of him, he was not sure whether he was serious or joking. For a moment, I didn't know how to reply to this sentence. What to say? Said that he would do his best to help David develop Wintertown? It seems that their relationship is not that good yet. Wish David's Wintertown success in its future development. He said it as if it had nothing to do with him. It was a bit inappropriate at this time when he had just reached a cooperation agreement and was preparing to set up a laboratory. So Tony could only give an awkward smile in return, shook hands with David, and patted the hand they were holding with his other hand. It's up to you how the other party understands you. You can take it as a blessing or an encouragement. You can even understand it as cheering for the two of you. Anyway, look forward to the future. After leading Tony and Steve down from the roof, several people walked straight towards the north after walking out of Fort Glamorgan. Tony is not planning to visit the farmland and residential areas over there today, and even if he wants to build his own holiday estate, he will not choose a residential area where most people live together, but will choose a place he likes alone. The place? When he was on the roof of Fort Glamorgan, he felt that the north side was good. It was much more open than the south side. In addition, the arc reactor would be built here, and his laboratory would definitely be built here. He began to think about it. Do you want to build a manor in the forest? What animals are those? While walking north along the wide road, Tony noticed that there were many strange and cute creatures moving in the large open space to the west. These small animals looked familiar. That's Eevee. David glanced and saw two Eevee playing around, while further away there were several Squirtlets basking in the sun by the river. The one in the distance is Squirtle. Sounds familiar. This is a magical creature called a Pokemon that has some special abilities. Oh! Tony suddenly remembered why this thing looked familiar. There seemed to be Pokemon in his world. Looking at Steve uncertainly, Steve nodded at him. The first Squirtle came to Wintertown, and these Pokemon were all found by that Squirtle. After Tony confirmed his guess, he felt that this place became even more magical. Walking all the way into the forest, the road to the north of Wintertown has been built into the forest. If you continue deeper, one of the wide roads will lead to the water plant and power plant, and the other will lead to the mine. The simple railways built by the miners to transport ore have been dismantled, and those rails were not wasted. They were all remelted into steel beams by mixers, and became part of the infrastructure of Wintertown. What a peaceful and beautiful place! Looking at the surrounding scenery, Tony wanted to build a holiday house here. At the same time, he also eagerly hoped to build the arc reactor as soon as possible so that Wintertown could use enough clean energy. He is really worried that excessive use of fossil energy will destroy the beautiful natural scenery here. Currently, what energy does Wintertown use to generate electricity? Firepower? Hydropower? Solar power? If it uses coal or something like that to generate electricity, I suggest you make some improvements to the power plant first. I will first send some small reactors to ensure that Wintertown's basic needs. Are you afraid that thermal power plants will damage the environment? Yeah. How beautiful is it here? Don't worry. We are currently using a special energy called crystal ore. It is clean and pollution-free, but the output is too low. That's why I asked Steve to find you to build a reactor for Wintertown. There is nothing like crystal ore. He wanted to hide it, and he believed that Tony had already seen the crystal ore. Steve's redemption hammer was made of crystal, or as the main material. Crystal mineral? You mean the material used in the hammer Steve used? Is this a source of energy? Tony then realized that the purple crystal weapon Steve often held in his hand was actually the material he had always used. He had never understood the new energy source. He always thought that the energy contained in the hammer came from the holy light instilled by Steve. Why didn't you tell me this? You didn't ask. Tony, who almost had a heart attack at Steve's words, secretly recorded this vengeance. But this also reminded him that Steve seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. He must dig out all this guy's secrets when he goes back. Continuing to walk forward, we soon saw the water plant and power plant. The two factories do not occupy a particularly large area, but considering the size of Wintertown, they are already very large factories. Tony Stark did not go in to visit, but just took a general look at the situation, and he had a rough judgment on the situation of the factory in his heart. At this time, he thought of another question. How are the wastewater and garbage in Wintertown treated? There is a special garbage and wastewater treatment plant located in the northeast of the town. David looked around. If you were standing here, it would be slightly south of us to the east. Why is the wastewater treatment plant over there? In order to facilitate the discharge of sewage, the plant will be built next to the river. What is the layout of Wintertown? Put it inland far away from the river? It is special equipment made using alchemy to process all kinds of wastewater and garbage. According to David's idea, it would be perfect if alchemy could be used to directly decompose all kinds of non-recyclable and non-degradable garbage into atoms. If not, it would be perfect if it could be transformed into harmless objects such as soil and stones. As for sewage, in a world with mysterious powers, it is not difficult to deal with it, and sewage can even be directly cleaned and purified into clean water. After hearing the mysterious power was used to process garbage to ensure that it would not pollute the environment, Tony suddenly felt that if these garbage and sewage treatment technologies could be realized through technology and brought back to the earth, his Stark Industries would be able to open up new areas. Business, clean energy, garbage, and sewage treatment were all the most sought-after environmental projects of his time, and they were indeed problems that many countries on the planet desperately wanted to solve. As long as the Stark Group comes up with relevant technology, even if it is just an immature technology prototype, it can stimulate the stock market and make the stock price rise. Just when Tony began to think that maybe he should continue to deepen his cooperation with Wintertown, a beautiful young woman walked in front of him. Beautiful young women are not unusual, but this woman is accompanied by two very large silver wolves, which is very concerning. A closer look revealed that the two giant wolves were followed by several cubs. Why did you suddenly come to the forest? Laura greeted David from a distance. When she got closer, she also spotted Tony, a stranger. Is this the new guy here? This is Tony Stark, invited by David to help build the reactor in Wintertown. Oh, welcome to Wintertown. Of course, Laura recognized Tony Stark. She asked this because she wanted to determine whether this Tony was brought by Steve, or from another universe than Steve's. I'm Lara Croft. Just call me Lara Croft. Nice to meet you, Laura. Tony looked at Steve next to him, his eyes full of questions. Steve nodded at Tony, confirming that this was the Laura he guessed, and then quietly admired the strange expression on Tony's face. Seeing David and Laura chatting there, Tony immediately asked Steve in a low voice, Are there any other people I'm familiar with in this magical place? I don't know, because I'm not sure who you are familiar with. Although Tony didn't get a clear answer, he also learned one thing from Steve. The so-called visitors from other worlds here in Wintertown are probably all acquaintances. He also thought of another thing. He might also be an acquaintance in the eyes of others. Seeing Tony's strange expression, Steve immediately reminded him, Don't worry about this kind of thing. When you doubt it, you exist. I think. Therefore I am. Descartes? Tony was very knowledgeable. He just wondered that Steve would use Descartes' theory to enlighten him. If I remember correctly, you majored in art. I've been learning new things during this time. Is it because of this place? It's because of other reasons. When Steve said this, his face was full of bitterness, and he felt like he had fallen into a huge pit. Although he hasn't taken over that position yet, he has already started looking for a successor. The one in front of me is a good choice. Chapter 193 Reactor and Learning Machine. Tony didn't know that he was already on Captain America Steve's successor list, and David didn't know that Steve, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was thinking about retiring before he officially took up the job. He was talking to Laura about pets. Where do you usually keep these two giant wolves? He knew that Laura had caught 2 giant northern wolves, but he had never seen them in Wintertown. In the winter forest? It won't hurt the miners. Right. No. They will never disobey my orders after being subdued by me. Laura raised her hand and touched the head of one of the giant wolves. This big guy looked very powerful. The huge and strong body allowed the giant wolf to use them as mounts. I usually let them move in areas far away from Wintertown. Then how do you find them when you need them? I have established a special connection with these giant wolves. As long as I call, they can sense my call even if they are far away. Haven't you learned the knowledge of hunters? I didn't pay too much attention to this aspect. David's pet was a robot dog snatched from Soundwave and resurrected by him using the power of the holy light. Normally, the robot dog transforms into a bracelet and wears it on his wrist. He does not need to take care of it like Laura, and it has to be summoned when needed. When the robot dog is worn on his wrist, it can replenish sufficient energy from David. So the robot dog usually has no idea of moving around. It eats and sleeps every day, and lives a very comfortable life. After chatting for a few more words, Laura automatically joined the small group visiting Wintertown. And Tony also learned about Laura Crawford, the world-renowned archaeologist who was able to quickly construct the Wintertown in the early days. An important investor in the development. The relationship between Laura and the Baron of Glamorgan was very close. Oh, nodding his head clearly, Tony suddenly became curious. In addition to Steve and Laura, as well as the Transformers, Peggy Carter, and some Pokemon he saw not long ago in Wintertown. Who else? Tyrion Fordring, a powerful paladin from the world of Azeroth. Steve mentioned everyone he knew. Sharon Rogers, my daughter from another world. Wait a minute. Tony suddenly interrupted Steve's introduction. Do you have a daughter in this world? It's my other daughter in the parallel universe. Not my daughter. I must meet this person. Steve sighed helplessly and continued to introduce other people to Tony. Mark Watney, an astronaut who was stranded on Mars due to an accident. Mars? The Mars I know? It's that Mars. Steve stopped talking. If Tony mentioned a name, he would interrupt him. He didn't know when he would finish. Tony looked at Steve's expression and knew that he had too many questions. If he wanted to ask anything, he could wait until he had finished speaking. So he made a please continue gesture and closed his mouth. Although he knew that Tony would definitely not last until the end. Steve continued to introduce Will Turner, Leonard Hofstede, Eva McKenna, Leon Kennedy, and many more. He only mentioned the names of Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy in passing, because he didn't have much contact with these 2 young people. In addition, there are people who came to Wintertown through these people. There are quite a lot of these people. Steve hasn't recognized them all yet, so he only mentioned them briefly without going into details. It sounds like there aren't many people like you. Although the population of Wintertown is not particularly large, it is not small either. Tony thought that most of the people here came from other worlds like Steve, but he didn't expect that most of them were like himself and came to this place through one of them as a bridge. By the time he returned to Fort Glamorgan, Tony already had a relatively detailed understanding of Wintertown. He was not going to stay any longer. He wanted to go back and sort out all the information and work out a complete construction plan. By the way, if you can, it's best to take advantage of this period to stock up on some of the more unique minerals or other things in your world. Before Tony left, he made a request to David. Of course, I won't take these things for free. The specific price can be discussed separately by the 2 of them. Even if the currency on Earth cannot be used in this world, Tony is confident that David will definitely have demand for the products he creates. It will then depend on what David wants. After deciding on the design plan for the laboratory and reactor, you can leave it to Steve and the diggers to transport the various construction materials. Now, bringing things from other worlds to Wintertown is no longer the same as it was originally. It was so troublesome. And when Tony wants to concentrate on something, his efficiency is amazing. In just a few days, Tony completed the design of the laboratory and new reactor. He even gave a complete construction plan and packaged the data completely, ready to be handed over to David later. And David's diggers would be responsible for the specific construction. When he visited Wintertown, he knew that the diggers had strong construction efficiency, and he had no reason not to take advantage of this. The next step is to purchase various materials and prepare a suitable place for Steve to bring the digger, who will then transport the various raw materials to Wintertown. This job is a bit tedious, but not difficult. At the same time, he handed over his construction plan and drawings to the leader of the diggers, Shovel, and even handed over the detailed manufacturing process of the arc reactor. It's not that Tony is very generous, but after he understands the abilities of the diggers, he knows that as long as he agrees to build the arc reactor in Wintertown, the specific design of this reactor will not matter to the diggers. No more secrets. These Cybertronians can easily record all the data details of the arc reactor, and they can build a lot of arc reactors at any time in the future if they want. Tony is now even more curious. Can these transformers transform into a reactor within their own bodies to solve their own energy problems? The answer I got from the shovel is that it can't be done. It seems to be because the technical complexity of the arc reactor, level of black technology, is relatively high. Not any Cybertronian can perfectly build this energy source in the body of. Maybe our leader David can do it. David? He's not human. The leader has a special ability and can freely switch between carbon-based life and silicon-based life. So magical? After receiving unexpected information, Tony was curious about how he could switch between carbon-based life and silicon-based life at will. Is it through some mysterious force? Or is this Cybertron's black technology? The shovel said he didn't know. Please ask the leader. As a result, when Tony Baba ran to Wintertown and wanted to ask David how to transform into a silicon-based life form, he learned that David was not in Wintertown. Not there? Then where did he go? Recently, Tony has been traveling frequently in both directions. He has already met Eva McKenna, the clerk of Wintertown. At the same time, he is even more certain Baron David Glamorgan is absolutely the same as him. It's the same kind of person. Azeroth. What is he doing there? Tony thought about the fact that the current main residents of Wintertown are from Azeroth. Is he recruiting people? It seems that I want to ask a mage to help solve the language problem in Wintertown. There are some things that do not need to be concealed when facing people from other worlds like Tony. So Eva directly took David to Azeroth. He told Tony his purpose. Language? Oh, I see. A smart person like Tony can think of a lot of things with just a few hints. He immediately understood what David was thinking, and also thought of another thing. So, there is no need for me to waste a few days in a hurry to study Brinian lingua franca? Eva smiled and didn't answer. And Tony didn't dwell too much on the matter of wasting a few days. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the construction of the arc reactor and laboratory. Although the diggers could complete these tasks, he felt uneasy if he didn't keep an eye on it himself. At this time, David, who took advantage of Fording's return to Wintertown, made another trip to Azeroth and found Mediv, the former Guardian, through his own unique news channel. You want me to help you make a prop that can help people quickly learn a new language? Yes. Mediv looked strange. He didn't expect that David would find him through Azeroth just for such a trivial matter. However, he quickly made the props David wanted and provided detailed production drawings, so that David can continue to make the same props when he goes back. Wear it on your forehead while sleeping. And even ordinary people can learn this Brinian lingua franca within a few days. Mediv first mastered this new language through David, and then instilled this knowledge of the language into the magic prop in his hand. It looked like a silver headdress with a gemstone in the center. Don't worry. This prop does not use any special materials that are difficult to collect. It uses very common magic materials. After Mediv finished speaking, he stared at David, obviously asking, "Is there anything else important?" "What happened?" "No. Thank you very much for your help." David looked at the props and drawings in his hands with delight. No matter what world comes to Wintertown, they can quickly learn the common language of Brinia. In addition, David sent an invitation to Mediv based on the idea that since he was here anyway, he would like to invite by the way, just in case it happens, and asked, "Would you like to come to Wintertown to stay for a while?" "Okay." Chapter 194 Lawbreakers and Missionaries. David just asked casually, but to his surprise, Mediv agreed simply and neatly. Azeroth no longer needs me to protect it, and I don't know what to do next. I just want to go and see your world. As an astral mage, Mediv used to like to wander around in other worlds when he had nothing to do. He used to have the responsibility of a guardian, so he had to return to Azeroth often to make sure that the world he wanted to protect was not in trouble. What is the problem? Now he is no longer a guardian, and does not need to continue to shoulder any great mission. He can do what he wants and likes to do. Follow David back to Wintertown. As soon as he arrived here, Mediv noticed the situation here. "Oh, arcane energy has been restricted?" All the mages in Azeroth are arcane mages, and arcane energy is the foundation for these mages to cast spells. Even the famous Guardian Medivh's spellcasting is based on arcane magic. However, as a well-informed astral mage, Medivh is not worried that this environment will affect him. He has enough means and methods to solve these problems.
Did it affect you? It does have an impact, but it's not big.
Medivh closed his eyes and felt it carefully for a while, and quickly made a judgment.
On the contrary, it is another thing that makes me care a lot. What's the matter? I don't understand how you came here from Azeroth at all.
Medivh had been carefully observing and feeling the entire process of David's journey back and forth between the two worlds. As a result, he couldn't figure out how he came back after spending a long time.
At the same time, here I feel completely unaware of where Azeroth is.
Without being able to feel the specific location, he naturally could not use his own power to use teleportation magic to return to Azeroth. Medivh suddenly realized that if he wanted to go back, he had to rely on the special existence of David. However, Medivh soon learned that even David could not travel to the world of Azeroth at will, and he needed Fording's help.
Tyrion Forge Ring? Can he take you there?
Medivh touched the beard on his chin, intuitively thinking that there might be some special coordinates on Fording's body. After thinking for a moment, Medivh learned that Jaina was now living in Wintertown. Medivh decided to talk to the young mage first, presumably to get more information from her. As both a mage, Medivh believed that Jaina must have a lot of information and should be able to help him solve some of his doubts. First, arrange a place for Medivh. He did not choose to live in a vacant residence or build a new house in an open area. Instead, he decided to live in the winter hotel run by Jonah. After settling on a place to live, Medivh asked for the direction of Jaina's current residence, then strolled along the road to find Jaina, and also visited David's Wintertown. After David chatted with Jonah for a while, he was about to go to Tony to see how his reactor was doing, but he saw Sylvanas leading several high elves in. These are...
Silvermoon City has arranged a guard for me.
Sylvanas' face didn't look very good. She seemed to be angry. David glanced at the other high elves, judging from their clothes and the weapons they carried. Except for the two spellbreakers, the remaining few were all rangers. After asking a few questions, David understood why Sylvanas looked unhappy. Sylvanas returned to Quel'Thala's not long ago. Firstly, she went back regularly to report on the situation, and also because enough houses have been built in Wintertown. She can also bring some of her men to Wintertown. After returning home, he discovered that all of his men had been taken away by Prince Kaeldats to exterminate the undead natural disaster. Even his former deputy, Lortham Artherin, was no longer in the city. The remaining soldiers and horses in Silvermoon City were not the ones she was most familiar with. Although His Majesty the King Anasterian Sunstrider granted Sylvanas the title of Earl and arranged enough guards for her, Sylvanas was still unhappy because she was almost deprived of her. All that remains is the title of Earl.
So that's it.
After listening to Sylvanas' story, David didn't think there was anything strange. Anyone who was the king of Quel'Thala's would do this. Sylvanas has so much power that she controls the main military power of Quel'Thala's. At the same time, she fights against the scourge of the undead and successfully defends Silvermoon City, giving her great prestige in the entire High Elf Kingdom. Anasterian named Sylvanas Earl, and then sent her to Wintertown. He wanted to take advantage of Sylvanas' absence to let his son Kaeldats take over Silva. It is considered a very gentle approach for Naza's troops to gain more achievements and prestige, so that they can successfully take over the throne in their hands in the future. It's not that Sylvanas can't understand this. It's just that she doesn't have any thoughts of seizing power or usurping the throne in her heart. So she feels that she shouldn't be treated like this.
Sometimes if you don't think about it, things won't happen.
David gave Sylvanas a few words of advice.
If you continue to control the military power of Quel'Thala's and clean up the undead from natural disasters, you have been making great achievements all the time. And what do you think will happen when the whole of Quel'Thala's is calling your name?
Sylvanas was stunned for a few seconds. She felt that what David said was too exaggerated.
Is it an exaggeration? It's not an exaggeration. Similar things happen in many worlds.
Oh! Sylvanas knew that the residents of Wintertown came from many different worlds. But she didn't know much about those strange worlds. Because of David's words, she began to have some interest in those worlds.
Where can I see relevant books or records? You can find Laura or Hope, Anduin. They will definitely have what you want. Hope? The human boy?
Anduin, who goes by the alias Hope, regards David as his teacher. When David is free, he will ask David questions. When David is busy, he will watch quietly from the side. So everyone has seen him.
but they will ignore the existence of this child.
Yes, that's the kid.
Sylvanas thought for a while, and guessed that the child's identity might be unusual. She didn't ask too much, and after casually chatting with David for a few more words, she was going to find Digger to help expand her house. Similar to Jaina's choice, Sylvanas' residence is also located on the north side of Wintertown. But the location she chose is more remote, and the house is not particularly large. There were quite a lot of guards brought back this time, and it would be a bit crowded to live in my own place. So we took them to Jonah's hotel first. After helping the guards arrange accommodation, Sylvanas was going to follow David to Glamorgan Castle to find Laura and ask for some books that David mentioned. Hope's human boy, Sylvanas, was not familiar with him, and he had a close relationship with Laura, so he naturally found Laura first. So David and Sylvanas chatted while walking towards Fort Glamorgan. During this period, David also looked at the Spellbreaker following Sylvanas. Spellbreaker is a specialty profession in Quel'Thalas. This melee profession wears heavy armor and uses a shield and a double-headed war blade. It can destroy and distort magic attacks, and can also steal buff spells from enemies, transferred to oneself or teammates. It is the nemesis of many spellcasters. Spellbreakers are very difficult to train, and are the best among the best in the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. In the original history, after Kael'thas left for Outland, Silvermoon City stopped training spellbreakers, and there were only a very small number of spellbreakers left in the kingdom. P.S. Official news says that the training of spellbreakers was completely stopped during the Regent era, and no new spellbreakers appeared. Therefore, although the large number of guards in Silvermoon City look the same as spellbreakers, they are not spellbreakers. Dharma. Because it is rare. David is very curious. He wants to know how the spellbreaker twists, destroys and steals the various magics released by the enemy.
Are you curious about the Spellbreaker? I'm wondering if we can form a force of Spellbreakers in Wintertown.
David noticed that when he said this, the Spellbreaker's face showed a momentary expression of disdain. Although it was fleeting and not obvious, it was still noticed by David. He didn't pay attention to this matter, but realized that training as a Spellbreaker might be more difficult than he thought. Sure enough, Sylvanas immediately shattered his somewhat unrealistic idea.
If you want to become a Spellbreaker, you rely heavily on the racial talents of the High Elves. Even High Elves. Not everyone can become a Spellbreaker.
The subtext is that in Wintertown, where humans are the main body, it is impossible to train lawbreakers. The reason why Sylvanas did not say this directly is that the situation here in Wintertown is quite special. She is not sure what weird existences will appear here in David. When will Bochi appear with such a character? A talented guy. Even so, she still didn't think that Wintertown could cultivate a whole team of spellbreakers.
And there shouldn't be any need for you to form a spellcasting team here. Right.
Sylvanas, after learning about the situation around Wintertown, has not heard of any force that has a strong or large spellcasting team. Even if it has been trained, there is no use for those who break the law.
It's just that we don't need it now. Who knows what kind of enemies we will face in the future?
He has never cared about these guys in the northern plains. These rotten sweet potatoes and smelly bird eggs can only serve as a stepping stone for him in the starting stage. The organization that currently has actual contact with him and poses a real threat is the temple. What David didn't expect was that as soon as he thought about the temple that had been silent for a long time appeared.
It is a great honor to meet you, my esteemed Baron Glamorgan. My name is Rains, a missionary from the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt.
Chapter 195. The Holy Light and the Earth are fooling you together.
Preacher?
David looked at the man who suddenly appeared, and looked at Gareth Stanton next to him in surprise. This missionary named Rains was brought here by Gareth Stanton.
This missionary was introduced by the Earl of Sutton Stewart.
Gareth Stanton explained the situation in the simplest terms. When he heard that it was the Earl of Sutton Stewart, David immediately understood what was going on. He had learned about some of the temple's plans through bugs in the royal capital. He had been back for almost a year, and had not seen any special movement. He thought that the pharmacist Cordell was specially arranged to be by his side. The chess piece. I didn't expect that missionaries would come here specifically. This situation makes sense if you think about it carefully. If the temple wants to develop believers in the northern part of the Tiran kingdom, someone will definitely need to be responsible for preaching. This kind of work cannot be left to someone like a spy or a pharmacist.
Welcome to Wintertown, Missionary Rains.
After welcoming the missionary, David asked in a pretentious manner. Missionary Rains traveled all the way from the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt to is there anything important to do on the northernmost border of the Tilan kingdom?
To spread the gospel of the gods.
Missionary Rains explained his purpose happily. He planned to build a church here in Wintertown, and then spread the teachings of the temple to the kingdom of Thailand, the northernmost human beings on the continent. The kingdom has also become a place where the glory of the gods can shine. Before coming here, he was not satisfied with this mission. He felt that going to a remote village with a harsh environment was not a mission worth looking forward to. Even if it succeeds, he doesn't think that a remote town can affect the entire Thailand kingdom. He is not very optimistic about plans that slowly affect the core of the kingdom from the periphery. But the task had been entrusted to him, and he had no room to refuse. He could only bite the bullet and embark on the road to the northernmost part of the Thailand kingdom. Along the way, he felt more and more that this mission was a headache for him, and he might have to suffer in this remote countryside for many years. He even wondered if he had offended someone. That's why he was sent to a place like this. When he arrived on the northern plains and looked at the rough and backward small villages, he had already begun to figure out who his enemies were. Until arriving at Wintertown, it has to be said that when the completed construction of Wintertown appeared in front of him, he once suspected that he was going in the wrong direction. Rains thought that he had not arrived at the remote border of the kingdom of Thailand, but in the most prosperous and lively area of the holy kingdom of Gaunt. Only there can you see such a beautiful, gorgeous and clean town. No, even those places can't be cleaner and tidier than here. The houses in Wintertown are all beautifully built, and there is no smelly filth or garbage on the flat and wide road. It is enough to make the road where several carriages drive side by side look very impressive, and even more to set off the palace in the distance. The momentum is extraordinary. After realizing that his mission was actually not that bad, Rain's mood immediately went from the abyss to heaven, which is why he was in this state when he met Baron David Glamorgan, the Lord of Wintertown. However, when he greeted Baron David Glamorgan and hoped to build a temple to worship the gods in Wintertown, the Baron behaved very coldly. This is not surprising. The people of Thailand Kingdom do not believe in the temple gods. Otherwise, they would not have allowed him to come all the way to Wintertown. The missionary anticipated the trouble he would encounter next, and he decided to start his work immediately. At least, he had obtained permission from the Lord to build a house of his own. Of course, the local construction team in Wintertown must be hired, and a piece of land must be purchased from the Lord first. Although the Lord said that only areas where infrastructure has been built can build residential buildings, he didn't quite understand what he meant. But I understand that it's all about asking for money. For Rains, who has sufficient starting capital, this is not a problem at all. Things that can be solved with money are not problems. It would be great if you could spend money to let the lords of Wintertown help you promote the temple faith. It's a pity that Baron Glamorgan didn't take up this topic at all. He only said that the people in Wintertown are free to believe whatever they believe. You can develop believers in Wintertown on your own, as long as it does not violate the laws of the kingdom of Thailand and Wintertown. Law. In any case, Rains obtained a piece of land and could preach in Wintertown, and his mission officially began. So far, everything had been going well. It wasn't until he started to contact the people here in cold Wintertown that he discovered that many people here had their own beliefs. Holy light! What is that? Only then did Rains know that the huge building located in the southwest of Winter Fortress is called the Cathedral of the Holy Light. People here generally believe in an existence called the Holy Light, and the Cathedral of the Holy Light was built for this purpose. After meeting Rains, David returned to his office and called Edwin Van Cleef, asking him to focus on this missionary from the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. You know what to do if he preaches the temple's faith to the people of this town. Yes, my lord. I understand what to do. Therefore, when Rains was discussing faith with the residents of Wintertown, someone would always interrupt at the right time and say, "We believe in the Holy Light." Since most of the people in Wintertown are former members of the Stonemasons Guild and their relatives from Azeroth, everyone agrees with this answer. Even if Rains occasionally bumps into a native of this world, someone will answer him at the right time, because they have lived together for a long time. The farmers are already familiar with each other. No one will notice anything strange when they mix together. These people who interrupt are indeed farmers in Wintertown. So Rains can't see it either. Something went wrong. In addition, Holy Light is no longer a secret in Wintertown. As the number of people using Holy Light increases, more and more people have seen Holy Light. Occasionally, residents have headaches, brain fever, or injuries. If they find someone in Wintertown who understands the Holy Light, they can get treatment quickly, especially after Lydron and Sally Whitemane, the two Holy Light priests, came to Wintertown. When they saw someone in need of help, they would offer to help even if the other person did not ask for help. The two holy light priests made holy light popularized quickly in Wintertown, a small town that was not big in the first place. Therefore, even if someone answered the question on their behalf, these aboriginals would also echo and say, "No. Wrong. We gotta all believe in the holy light." In this way, Rains could no longer detect any abnormalities. He only felt a huge crisis. What exactly is the holy light? Why did it gain such strong recognition in this remote place? Just when he was confused and continued to wander around Wintertown, wanting to know more information, he met Mark Watney, who had nothing to do recently and was planting new fruits in his field. After trying to ask again, he finally didn't hear the word holy light from the other party's mouth anymore. When he tried to ask the other party if he had any faith, he got a reply that made him even more confused. "Mother Earth is protecting you." While Rains was in a state of confusion, David was listening to the intelligence brought back by Floyd and Krause. 100 knights, cavalry of the Iron Tree Knights, 300 fully equipped elite infantry, and 100 strong archers? David looked at the two people in front of him, and was a little surprised by the number of reinforcements given by the two people. Taya Shubo has spent a lot of money this time. He did not question whether the intelligence brought back by the two men was accurate, because Krause and Floyd not only carefully observed the situation of the reinforcements, but even took many photos. In addition, there are nearly 1,000 auxiliary soldiers. The 1,000 auxiliary soldiers are farmers recruited. These are semi-professional soldiers who have received training, after being issued some weapons and simple protective gear when necessary. It can also be brought to the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, these auxiliary soldiers are only responsible for auxiliary work such as transporting supplies and setting up camps. After looking at the photos in front of him, David also noticed another pile of photos, which were full of various ruins. Are these villages in the eastern part of the northern plains? Yes. Krause and I went to the east to check. This must be the real reason why Iron Tree Fort sent reinforcements. David looked at the photos quietly, and finally saw a large number of orcs in several photos. And there were even photos of orcs drawing bows and shooting arrows at the people who took the photos. Oh, this is a good photo. Shaking away the photo in his hand, David was thinking about another thing. The number of orcs was growing too fast. Where did all these orcs come from? Could it be that the eastern part of the northern plains is connected to another area? Are there a lot of orcs living in that area? It seems that Snowfield Castle will be very lively this winter. Sir! After Floyd reported the necessary military intelligence, he added another story. On the way back, Krause and I paid a special visit to the supporting troops to make sure they were indeed heading towards Snowfield Castle. It was basically certain that this force was heading for the orcs. David didn't have to worry about a bunch of people lining up on the plain outside Wintertown waiting to be shot. However, there is a small team that broke away from the main force. Judging from the direction of the other party's advance, it may be that they want to come to Wintertown. Oh! David lowered his head and rummaged through the photos. Floyd immediately found a few of the photos for David to check. At first glance, David saw an acquaintance in the photo. Isn't this Moroni Mansfield? Chapter 196 Ransom and Compensation. The inspector of Iron Tree Fort, Maloney Mansfield, was the first powerful person in this world that David knew. However, when he wanted to upgrade Winter Village to Wintertown, after Maloney avoided him, David thought the two would never meet again. But he didn't expect to meet again so soon. Compared with the last time he came to Wintertown, Maloney's feeling when he returned to Wintertown this time was as high as heaven and earth, especially when he saw the spectacular, beautiful, and clean town in front of him. He had the same suspicion as Rains. Am I going the wrong way? If the soldiers from Wintertown, who were leading the way, had not repeatedly stated that they were not on the wrong path, Maloney would not have been able to believe that the beautiful town in front of him was that small village with only a few shabby wooden houses. His Majesty the King is really willing to spend a lot of money. It only took 1 year to build a village with only a few wooden houses into this state. The only reasonable explanation that Maloney could think of was that His Majesty King Abelson of the Kingdom of Tillang gave Wintertown and the Baron of Glamorgan very huge support. He seriously doubted that there were a large number of guards knights of the Thailand Kingdom stationed in Wintertown. If any blind guy dared to attack Wintertown, these guards knights would make it impossible for those guys to come back. Is that so-called pink flying dragon also sent by His Majesty the King? Thinking of this, Maloney thought of the instructions he had received. He suddenly felt that the Barnett family was very prescient, and there was no benefit at all in antagonizing Wintertown and its lord, Baron Glamorgan. It would be more in the interests of the family to make a good friendship, especially at this moment when everyone realizes that the northern plains are not peaceful.
Nice to see you again, Lord Inspector Maloney Mansfield.
Under the leadership of the soldiers, Maloney came to Fort Glamorgan. After being inspected by the bodyguard knight named Floyd, he was led into Glamorgan Castle and walked into the office of the Lord Baron Glamorgan. David, who was just a young village chief the last time he saw him, was now a big shot that he couldn't look directly at.
That's very kind of you, Lord Baron Glamorgan. On behalf of the Mansfield family and the Barnett family, I send you my sincere greetings.
Maloney perfectly demonstrated the etiquette that nobles should have, and his performance made Elias standing next to him show a satisfied expression. Knowing that this was the etiquette officer from the royal capital, Maloney secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party did not embarrass him. Then he looked at Baron David Glamorgan in front of him.
Barnett family?
At this time, David was still surprised by Maloney's greeting, which meant that the Mansfield family was not surprised. What's going on with the Barnett family?
Yes.
Maloney immediately explained to David that she was actually entrusted by the Barnett family to come to Wintertown from Iron Tree Castle.
The Barnett family expresses all the actions of Iron Tree Village. These are all the personal actions of the village chief of Amamandes, and they were definitely not ordered by the Barnett family to offend Wintertown and the Baron.
Oh! It turns out that Maloney Mansfield is here to make peace with the Barnett family. But the Barnett family is not just looking for someone at random, hoping that a few words of friendship can resolve their grudges with Baron Glamorgan. In addition to dumping all the blame on Amamantis, the Barnett family was also very polite and troubled Maloney Mansfield to send the ransom and compensation that David deserved.
Ransom? Yes,
Maloney said,
to thank Lord Baron Glamorgan for his kindness.
David could have captured everyone in Ironwater Village as prisoners. The soldiers loyal to the Barnett family and the contract farmers who signed the contract could all be used as bargaining chips to demand ransom from the Barnett family. However, David did not keep prisoners at first, but released these people directly, in order to repair relations with Baron David Glamorgan. The Barnett family simply paid this part of the ransom. In addition, there are also compensations and casualty pensions paid for the loss caused to Wintertown by Amamantis' attack on Wintertown.
Is there any loss to Wintertown?
Some 30mm cannon bullets and several ground attack missiles were fired by RC, a transformer. As long as it took some time, her body would regenerate the ammunition, which meant that for Wintertown, it was just lost some energy. As for the casualty pension, the soldier who was slightly injured by a stone thrown by his own fire seemed to have received an unexpected windfall.
Since it's compensation from the Barnett family, I'll accept it without mercy.
David accepted all the money without any pretense that he didn't need it. Anyway, Barnett was just repairing the relationship with himself, not asking him to do anything. What was their original relationship? It's just a relationship where we don't even know each other. Of course, we could barely be considered acquaintances now, but we definitely couldn't be considered friends. If a conflict breaks out again in the future, David will not hesitate to take action just because he has received some money. After chatting casually with Maloney for a few more words, David could feel that Maloney was very restrained when facing him now, unable to let go at all, and was also very cautious when answering questions. This resulted in David being unable to get any useful information from him, but he could barely confirm a few things. Iron Tree Fort attaches great importance to the situation on the northern plains, so it sends a large number of elites. In addition to ensuring that the newly established northern town of Snowfield Fort will not be destroyed in the hands of the orcs, it also wants to completely clean up those orcs after the weather improves next year. Out of the northern plains, the Iron Tree Fort is very confident in this. They don't think the group of orcs is scary, just like they did when they faced the elves when they came to settle in the Iron Tree Forest. Dishonest? Look for a job? I'll beat you until you are honest. The elves in the Iron Tree Forest watch helplessly as humans continue to cut down the iron trees, and their living areas continue to shrink, but they never do anything. Is it because they love peace and are unwilling to use force with humans? No. It's because the elves can't defeat the humans in Iron Tree Fort. According to what David heard from childhood and later received from Floyd, Gareth Stanton, Addis and others, the standing military force of Iron Tree Fort includes at least the Iron Tree Knights composed of 200 knights and cavalry, 300 strong archers, and 1,000 fully equipped elite infantry. In addition, there are spellcasters such as mages and alchemists, militiamen who have received military training, as well as knights and soldiers of various nobles, which cannot be counted. As an important town in the northern part of the Kingdom of Thailand, Iron Tree Fort has amazing military strength. Therefore, in the eyes of the top brass of Iron Tree Fort, the destruction of the orcs is only a matter of time. However, the subsequent war would break out, as well as the increasing complexity of the forces on the northern plains, and the land becoming more barren than expected, making this land less attractive to the nobles. That's why the Barnett family took the initiative to show their kindness. The Mansfield family, who had previously shut themselves up and didn't want to see David, sent Maloney to Wintertown to wait for something to happen. After letting Freud take Maloney to stay at the winter hotel run by Jonah, David sat in the office and thought slowly. Helen, who had completely mastered Brinian common language in just one night through the props provided by Mediv, made and poured a cup of hot tea for David beside her. Helen learned through Laura that David usually likes to drink tea and juice. He likes to drink juice with meals and drinks tea at ordinary times. At the same time, she also heard that the climate here in Wintertown is not very suitable for growing tea. The tea leaves in Wintertown are currently brought here by Laura. After Helen heard about it, she planned to return to Sparta to try to grow tea. If she could succeed, Wintertown would be able to obtain tea steadily. Just when Helen wanted to ask David how many servants were needed in this castle, Leon and RC suddenly came.
Is the matter resolved?
Seeing these two people, David remembered that Leon seemed to be causing harm to the small Spanish village.
Yes, thanks to RC. It was solved easily.
Leon originally thought that this job would be very troublesome. After all, the opponent was a weird parasite that he didn't understand at all. As a result, the process went surprisingly smoothly. And with RC's help, the Illuminati cult and the village occupied by the parasites were completely destroyed by him. At this time, he remembered what Clausa had said to him. The mysterious knowledge he learned from Wintertown would help him better deal with all kinds of strange events. At that time, Leon was thinking, how could there be so many weird events? I just feel that I have become stronger and can better deal with zombies and other biological weapons. I didn't expect Krausa to be right so quickly. It seems that my own world is not much more peaceful than the Marvel Universe or the Transformers universe. Leon, who gradually discovered the truth about the world, felt that he should be more dedicated and diligent in learning mysterious knowledge. And at the same time, he also wanted to say thank you to David for providing him with all this. So after sending Ashley back to the mainland safely, he and RC came to find David and made a special trip to say thank you. RC would come back so late mainly to help Leon see off people. As for helping Lion fight parasites and biochemical monsters, she didn't care too much. Compared with the Decepticons, the combat power of these creatures was simply too fragile to be mentioned. After accepting Leon's thanks calmly, David hoped that RC would focus on Snowfield Castle during the next period of time, and it would be best to record the scene of the battle between Snowfield Castle and the orcs.
Are you going to continue paying attention to the surrounding villages? No. These villages won't last long.
Chapter 197 Population Increase and Public Security Issues. The performance of the Maloney Mansfield family and the Barnett family means that the nobles of Iron Tree Castle are no longer persistent and want to share the vast land of the northern plains. Except for the Marquis Dudley Morgan, the Lord of Iron Tree Castle, other families will gradually reduce their investment in this area. Nowadays, most of the villages in the east of the plain have been captured by the orcs, and those that have not been destroyed are also in huge trouble. Maybe they will evacuate from this area one after another, either retreat to Snowfield Castle to survive the winter, or return directly to Iron Tree Castle. As for the villages on the west side of the northern plains, their lives are not easy either. Although there is no threat from the orcs, Wintertown has brought huge pressure to them. At the same time, the crop harvest is not as expected, which also makes the villagers extremely worried about the coming long cold winter. Those who are entangled and have contracts can only stay in the village and wait, hoping that the family behind the village will provide some support. Those who are relatively free have begun to flee their original villages. At the beginning, this kind of escape was carried out by various villages on their own initiative. Using their identities as refugee bandits to rob supplies and destroy Wintertown was indeed one of the ways these nobles thought of. But what they didn't expect was that once the plan was implemented, it would tend to fail. I don't know when it started, but various rumors about Wintertown began to appear in these villages. Many people had seen the previous pink flying dragon with their own eyes, so it spread quickly. So when someone saw that there was not only one flying dragon in Wintertown, but also a black flying dragon that kept roaring, everyone immediately believed it. It has become known to many people in the northern plains that Wintertown is protected by powerful magical beasts. If it were just such rumors, it would at most make various forces more wary of Wintertown. and there would be no need to worry about the rapid loss of villagers. What really gives these village chiefs a headache is the many other news about Wintertown that have emerged along with the rumors about the flying dragon. Wintertown is a powerful and rich town, enough to house all the current farmers on the northern plains. Wintertown has enough vast and fertile land, and a large area of land has not yet been developed, waiting for farmers to reclaim it. Wintertown has prepared many houses in advance to ensure that the people living in them do not have to worry about freezing to death in winter. Wintertown provides various preferential treatments to civilians who go to seek refuge, including but not limited to providing farm tools at low prices and interest-free, providing crop seeds, selling or renting houses at low prices, etc. If these rumors were spread half a year ago, they would not have any lethality at all. At that time, everyone had great doubts about the situation in Wintertown, and Wintertown did not have these things at that time. It is different now. Cold Wintertown has completed this stage of development and construction. The next step is to continuously absorb the population, fill up the town that is still a little empty at this time, improve the internal layout, and fill up all the planned areas. In addition, the addition of population can allow the various industries in Wintertown that are currently only in their infancy to really start to develop, and can also stimulate some people to open new industries and markets. For example, the construction of docks and shipyards will allow some people to become fishermen, making there is a new market in Wintertown, aquatic products. As these rumors spread more and more, some people began to curiously explore in the direction of Wintertown. Of course, the soldiers of Wintertown would not stop these people, and would even personally lead them in a kind way. These people didn't know that when they were led into Wintertown, their appearance had been photographed and uploaded to the server just set up by Sheldon, Leonard and others to facilitate subsequent production into personal information or used to screen spies, regardless of their identities. These people were very excited when they saw the luxury and beauty of Wintertown, and even the farmland full of crops. Whether it feels like I don't have to worry about how to get through this winter, or I feel like I finally see the real hope of changing the future. In short, these people are attracted by the beauty and wealth of Wintertown. At this time, they also unexpectedly got a task. If they can persuade and win over more people to settle in Wintertown, then Wintertown will provide housing at a lower price, and you can enjoy huge discounts whether you buy it directly or rent it. At the same time, after next spring, Wintertown will provide them with farm tools and crop seeds for free, so that they can start a new life without having to bear debt. Many people who came to Wintertown to check the situation chose to accept the task. Some of these people plan to share the discount with good friends and survive this winter together. Some want to take advantage of the benefits brought by the discount to share a house with others. Of course, it is not ruled out that those with a little wealth can directly buy a house, and then sublet some of the rooms to others. David knew what these people did, but he didn't pay attention to what they did. As long as they could help Wintertown attract more people, he didn't care about these things. Wintertown has not yet grown up enough to regulate these things. David just reminded Weatherby Swan that whether these houses are sublet or shared, contracts with clear and specific terms must be signed, and the Wintertown official acts as a notary to avoid possible subsequent disputes. I know what to do. Weatherby Swan has been studying the legal provisions of the Kingdom of Tilland during this time. Fortunately, the laws of this world are not complicated, and there are no separate legal provisions in Wintertown for the time being. Basically, they abide by the laws of the Kingdom of Tilland to govern. This made his job much easier. But from David's words, Weatherby Swan was able to determine that more detailed laws and regulations should be implemented in Wintertown in the future. The population has increased rapidly recently, and I feel that if it continues to grow at the current rate, the security of the city may deteriorate. Weatherby Swan can now see that the population figures in Wintertown are changing every day. This feeling is in addition to as well as making people happy. It can also cause some trouble. For example, not everyone who comes to Wintertown will be honest. In the past, the composition of Wintertown was relatively simple, with a few farmers from Iron Tree Fort. These farmers were either David's contract farmers or Samantha's contract farmers. Then came the people from the Stonemasons Union. This group of people themselves came from the same organization, plus the group of people who came to Wintertown. They were all the group who wanted to live an ordinary life in peace and stability, so it was easier to manage. In Wintertown at that time, there was no need to even arrange for people to be responsible for public security. Everyone would honestly do things according to the orders given by the Lord David, and rest after work. At most, they would chat with familiar friends. Let's talk about it,
and look forward to the future. Nowadays, the number of people increasing one after another is different. These people have a fighting and enterprising spirit, which also means that these people have relatively stronger personalities. When there are more people like this, it is normal for conflicts to occur. Therefore, it is necessary to establish a police chief responsible for the internal management of Wintertown, and to formulate appropriate disciplinary provisions. This is the main purpose of Weatherby Swan finding David today. Matters such as appointing officials, establishing new institutions, and building new buildings must be decided by David, the Lord of Wintertown. As a government official, Weatherby Swan, the official, currently only has the power to make suggestions and not to make decisions. Sheriff. David took a sip of the warm tea. The aroma of the tea calmed his somewhat chaotic thoughts, and shifted his attention from the messy things to the problem at hand. Who do you think is suitable for this position? My lord, I'm afraid I can't think of anyone who is suitable. Weatherby Swan has been in the officialdom for decades. He will not give advice on this kind of issue. I believe that Lord Glamorgan is in front of him, and I don't want to actually propose a certain name. In fact, David didn't think it was that complicated. He really couldn't think of a suitable person for a while. Both Peggy and Sharon can hold this position, but whether these two people will be willing to accept this position is a question mark. As Steve Rogers gets closer to the location of the Master Supreme, it seems that he can go to Peggy at any time and help her escape from the different space and return to her own world. At that time, Peggy will be like several others, traveling back and forth between two different worlds. Even if she wants to serve as a sheriff, she may not have enough time. Sharon's situation is similar. This second-generation Captain America, who is called the eldest daughter by many, only has doubts about her abilities in her heart, and is worried that she cannot inherit the title of Captain America well. I didn't go back here. Now, as her strength gradually increases, and after meeting many strange people, her own experience have improved. The doubt in her heart has probably been dispelled long ago. David felt that since he had rarely seen Sharon recently, it was probably because Sharon was able to return to her original world freely. But she just didn't tell everyone. Taking these two people as an example, the others who often run in both worlds are not suitable, so they can only choose among those who are resident in Wintertown. Will? Elizabeth? Thinking of this, David suddenly understood why Weatherby didn't make any suggestions. As expected, the old fox also realized this problem. The suitable person was either his daughter or his son-in-law. Of course, he had to avoid suspicion. After thinking about it, RC seems to be the most suitable one, but sometimes RC is called by Optimus Prime and leaves Wintertown to help the Autobots deal with the Decepticons. After much deliberation, except for this small problem, RC is indeed the most suitable candidate. How about hiring someone from the world that you can currently travel to? Chapter 198. Tony invites you to the party. The first thing David thought of was still the world of Azeroth. His Wintertown now has a relatively close connection with the world of Azeroth. He has certain connections with the Kingdom of Lordaeron, the High Elf Kingdom Quel'Thalas, the Mage Country Dalaran, and the Island Kingdom Kultiras, especially the Kingdom of Lordaeron and Quel'Thalas. Wintertown and these two countries are in the honeymoon period, and David can easily obtain various supplies and manpower support from these two countries. A mere peace officer. As long as David didn't ask for help from powerful men like Old Mograine and General Abetes to be his little brother, he would basically be able to agree. David thought silently for a while, and found that all the people he could think of were big shots. It was impossible for these people to come to serve as the sheriff of his Wintertown. Transformers? Of course he was not thinking of other Autobots, let alone a certain Decepticon. But he was thinking about what suitable choices there were among the humans in the Transformers world. There are a lot of human roles in the story, and there are many outstanding characters among them. For example, William Lennox, the commander of the Nest Force, and his foul-mouthed black partner Robert Epps. Of course, he would not ignore Michaela, but it was a pity that he entered that world a little late. In addition, although Michaela was outstanding, the most she could do was open a car repair shop in Wintertown. The sheriff was sure it has nothing to do with her. There is also Cade Idell, who appears later. The male protagonist of the last two films seems to be too reckless and not very suitable for the job of a peace officer. Heaving a sigh of relief, David looked at the empty office, patted Gwen, and asked her to come out from under the desk. Naughty! Gwen blinked to express her dissatisfaction, then turned and entered the side room used for resting in the office. Since establishing a relationship with him, Gwen has tried every means to stay with him, and is unwilling to leave even when he is working.
For Gwen, who is so disobedient. David is going to take some time to teach her a lesson so that she can learn a lesson. Not at the moment. Not long after Weatherby Swan left, Tony came looking for him. Are you still in town? Of course. I have to keep an eye on the construction progress of the laboratory to make sure there will be no problems with the precious experimental equipment. Tony has been staying in Wintertown almost all the time recently. Just going back to deal with some things when Steve comes over. And then asking Steve to send him over immediately. Apart from anything else, Tony's professionalism is worthy of recognition. It is precisely because of his serious dedication and full supervision that the construction speed of the arc reactor has exceeded expectations. And it has now entered the debugging stage. Judging from the current situation, the arc reactor will enter the formal operation stage within 2 or 3 days at the fastest and a week at the slowest. As long as there are no problems within the next year, the arc reactor will continue to operate stably. In addition, during this time, there were several more tales around Tony, namely Leonard and the others. In the eyes of those physicists and engineers, Mr. Tony Stark, who has mastered a lot of black technology, is simply a mobile treasure trove. If they can learn something from Tony, they can immediately use it when they return, become the top physicist in the world. In addition, the alchemist Pierre Newton was also very interested in this scientist from another world. He was curious about how this man used those materials to create a device that could release huge amounts of energy. By the time the arc reactor was completed, Pierre Newton seemed to have suffered a huge shock, and it is said that he has not fully recovered yet. However, the alchemist's health status has nothing to do with Tony. The super genius came to David today to talk about other things. Staff member? Yes. Do you expect me to be responsible for the entire laboratory alone? Tony thought for a while, and it seemed that it was not impossible. But in that case, he would need to install a complete set of artificial intelligence servers for the laboratory, as well as various corresponding kind of equipment. Or, let me install a set of artificial intelligence in the laboratory. He began to consider building a Jarvis subroutine here to ensure the flow and sharing of data on both sides with each round trip. It is better to simply choose another smart program. After all, he has several programs similar to Jarvis. But Jarvis has been used the longest, is the most comfortable, and has the highest maturity. However, the population in your territory is really too small. Quite a few. Already. David glanced at the document unfolded in front of him, which contained the latest population data of Wintertown. It has exceeded 600 people. At this rate, it will soon exceed 700 people. 700 days ago, the Stark Group has more employees than the entire population of your territory. Tony Stark was very speechless. He had thought that there were a few people in Wintertown before, but he didn't expect that there would be so few people. Look! What a terrible town with less than 700 people. It seems that he can no longer take advantage of the demographic dividends in this world. After all, 2 years ago, this place was still a wasteland. David felt that it was already a lot, because the starting point of Wintertown was too low. The population will continue to grow in the future, especially the free farmers in the surrounding villages will soon become residents of Wintertown. In that case, how many people will there be? Maybe we can break through 1,000 before winter. Tony felt that he should take this young lord to see his own world, especially Manhattan, to let him feel what population is. If David knew what Tony was thinking at this time, he would definitely laugh out loud and ask Tony to go to the other side of the sea to experience what a real sea of people is. I have decided to build an artificial intelligence system in the laboratory, paired with some mechanical security guards. Tony paused and asked David that if he uses robotic technology in Wintertown, there should be no problem. Right? No problem. What are you worried about? Tony did not explain directly, but raised his hand to gesture to David, and then made a "you understand" expression. David thought for a few seconds before realizing that Tony was referring to the fact that he could transform into a Cybertronian. You want to ask those Cybertronians what they think of robots? Yes. Don't worry. Cybertronians never regard robots as their own kind for the same reason that you don't regard orangutans and monkeys as your own kind. There is no comparison between the two sides at all. The robots created by Tony do not have self-awareness or advanced intelligence. They are just mechanical puppets. I'm curious about one thing when it comes to Cybertronians. What? How does it feel when you transform into a Cybertronian silicon-based life form? What? Do you want to experience it? I can't say I haven't thought about it. I'm really curious. David saw that Tony was really curious, so he described to him the feeling of transforming into Cybertron form. Generally speaking, it was similar to the original one, except that when thinking about things, he could think in multiple threads, and many memories would become datization. Some database things will be more straightforward. Oh! Tony was concerned about another thing. You said there is no difference between it and a human other than that? The body in Cybertron form is not affected by various hormones. Right. That's what you want to ask. David immediately understood what Tony's question was. The core of Cybertronians is fire. You can understand that fire plays a similar role, causing every Cybertronian to show different personalities, reactions, and judgments. As for why the personalities of Transformers are different, perhaps it is because each Transformer's fire is slightly different. There are also factors such as each Transformer's different experiences. So that's it. Tony raised his hand and pointed a finger. Last question. What? Do you usually use your human form or your Cybertronian form? Looking at Tony's ungrateful expression, David knew that this was not a problem and that Tony was simply joking with him. But he still answered honestly. I've used them all. Oh my God. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should pray for that woman or be happy for her. David ignored Tony's wink and suddenly thought of another thing. If Tony wanted to build robots in Wintertown, could he use them to maintain law and order? Robot police? Murphy? Realizing that his thoughts had wandered off again, David immediately put his thoughts back, just in time to hear Tony's invitation to him. Party? What party? It's just a very ordinary party. Everyone gets together to drink and chat. In addition to the members of the Avengers, there are also some friends I know and don't know. They are in the Avengers Tower. Are you interested? Sounds good. Then it's settled. Tony said that he was also going to ask other people in Wintertown who were interested in attending the party. Anyway, he was not afraid of too many people. He was only worried that too few people would make him look bad. The party was a failure. Just when he was about to leave, the door to the lounge in the office opened and Gwen walked out. Well, Tony saw Gwen for the first time. Seeing this young little girl walking out of the side room, Tony looked at David with an animal look. Have you forgotten that I am only 20 years old? If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten this. After spending some time with David, Tony forgot that the Lord of Glamorgan in front of him was also a young man. If you come to the party, it seems that you will have to have some non-alcoholic drinks ready. In this case, it would be a good match for this little girl, who was obviously not yet 20 years old. Thinking of what David said before, it was still very beastly. Chapter 199. Tony has a wide range of friends. After Tony Stark chatted with David for a few more words, he went to find other people. Next, he would send invitations to people in Wintertown, such as the few physicists who often followed him to ask for various knowledge. After Tony left, Eva walked in to report another matter to David. What are the effects of golden apples? David had previously asked Eva to distribute golden apples to her friends in Wintertown, and then observe their specific changes. This work took some time, so David never pressed for the results. Now that Eva has taken the initiative to report, she should have a clear answer. How is it specifically? Actually, it's almost as I guessed at the beginning. The effects of golden apples are just that. Eva said that golden apples do have the effect of nourishing, beautifying, and improving physical fitness. She spent these days reporting, mainly waiting for Leonard's observations. Finally, several physical examinations were conducted on these people for comparison. And with more detailed reports, David reported, the physical fitness has improved obviously, and everyone can feel that their bodies have regained their vitality. Really? David himself didn't feel much, because his body had already exceeded the level of ordinary people. After Eva received the holy light instilled by David, she continued to exercise hard every day. Her situation could not be treated as an ordinary person, let alone Laura, who had long been recognized by the holy light. At first, only Gwen was an ordinary person who ate the golden apple. But Gwen was too young and her body was still in the developmental stage, so she naturally couldn't feel anything special. It wasn't until Leonard and others ate the golden apple that the effect of improving their physical fitness became noticeable. Several scientists feel that they have returned to the state of their youth. To be precise, they are stronger and healthier than when they were 20 years old. Leonard's asthma and lactose intolerance disappeared. The body is healthier and stronger, and the spirit has become fuller. Even alchemy has been improved significantly. It can be said that Leonard and the others are the ones who have benefited most from the golden apple. Later, after learning about the situation of Leonard and others, Penny asked hopefully if she could have a golden apple. Of course, the result was that her wish was successfully fulfilled. Penny and Leonard have now gotten together and opened a Penny Blossoms fashion store in Wintertown. In short, the effect of golden apples has been clear. It can even be said that the worse a person's physical condition is, the greater the benefits he will get from eating golden apples. For extraordinary beings like David, golden apples are a somewhat beautifying and delicious snack. It is already a very good thing that can bring huge benefits to ordinary people. David also speculated that since golden apples can bring a poor body back to its peak, does that mean that eating golden apples regularly can keep you young forever? If it is true, then these talents from all over the world will have one more reason to stay in Wintertown. As time goes by, they may be more inclined to stay here instead of living in the original world. Mark Watney has this tendency. Who has eaten the golden apple so far? Eva seemed to have anticipated David's inquiry and directly handed over a list. David looked down and found that in addition to a few people who could travel freely between the two worlds, there were also Elizabeth Swann, Clausa, Freud, Gareth Stanton, Pierre Newton, Jonah Maiwa had eaten the golden apple, plus Leonard's friends. Weatherby Swann didn't eat. Mr. Swann felt that he had not provided real assistance to the construction of Wintertown, so he did not accept it. Prepare a golden apple for him. Mr. Swann is not young anymore. He did not want this administrative officer who took the initiative to come to his door to be forced to retire due to health reasons before he had served him for a long time. Just think of it as a benefit for taking office as a political officer. Okay. Eva felt closer to Weatherby Swann, and she hoped from the bottom of her heart that Weatherby Swann could eat the golden apple soon. Because Weatherby Swann looked very similar to her former boss. Picture. Except for Weatherby Swann, the diplomats from Azeroth didn't eat. This is normal. These people are representatives of other kingdoms, but they are stationed in Wintertown as envoys. It is impossible for the internal welfare of Wintertown to take care of these people. Of course, Sylvanas has a good relationship with Laura, so it wouldn't be strange to get the golden apple through Laura. But how effective would this golden apple be on the High Elves? David doesn't know either. After talking about the golden apple, David asked Eva, "Did Tony also extend an invitation to you? You mean that party?" Eva hesitated. "I haven't decided whether to go or not." "Why don't you go? It would be nice to relax a little." Since coming to Wintertown, Eva has been helping David with various things and has never had a real rest. Now, everything in Wintertown is gradually getting back on track, and Eva's work has also been shared out. Quite a few. You can definitely take a proper rest and relax. Besides, if you don't go, Tony will definitely talk about it when you see him again. But if everyone goes to the party, what will happen in Wintertown? Weatherby Swann will definitely not go, and Floyd and Gareth Stanton will not leave their posts. David thought about it in his mind, and neither did Clausa, a person who likes to join in the fun. He is more addicted to the improvement of strength. Jack Krause is currently the hardest trained person in the Winter Knights. His life-threatening training attitude also stimulated other soldiers, making the Winter Knights training progress very quickly. Although they are not yet proficient in piloting fighter planes, these recruits have already mastered the use of hot and cold weapons, and are proficient in riding war horses and driving motor vehicles and other land vehicles. And he can move freely while wearing heavy armor and run long distances. There will be such amazing progress. In addition to hard training and the amazing quality of the soldiers themselves, there is also the magical effect of the holy light. Within the entire Winter Knights, even Krause, who focuses on learning hunter skills and using arcane energy, has some faith in the holy light, not to mention other members. Speaking of Floyd and Gareth, maybe the Knights of Winter could do another round of expansion? Although the 20 soldiers recruited previously are still in the training stage, the situation in Wintertown is here. These 20 recruits are actually training while performing various tasks. At present, soldiers carry out patrols and warnings in a way where the old leads the new. Therefore, these 30 soldiers have actually formed a fighting force. In addition, the population will continue to grow in the recent period, and many people came to Wintertown with nothing. These people may be absorbed into the Knights. Even if they cannot be trained into elite soldiers, they can still be used as internal security personnel. In addition, absorbing these idle people who have nothing to do temporarily into the army for training will consume their strong energy and reduce the occurrence of public security problems. Let Floyd come see me later. Floyd is responsible for all training matters, and his current official position has become the deputy leader of the Winter Knights, as well as the instructor of the Knights. Gareth Stanton's official position is the leader of the Winter Knights. When Eva left, Helen came in with freshly brewed tea, replacing David's original tea that had gone cold. When Helen saw that Gwen was there, She didn't show any hostility, even though Gwen looked at her with a slightly raised head and a smile, as if she was demonstrating. She didn't care at all. She smiled at David gently, and then placed the tea where David can easily access it. The two women looked at each other and realized that the other was not an opponent they could defeat in a short period of time. They withdrew their gaze and were mentally prepared for a long-term confrontation. Tony walked around Wintertown, looking for everyone he could remember and knew, and invited them to the party he held, including Will, Elizabeth, Pierre, Leonard, Peggy, and even Leon, whom he has only met once or twice, are all on his invitation list. Even Peter Parker, whom he only bumped into once or twice and never exchanged a few words with, left an invitation letter at the other person's doorstep. After he finished all this work, he happily returned to his laboratory and quietly waited for the date of the party to arrive. At the same time, he has to wait for Steve to come pick him up. He felt unhappy every time he thought about this. So in addition to supervising the construction progress of the laboratory, Tony was also using his own methods to study how to establish a stable transmission channel between the two worlds. That way he could go back and forth at any time, instead of having to ask Steve to pick him up and drop him off, making him feel like a child waiting for his parents to pick him up. Just like that, the day of the party arrived, and Steve came to Wintertown early, preparing to take the guests from Wintertown to the Avengers Tower. Steve originally felt that even if Tony invited many people, not many people in Wintertown would accept the invitation. But when he came to the back garden of Fort Glamorgan, waiting for people who were willing to attend the party to gather here, he found that more and more people were arriving one after another. Tony actually invited so many people? Steve looked at the two high elves Sylvanus and Lyodrin, Leon dragging Krausa, and Peter Parker, who was in a state of confusion. Will, Elizabeth, and others looked forward to it, and even Peggy and Sharon. Are you guys going too? Steve suddenly had a premonition that he might be the object of ridicule by countless people at the party. What? Don't you want us to go to your world? Of course not. I welcome you very much. Steve smiled awkwardly and looked at David, who was watching the fun. Now I hope that Ultron will suddenly appear. Chapter 200 Winter Festival. Ultron? After careful questioning, David found out. Although Steve did not intentionally modify some history, his actions still inevitably had an impact on the world line. For example, because of Steve's joining, Hydra has not been exposed to the public eye yet, and has well hidden itself under the vest of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has not collapsed. The Avengers are still an official organization affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and will naturally not be suppressed by the officials of various countries. At the same time, Hydra was not exposed, and the Avengers did not go around the world to attack the remnants of Hydra. Naturally, it would not have happened that Tony's biggest fear in his heart was aroused by the Scarlet Witch, and then Ultron was created. In other words, in the Marvel Universe where Steve lives now, there is a question mark as to whether Ultron will be born. David originally wanted to ask, how did Steve convince Hydra to give up the Insight Project? But just as everyone had arrived, Steve began to take everyone back and forth to the Marvel Universe where he lived. David could only wait on the sidelines. What were you and Steve talking about just now? Tony chatted for a few words with everyone who came to support him, whether familiar or unfamiliar, and then walked over to David. He and David will wait until everyone has passed, and then follow Steve to Avengers Tower. With the current efficiency, it will probably take a while. Ask you what major events are happening in that world. Oh, compared to your place, my place is much more lively. Although some things were blocked by Steve as a butterfly, some things still happened. For example, the Dark Elves invaded Asgard, and Thor and Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, fought a battle on Earth. Compared with the original plot, where only Thor dealt with the crisis alone, this time all the Avengers were mobilized. After all, everyone was quite free. After such a big thing happened, how could they continue to hide at home and watch the fun? Malekith was beaten badly. Of course, the version David heard from Tony was that the evil Dark Elf was beaten by the righteous Avengers and received the punishment he deserved. I heard that there are Dark Elves here too. How? There are indeed Dark Elves on the continent of Brunia, gathering in the west of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. The terrain in that area is dangerous, and humans are not very interested in that land. I'm just curious about what the Dark Elves here will look like. He has seen elves before, whether they are high elves from the world of Azeroth or Alfie, a half-elf with the elven bloodline of the Iron Tree Forest. As long as you live long enough, you will see them sooner or later. David was also a little curious, but he was not in a hurry. As long as he could continue to live in this world, he should be able to see all the races on this continent. While the two of them were talking, Steve had already sent most of the people to Avengers Tower. David and Tony were the last two people. They put their hands on Steve and followed him to the Marvel Universe. During this period, he had to endure complaints from Tony.
You know what? This feeling is simply terrible. Can't you quickly figure out how to allow people to travel freely between the two worlds? Even if this method is more difficult to achieve. I said, let Wintertown develop into a bigger city or power. So, you aren't joking at first?
David rolled his eyes helplessly.
This is not a funny joke.
While the two were talking, the surrounding environment had changed. Looking at the modern decorations around him, David knew that he had arrived at the Avengers Tower, formerly known as Stark Tower. After returning to his home stadium, Tony Stark immediately walked to the center of the crowd and welcomed everyone with open arms.
Welcome to Avengers Tower, where you can spend a relaxing and happy night.
He invited this group of people to visit his building. Of course, those who were not interested could move around freely. David didn't follow Tony around, nor did he follow Steve. Steve's need to greet Peggy and Sharon should be enough to give him a headache.
If you have any questions, you can call Jarvis at any time.
Although he knew that David was not really a medieval lord from a backward world, Tony still briefly introduced.
Jarvis is my smart butler. Jarvis, I'm here.
Sir, if Lord David Glamorgan can't find his way, help him. Remember to remind him when the party starts.
Okay,
sir.
After saying that, he waved his hand and led Leonard and a group of scientists to visit his building. Peter Parker, a top student, also followed Tony. As for Sheldon's clamor about going to find Bruce Banner, he just ignored it. Well heard. David looked at it and saw that the people who came to Avengers Tower quickly divided into several groups. Many people followed Tony, while Peggy and Sharon followed Steve. Leon and Clausa asked about the location, floor, where the party was held and decided to go directly and wait. Finally, he took a look at the people left around him, Laura, Eva, Gwen, Sylvanas, and Lyadrin.
Where should we start?
David saw several people staring at him, trying to make up his mind, so he had to decide by himself.
Then let's start from the top.
As for which floors are inconvenient or unnecessary to visit, you can ask Jarvis. In fact, there are not many places worth visiting in the Avengers building. In addition to the internal steel soldier assembly workshop, steel armor assembly and maintenance workshop, the energy system of the entire building is quite special. Others are not much different from ordinary buildings. Many floors are office floors used by staff. There is no value in visiting that place. So after walking alone for a while, David ran into Tony and a large group of people. They stayed more in the laboratory and asked more questions. So the visit was much slower. When David led a few people and came back after looking at the general situation, these people were still staying in various laboratories. In addition, David met Bruce Banner here.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Dr. Banner. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to know me.
Bruce Banner already knew from Steve and Tony that David and his group came from other worlds. He didn't expect that his fame had spread to other universes.
I heard about you from Tony and Steve.
David looked at the honest and friendly Dr. Banner in front of him, and couldn't help but start soliciting.
I heard that Dr. Banner really hopes to find someone who is not unreasonable. What do you think of my territory if you live in a place that disturbs you?
I'll think about it. Bruce Banner was a little moved. His situation on Earth was very embarrassing. Now that he was living in the Avengers, he could barely avoid being hunted and disturbed. However, his original experience always left him with a sense of crisis in his heart. If he could settle in another world, it might be a good choice for him. Moreover, he did not quit the Avengers, but he lived in a special place. Steve and the others could still find him easily. If they were in trouble, he could come over and help at any time. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was good. Bruce Banner began to consider going to the place called Wintertown to see it in person if he had time. David didn't even expect that he almost poached the Hulk to Wintertown just by recruiting him casually. This is not only a good combat power, but more importantly, Bruce Banner himself is a top scientific researcher and a super genius who is proficient in various fields of knowledge. Just when David was secretly feeling happy and wondering if he could still dig out some Avengers characters, it was almost time for the party to start. Coming to the party floor, there is a very large space and a bar specially prepared with a large variety of drinks. In addition to the spacious dance floor, there are also many sofas,
tables and chairs, billiard tables and other facilities, so that everyone can choose their favorite place to drink and have fun. If you don't want to stay in a crowd, you can also go to the booths on the second floor, where you can feel the lively atmosphere of the party and get a relatively loose personal space. It's a really good party. As the party progressed, more and more people arrived, and everyone dispersed, choosing how to relax in their own way. David held a cup of black tea with ice in his hand, leaning against the bar and looking at the lively scene around him. Next to him was Steve, who had been joking for a long time and ran over to hide. You can also hold one dot after the completion of Wintertown. You haven't held any similar activities, right? I plan to hold it in a while, or even make it a fixed festival, called Winter Festival. The official completion of Wintertown is indeed something worth celebrating. And before winter has come, you can hold an open-air party. There is no way. David will definitely invite the Autobots. There is currently no huge building in Wintertown that allows this group of Cybertronians to move freely. Sounds like a good idea. When the two people were talking, a flame-like circle of light suddenly appeared next to them, and then Gooey walked out of the circular light door. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to attend this party. Of course. You are most welcome. David looked around. Everyone around him showed no reaction to the appearance of Ancient One. He guessed that the Supreme Mage used some kind of illusion to cover up the scene where he appeared. No. I just cast a spell and walked out when they didn't notice. Gooey nodded to an Asian woman not far away. That person happened to see how I appeared. David looked in the direction that Gooey pointed. Not far away. A woman was looking at Gooey in surprise, and responded to Gooey's greetings with a slight embarrassment. Chapter 201 International Students from Comet Taj. Although this world is known to the world because of Thor, people on Earth now know that there are many things in this world that they cannot understand. But seeing a door of light suddenly appear with your own eyes, and then a person walking out of it, was still very impactful. This kind of technology that is completely incomprehensible to itself has a much greater impact on scientific researchers on Earth than ordinary people. For example, Dr. Zhao, who had calmed down at this time, came over to look at Gooey curiously. This is Baron David Glamorgan, from Wintertown. This is the Ancient One Mage from Karma Taj. As the current commander of the Avengers, Steve is considered half the owner of the Avengers Tower. He has the obligation to introduce each other to the guests. This is Helen Zhao, a very powerful scientist. Hello. Dr. Zhao smiled and nodded at David and Goo. She was also a little curious about Wintertown, a city in another world. But at this time, her attention was completely attracted by Ancient One. Kama Taj? Is it also located in another world? And the title of mage. Does it mean that the person named Gooey just used magic? No. Kamal Taj is here on Earth. On Earth? Dr. Zhao glanced at Steve. Does this mean that magic has always existed on Earth? Kama Taj is located deep in the mountains and is not known to most people. The magicians of Kama Taj guard the Earth secretly from being invaded by evil forces from other planes. Just when Steve introduced Kama Taj to Dr. Zhao, Gu Yitzi and David talked about another thing. As for the Winter Festival, when are you going to hold it? After the last round of harvest in autumn. David has decided to make Winter Festival a fixed festival in Wintertown. The first one held this year was to celebrate the establishment of Wintertown, and subsequent ones will be held to celebrate the harvest after a year of hard work. David looked at Gooey and felt that it was definitely not just because of a winter festival that Gooey came to see him specifically. As soon as he looked over, Gooey guessed what David was thinking. David is not a person who is good at hiding his inner thoughts. And during the last conversation, Gooey knew that David didn't like to talk in circles, and if there was anything to talk about directly, it would be the most correct choice. Therefore, Gooey directly stated his plan. I heard from Steve that your territory has been established. Yes. There is also a special Holy Light Cathedral to train Holy Light believers. You want some mages to come to Wintertown to learn the Holy Light? David responded quickly and immediately understood why Gooey was looking for him. Ancient One had told herself at the beginning that she chose Steve as the new generation of Supreme Mage. In fact, to popularize the power of Holy Light in Kama Taj, which does not require additional payment. However, Steve is following her to learn all kinds of mysterious knowledge. In his free time, he also has to deal with a lot of things such as the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hydra. He has no time or energy to teach other mages to learn the Holy Light. So when Gooey learned that David's Wintertown had completed the construction work, and had also built the Holy Light Cathedral, and that there were dedicated Holy Light priests preparing to cultivate Holy Light believers in Wintertown, Gui wanted to give a few gifts to him. A mage went to study. So, you want to send a few international students to Wintertown? Is such that it's a small matter. There's no problem, David wanted to say. There seems to be no need to make a special trip for such a small matter. Right? However, thinking that this was Gui's respect for himself, the master of Wintertown, he swallowed his words and asked another question instead. Can I ask? Which mages are you planning to send to Wintertown? Master Cassius, Master Mordo. Seeing David's expression, Gui knew that David also knew something. So he explained by the way. I don't think they have to go to that ending. You're right. No matter from any aspect, these two are the more outstanding mages in Comet Taj. The only ones who can stabilize them are the Supreme Mage Ancient One and Steve, who will definitely become the next Supreme Mage. Even a very brilliant king in the future would not be a match for these two at this time. At the same time, David is not worried about what trouble these two people may cause in Wintertown. Not to mention that David can expel these people back to the Marvel Universe at any time. After Comet Taj's spell reaches Wintertown, how many more people will there be? Whether it can be used is a problem. In the magic of the Marvel Universe, not only do you need to borrow magic power, you can also cultivate it yourself. But it is difficult and not much. But specific spells also have their own ownership. Mages are only users of spells. If you want to use the corresponding spells, you also have to pay a price. The actual owner, creator, of the spell. In Wintertown, which is far away from the Marvel Universe, many spells cannot be used at all because they are beyond the scope of service. When the two people decided the friendly exchange between Comet Taj and Wintertown with a few words, the party gradually came to an end. Some people have left one after another, and gradually even the people in Wintertown began to leave. Fortunately, although they needed Steve's help when they came, they could choose to return to Wintertown on their own when they returned, without Steve playing the role of a chauffeur. As the number of people gradually dwindled, only the members of the Avengers and a few people from Wintertown were left. The Ancient One also left after having a serious talk with David. She did not meet the other Avengers. Only Steve and Tony, who was reminded by Jarvis, knew that the Ancient One was here. At this time, Tony was asking Steve and David about the identity of the Ancient One. Comet Taj? Mage? Turning to look at Steve. Is this the mentor you mentioned before who accepted you as a student? Yes. Don't you consider me? I think my talent should be pretty good too. Hearing Tony say this, Steve's eyes immediately brightened. Are you sure? If you really have this idea, I can take you to Comet Taj. Although he was very happy to hear that Steve was so enthusiastic and willing to help, Tony always felt that something was wrong here, and he felt a little bit flinched. But if you go to Comet Taj, it seems like you have to undergo penance? Oh, you know me. I'm afraid I can't stand that kind of life. It's actually not that exaggerated. Seeing that Captain America was bent on dragging him into a trap, Tony keenly sensed something was wrong and fooled him by saying, I'll think about it again. In order to change the topic, Tony introduced the members of the Avengers to David. In addition to Bruce Banner, the Hulk we met before, there are also Hawkeye Clint Barton, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Thor. In addition, David also met Falcon Sam Wilson and War Machine James Rhodes, who have not yet joined the Avengers. As for Maria Hill, who was supposed to come to work for Tony because S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, she is not here at this time. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was also not there. And David thought that the one-eyed dragon would definitely come looking for him if he knew that he, an alien from another world, had come to Earth. I know what you are thinking. Fury didn't know you were coming here today. I see. Since Steve has joined Hydra, his status is not low at the moment. If he wants, he can block all sources of information from S.H.I.E.L.D. After introducing each other, everyone in the party gradually left. Most of the people who came from Wintertown also left, except David, who was dragged away by Steve and Tony. David thinks that the next step is a gathering of the Avengers, and it has nothing to do with him. He's not a member of the Avengers. As a result, Tony and Steve said, If you want, you can become an Avengers member now. Feeling that the Avengers had turned into some strange organization, David could only say goodbye to his companions in Wintertown, and stayed alone to continue chatting with these new friends. As we chatted, it became a group of people asking themselves, unlike David, who knew all of these people were very strange to David, and it was the first time they had met people from another world. There were 2 elves here just now, but there were too many people at that time, and everyone didn't want to be rude. So they just had a few polite conversations with the two elves. There is no need to pretend now. The rest are our own people. From the attitudes of Steve and Tony, we can also know that this Baron David Glamorgan is also one of our own people. Because they were not familiar with it yet. Everyone's questions were relatively basic, and there were no in-depth topics. They didn't even ask about David's abilities. Most of them were asking about the situation in Wintertown. And they were very curious about David's territory. David took the opportunity to invite everyone, saying that he would also hold a party in the near future to celebrate the completion of Wintertown. At this point, David had no topic to continue chatting with these people. As for the hammer-raising activity that followed, someone like him, who had just met, was obviously not suitable to participate.
Don't you want to chat for a while? No. It's not like some highly intelligent robot will suddenly come out and cause trouble.
David suddenly remembered something. Without Ultron, what would happen to Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver now? It seems that these twins, who have no worries in this world, can dig into Wintertown? Steve didn't know that David was thinking about his general in Hydra. He only thought that not having Ultron was a good thing, because it would prevent many things from happening in the future. There will be a relatively stable period of time on the Earth, and he can concentrate on dealing with the problem of Hydra, and at the same time make preparations for the arrival of Thanos. For example,
put this away.
David looked at the small box in his hand, and gave Steve a puzzled look.
What's this? Mine, Jim.
Although he knew that this thing would be just a piece of stone outside the Marvel Universe, David immediately put it away. It would be nice to take it back as a decoration or paperweight. Right. Chapter 202 Threat from Orcs. Taking the souvenir given to him by Captain America Steve, David returned to Wintertown, and then put the small box containing the Mind Stone into the drawer of his desk. Before closing the drawer, David thought that maybe Steve would throw other gems to him in the future. So should he bring Loki over and let him visit his drawer? David returned to the bedroom with random thoughts and fell into sleep. After drinking a lot of alcoholic drinks, David didn't have any problems with hangover or being unable to get out of bed. He even got up earlier than usual. Standing on the roof of Glamorgan Castle, David watched the morning sun rise slowly from the horizon, giving the new winter town a brilliant color. Of course, this is just David's opinion. From time to time, he has some special emotions in his heart about the town he built himself.
You got up so early today?
David was still looking at this city that belonged to him. But he also noticed someone approaching from behind, and knew who it was.
Aren't you used to sleeping? No. I live here very comfortably. On the contrary, I will be unaccustomed to it when I return to Sparta.
Helen walked to David's side, and stood with him on the edge of the roof, looking at the building with the most buildings at this time, south of Wintertown. As the sun gradually rises, Wintertown gradually becomes lively, and more houses begin to light up.
Lights, running water, and all kinds of electrical appliances.
Helen saw many things in Wintertown that she could not even dream of before, and felt what a truly comfortable life is. In comparison, the days he spent in Sparta were not much different from those of a beast. Because of this huge difference, she was even more reluctant to leave Wintertown, hoping that she could live here forever. Becoming David's wife is naturally the biggest goal. Even if she fails, she still hopes to stay here. She hopes to plant tea in Sparta and bring a group of servants to liven up Fort Glamorgan, all in order to achieve her goal. Efforts made. In addition to these, when she heard that David wanted to expand the number of soldiers in Wintertown, she also wanted to provide some help.
Soldier? Yes.
Helen said that Sparta has no shortage of strong and outstanding young men. These are excellent sources of soldiers.
If you need it, I can bring some over.
Helen said that these Spartan soldiers were strong, hardworking, and not demanding. And they were not as expensive as David's Knights of Winter.
It is indeed an option.
David originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. And it seemed like there was nothing wrong with training a second-line army. With the development of Wintertown, more and more areas need to be defended, and a large number of manpower indeed need to be expanded. And these Spartans, who were originally soldiers, were easier to train into elites than civilians. Beyond that, David could tell that Helen had some selfish intentions. Train a group of soldiers. These soldiers are Spartans, and will naturally be closer to Helen, the Spartan princess. They will become Helen's biggest supporters in Wintertown. In addition, these Spartan soldiers can also contribute to Sparta after returning home and teach the people in Sparta what they learned from Wintertown. If some mysterious power can be transmitted back to Sparta, it can also make Sparta a more powerful country. But these are all trivial matters, and have little impact on David. We do need people. Since you have this intention, bring some Spartans over, David ordered. Because the equipment currently produced by Mediv for learning Brenian Common Language is only an additional one. A few people were brought here, so Helen could bring them over slowly. Let them learn Brenian Common first, and then bring new people over. I know what to do. Helen thought for a moment, then asked about how many people would be appropriate to bring. Bring 100 people here first. 100 Spartan soldiers can first build the framework of the Spartan Legion. If there is a need for expansion later, these 100 people will be the foundation. Spartan I? Such a word suddenly popped into his mind. David, who was originally thinking about whether to train these Spartans into heavy-armed soldiers. The picture in his mind began to go awry. From ancient soldiers wearing heavy infantry armor, they have become airborne troops wearing mobile armor. It seems quite interesting. When the time comes, 300 L paratroopers will be airdropped directly to the enemy's hometown. The scene will definitely be spectacular. Because his train of thought was led astray by Helen, David did not continue to blow the wind on the roof. He came to the office while chatting and started today's work. According to David's prediction, in the next period of time, apart from waiting quietly, he would also be careful to watch out for trouble in the surrounding villages. But things don't always develop as expected. With the arrival of late autumn, David keenly discovered that the population of Wintertown was growing much faster, and soon exceeded 1,000 people. At first, he thought that the surrounding villages and towns had started to take action. After asking Eva and Weatherby Swan, he found out that there seemed to be something going on at Snowfield Castle. In the surrounding villages and towns, farmers, soldiers, and craftsmen who originally belonged to the nobles of Iron Tree Castle were all transferred away by Snowfield Castle. The rest are free farmers from all over the kingdom of Thailand, who are equivalent to being abandoned by the villages they originally joined. Except for a few people who decided to stay where they were because they felt that they were getting a huge advantage by occupying large tracts of farmland. The remaining free farmers all ran to Wintertown. In other words, these farmers who had spent more than half a year and finally arrived in cold Wintertown. However, compared to the farmers who first came to cold Wintertown, these people have nothing, and they will not receive the various preferential treatment that those earlier people received: free housing, sufficient food, and just clearing the land, farmland ownership, and more. The people who come to Wintertown now need to borrow money from Wintertown or the Lord to ensure that they can survive this winter smoothly. At the same time, in order to earn enough living expenses, they can only choose to work for the original residents of Wintertown. The arrival of these people also perfectly filled the original vacancies in Wintertown, allowing the shops in Wintertown to start operating. So now we are the only ones left in the entire northern plains. Wintertown and Snowfield Castle. RC flew the entire northern plain again to determine the situation in the surrounding villages and towns, and then reported to David. And Frostbite Town. David felt speechless for a while. He was careful and prepared, and even began to prepare for the first phase of Spartan to expand the number of troops. As a result, before he even started to exert his strength, all the surrounding forces were destroyed. Although there are still some people left in some villages, the situation is similar to David's original camp alone, and it is not a village at all. These guys are even more vulnerable than I expected. Curling his lips, David asked about the situation in Snowfield Castle. They actually mobilized all the forces in the northern plains to concentrate. Is the situation in Snowfield Castle so bad? It's not that Snowfield Castle is in a bad situation. Snowfield Castle has not been attacked by orcs yet. The one who reported it was not RC, but Vanessa Van Cleef, who had set out with RC and got off the plane at Snowfield Castle. After carefully inquiring about the news, she took RC back. All the villages east of Snowfield Castle have been captured, including the 2 towns closest to Snowfield Castle and built on the scale of a town. The issue of orcs was considered during the construction of these 2 towns, so a lot of resources were invested from the very beginning to build semi-military facilities to serve as outer sentries of Snowfield Castle. As a result, it was easily conquered and occupied by the orcs. This made Snowfield Castle realize that the threat from the orcs was greater than expected, which is why they reacted so violently. The forces behind those villages realized that if Snowfield Castle was breached by the orcs, their villages would not be able to withstand it. For various reasons, they concentrated all their efforts to defend Snowfield Castle first. Vanessa told all the news she had heard, including that Snowfield Castle was reinforcing its walls and wasted no time in making more weapons. The 1,000 soldiers who were originally serving as auxiliary troops have also been armed. and Snowfield Castle has mobilized all available forces. Are the orcs so powerful in combat? David carefully recalled his encounter with the orcs. It seems that the human soldiers in this world did not suffer too much in the battle with the orcs. Right? Considering the number of reinforcements previously sent by Iron Tree Fort, Snowfield Fort will still be so nervous. How many orcs are there? This is the image I captured. RC, who looked just like a human, was a Cybertronian after all. Her eyes emitted light. And then David and several people in charge of the military in Wintertown all saw the holographic image that RC had taken. There are at least 3,000 orcs here. Floyd looked at the aerial images released by RC and the densely packed orcs on the ground, feeling that his whole scalp was numb. This is part of it. I also saw several smaller orc troops scattered across the eastern plains of Snowfield Castle. As RC explained, the holographic images were constantly switching. Some of them are heading towards Frostbite Town advances. Gareth and Floyd were silent, and Clausa frowned when he looked at the number. But when they looked at the Lord, they found that Lord Glamorgan was very calm. It seems that this staggering number of orcs is not taken seriously by this adult. In fact, David was thinking about whether he should help a little bit at this time. After all, if Snowfield Castle really falls, our Wintertown will have to face these orcs. If you help, the main battlefield is on other people's territory, and you won't feel bad even if you are beaten into mud. Chapter 203 Powered Armor. He spent several years building Wintertown with great difficulty. Everything in Wintertown is beautiful now, and he doesn't want orcs to come over and cause damage, even if it's just soiling a smooth and clean road with sludge. He can't accept it. Therefore, it is best to eliminate this threat before the orcs enter Wintertown's sphere of influence. Looking at the picture projected by RC, David estimated the situation. He didn't think these orcs could really threaten him. What was his estimate of how much ammunition was needed? And with Wintertown's current projection ability, can these guys be quickly eliminated? After some calculation, he felt that if he wanted to clear out the orcs safely and quickly, the safest solution would be to bring the Lordaeron Artillery Regiment over. By then, not to mention the 10,000 orcs. Even if there were several times more, there would be no way to defeat them. The territory of Upper Wintertown. It's too exaggerated and should not be used. David has always hoped that his power will develop steadily, and that he can solve the troubles in this world with the power at his disposal. For example, when asking for support from other worlds, he always keeps it as a trump card, and is not prepared to use it until a critical moment. Although the act of saving trump cards is like fattening an online novel that is being serialized, it can easily become useless or even die directly. But he is still not prepared to change his habits. Is Tony still in town? David retracted his thoughts and thought wildly for a while. He had already made a decision. Mr. Stark tests various devices in his own experiments. Eva has been paying attention to the situation of everyone in the town, and will circle around almost every day to determine whether these people are in the town and what they are doing, to ensure that when David wants to find someone, she can give a clear answer as soon as possible. This is not an easy task, especially as Wintertown grows larger and more people come to the town. Eva now has to spend some time every day to determine the situation of everyone. Fortunately, David appointed Weatherby Swan as the political officer, sharing a large part of the work that Eva was originally responsible for. Just in time. I'm going to see if his laboratory can meet my requirements. Then he gave several orders to the military leaders around him, increased the frequency of patrols to ensure that no orcs would bypass Snowfield Castle and come into the territory of Wintertown. In addition to RC's frequent patrols in the air, Black Hawk helicopters and Harrier fighter jets cannot just sit there and eat dust, and must often take off to perform reconnaissance missions. However, currently only Jack Krause is the only one in the Knights who can safely take off and land the Black Hawk helicopter. When it comes to piloting the plane, Gareth and Floyd are very depressed. They are very troubled by the various instruments and data on the plane. Now they can only barely remember the functions of these things, but they can make the plane more comfortable. Success flies. As for landing, that's why I need you to do more flying practice. Flying a plane is actually the same as driving a car. Only by practicing frequently can you truly master it. Although the two knights felt that driving a car on the ground was not on the same level as flying a plane in the sky, both in terms of technical and psychological requirements. But the Lord has already spoken out. As subordinates, can they continue to make excuses? There is nothing more to say. Flying lessons will definitely become the focus of learning for these 30 soldiers of the Knights of Winter. Thinking of this, Freud was a little lucky. Lord Baron Glamorgan has mentioned before that about 100 additional recruits will be sent to him to receive his training, In addition to the previously mentioned, the new recruits who will arrive in Wintertown will be sent to him. Among those civilians, a group of new soldiers were recruited. Next, he will be busy training new recruits, so that they can avoid this round of flight training. Floyd, who was pleased with himself, and Gareth, who kept thinking about how to arrange the pilot next, left Fort Glamorgan one after another. Jack Krause was left behind by David and took him to Tony Stark's laboratory in Wintertown. It is said to be a laboratory, but it actually looks like a luxurious manor from the outside. Tony Stark directly made this place his residence in Wintertown, where he can conduct experiments and conduct research. The manor is located deep in the winter forest to the north of Wintertown, further north than the water plant. It is currently the northernmost building in Wintertown. The advantage of being located here is that it is surrounded by dense forests. The tall and huge trees form a natural wall, which makes the manor well covered. Even standing on the roof of Glamorgan Castle, it is difficult to see Tony directly at Stark Manor. In addition, the location is remote and will not be disturbed by ordinary people. Everything meets Tony's requirements.
Why did you come to me all of a sudden? I remember that you have no interest in these things.
When David was previously invited to the Avengers Tower, David did not follow him to visit the laboratory. Instead, he took several women around. At that moment, Tony Stark suddenly realized that his previous judgment was wrong. David was different from himself. This guy was much worse than him. But joking aside, Tony knew that David would suddenly come here to look for him, and there must be something important. So he asked David again about his true purpose.
I want to make sure. Can you produce steel armor now? Steel armor?
Tony looked at David with doubtful eyes.
Don't you want my steel armor technology? I do have similar ideas.
David still maintained his usual style, and stated his intentions straightforwardly. Tony didn't expect David to be so direct, and not even try to hide it. This straightforward and calm attitude made him less suspicious in his heart. And he also realized that David could transform into a Cybertronian. He himself was a combat machine more powerful than a steel suit, so it was certainly not his intention to use his own invention. In other words, David wants to arm some people with steel armor? Why did this idea suddenly arise? His clever brain immediately provided him with several answers, and Tony quickly found the correct one.
Who is Wintertown going to war with? Is there a force that wants to invade Wintertown?
Tony has analyzed David's character and acting style, and he can be sure that David is taking a steady route in his business territory, rather than blindly expanding. With the current population and composition of Wintertown, coupled with David's past behavior style, it is definitely not an initiative to launch a foreign war. The land under the current circle of Wintertown has not been fully digested. He has no need to continue to expand now. Even if David wants to take the entire northern plain into his hands early, he must at least recruit and train more soldiers. Otherwise, how much space can the 30 members of the Winter Knights take up? Therefore, the truth is obvious. Someone is going to attack Wintertown. David wants to quickly improve his military strength. The simplest and most direct way is, of course, to upgrade equipment.
Do you need me to call some friends to come over and help? Not needed yet.
David briefly described the situation of the orcs. And then Tony knew that these things happened to the east of Wintertown.
Although I have known that your place is not peaceful, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing so soon.
Tony understood why David wanted to ask whether he could produce steel armor.
So, you want me to help you make a batch of steel armor and arm your 30 knights? Currently there are 30, but there will be more soon. Also, what I need is not the kind of steel suit you usually use.
Tony Stark's iron armor is very high-tech and integrates a lot of black technology. He often uses general-purpose models to cope with various situations. But this is not what David wants. What he wants is very simple, a firepower-carrying platform for individual soldiers.
Oh, this is really a crude idea.
Tony first complained about David's plan, and then expressed his understanding of David's choice.
The kind of power armor you mentioned is not difficult to make.
In fact, even without Tony Stark, as long as David mobilizes various technologies currently mastered in Wintertown, including alchemy, crystal mine energy supply, space storage, etc., he can create something similar. However, Tony Stark has mature related technologies in his hands, and has sufficient experience in the manufacture and use of steel armor. In other words, he has a relatively mature framework in his hands, and it is easier and more time-saving to modify and add new things to it than to slowly build a new framework.
Tell me what your requirements are for this kind of armor.
Tony led David all the way to his laboratory, started the holographic imaging workbench, and prepared to design the kind of power armor David wanted here. At this time, David noticed that Sheldon, Leonard and others were actually here. When they saw David coming, they all came up to say hello. Later, they also learned that David was here to ask Tony Stark to help his men. The Knights of Winter make power armor. You want to make power armor for members of the Order? Yes. David noticed that Sheldon's voice was trembling a little. He had seen this behavior several times, which meant that Sheldon was in a very excited state. Oh! Damn! Sheldon turned around and ran to the side, holding his notebook over. After a few quick operations, he turned the monitor to David and paired it with his own laptop, which seemed to be about to plot. Batman's smile. I strongly recommend to Lord Glamorgan Mjolnir-powered armor. David looked at Sheldon, then at Leonard and others who were also looking forward to it, and then turned to look at Tony. Can you build this thing? Tony. Chapter 204 Asking for help from Wintertown. If it's just a copycat look, of course it's not that difficult. But if you want to completely restore this kind of Mjolnir-powered armor, although it is more troublesome, Tony is confident that it is not impossible. It just takes some time. It can definitely be built. But are you willing to wait for me to slowly study the various functions on this armor? I'm not interested in waiting. David shook his head and directly put forward his request, an individual powered armor that can carry grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, and other firepower. It can carry these weapons and ammunition while ensuring that soldiers still have sufficient mobility. Simple and straightforward. Don't you need to consider defense? Defense can rely on the armor itself. Armor forged with crystal or powder itself has an energy shield. Tony almost forgot that there is such a thing in Wintertown. What about the propeller? Just make sure they land smoothly and safely when they airborne. That's nothing. Tony listened to David's request and understood that this power armor has no need for special environment combat, and is only used for ground combat in this world. The main ones are power, transmission, shock absorption, and weapon systems. Wintertown has space technology, and David also has Cybertronian compression technology. These things can ensure that the ammunition supply of the weapon system will not be limited by the size of the armor. In the end, the only thing that was tinkered with was similar in appearance to the Mjolnir-powered armor on Sheldon's notebook, and there were no other similarities. How about it? Can it be made? There are a few issues that need to be resolved first. Does the weapon system use Cybertronian compression technology, or use the space technology provided by Pierre? From a practical perspective of the armor, Cybertronian compression technology is better, but it would take some time for Tony to fully understand this unfamiliar technology. Therefore, in terms of efficiency, it is a simpler and more convenient option to directly use the space metal provided by Pierre to make an ultra-large capacity magazine, and then install it on the existing weapon as a replaceable accessory. In this case, choose a grenade launcher or a missile launcher. Put the two launchers on the back of your shoulders, and install the missile or grenade feeder on your back. For ordinary firepower, the Garand that is currently standard in Wintertown is enough, even if powerful bullets are not used. The lethality of this rifle modified by the dwarves is not low. As for the problem of insufficient firepower, some soldiers can choose to install Vulcan cannons. After discussing for a while, David was satisfied with the holographic image in front of him. This power armor was not very powerful, but it was enough to allow 30 members of the Winter Knights to mow the grass among thousands of orcs. Considering that soldiers can use storage tools to carry ammunition, the problem that limits the combat endurance of these soldiers will no longer be the ammunition, but the overheating problem of the weapon. In addition, the Winter Knights, whose style of painting is gradually deviating, will also be a problem as to what they will use as their mounts in the future. Let's make one first and see the effect. Leave it to me. This job is really not difficult for me. You should urge Pierre more. Tony said that as long as Pierre and Will's production capacity can keep up, he only needs to in one day. All 30 sets of power armor of the Winter Knights can be made. After the business was finished, David had the time to look around Tony's laboratory. I found that the place was still very messy, with a lot of experimental equipment placed there. But David couldn't tell what the specific use of these equipment was. You said that as long as Pierre and Will can supply the parts and materials you need, you can make 30 sets of power armor in one day? David turned to look at Tony. You have already laid it here. Production line? Yes. Underground. Fully automatic production? Of course. Tony looked very proud. He had always felt that his technology was ahead of the entire Earth, even now that he knew about the technology of other worlds and even aliens. He was confident that he would soon catch up or even surpass him. by Hottie C is responsible for monitoring. Jarvis? You got an extension here? Yes. After a period of thinking, Tony decided to continue using Jarvis. He was already used to this old partner. Anyway, as long as he brought a device to and from the two worlds, the data on both sides could be synchronized without affecting anything at all. At the same time, in order to ensure that he can exert his maximum combat power in Wintertown, Tony has begun to consider launching a geostationary satellite in Wintertown. Listening to Tony's various plans, David could only nod dryly to show that he understood. He was not surprised by Tony's plan to launch satellites. It was very consistent with Tony Stark's character. David even felt that if there were new people from advanced civilizations next time, Tony would be able to use the technology he had mastered immediately. Upgrade across generations. Considering that Wintertown can also reap many benefits from it, David decided to let Tony do whatever he wanted. After leaving Stark Manor, David went straight back to his own Fort Glamorgan. Weapons began to be upgraded, and the army began to expand. David began to consider whether to take advantage of the orc attack to take Frostbite Town into his hands. Although he can take Shuanghan Town into his hands at any time if he wants to. But what then? Shuanghan Town is not far away, but it cannot be connected to Wintertown in a short period of time, so it can only be managed separately from outside. He only had so many people in his hands, and even the resident official responsible for public security couldn't think of a suitable candidate for a while. So he wanted to poach someone from another world. After occupying Shuanghan Town, who did he make the mayor? Even if Shuanghan Town is managed as a border fortress, a chief officer is still needed. It was because of this embarrassing problem that he had left Shuanghan Town too lazy to take care of it, and asked the boy from the Forrester family to help him develop that land. He still had closer land at hand. There's still time to cultivate it. Sheen Forrester didn't know that his good neighbor was thinking about him at this time. The fourth son of the Forrester family from Iron Tree Fort. Faced with the report before him, he fell into in the midst of huge confusion. You sure? Looking at the two soldiers in front of him, Sheen Forrester hoped that the other party would answer not really sure. However, his expectations were dashed by the soldier's decisive reply. I'm sure, sir. The soldier knocked on his chest hard, as if to ensure the truth of his words. There are at least 500 orcs approaching in the direction of Frostbite Town. Where are the weapons? Sheen Forrester threw away the last trace of illusion and tried hard to stay calm. He hoped that he could be an excellent noble and an excellent lord. As the mayor of Frostcold Town, he must not show any panic when facing the enemy. Although he had humiliated himself when he faced that damn Baron Glamorgan before, he would never make a similar mistake again. Moreover, the situation this time was completely different from that time. Although the protective gear on those orcs is very simple or even rough, they are indeed wearing armor, and every orc is carrying a weapon. Are they all soldiers? Or are they all ordinary militiamen? Sheen Forrester wanted to determine how many of these 500 orcs were truly elite. My lord, I feel that we cannot judge this group of orcs according to our standards. The knight beside him reminded Sheen Forrester in a low voice. He did not think that these orcs and humans had the same military composition. The knight's reminder made Sheen Forrester realize that he had just made a mistake. Sheen Forrester immediately expressed his gratitude to the knight beside him. Thank you for the reminder, Platt. Then judging from the worst-case scenario, these 500 orcs are all elite warriors. After saying this, the room fell into an eerie silence, and everyone frowned. 500 orcs. How can they resist Frost Town? Sir, we should ask for help. There are currently 50 soldiers in Frost Town, although they are all elite warriors from Iron Tree Fort, including 10 cavalry from the Iron Tree Knights. There are too many orcs. Moreover, judging from the previously obtained intelligence, the combat effectiveness of the orcs is no worse than that of the elite soldiers of Iron Tree Fort. In this case, Knight Pratt did not believe that Frostbite Town had enough combat power to withstand the attack of 500 orcs. To whom? Snowfield Castle? Forrester sighed helplessly. I'm afraid the situation over there at Snowfield Castle is not much better than ours. Sir, we can ask for help from Wintertown. Knight Pratt, as the escort specially arranged by the Forrester family for Sheen, of course knows what happened between Frostbite Town and Wintertown, and even more about Sheen. What Forrester thought of the Baron of Glamorgan. But as a guard, he must fulfill his duty, ensure the safety of Sheen Forrester at all costs. Under the current circumstances, he really couldn't think of a safer place than Wintertown. That's right. What Knight Pratt really wants is not to ask for help, but to hope that Sheen Forrester can run directly to Wintertown. or go around the territory of Wintertown to the North Plains Post, and then return to Iron Tree Fort. Even if you can't return to Iron Tree Fort, staying in Wintertown is safer than guarding Frostbite Town. After all, Wintertown is guarded by a terrifying and powerful pink flying dragon. With that kind of monster, even more orcs can't easily capture Wintertown. Right? There is only one problem with my suggestion, and it is also the biggest problem. And that is Sheen Forrester's idea. The fourth son of the Forrester family. His face turned from green to red, and then from red to white. After a while, he sighed dejectedly. Is the situation already so bad? No one answered him, but it seemed like everyone did. Chapter 205, The First Show of Strength. Sean Forrester soon no longer had to wonder whether to ask for help from Wintertown, because the orcs gave him a clear answer, seeing that the farmland that his town had finally reclaimed was occupied by orcs. And the potatoes, which were the most important harvest before winter, were harvested by orcs. Sheen Forrester knew that even if they could defend Frostbite Town, they would never be able to got through this winter. Unlike other villages and towns, Shuanghan Town was established relatively early and knew how difficult the winter in the northern plains was. In this current situation, not only is there a lot of food reserves missing for the winter, but even family support cannot be sent. Retreat! Night Plaid looked at Sean Forrester. He was really worried about the young master of the Forrester family, and he was so excited that he ordered a fight with the orcs. He didn't care if he died here, but Sheen Forrester must not die here. Sir! Retreat towards Wintertown! I will take the soldiers to help you by time. Sheen Forrester sighed painfully, and finally said the words. Retreat! As soon as the order was issued, Sean Forrester suddenly felt a lot more relaxed all over. He suddenly realized that as long as he didn't dwell on those things, retreating would be the most correct choice at this time. The people in Shuanghan Town are very mobile. Or in other words, ever since they learned that a large number of orcs were approaching Shuanghan Town, these people have been ready to escape from here at any time. As soon as Sheen Forrester's official order came out, the residents of Frostbite Town immediately picked up their packages and prepared to run away with the mayor. Next, everyone could only pray that the orcs would continue to be busy harvesting farmland and ignore their group of refugees. Unfortunately, their prayers had no effect. Although the orcs were harvesting crops in the farmland, they were not prepared to let this group of humans go. Just as the residents of Shuanghan Town were moving towards Wintertown, a group of orc soldiers had already rushed over, howling. Then, under the desperate gaze of Shuanghan Town, they were bombarded into pulp by a sudden attack from the air. It's the flying dragon from Wintertown! The residents of Frostbite Town raised their heads and immediately saw the flash of pink flying in the sky. It was the pink dragon, pink monster, they were most familiar with from Frostbite Town. Once upon a time, that was their greatest fear. But today, it is their hope for survival. Watching the pink flying dragon making a weird roar hovering in the air for a few times. It then dropped a few flaming iron rods towards another group of orcs that rushed forward. Then after the deafening explosion, some orcs completely integrated with the earth. Frostbite Town, including Sheen Forrester, breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Sean Forrester was in the mood to think about the pink flying dragon in Wintertown. Why did he save them? Sir! We are already standing in the territory of Wintertown. Platt saw Sheen's doubts at a glance and reminded his mayor in a low voice. Sheen Forrester followed Platt's instructions and looked to the side, only to find that the group of them was already standing next to the Welcome to Wintertown sign. According to what Wintertown said at the time, the land they were standing on was the territory of Wintertown. Even if this territory is close to Shuanghan Town, people from Shuanghan Town might not be careful and walk a little further to relieve themselves, and they might be warned or even arrested for peeing in the territory of Shuanghan Town. This person has been scolded by him countless times. Shameless! Shameless. S behavior became his life-saving straw at this moment, which made Sheen not know how to react for a moment. Just when he was happy and speechless, another roar different from the pink flying dragon came from above. He looked up and saw that a giant iron-gray bird had come over the heads of himself and the others, and was just floating above. How many monsters are there in Wintertown? They had never seen this giant bird. She knew that in addition to the pink monster in Wintertown, there was also a black monster, but the one on the head was not black, and its appearance was the same as described in the rumors. S difference. Floyd didn't know what Sean Forrester was thinking below. He was wearing the latest powered armor produced by Wintertown and stood in front of the Quinjet's open cabin door. After hesitating for a moment, finally got up the courage to jump. Floyd, who was wearing heavy armor, fell very quickly. But when he jumped out of the cabin door, the propeller on his back was activated, instantly slowing down his fall and allowing him to stand firmly on the ground. Even so, Floyd's appearance also caused a huge impact on the group of people in front of him, especially since Floyd was not the only one who jumped from the air, followed closely by two other people wearing the same clothes. A soldier in heavy armor. Boom! Boom! There was no small sound when the three people landed. Sean Forrester, who was standing not far in front, could even feel the vibrations coming from the ground. Floyd, who was wearing power armor, didn't feel anything. He felt that he was standing very firmly when he landed, and there was no huge shock on his feet. This was completely different from the feeling he used to feel when he jumped off a horse wearing heavy armor. Different. Almost like coming down from a step less than a hand high.
This thing is really good.
Deep in his heart, Floyd praised the power armor on his body. He came to Sean Forrester in 2 steps and issued a warning to the mayor of Frostbite Town.
You have invaded Wintertown
territory. Please state your intentions. Mayor Sean Forrester.
Sean Forrester felt that the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. As long as he was not blind, he would know what was going on. Right. However, he is still a person who understands the rules after all, and understands that the other party is actually doing a routine. So he answers the other party's question honestly.
Shuanghan Town was attacked by orcs, and I had to lead the residents of Shuanghan Town to take refuge in Wintertown.
Immediately, Sean Forrester, as the mayor of Frost Town, formally issued a rescue request to Baron David Glamorgan, the Lord of Wintertown, hoping that the great border guardian of the Kingdom of Tyron, the Lord of Wintertown, Baron David Glamorgan, can lend a helping hand to Frostbite Town.
I already know your purpose of coming, and I will personally escort you to meet the Lord later.
Floyd was indeed conducting a routine inquiry. After answering Sean Forrester, Floyd directly commanded the 2 soldiers behind him to prepare to meet the enemy. After RC eliminated 2 groups of orcs in the air, she did not let the group of orcs retreat, but instead aroused the ferocity of the group of orcs. They looked at the 2 monsters in the sky and the large number of humans not far away with fierce eyes, and decided to temporarily stop harvesting crops, but to eliminate these humans first.
A strong orc roared loudly in a language that humans could not understand, and the orcs immediately began to gather in formation. Finally, more than 400 orcs roared and rushed towards Floyd's position. Floyd noticed that some orcs riding giant wolves were outflanking him, and others from both sides. The movement route of one of the wolf cavalry was obviously to cut off their retreat and prevent them from escaping.
Tisk!
If it had been a while ago, faced with such a bad battle situation, Floyd felt that all he could do was fight with all his strength until the moment he lost his life. Now he won't think so.
Don't worry about those cavalry. Destroy the group of orcs in front of you.
Floyd gave instructions to the 2 soldiers beside him. At the same time, the Quinjet in midair continued to fly forward, ignoring the bows and arrows shot by the orcs, as well as the spears, throwing axes, etc. A mess. 2 more soldiers were released from the rear hatch and thrown straight into the core area of the orc team. These 2 soldiers wearing mobile armor were different from Floyd's previous situation. The thrusters on their backs allowed them to hover in midair for a moment, and several iron bumps flew out of their shoulders. These iron lumps scattered into the crowd of orcs below and exploded into brilliant fireworks. In the blink of an eye, a clearing was cleared, and the charging formation of the orcs was destroyed.
Attack!
Floyd waved his hand, and with the 2 soldiers beside him, they rushed towards the orcs with their rifles raised. The shoulders of the 3 men kept throwing iron bumps, and Floyd's power armor was also equipped with a weapon. The 6-barreled Vulcan cannon buzzed and spit out long tongues of fire, instantly cutting down a group of orcs. Sean Forrester and Knight Pratt were standing not far away, watching blankly as the soldiers of Wintertown fought against the orcs. The disparity in the number of soldiers participating in the battle was so great that it was close to 500 orcs versus 5 people.
How can this be?
Even though the soldiers in Wintertown are very powerful and have those weird weapons, they can still swamp these few people just by their numbers.
Right.
However, the scene that Platt expected did not happen. He keenly noticed that even if the orcs' weapons hit those soldiers, they would have no impact on these people. Apart from emitting some light, the armor on their bodies was unable to cause any harm to the soldiers in Wintertown.
By the way,
those cavalry. He turned to look at the orc wolf cavalry, only to find that those cavalry had long been turned into stumps and broken arms scattered on the ground not far away, and the pink flying dragon was whizzing past above, as if to taunt this group of people. The orcs are out of their minds. At the same time, the iron gray monster that laid down 5 soldiers in succession was also spraying long tongues of fire, constantly cutting the orcs on the ground into pieces. Looking at all this, Sheen Forrester just felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, he didn't have a sudden idea and launched an attack on Wintertown. The 50 men under his command, even without mentioning the pink flying dragon in the sky, were not enough to kill one soldier in Wintertown. Chapter 206. Tony tells the truth. Floyd didn't know what Sheen Forrester thought of himself at this time. He was enjoying the fight. The Vulcan cannon on the shoulder has been firing continuously for a while, although a large number of orcs have been cleared, and there is still enough ammunition. But after falling into a close-range melee, Floyd and 2 other soldiers fired another round of grenades to clear the surroundings, and then habitually took out their swords and shields. Long swords and shields are also specialties of Wintertown. Long swords mixed with crystal or powder can easily penetrate the armor of orcs in battle and kill them. It's a pity that they didn't have many opportunities to show off their superb swordsmanship, because when he took out his sword and shield, there were not many orcs left around, and the few remaining orcs began to flee in all directions. The Quinjets and RC in the sky only pursued the orcs, who fled towards Wintertown and the Winter Forest. The orcs escaping in other directions were not pursued in a targeted manner. My lord's order. There is no need to chase down the escaped orcs. Just make sure that no orcs escape into Wintertown. RC's voice came to his ears, and Floyd immediately expressed his understanding. After making sure that there were no orcs standing around, he ordered 4 soldiers to clean the battlefield to make sure that there were no orcs still alive. And he moved towards the Sheen Forrester walked over. David looked at the holographic image on the table in front of him, and completely watched the first battle with the orcs in Wintertown. Also present were Eva, Laura, Helen, Gareth Stanton, Weatherby Swan, Will Turner, Elias Parker, Leonard, Sheldon, Tony, etc. A group of people. David maintained communication with the front line throughout the process, and asked Floyd to bring Mayor Sheen Forrester and take the Quinjet provided by Tony, the one in Avengers 2. After seeing himself, he asked Tony to turn off the holographic image in front of him. What do you think? After giving the order, David looked at everyone present. Everyone seemed to be still immersed in the previous war scenes. Among them, Gareth Stanton, the personal guard knight, is more concerned about this new equipment called power armor. He feels that if all members of the Winter Knights can be equipped with this weapon, Wintertown will soon can become the only force on the northern plains. And being able to command such a powerful force, can he also go one step further? Obtain a title and join the real aristocracy? Weatherby Swan lamented that there were too many powerful things in Wintertown. If Port Royal faced the invasion of this group of tall and strong orcs, it would be difficult to withstand it. Now, he can stay comfortably in the spacious and bright conference room, watching those powerful soldiers, with their advanced weapons and equipment, killing those strong orcs as they please. There is no need to worry that the orcs will have a chance to make a comeback and threaten the town where they live. Sir, I don't think we need to worry about these orcs at all, as long as Tony Stark builds more power armor, even if he doesn't continue to improve and upgrade it. With the current version alone, Wintertown can kill all the orcs on the northern plains. I never worried about these orcs. The focus of David's concern is not the orcs, but what can he gain from the orcs? Now the battle between Snowfield Castle and a large number of orcs is about to break out. Frostbite Town has given up resistance and asked us for help. So do you have any suggestions? Everyone looked at each other, but Laura and Helen did not say anything. They had nothing to say about these matters, and could just watch the excitement. Sheldon and Leonard were discussing the performance of the power armor in low voices, as if they wanted to discuss where this power armor could be upgraded and optimized. Tony was not prepared to participate in the future development strategy of Wintertown, so he also walked next to Leonard and others, and listened to their discussion. Those who really care about these things are Gareth Stanton, Elias Parker, Weatherby Swan, Will Turner and others who are firmly bound to Wintertown. Sir, the threat of orcs is against the entire kingdom of Tiran. As the border guardian of the kingdom of Tiran, your lord has the responsibility to take over the war situation when necessary. Elias Parker pondered for a while, and put forward his own opinion. Especially when only the troops in Wintertown are left in the northern plains. Everyone turned to look at the etiquette officer, who usually didn't say much and had no sense of presence most of the time. Even Leonard and Sheldon stopped discussing how to optimize and upgrade the mobile armor. After looking at Elias, their eyes collectively turned to David. David understood what Elias meant. It was just that after the fall of Snowfield Castle and the last army belonging to Iron Tree Castle in the entire northern plain was wiped out. Wintertown would become the last army belonging to Thailand in the northern plain. The power of the kingdom. As long as David leads his troops to clear out the invading orcs, the entire northern plains will be under the rule of Baron Glamorgan, both in fact and in law. Tai Ashubo will no longer have any qualifications and power to reach out to the northern plains, and can only stay in its original territory, without the possibility of further expansion. However, this plan is equivalent to treating Snowfield Castle as an abandoned son, a victim of a pure struggle for interests. The people of Snowhold are innocent. David didn't think for too long and directly expressed his thoughts. He is not acting for the people around him. If the soldiers of Iron Tree Fort were to fight the orcs, they would not feel anything wrong if they sacrificed themselves. Fighting and sacrifice were the duties of these soldiers. However, in addition to soldiers, there are many ordinary people in Snowfield Castle. Do you want the ordinary people to die with you? David felt that he was not cold-blooded to this extent. No matter in his previous life or in this life, he was not a good or even qualified politician, unable to treat people as they were not human beings. Even though he never thought he was a good person, he didn't intend to be a villain who regarded human life as nothing. Just like just now, he could just sit back and watch the orcs kill everyone in Frostbite Town, and then let RC and Floyd take action to take Frostbite Town into their hands. But he still let RC open fire directly, saving everyone in Frostbite Town, even if there was Sheen Forrester in the crowd who couldn't deal with him. Just after David said those words, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to have changed slightly. David could detect that several people were secretly breathing a sigh of relief. David, who realized that he had successfully passed a test, knew that if he had accepted Elias Parker's suggestion just now, perhaps several people in this conference room would never see each other again. As for now, David could feel that several people looked at him more closely. Not only Laura and Tony, but even Weatherby Swan and Will looked like they were following the wrong person. It's not surprising when you think about it. After all, no one wants their friend or leader to be a cold-blooded guy. Some things, even if you know they are correct intellectually, will make you feel uncomfortable emotionally. Elias did not feel dissatisfied because his suggestion was rejected. He was only making suggestions, and it was Lord Glamorgan who really made the decision. He knew this very clearly. Then, Your Excellency, you can spread the news that Wintertown received a call for help from Frostbite Town and sent troops to repel the orcs. And keep an eye on Snowfield Castle appropriately and take action when necessary. The purpose of spreading the news first is to let the people in Snowfield Castle know that Wintertown has the ability to defeat the orcs, whether they believe it or not. When Snowfield Castle is in crisis, this will become their last hope. As long as there is hope, people who fall into despair will try their best to seize it. Once the people of Snowfield Castle cannot resist it, they will definitely ask for help from Wintertown. At that time, David can lead the Wintertown troops to the stage and take over Snowfield Castle directly and legally. After the orcs are defeated, Your Excellency can directly report to His Majesty the King what happened here in the Northern Plains, and apply for the upgrade of Wintertown to Winter City. If occupying Frostbite Town and Snowfield Castle is just two more forward posts for David, the temptation for him to upgrade Wintertown to Winter City is much greater. Let's not talk about the promotion of the title and the expansion of the territory. Once the administrative establishment of Winter City is obtained, can my golden finger be upgraded again? Although I don't know what will happen if I upgrade again. Why not upgrade if I have the chance? It's not the junk software I used in my previous life, which gets worse as it gets upgraded. Just do it! The impromptu meeting came to an end and everyone dispersed to continue doing their own business. Before Tony left, he stopped in front of David and joked, "It seems that I will soon have to call you Earl or even Marquis. I'll lend you some good words. By the way, when you said before that Wintertown will continue to grow and develop, it will be possible for me to gain the ability to travel freely. Are you referring to the improvement of the territory level?" Tony's reaction was quick, and he had just noticed the change in David's expression when he heard about Winter City, and he immediately thought of this. That's right. After receiving a positive reply from the other party, Tony looked around and made sure that they were all his before asking in a low voice, "When are you going to establish the Winter Kingdom?" David looked at Tony speechlessly. What truth are you talking about? Is this something that can be said now? Even if he really has this plan, he still has to wait until all kinds of resources, especially the population, are almost accumulated. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. I've never thought of it that way. Chapter 207, Capture Shuanghan Town. Of course David had thought about the Winter Kingdom or something. He is not even satisfied with establishing a Winter Kingdom at all. He hopes to establish a huge empire. By then, he will be the Emperor of Brunia.
It sounds ominous.
Back in his office, David quietly waited for the arrival of Sean Forrester. He just communicated through communication and instructed Floyd to bring Sean Forrester to Wintertown to see him. He must be arriving soon. Sean Forrester followed Floyd onto the Quinjet, accompanied only by his escort Knight Platt. The two people curiously looked at everything in the fighter plane. Only then did they realize that this strange big bird was not a monster. It seemed to be some kind of alchemy product and was controlled by people. There was basically no obstruction in the cabin of this Quinjet fighter. As soon as they entered, they could see Sharon Rogers sitting in the driver's seat in front. Although it was the first time for the two of them to see such a thing, they quickly figured out what was going on. Seeing this situation, Sean Forrester thought of more. Where did these powerful alchemical products come from in Wintertown? His Majesty the King's support for Wintertown actually reaches this level? Does this mean that His Majesty the King is extremely dissatisfied with Iron Tree Fort? Wintertown was actually sent by His Majesty the King to suppress the nobles of Iron Tree Castle? How many powerful weapons and equipment are there in Wintertown? How many more powerful equipment does His Majesty the King have in his hands? Turning to look at Floyd beside him, the Lord of Wintertown and the bodyguard knight of Baron Glamorgan took off his helmet, revealing his true appearance and introducing his identity. Sean Forrester looked at Floyd and then at the other two soldiers. Those two were the so-called soldiers of the Winter Knights. Ordinary soldiers can wear such powerful equipment. Naturally, Sean Forrester will no longer regard the Knights of Winter as a joke created by ignorant country nobles. But seriously think about Iron Tree Castle facing the attack of these people. How long can it last? He had personally seen the combat effectiveness of the Knights of Winter, and saying that 1 against 100 was belittling these people. Sean Forrester even suspected that the 5 people he saw today, combined with 2 huge metal A flying bird, can completely wipe out all the military forces in Iron Tree Fort. Just when Sean and Platt wanted to take a closer look at these people's equipment and this magical giant bird, they felt a slight vibration around them, and then stopped moving steadily.
Arrive!
The surprise wasn't fake. Sean Forrester looked at Floyd with an expression that clearly asked, "Are you here yet?" Floyd nodded to Sean Forrester, and then made a pleased gesture towards the already open cabin door.
Mayor Sean Forrester, please!
After Sean stepped off the Quinjet from the cabin door, he immediately looked at the surrounding environment. What he entered was a vast square. The first thing that Sean Forrester noticed was the ground beneath his feet. It was solid, flat, and clean. He had never seen such ground in Iron Tree Fort.
This is Wintertown? This is the Wintertown military camp, located in the Winter Forest to the north of Wintertown.
According to David's original plan, this was the place where the Wintertown army rested and trained new recruits. So when Sean and Platt stepped off the Quinjet, they quickly noticed the Spartan training not far away. First issue soldier. These young soldiers brought by Helen from Sparta are receiving the most basic physical training. The instructor in charge of the training at this time is Renaud Maugrain. In addition to these Spartans who were undergoing basic training, there were also some members of the Winter Knights, who were familiar with the operation of power armor. Sean saw several people wearing power armor, constantly running, stopping, and relying on thrusters for long jumps and more. Sean looked behind him again and found that in addition to the giant bird he just stepped off, there were several other giant birds parked not far away, including the black monster he had heard of countless times, Black Hawk helicopter. Just when he was about to ask
how to get to Lord Glamorgan,
a square metal car stopped in front of him. Sean swallowed back the question he was about to ask. Of course he could recognize the car, although he didn't understand how such a car could run without the need for horses or animals. Sitting in the back seat of the Hummer, Sean noticed Floyd sitting in the front seat and said to the person beside him,
"Go to Fort Glamorgan."
Sean immediately understood that the so-called Fort Glamorgan was the residence of the Baron Glamorgan and was also the core of Wintertown. The car started and ran quickly on the smooth road. Through the car window, Sean kept looking at the surrounding environment. The car quickly drove out of the military camp and drove on a road with tall trees on both sides. Not long after, the trees on both sides disappeared, and the car left the winter forest and entered the winter town. In addition to the wider road, many beautiful buildings began to appear on both sides of the road. Sean looked at these beautiful buildings and clean streets. Even the paths between the buildings were flat and clean stone roads. Comparing them to his own frostbite town, he found that comparing the two was simply a comparison of this local humiliation. He felt that even the inner city of Iron Tree Castle was not as good as Wintertown. Just like when he took the giant bird to Wintertown. The car was traveling very fast. When Sheen felt that he hadn't seen enough. He had already seen the gorgeous building, although it entered Wintertown from the north. The Hummer did not enter Fort Glamorgan through the north gate. The north gate entered David's private garden and only received friends. Anyone arriving on official business must enter through the main gate of Glamorgan Castle, which is the south gate. The car drove along the high wall outside the Winter Fortress all the way to the south gate, allowing Sheen Forrester to take a look at the vast square in front of the main entrance, and also saw the Cathedral of the Holy Light, which has now become a landmark building. Finally, we drove into the Winter Fortress and stopped in front of Glamorgan Castle. After getting out of the car and looking up at the palace, Sheen looked at both sides. There was also a towering building on the left. He didn't know what it was used for. As for the military camp on the other side, he could see its function at a glance. Following Floyd into Glamorgan Castle, Sheen was once again deeply impressed by the cleanliness and brightness inside. There was no palace in his memory that could be so bright inside. Arriving on the second floor and walking to David's office, Sheen Forrester finally met Baron David Glamorgan again. He used to not think highly of him, but now he felt like a man he didn't dare to look directly at.
It is a great honor to see you again, my dear Lord Glamorgan. I must express my most sincere thanks for your previous rescue.
The etiquette he has cultivated since childhood allowed him to respond promptly and correctly. While expressing greetings, Sheen Forrester also thanked the other party for the helping hand he had extended to him.
Don't be so polite, Mayor Forrester. It is my duty to protect the territory and destroy all enemies who dare to offend the kingdom of Tyron.
After a brief greeting, David motioned to Sheen Forrester to sit down and talk to him. Seeing that the other party did not make things difficult for him too much, Sheen Forrester secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he would not encounter any difficulties. The conversation with Sheen Forrester was actually not much, and David did not need Sheen Forrester to introduce him to the orcs. Inviting him to sit down and have a face-to-face conversation with him has only one purpose: the ownership of Frostbite Town. After all, Sheen Forrester has received an elite education since he was a child. As long as he doesn't get too excited and ensures that his brain is in a normal state, he will naturally know what he should do at this moment. A formal request for help. Requesting David Glamorgan, the Lord of Wintertown, to help him resist the attack from the orcs, and placing Frostbite Town under the rule of Baron Glamorgan. Sheen Forrester agreed to all these things and stamped his seal on the spot. From then on, Frostbite Town officially became David's territory, and Sheen Forrester, and even the current residents of Frostbite Town, excluding soldiers, were transferred to David, including those contract farmers who originally belonged to the Forrester family. The corresponding contracts will also be sent to David in the future. To be honest, David didn't expect Sheen Forrester to agree so happily. He was in such a good mood that he didn't even bother to mention the previous festivities.
I hope to write a letter and have my guard Pratt deliver it to the family.
Sheen Forrester hopes that Wintertown can use that strange giant bird to quickly send Pratt back to the Iron Tree Fort. After experiencing it himself, he knew how fast that thing could fly.
No problem. Thank you very much for your generous help, Lord Baron Glamorgan.
Sheen Forrester thanked him again and left David's office. Floyd took the two men directly to the Winter Hotel not far away and arranged accommodation for Sheen Forrester. Paper, pen, and envelopes for writing letters were quickly delivered to Sheen. After getting the things, Sheen Forrester immediately started writing letters home. As a guard knight, Platt was not supposed to peek around, but Sheen Forrester kept telling him about things. So even if he didn't peek specifically, he knew that Sheen was in the letter. What content was written? Surprisingly, Sheen, who initially looked down upon Baron David Glamorgan, in addition to informing his family that he was safe, kept emphasizing in his letter that he must not offend Baron Glamorgan and hoped that his family could be on good terms with Baron Glamorgan. After seeing the true strength of Wintertown, Sheen Forrester could no longer view Baron Glamorgan the way he had before. Now in his eyes, Baron Glamorgan is a more powerful being than any noble in Iron Tree Castle. Chapter 208 Frost Sentinel. Frostbite Town has become his own territory, and the next thing David has to consider is how to deal with this new territory.
Let's move the population inward.
Without going to the conference room, David asked Eva to call Weatherby Swan and Gareth Stanton to his office. This matter was mainly discussed with the political officer Weatherby Swan. Call Gareth here, because David is planning to transform Frostbite Town into Frostbite Outpost, which will serve as the outermost defensive outpost or fortress of Frostbite Town. The original farmers in Schwanhan Town were moved to Schwanhan Town, and Schwanhan Town was transformed into Schwanhan Post to make it easier for our soldiers to station there. In this case, wouldn't the farmland reclaimed by Schwanhan Town be wasted? Schwanhan Town has been operating in the northeast of Wintertown for more than a year and has reclaimed some farmland, although the yield of crops is not comparable to that of Wintertown. No matter how small the yield is, it is better than leaving it abandoned. Right? Although it's a pity, it can only be left abandoned for now, rather than wasting manpower to continue planting those barren lands. It would be better to use these manpowers on the rich lands around Wintertown. The crops produced by the two lands are not of the same magnitude at all. Unless an idea popped into David's head, but he didn't know if it was feasible. Get some farm machinery and transform them into transformers. Allowing these agricultural transformers to be stationed at the Frostbite outpost will not only increase the combat effectiveness of the outpost, but also ensure that the farmland will not be abandoned. However, he had previously resurrected the diggers based on the fact that these were transformers. Even if they were just mass-produced goods, they were indeed Cybertronians in nature. I just used the holy light to rekindle and strengthen their fire. This is completely different from creating something from scratch. Maybe we can find some more mass-produced Decepticons? David changed his mind. He felt that it didn't have to be agricultural machinery. He might be able to modify the templates of these mass-produced Decepticons and make them agricultural machinery. Besides the Decepticons, maybe he could find the Autobots? Are there any farm equipment in the Autobots? Putting this idea aside for the moment, David continued to discuss the relocation of the population with Weatherby, and at the same time asked Gareth how he planned to arrange the rotation of the Frost Watch. Currently, stationing a small team at Frostbite Post is enough to ensure the safety there. After seeing the power of power armor with his own eyes, Gareth Stanton had a clear understanding of the combat power of his side. He felt that 5 people were enough. But if there were too few people, sometimes it would be difficult to deal with certain situations. It's easy to allocate manpower, so just arrange it according to the configuration of a team. If everything goes well, we can arrange for some new recruits to be stationed together in the future. Currently, in addition to the 100 recruits from the first phase of Sparta, Wintertown has also recruited 50 recruits from newly relocated people. Gareth Stanton doesn't know how many of these 150 recruits will eventually stay, but some of them will eventually become recruits of the Winter Knights. He didn't expect the new recruits to contribute much immediately. Being sent to the sentry post is more to let these recruits feel the combat atmosphere and make them realize what their responsibilities are. This may allow them to grow up faster. David had no objections to Gareth's arrangements. He only made one request: don't relax your requirements in order to increase your troops. He wants elites, and he can accept a small number, but weaklings are not worthy of joining the Knights of Winter. Don't worry, sir. Floyd and I guarantee that every soldier in the Knights of Winter will be the best among the best. When he first came to Wintertown, he didn't think that such a remote territory located on the border of the kingdom could train any elite knights. But after living in Wintertown for a period of time and witnessing all kinds of magical things, items, and powers, he had long since changed his mind. Especially with the protection of the Holy Light, the quality of the soldiers of the Winter Knights continues to improve, and the Lord continues to provide powerful weapons and equipment. Gareth Stanton feels that the Winter Knights will definitely become brainy in the future, the most powerful knights on the Asian continent. Their strength will shock everyone who has seen it. He was convinced of this, and willing to pay everything for it. After the matter was discussed, let the two go out and do their work. Gareth will go back to start arranging the stationing of Frostbite Outpost. Floyd will continue the training work, and Weatherby Swan will prepare to take over the people of Frostbite Town. The residents of Frostbite Town did not return to live in their original town just because the orcs were repelled. At this time, they were heading towards Wintertown under the leadership of 2 other Wintertown soldiers. RC circled in the air to conduct reconnaissance, making sure there were no orcs chasing behind her to ensure the safety of these people. After the matter was dealt with, David got up and walked a few steps back and forth in the office, then left the office to find an ambulance. There was nothing urgent to deal with at the moment, so he could just go and ask Ratchet if there were any Autobots that could transform into agricultural machinery. When Ratchet is not doing anything, he keeps going back and forth between the 2 worlds to ensure that David and Optimus Prime can contact him at any time. When he stayed in Wintertown, he was either learning what the Holy Light was with Lyadrin and Sally Whitemane, or he was staying in the garage of Fort Glamorgan to learn and comprehend the Holy Light. It is said that I have recently realized that I am just a little closer to mastering the Holy Light. walking into the garage. There are no other cars here except the ambulance. David's Mustang sports car is usually stored in his Cybertron body, so that he can use and transform it at any time. Seeing that there was only one ambulance in the empty garage, David thought maybe he should bring in a few more vehicles, even if they looked good.
Ratchet, how's the holy light doing? I feel that I have mastered the key. As long as I work harder, I can learn this magical power.
When Ratchet saw David arriving, he directly transformed into a human form. The high enough space allows him to move freely after his transformation. In fact, even if he casually strolls around Wintertown in human form, the people in Wintertown will not have any special reaction. The existence of digging tigers has made the people in Wintertown accustomed to the existence of Cybertronians, considering that almost everyone's homes were built with the help of digging tigers. The people in Wintertown have no regard for Cybertronians. The popularity of the Tan people far exceeds that of the Earthlings in the Transformers world. This situation was naturally reported to Optimus Prime by the ambulance. While Optimus Prime was happy, he also realized what David said at the beginning. Only the Cybertronians can truly have a positive impact on the lives of people on Earth. Only then will the people on Earth truly accept and welcome you. Wintertown is a ready-made example. Therefore, Optimus Prime has indeed begun to contribute to mankind on Earth. But his proposal that people on Earth must first unite is not so easy to achieve. As far as Optimus Prime is concerned, there won't be any progress in this matter unless the people on Earth fight for several years. David felt that Optimus Prime seriously overestimated the efficiency of the people on Earth. There is little progress on the Earth side, and the remaining Decepticon forces cannot be killed. More and more Autobots want to settle in Wintertown. Ratchet mentioned this to David by the way. Optimus Prime was doing statistics recently. Maybe after a while, David wouldn't have to buy one himself, and there would be a lot of new cars in the garage. When the topic reached this point, David took the opportunity to ask,
are there any Autobots that can transform into agricultural machinery? The kind of machinery used for farming and harvesting on Earth?
Right. This, Ratchet shook his head helplessly.
You know, we Cybertronians and Earthlings have completely different structures, so there is no need for those crops. So Transformers in this regard have never been born.
David nodded helplessly. He really didn't expect this. Regardless of the various versions of animations or movies, there are no Transformers that turn into agricultural machinery. The fundamental reason is that the Cybertronians don't have this need.
Right.
I just don't know if I can make a new template by hand. David asked by the way. Have the Autobots killed any mass-produced Decepticons recently? Bring a Decepticon corpse if you can.
Okay. I'll talk to Optimus about this. Then I won't disturb you and continue to comprehend the holy light. Come on!
Watching the ambulance transform again into a Hummer search and rescue vehicle, David left his garage. Looking at his vast garden, David suddenly remembered another thing, the Wheatfield puppet of Azeroth. But after searching my memory carefully, I remembered that the Wheatfield puppet was strictly a defense machine sentinel responsible for guarding farmland, not a machine for plowing the fields.
TSK! I thought of a substitute.
At the same time, David did think of another type of robot that was actually used for farming. That is, the various agricultural robots in Robo Police. But these were controlled by humans, and their efficiency was not much different from ordinary agricultural machinery.
How about asking Tony to build a group of robot soldiers?
Farming in your spare time and serving as a soldier in war? It doesn't seem impossible? David immediately prepared to find Tony, and transformed into a Tomcat fighter jet to fly over. However, he had just transformed into a Cybertronian form, and before he could release the Tomcat fighter jet compressed and stored in his body, he suddenly saw Laura came out of Glamorgan Castle, and waved to himself. After stopping his transformation, David walked up to Laura.
What's wrong? Someone new is here. Oh? I just went to Petunia Flowers' fashion store with Sylvanas and Lyadrin. When I came back, I happened to meet someone new who came to Wintertown.
After briefly explaining the situation, Laura had even finished explaining the general situation to the newcomers. And now she was bringing the newcomers to meet David, the master of Wintertown. Following Laura's introduction, a middle-aged man wearing a police uniform and a police round hat, looking around curiously, appeared in David's sight. Chapter 209 Survivors of the Doomsday World.
Hello. I am David, the Lord of Wintertown. Hello. I'm Rick Grimes.
The man in police uniform introduced himself to David. At the same time, he looked at David in front of him with a mysterious look on his face.
I should call you for the Baron. Or for the Mayor.
David smiled and said that Rick could choose a title he could accept. After shaking hands with Rick, he was carefully mobilizing the holy light to check himself. He soon came to the conclusion that he was not infected with any strange virus. Yes, David has recognized who the Rick Grimes is in front of him, the protagonist of the Walking Dead series. Rick Grimes comes from a post-apocalyptic world destroyed by the zombie virus. He remembered that all humans in that world had been infected with the virus. So even people who died normally would transform into zombies after death. In other words, Rick should also have that virus. This is why David didn't react much when he saw Leon, but instead carefully checked his situation when he saw him. After a brief chat, David brought the topic to Rick's world. Not long after Rick said that he woke up in the hospital and just learned that the whole world seemed to be in chaos and there were zombies everywhere, David took the opportunity to offer to conduct some examinations for Rick.
Examine? Yes. To avoid having that virus in your body. I shouldn't be infected. Right. Otherwise, I would have turned into a zombie long ago. Carrying the virus does not necessarily mean you are infected, and there may be an incubation period for infection. Don't you want to be sure about your situation?
David easily convinced Rick, because Rick also wanted to determine whether he was infected with that terrible virus.
What should I do? Don't worry. It's not troublesome.
For Wintertown, it is indeed not difficult to determine Rick's condition. There is an ambulance parked in the garage not far away. Let the ambulance scan, and Rick's physical condition will be clearly displayed in front of everyone. When Rick saw Ratchet, the legendary Transformer, he was stunned and completely forgot what Laura had said to him before. There are many people from different worlds in this place. Although he had accepted this magical thing, he had not thought about these people from other worlds, including the Cybertronians. Even though there were two legendary elves beside him, he didn't think about Transformers. Now he realizes that this place called Wintertown is even more magical and weird than he thought. Only at this moment did Rick come back to his senses and pay attention to his own situation.
How is it? Am I infected with that terrible virus? No unknown virus has been found in you.
Ratchet compared Rick's information with the Earth's human information and virus data stored in his database, and found no traces of unknown viruses.
I'm sure you're clean.
Rick let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. He didn't want to become that kind of living dead monster that would attack other people. At this time, David was secretly thinking, there were no traces of the virus on Rick. Was it because he was not infected in the original plot? Or was it some kind of magical power that cleared the virus from his body when he came to Wintertown? No matter what the possibility is, David doesn't have to worry about a sudden zombie crisis in Wintertown.
I'm sorry to have to welcome you in such a special way. No. Actually, I'm very grateful to you for helping me with the examination.
Rick sincerely thanked David and the ambulance nearby, but he always looked at the ambulance with a magical look in his eyes.
Anyway, welcome to Wintertown.
David originally wanted to go to Tony to ask about the farm robot, but because of Rick's arrival, he decided to postpone the matter for a while. Rick's appearance made David think of another thing. He happened to be short of a sheriff, and Rick himself was the deputy sheriff of the town. He is quite experienced in public security management. Of course, Rick may not necessarily be willing to stay in Wintertown permanently, because he still has things in his own world that he can't let go of. But it doesn't mean that Rick can't help David, because Rick lives in a world at the end of the world. Although that world is already full of zombies, there are still many survivors struggling to survive. Those people are very good targets for David's Wintertown. The living environment is harsh. It seems that there is no future in their own world, and they just want to survive. At the same time, because they have experienced the apocalypse and difficult life, these people are easier to manage than people in the ordinary world. As for those who do not want to be managed, they can be expelled directly. When Rick moves around in that world, he can help David recruit ordinary people who are in trouble. I remember that Rick has encountered many survivors in the plot, and these are all potential targets. Thinking of these things, David decided to personally take Rick around Wintertown and talk about his future. After passing through Glamorgan Castle and walking out of the main entrance of Winter Fortress, Rick still couldn't control himself and looked back at the familiar building. David understood why he had this reaction and explained casually.
This house was built not long ago, and the person who proposed the design is a physicist living in Los Angeles.
Oh! Rick immediately understood why the Lord's residence was exactly the same as the house in his memory. It turned out that someone from the same country as him provided a model.
This is really a good design. I know what you're thinking. I've been to that country. Ha ha ha!
Rick smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer the question for a moment. Fortunately, David did not continue to talk about this topic, but started the next topic, introducing Wintertown to Rick and asking Rick what his plans were.
Me?
Rick looked at the clean and tidy streets, the beautiful houses around him, and the fresh air, all of which made him feel comfortable. If possible, he very much hopes to live in this place called Wintertown. But he has some things to confirm first.
I want to find my wife and children.
Whether his wife is alive or dead, he hopes to get a definite answer. If his wife and children are still alive, then of course, he will do his best to reunite with his family. Then he can bring his wife and children to live in Wintertown, away from the world destroyed by zombies. If his wife and children had unfortunately died, he didn't know whether he could start a new life. And he didn't even dare to think about that possibility. He hoped that his wife and children had successfully escaped when the crisis broke out and were living in a safe place at this time.
I hope you can reunite with your family soon.
David said a blessing to Rick, and at the same time introduced to him the huge advantages that Rick would gain by being able to travel back and forth to Wintertown freely. You can run to Wintertown to take refuge in times of crisis. You can obtain weapons and supplies here in Wintertown. And even after being injured, you can immediately go to the Cathedral of the Holy Light and find a priest in the church to treat you.
Priest? Treatment?
Rick was already very excited after hearing the first few sentences. Of course, he could realize what it meant to him to be able to come to Wintertown at any time. What's more, the mayor also made it clear that he could replenish weapons, ammunition, food and water in Wintertown. You can also come to Wintertown to rest when you are tired. What does it mean that this priest is responsible for treatment? The pastor of Wintertown also works part-time as a doctor?
The priests in the Holy Light Cathedral believe in the Holy Light and can use the magical power of the Holy Light to treat injuries and diseases.
David raised his hand and gave a simple demonstration to Rick.
This is the power.
Rick felt that his body had become much healthier, and he realized that there was such a magical power in this world.
Liadrin, one of the elves you met earlier, is the current bishop of the Cathedral of the Holy Light.
Liadrin originally did not want to be the bishop, but after the Cathedral of Holy Light was established, she and Sally Whitemane were the only two priests in the entire Wintertown. So she reluctantly took over the position of bishop. Listening to David's introduction to the situation and looking at the surrounding houses along the wide road, Rick gradually began to wonder.
I can get so many benefits. So what do I need to pay for it? Help me recruit residents.
David likes such sober-minded people. He is much more likable than those who only know how to take but not know anything in return. After telling Rick his plan, Rick showed no resistance to David's request. After walking along the road for a while, he had noticed that there were indeed a few residents in Wintertown. At the same time, he didn't think it was a bad idea to bring survivors from his world that was being ravaged by zombies. What's more, David, the mayor, had already explained it clearly to him. What he wanted were common people, not slaves. The people brought by Rick can become official residents in Wintertown, and then earn money through work, buy their own houses, etc., just like they did before. This is a win-win situation for Wintertown and the survivors of the apocalypse. Of course, Rick would not refuse and readily accepted the task.
Welcome to join Wintertown.
When Rick agreed to help David recruit people, he became a member of Wintertown. David said that Rick could choose one of the already built houses or find an open space of his own choice. Build a new home that is entirely his own according to your own ideas. In addition to receiving weapons as needed, Rick could also learn various knowledge currently possessed by Wintertown,
including Holy Light, Arcana, Shaman, etc.
Listening to the words David said, Rick seriously doubted that he was not the right one. But it didn't hurt to try, just in case he learned it. Chapter 210 Winter Festival is coming. Take Rick around to let him understand the layout of Wintertown. He also took Rick to get to know Jonah, so that he could ask Jonah for food and water when needed. Then he took Rick to meet Eva and Weatherby Swan. In the future, when Rick needs to replenish weapons and ammunition, he can contact Eva. When he brings back survivors from the apocalyptic world, he can contact the political officer Weatherby Swan, who will be responsible for arranging the new residents brought there. In the end, Rick chose a very ordinary two-story house as his new home. He could take a good rest here before setting off back to his own world to find his wife and children and officially start recruiting survivors for Wintertown. Rick knew that he was officially working for Baron David Glamorgan. The better his work results, the better his life in Wintertown would be in the future. Before he found his wife and children, he had already found a future he could look forward to. This filled him with hope. After a brief rest, he took sufficient supplies
and set out on the road to find his wife and children.
You want to greatly increase the population of Wintertown through Rick?
Laura could clearly see David's care for Rick, and she immediately guessed David's thoughts.
Yes. Such a survivor of the apocalyptic world is the easiest person to win over to Wintertown.
And relatively speaking, these people are also easier to satisfy. As long as Wintertown can provide a safe and stable living environment, they are happy to live here for a long time. In addition, most of the survivors of these apocalyptic worlds come from modern society. Their thinking is somewhat different from that of the vast majority of civilians in this world. They are not too entangled in the field, and are more willing to accept jobs such as waiters and workers.
I suddenly hope that there will be more people from the apocalyptic world in the future.
Movie versions of Resident Evil and The Last of Us are worth looking forward to. There are also worlds like interstellar travel where the Earth's environment changes drastically, causing humans to find a new home. Just as David was thinking about which other worlds met his requirements, Steve brought 2 mages to Wintertown. David found that today was a suitable day to receive newcomers. His original plan was to continue to the back row. Fortunately, the Casillas and motive brought by Steve did not require him to spend too much time to receive them. He only needed to meet and say hello, and get to know each other. It was Steve who was responsible for introducing the situation in Wintertown. After introducing Lyadrin to the 2 mages from Karma Taj, the 2 mages can also follow Lyadrin to visit Wintertown. After sending away the 2 mages, Floyd came back again.
What happened? Sean Forrester has written a letter and hopes that we will use the Quinjet to send the Plaid Knight to Irontree Castle. Oh, this is what happened.
David motioned to Floyd to take Plaid Knight directly to Peggy, who should have enough free time to do this. As for choosing Peggy instead of Sharon, there was no special reason. It was simply that Sharon had previously flown a Quinjet, so it was just a shift change. Of course, this is not necessary. If something happens to Peggy and Sharon doesn't mind, it doesn't matter if Sharon continues to drive. As for whether the Quinjet flying directly to Irontree Fort will cause any reaction, the Quinjet has physical stealth capabilities, so you don't have to worry about being seen. The magic detection plane will not land in Irontree Fort, but will only find a suitable location on the periphery to drop Night Plat. This is without wanting to be exposed. In fact, the rumor of having a flying dragon in Wintertown has spread throughout the northern plains. It doesn't matter even if the people of Irontree Fort see the Quinjet. Watching Floyd leave, David sat behind his desk and waited quietly for a while.
There shouldn't be anything going on. Right.
After making sure that no one suddenly came to look for him again, he stood up and walked out of Fort Glamorgan, then transformed into a Cybertronian body and released his Tomcat fighter plane. As the Tomcat fighter jet ejected from his body and grew larger, David jumped up and accurately fell into the cockpit, and then soared into the sky. The whole process only took the blink of an eye. The black Tomcat had already flown above Glamorgan Castle, hovered slightly, and then flew towards the north. Although Wintertown today is many times larger than when it had only one street, the distance from Fort Glamorgan to Stark Manor is not so far that it takes half a day's flight to reach it. After just a slight increase in speed, he had to dive towards the ground in the next second, open the cockpit, jump out of the aircraft, and land firmly on the ground. The Tomcat fighter then gradually became smaller and got into the hatch opened on David's shoulder. Finally, he returned to human form and raised his hand to say hello to Tony in front of him.
It's so rare that you didn't spend time in the laboratory today.
Tony witnessed an F-14 Tomcat fighter jet rushing straight towards him from the sky, a robot jumping out of the cockpit and landing in front of him. The fighter jet shrank and got into the robot's body, and the robot turned into David. Although he already knew it, this was the first time Tony saw David's Cybertronian posture with his own eyes.
I suddenly felt that the manor lacked necessary defense measures, considering that your place is an important laboratory, weapons equipment, and ammunition production factory. I also feel that the defense here is too weak.
Stark Manor is located in the northernmost part of Wintertown. It stands to reason that the possible enemies in Wintertown come from the southeast and 2 directions. But he cannot guarantee absolute safety in the north. Who knows if someone will deliberately make a circle and sneak up on him from behind. And it cannot be ruled out that there are some dangerous monsters or races in the north.
When the troops are sufficient, the so-called northern outpost must be regularized.
He suddenly felt that the current 150 recruits were still a bit small. Maybe he could start thinking about the Spartan too.
Now there may be more. Rely on your iron soldiers. Considering the situation here, I'm afraid my steel soldiers must be equipped with enough weapons.
Speaking of this topic, Tony suddenly felt a little speechless.
His Stark Industries had decided not to focus on the weapons market, but to transform into a high-tech group. But who would have thought that just because he was interested in the alien city of Wintertown and came to build reactors and laboratories, he would actually pick up his old business of weapons development and manufacturing again. Do not conflict. David said that the weapons development and manufacturing in Wintertown and the clean energy, sewage and garbage treatment on the Earth are all to make the world a better place. You mean you can make the world a better place? Do you think the world is better as it is now? Okay. What you said makes some sense. The Winter Kingdom under your rule is definitely much better than those dirty and messy backward cities. Although Tony has not seen it with his own eyes, he has heard it from others. Know the general situation of this world. Although there are miraculous powers such as magic, gods, and alchemy, the living standards are not much different from those in medieval Europe on Earth. The living environment of civilians in this world is just like that, and they are definitely not happy. In comparison, it is definitely a good thing for ordinary people in this world to let David, a man with advanced ideas, rule and build a new advanced country. Besides, you have a genius like me to help you. After bragging and chatting for a while, David got down to business. When Tony heard that David actually wanted him to help build agricultural robots, he didn't know where to start complaining. It's definitely possible to build it, but the machine you build yourself can do more important things. Isn't it too wasteful to use it to plow the fields? Responsible for guarding the sentry. I also farm in my spare time. So they are steel soldiers who know how to cultivate farmland? Don't you think this is more wasteful? David spread his hands. In fact, even if he transformed the transformers into agricultural machinery, the real way to use them would be to reclaim the more fertile land around Wintertown instead of throwing it into Schwanghan Town, to cultivate those barren farmlands, until all the land around Wintertown is utilized. No matter what you do, it will be a waste of labor. I think you might as well send some extra support staff and let them farm when they have nothing to do. In addition to combat soldiers, a sentry post should also have auxiliary personnel, such as chefs and logistics personnel. Let these people farm casually in their free time. Anyway, we don't expect much food to be produced in those farmlands. The population was not large before, so I didn't think about it. He was not prepared to send logistical support personnel to the post. After all, the soldiers stationed at the post would frequently come and go on duty. After Tony heard David's words, he immediately guessed one thing. What? You found a new way to increase the population? Well, a new guy just arrived. After briefly explaining Rick's situation to Tony, Tony immediately understood what David was thinking. Even if that Rick can help you recruit civilians to come to Wintertown, there won't be many of them. Right. As long as the population can increase steadily. David no longer mentioned the matter of letting the Iron Soldiers work in farming, but instead mentioned another thing. The crops in Wintertown were almost harvested, and the Winter Festival he had mentioned at the beginning was almost about to be held. He asked Tony to consider who could be invited to Wintertown and take the time to say hello to those people. It shouldn't be too much. I'm only going to invite the members of the Avengers over. At most, he could add a few additional friends like Roddy, Pepper, and Happy, but he wasn't sure if the other Avengers members would bring their family members. If he brings his family members, will the Thor call his Asgardian family? Chapter 211 Black Ship. It turns out that the gods of Asgard are not so idle. Everyone has their own work to be busy with. So Thor, the first heir to Asgard who is obsessed with Jane Foster, stays on Earth all day long. After completing all the harvest work, David announced the true birth of Wintertown in front of all the residents of Wintertown. At the same time, it has also been determined that the Winter Festival will be after the last round of crop harvesting every year in the future. David originally thought that for such a festival, the townspeople might not take it too seriously. But it turns out that as long as there is a seemingly reasonable reason to celebrate, the people's acceptance is much greater than David thought. Everyone is excited to celebrate this new festival, but I don't know if they are also celebrating the beginning of a new life. For the residents of Wintertown, the official completion of Wintertown is indeed a new beginning. They got new houses, new land, new jobs here, and started a new life. The craftsmen from Azeroth will say goodbye to the past completely. They can enjoy a stable, comfortable and prosperous life in Wintertown. What David promised to the craftsmen back then has now been achieved. It can be said that the people who currently support the Lord David the most in Wintertown are the craftsmen and their families, who were originally subordinate to Edwin Van Cleef. These people became the basis for David to establish his position in Wintertown. When the craftsmen praised Baron David Glamorgan, they would also madly complain about the nobles of Stormwind City and King Varian Rin. Anduin, who was mixed in the crowd, felt a little embarrassed, but deep down he gradually understood what he should do to become a good king. Then, like the people around him, he happily enjoyed this newly born festival. However, the person who created this holiday was not happy at all. He found that as the host of the party, he was extremely busy and had no time to spare. He is either greeting new guests or on his way to welcome the next new guest. As he kept running around the back garden of Fort Glamorgan, the cold juice in David's hand turned into warm juice. Members of the Avengers, friends of the Avengers, the Transformers, Lennox and Epps, who had a friendship on the battlefield, and Michaela and her daughter, who had no friendship but came to Wintertown through the relationship of the Transformers, King Tyndareus of Sparta and his Queen Leda. Peter Parker also came with Gwen Stacy from his world, and Gwen's father George Stacy. George expressed his sincere gratitude to David who saved his life. At the same time, the two Gwen Stacy met and seemed to get together to discuss the various differences between the two. David wanted to get closer, but the situation did not allow it. As he was running back and forth at the party, he was afraid that Optimus Prime, who had been wanting to talk to him, would suddenly shout to him, "Fellow Taoist, please stay!" Fortunately, this didn't happen. When the party was halfway through, David finally greeted all the guests and could relax a little. Is having a party so tiring? Of course an ordinary party won't be so tiring. But what you have here is not ordinary. Steve and Tony stood nearby, always watching the excitement. I think you will only appear in those parties held by the president and governor. This situation. The two guys found common ground in watching David being busy. After drinking the warm juice in his hand, David took a new glass of juice from the Spartan maid who walked by, completely ignoring Tony's contemptuous look. With your physical condition, even drinking alcohol is no different from drinking juice. Right. Yeah. But I prefer the taste of juice. David didn't have any preference for drinks, especially during various social events in his previous life. Even if he didn't want to drink, he had to force it into his mouth, which left a very bad impression on him. Impression? Now that I can make my own decisions, of course I won't embarrass myself. Well, after all, you are the Lord. As long as you don't ban alcohol in Wintertown, I have no objection. Tony glanced at Optimus Prime, who was walking next to him. These Cybertronians were very tall and built. It's so conspicuous that you can't even pretend to be invisible. It seems like you have something to talk about. No need to avoid it. Optimus Prime took the initiative to save Tony and Steve, who wanted to avoid them. He felt that there was nothing that he and David talked about that could not be known. As for the identities of the two people in front of him, the biggest role of the party David held today was to allow these people who were originally unrelated and from different worlds to get to know each other, especially for special beings like Transformers, because they have a unique status in the hearts of many people. People who come here will basically run to Optimus Prime to get to know the Autobot leader. At this point in the party, apart from David saying hello to everyone, Optimus Prime was the busiest, which is why Optimus Prime didn't come over until now. Optimus Prime found David and wanted to talk about the Autobots coming to Wintertown. The proposal to unite humans was put forward, but humans were too slow to implement it. Optimus Prime has noticed that some people on Earth are becoming more and more hostile to the Autobots. So Optimus Prime planned to let some of the Autobots move to Wintertown, leaving only some warriors with sufficient self-preservation capabilities to stay on the Earth. The corpses of the Decepticons you mentioned earlier may take a little longer. The corpses of the Decepticons we destroyed recently are always taken away for inexplicable reasons. That's it. After hearing what Optimus Prime said, David immediately realized that humans might be using the bodies of Decepticons for research. After all, the Autobots were his allies. So he reminded Optimus Prime. This could mean that someone is doing some kind of experiment with these corpses. I think the Autobots have to be careful. As there are fewer Decepticons, they will target you. Optimus Prime was silent for a few seconds. He also thought about this possibility, but he just didn't want it to really develop to that point. He has a good impression of humans, especially now that he has many human friends and comrades in arms. If there is no substantial evidence, he would not want to think of humans as bad. But as a leader, he knew what to do. And coming to talk to David specifically about this matter already proved that he was prepared for it. After chatting for a few more words, Optimus Prime introduced two humans to David. In addition to mini-Kongs like Little Brain and Wheel, Michaela and her father want to start a new life in Wintertown and wonder if there are jobs suitable for them here. David thought about it carefully and realized that there were jobs suitable for them. The Knights of Winter currently had many vehicles, but there was only one Tony Stark in Wintertown who knew how to repair them, which was very embarrassing. As the Knights of Winter acquire more and more mechanical equipment, the demand for maintenance personnel will also increase. Michaela and her daughter can currently support them for a while and teach people in Wintertown how to repair cars. Such a small matter was settled in a few words. And the population of Wintertown also increased during this party. As the party was coming to an end, even Robert Epps, a member of the Nest Force, had the idea of staying, but he had not yet made a final decision. David is not in a hurry. Epps can consider it slowly. He even welcomes his comrades, who have retired or are preparing to retire if they are willing to come. There are enough empty houses in Wintertown. Even if the houses are full, he can always ask Digger to build more houses. Compared to the empty houses, there are more open spaces in Wintertown. He looks forward to the day when all these empty spaces will be filled. Today, he wants to fill Eva up first. Winter Festival is a good day worth celebrating. And there is no need for him and Eva to continue to quarrel. He has already lit a strong enough bonfire, and it will burn out if it continues to burn. Eva had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When David made it clear that he would find her later, Eva left the party early to prepare. When David returned to the room, the first thing he saw was Eva, who was fully armed and wearing pure white armor, lying on a large piece of rose petals. Wow! Day by day, David, who was refreshed and relieved, looked at Eva, who was full of energy, and fell into a deep sleep. He got up to wash and dress, and prepare to start today's work. As a result, he had just finished washing, and before he had time to change his clothes, Gareth Stanton's slightly anxious voice came from outside the door. "Sir, there is an emergency!" David knew that it was impossible for this personal knight to break down his door so early unless it was an emergency. Putting on a nightgown, David opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. After knocking on the door, he stood aside, lowering his head as if to observe the material of the carpet under his feet. Gareth Stanton made sure that he would not see anything he shouldn't see, and at the same time quickly explained himself to David. "Why did you come to break down the door so early?" "Sir, a boat appeared on the Winter River." "Ship?" David was stunned for a moment, and then realized that this was indeed an emergency. "Driving from the direction of the Taishui River?" The Iron River is the river that flows out of the Iron Tree Forest and merges into the Cold Winter River southwest of Cold Winter Town. If it was coming from that way, could it be an elf warship? "No, it's coming from the downstream direction." "Oh, from the lower reaches of the Cold Winter River. That is, from the west." "The west? Yes, I understand. Let RC take a look at the situation first. After I get dressed, I can go see for myself and get the knights ready for battle." David moved quickly. After getting dressed, he came to the newly built pier of the Winter River and looked to the west. On the extremely wide river, a black boat was slowly sailing towards Wintertown. Chapter 212 Dark Elf Brother and Sister. It was all black, had no sails, and David didn't see a paddle wheel. "RC, can you see the crew up there?" The A-10 attack plane that RC transformed into was hovering above the black ship, conducting various scans on the black ship, and quickly transmitted the scanned information. David, who was using the body of Cybertron, could receive these data, and through the information transmitted back by RC, he discovered that this was a very advanced ship compared to this world, and it also used an unfamiliar energy as its energy source. This energy seemed to have certain anti-detection capabilities. Apart from being able to scan the rough outline of the ship and detecting an unknown energy, RC could not detect any more information. Just as David was standing on the newly built dock observing the black ship, Optimus Prime, Tony, Steve and others also got the news and rushed over one after another. Because of the Winter Festival, many people did not return directly to their own world and stayed in Wintertown for one night. Some people are planning to stay in Wintertown for a longer time and enjoy this magical place. There are also people who drank too much yesterday and cannot leave. A completely unfamiliar ship? Or is it something else? Tony Stark was wearing a steel armor. After using the scanning equipment on the armor to explore the solitude, he turned to look at David next to him and scanned the place next to him. David in his Cybertronian state. After noticing Tony's behavior, David just glanced at this guy speechlessly. He knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't stop Tony from doing what he wanted to do. This guy has this kind of personality. If he could change it, he wouldn't be called Tony Stark. As you can see, a strange black ship of unknown origin. Oh, a black ship that comes from nowhere may break the original tranquility of Wintertown and even the kingdom of Thailand. I have read this plot in a book. I've seen it too. David didn't want to be bombarded with naval cannons to open the city gate, although there was no such thing as a city gate in Wintertown. While David was thinking about whether to transform into a Tomcat fighter plane and intercept the black ship, RC sent another transmission. Someone appeared on the deck and looked a bit like an elf. The image information was simultaneously transmitted to David's sight, and David also saw two elves with blue skin and silver hair appearing on the deck of the black ship. Dark elf? This appearance is not exactly the same as the dark elf I have seen in my previous life. There is no difference at all. Turning to look at Pierre, who was also coming, David used his eyes to release the holographic image of the dark elf and asked Pierre, "Is this the dark elf?" Pierre only glanced at it and gave an answer that left David speechless. "I haven't seen a dark elf either." As a result, an unexpected person gave a positive answer. That is, Missionary Rains, who had just arrived in Wintertown and wanted to build a temple in Wintertown and spread the temple's teachings. It is indeed a dark elf. Missionary Rains has been in Wintertown for some time, and he feels a little unsure about this town located on the border of the Thailand kingdom. Although he bought a piece of land and hired craftsmen from Wintertown to build a temple, the residents of Wintertown had no intention of listening to the teachings of the temple gods. Compared to the gods in the temple, they favor the so-called holy light. Rains has been having a headache recently and can only work hard to integrate himself into Wintertown, trying to attract a small number of people to become believers first, and then slowly expand the scale. Therefore, no matter what the excitement is in Wintertown, he will join in, and naturally he will not miss the excitement at the dock. However, he did not expect to see the Dark Elves here, although it is unclear what method Baron Glamorgan used. In comparison, the appearance of the Dark Elves concerned him more. Why did the Dark Elves appear? Could it be that the river next to Wintertown leads to the wild land, where the Dark Elves live? From a direction point of view, it seems that this is indeed possible. But a new problem has arisen? Why do the Dark Elves have such a strange black ship? What is the purpose of the Dark Elves coming here? Could it be that he wanted to occupy the territory to the north of the Thailand kingdom? Questions popped up in Rain's mind one after another, but no one could give him the answers. At this time, David was talking to RC after confirming the other party's race. Launch a deterrent sweep at the water in front of the black ship to make the black ship stop first. Why don't you let me board the ship and ask about the purpose of these elves? RC was still hovering in the air. She could clearly see the two dark elves on the deck, who were pointing at her curiously. I don't think they have any ill intentions. It's better to be cautious. After all, we have never come into contact with dark elves, and we don't know what purpose the dark elves on this ship have come to Wintertown. I see. RC then fired at the water in front of the black ship, and loudly reminded the dark elves on the ship. You are about to invade the territory of Wintertown. Please stop the ship to express your intention. Otherwise it will be regarded as a declaration of war. In order to avoid the other party not being able to hear clearly, RC used her loudest voice to shout these words. After speaking, she suddenly thought of a question. Can these dark elves understand Brenian common? Fortunately, after the female dark elf rushed into the cabin, the ship below gradually slowed down. At the same time, the male dark elf kept waving his hands and shouted to RC hovering in the air. We are from the Eternal Night Empire, an archaeologist with no ill intentions whatsoever. Although he had an accent, it was indeed the common language of Brenia. Through RC, David instructed the black ship to maintain the lowest speed and slowly approach the dock. At the same time, defensive positions had been set up on the dock. After such a long time, not only the Winter Knights, who were wearing power armor and fully armed, arrived, but also the Autobots such as Ironhide and Bumblebee came to help and established a defensive position at the dock. At the same time, Tony ordered the Iron Legion to be on standby. As long as something goes wrong, at least 20 Iron soldiers can be flown in from Stark Manor immediately. In case of emergency, if the underground production line is assembled urgently, another 50 can be sent in a short time. Iron Soldier. The Quinjet has taken off, and the two super soldiers, Peggy and Sharon, are ready for airborne operations. After making sure that Wintertown was well prepared to deal with various emergencies, David allowed the black ship to dock at the dock with confidence. At the same time, he silently deduced the possible dialogue in his heart. But he didn't expect it to be such an opening. Look! It's human! She also has blue skin. long silver hair tied into a ponytail, and wears armor that can highlight her figure and possess super high defense. When this female dark elf stepped onto the pier and saw the people around her, acting like you saw some rare animal.
I'm sorry. My sister is too rude.
The male dark elf has a very handsome appearance, a slender figure, and his silver hair is neatly combed back.
I am Sethi, an archaeologist from the Eternal Night Empire. Well, this is my sister Enid. I am Baron David Glamorgan,
Lord of Wintertown, under the Kingdom of Tilan.
David would bring the Kingdom of Tilan with him at such times.
Welcome to Wintertown. May I ask Mr. Cecil to come? What's the purpose of this place? As I just introduced, I am an archaeologist. I am here to search for ancient ruins and ascertain some forgotten historical information.
Cecil repeatedly stated that he was not here to provoke a war, and there are only 2 elves on his ship, his brother and sister.
Believe me, we brother and sister have no ill intentions towards you and the city you rule.
David carefully looked at the dark elf in front of him. He didn't see any flaws in the other person's face. Of course, if the other party was a spy sent by the dark elves, he would not be able to spot the problem so easily, since he was unaware of the problem and was treating it as a real archaeologist for the time being. David asked the surrounding soldiers and Autobots to disperse while giving Edwin Van Cleef a wink. Van Cleef knew what to do, and he himself chatted more with the 2 dark elves, hoping to find out more information. Lead the 2 dark elves to Glamorgan Castle. There is a reception hall on the first floor of Glamorgan Castle, which is suitable for entertaining 2 dark elves. Along the way, the 2 dark elves showed great curiosity, especially the female dark elf named Enid. Her head kept turning left and right without stopping for a moment. At the same time, 2 dark elves noticed when David was giving various orders that the metal giant they had previously thought was just an ordinary war puppet actually had considerable intelligence and could even turn into a very special-looking car. Enid seemed to want to ask some questions, but Cecil stopped her. It wasn't until the 2 parties entered the reception hall, sat down separately for host and guest, and the maid served drinks and fruits that the formal conversation began. The topic starts with where the dark elf brother and sister came from.
Eternal Night Empire? What kind of country is that? It was an advanced country established by the Dark Elves that ruled the entire western territory of Brunia continent.
Cecil's tone and demeanor when he mentioned the Eternal Night Empire all showed that he was very proud of his country.
Western part of Brunia continent.
David thought of the distribution of various countries and racial forces on the continent that Pierre had introduced to him. He remembered that Pierre said that to the west was an area called the Wilderness, where the terrain was complex and the land is barren. So the Holy Kingdom of God never occupied it.
Is it a barbaric land? Wild land?
Cecil was confused by this title. Elias took a map and placed it in front of Cecil and pointed to one of the areas. Cecil looked at it for a moment before he suddenly realized.
You mean the Lost Land? No. The Eternal Night Empire is located to the west of the Lost Land.
Chapter 213 Intelligence Agency and Winter Navy. According to Cecil's description, the so-called Lost Land is the place where some dark elves who betrayed the Evernight Empire and gave up their beliefs and race were exiled. The dark elves living in the Lost Land are a group despised by all dark elves.
That's right.
David planned to find an opportunity to ask Rains later. Maybe he could get more information about the dark elves from the missionary. At the moment, he was still chatting with Cecil. He learned from the other party how powerful the Eternal Night Empire was. He also learned that the black ship that Cecil had previously used something called dark energy. Of energy as energy.
Dark energy? Dark energy is the greatest technology in the history of the Dark Elves.
Although what Cecil said was not very clear and detailed, David still roughly understood that this energy called dark energy is obtained by the Dark Elves using specialized technology to transform various energies, including arcana. Energy of. The purpose, of course, is to facilitate your own use. The use of this energy has been involved in all aspects of the Evernight Empire, in addition to ships and cars. This is why the 2 Dark Elves were not surprised when they saw the car transformed by the Autobots. But they just felt that the appearance was quite special. In the Evernight Empire, similar things are often seen. David touched his chin unconsciously, and felt a little strange in his heart, according to the brothers and sisters.
The civilization of the Evernight Empire was far higher than that of the human countries in the eastern part of the Brenian continent. Why has it always been so? Not heading east?
We Dark Elves are a peace-loving race, and will not start wars casually.
Seeing Cecil making peaceful remarks, and the female Dark Elf of Enid solemnly nodding in agreement, David decided not to pursue the topic any further. He began to ask the brothers and sisters about the purpose of their trip. When it comes to archaeology, the brothers and sisters immediately became much more energetic. Especially Cecil, who always maintained his personal image and even spoke with a steady tone and polite words. Only then did he show some youthful vitality. I have been interested in history since I was a child. After many years of study, I became an archaeologist to explore historical records that have been lost due to various reasons. According to Cecil, he became a scholar when he reached adulthood, and then painstakingly studied various historical texts, almost memorizing various historical materials recorded in the Eternal Night Empire. As a result of reaching this level, he accidentally discovered that many historical records contain conflicts, many gaps, and even various errors. This is a normal thing for historical records. But Cecil suddenly felt that as the best historian of the Evernight Empire, self-proclaimed, he had the responsibility to complete and repair these historical materials. So, Cecil embarked on the road of archaeology. So far, he has done a good job, digging out a lot of lost historical information. Some of the information guided him to the east, where he may be able to dig out more information. Much information.
So, I came here with Enid. This was your initial destination? Didn't you simply want to come to the east? Yes. There are mountains reaching the sky at the northern end of the eastern continent.
Cecil bluntly stated his destination, which is the peak in the north.
The clues I have found over the years reveal the establishment of the Evernight Empire, part of Dark Elf history.
According to Cecil, a long time ago, the entire continent of Brunia was ruled by Dark Elves, and there were no humans at that time. But then fierce conflicts broke out within the Dark Elves, and humans took advantage of the situation to rise. So some Dark Elves retreated to the west of the continent and established the Evernight Empire. Other Dark Elves also scattered around. The information he found showed that some powerful Dark Elves traders retreated to the peaks in the northeastern part of the mainland. For some reason, David suddenly thought of the two altars he discovered. Could they be left by the Dark Elves? He continued chatting with Cecil, and Enid began to join the chat as they became more familiar with each other. But David was unable to ask anything more from the brothers and sisters. Neither brother nor sister were very sure whether there were Dark Elves on the northern peak. The two people just followed the clues to find them. As for the human Dark Elves, there are not many records about humans. They are just described as a backward, barbaric race that likes to fight among themselves. Taking advantage of the civil strife of the Dark Elves, they occupied the eastern part of the continent. These were not the brother and sister's original words, but information that David had carefully condensed and sorted out. Even so, he also noticed that the faces of the two Dark Elves were rather strange. Maybe he felt that the Dark Elves' evaluation of humans was too harsh to say in front of a human. It was so embarrassing when I came out. After chatting for a while, and seeing that it was almost noon, David invited the two Dark Elves to the restaurant to have dinner together. After asking in advance whether the Dark Elves had any dietary taboos, Jonah was given the task of cooking such a difficult task. Jonah was an excellent chef. After coming to Wintertown, in order to adapt to the situation in Wintertown, he learned and created new dishes based on the tastes of everyone in Wintertown. Fortunately, the Dark Elves have no dietary taboos, and the brother and sister also expressed their desire to try the special foods of humans. At the dinner table, in addition to David, the Lord of Wintertown, Laura, an archaeologist, was also there, chatting with Cecil about archaeology.
After lunch, I will take you to visit Wintertown,
because they had a common topic. Laura immediately expressed her willingness to be the brother and sister's guide and take them to visit Wintertown together. Of course, Laura secretly winked at David, as if to say, "Look how I can help you get more information." After lunch was over and Laura led the pair of Dark Elves to hang out, Edwin Van Cleef appeared in front of David in time. Back in the office, David, who was drinking tea and eating fruit set by Helen as dessert, asked about the Black Ship.
"Sir, there are indeed some weapons on the Black Ship, but most of them are self-defense weapons carried with them, and the number is not large. Cold weapon or hot weapon? It looks like a cold weapon, sir."
In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Van Cleef did not touch the weapons, so he did not know if there was anything special about these normal-looking swords.
"What's the arrangement with Rains? I have recently recruited some new people, and one of them, Wilcox, went to approach the missionary."
Oh! David had thought about setting up a professional intelligence department at the beginning. In fact, this department has already taken shape and has gradually begun to operate under the command of Van Cleef. It's just that the name hasn't been officially decided yet. David thought of a few names in his spare time, such as MI9, Hammer Bureau, Wolf's Nest, etc. But he always felt that they didn't suit his liking. He probably ended up with a very traditional Winter Intelligence Bureau. Shop sign. Do you think I should establish an observation and warning post on the other side of the cold winter river? In the past, his attention had been on the east and south. But the vast surface of the cold winter river gave him the illusion that there would be some threat suddenly appeared from this direction. But the appearance of the Dark Elf brothers and sisters sounded the alarm for him. And he paid too little attention to this direction. Yes, sir! Van Cleef also felt that Wintertown's defense in the west was too weak. In the past, it could be said that there were no hostile forces in this direction. But the reality is that anyone and any force may come from up here. After all, they haven't even investigated what's on the land on the other side of the cold winter river. The Navy also needs to start working on it. David likes to do things one after another. And after finishing one thing, he will deal with another one. But the reality is that when you want to deal with things one by one in this way, more things will pop up to distract you. Especially as a lord. He must begin to learn and adapt to handling multiple things at the same time. Otherwise, he will not be able to become a qualified ruler. After Van Cleef left, David first went to James Norrington. This former Royal Navy Commodore did not just hang around and wait quietly for David's recruitment after arriving in Wintertown. Instead, he used all available time to enrich himself. Ever since he came to Wintertown and saw all kinds of weird things, he knew that if he wanted to gain a foothold in Wintertown, he had to learn a lot of new things. Elizabeth and Will also gave him similar advice. If you want to become an important member of Wintertown, you must learn a lot of new things. Just relying on your past skills is definitely not enough. So in addition to learning Brain in Common, there were no language learning tools at that time. Norrington also learned all kinds of new knowledge. Just like Fording back then. In addition to reading books, Norrington also began to get exposed to video games, movies, TV, animations, etc. So that his tactical theories would not be outdated, and he would have a more intuitive understanding of advanced weapons. Therefore, when David found the Royal Navy Commodore again, he was no longer a Royal Navy Commodore from the sailing era, but a former Royal Navy Commodore who was addicted to video games. Fortunately, Norrington has not forgotten his original intention. He is addicted to these things in order to gain a foothold in Wintertown. So when David came to him, Norrington spent the shortest time to sort out his personal image and change it, put on clean and tidy clothes, and prepare to face the test from the Lord. Test? What test? Sir, are you ready to test my professional abilities? You are the only naval commander in the entire Wintertown. Apart from you, there is not even a fisherman who knows how to fish. Is there anyone else we can use besides you? Chapter 214, the first battleship of the Winter Navy. The docks in Wintertown have been built, but there is no ship dock there. In addition to the lack of shipyards, the key factor is that there is no need for it. As for shipbuilding designers and workers, this Wintertown does have some, including members of the more than 400 craftsmen from Azeroth. If David hadn't asked Fording to go to the Defias Brotherhood to stir up trouble, then Van Cleef would have mobilized the craftsmen in the Brotherhood to build an extremely huge super battleship with amazing firepower. The mission goal of this battleship, it is to completely destroy Stormwind City. Even such a powerful battleship can be designed and built. There is no doubt about the shipbuilding skills of the craftsmen. But Wintertown still has not started building ships because no one uses them. There are more and more people living in Wintertown. But the goal of these people absorbed from the northern plains is to obtain land. Among the few people poached from other worlds, only James Norrington was from an orthodox naval background. Counting further down, we have to include Will Turner and Elizabeth Swan. Even so, there were only 3 people. So, your task is very difficult. David patted the shoulder of James Norrington, whose expression had changed several times. You have to build a navy from scratch. As for ships, this problem is easy to solve. Even if David doesn't like the wooden sailing battleship built by the craftsmen, he can go to Transformers, the Marvel Universe, or the world of Laura to get some modern battleship technology. With the current situation in Wintertown, small ships can be used. Enough. I wonder which Transformers can turn into ships. After thinking about it, there seems to be no Transformers that can turn into battleships in the movie version. It seems like it's in the settings. There seems to be a submarine in the 5th film that is a Transformer, but it has never transformed. As for the animation, he could only think of the waves that turned into hovercrafts. and the 3 transformer cannons that turned into aircraft carriers and fighter jets despite being afraid of water and heights. I may need to discuss the battleship issue with other people before I can give you a definite answer. David looked at Norrington in front of him. The former Commodore did not think that the situation he was facing was very bad, but showing any dissatisfaction. But you can start preliminary preparations for the recruitment and training of soldiers, including how many people to recruit, what training is required, what equipment is needed, resource. These things need to be sorted out by James Norrington, and then reported to David, and then the Lord will decide whether to fully support or increase the amount of support. I will submit the report to Your Excellency as soon as possible. Yes, David nodded, and officially appointed James Norrington as the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy in Wintertown. As for the military rank, he hasn't got it yet, but he will talk about it later. Seeing James Norrington getting ready to make plans with great motivation, David said goodbye and left directly. Originally he wanted to go to Tony Stark, but after thinking about it, he went to Optimus Prime. Become a battleship? Optimus Prime had a headache. Autobots are called Autobots because most of their vehicles are cars, whether they are airplanes or ships. They are not common in the Autobot camp. Battleship? I can change. David followed the sound and noticed a Blackbird fighter jet parked next to him. This is Tianhua, and he is also one of the group of Autobots who moved to Wintertown. Unlike the 2 mini-Kongs of Wheel and Little Brain, Skyfire itself is a very powerful transformer and one of the oldest transformers. The years had corroded his body and weakened his fire, and he had been sleeping there for a long time before Optimus Prime found him in the museum. When Optimus Prime found Skyfire, it was to find the leadership module. Only this kind of ancient transformers knew where the leadership module was hidden, although there was David's reminder. When Optimus Prime and the others followed the clues to find it, they still didn't go around. Open the Skyfire. In the end, Optimus Prime successfully found the leadership module and also found the stellar energy collector. That machine has been dismantled by Optimus Prime, and the leadership module is carried by Optimus Prime. As for Skyfire, because he was too old, he was not regarded as a combatant by Optimus Prime. Instead, like Mini King Kong, he was arranged to come to Wintertown to retire. Originally, when David saw Skyfire come to Wintertown to retire, he just felt that Optimus Prime had missed the opportunity to upgrade to Skyfire Optimus Prime. He never expected that there would be an unexpected surprise waiting for him. Can you turn into a battleship? Of course. I have transformed into a destroyer before. The black Blackbird fighter plane made a series of teeth-searing sounds. In addition, Tianhua used his own hands to provide some additional assistance before completing his transformation. As long as you let me scan a suitable battleship, then I can still turn into a battleship. Tianhua acted very confident, but his body movements made this confidence seem unconvincing. After swaying twice, Tianhua sat down on the ground. Fortunately, the ground had been specially reinforced so that the tall and elderly transformer could not sit in a pit. I probably need to refuel a little bit to do it. Skyfire is not only old, but more importantly, his fire has become very weak. When Optimus Prime sent Skyfire, he wanted to ask David to use that magical holy light to replenish Skyfire with some energy. He does not expect Skyfire to return to its peak combat effectiveness and become the Autobots' main fighting force, as long as this well-informed old King Kong can pass on the rich knowledge stored in his brain. It will be a big deal for the Autobots of wealth. If it's just energy, it's easy to handle. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Young human. Tianhua looked at David. He could see that the human body in front of him contained very terrifying and huge energy. Although he didn't understand how a human could store such a huge amount of energy, he knew how weak he was currently. It would cost him more to recover than to recover a Cybertronian in his prime. Energy of. I need a huge amount of energy. That's not a problem either. David doesn't know if the power he currently controls is enough. But even if the power he currently controls is not enough, he can still take Skyfire to the world of Azeroth. He is very familiar with that place, and he can easily mobilize very terrifying energy in that world. Not to mention one Skyfire. He can handle 2 more. Oh! I'm looking forward to it. David didn't waste time choosing an auspicious day, and immediately transformed into Cybertronian form in front of Skyfire, and released the Tomcat fighter plane to complete the combined transformation. This Cybertronian body can withstand more violent energy output. In this state, David can release the holy light at an intensity that exceeds the output limit. Seeing David transform in front of him, Tianhua also showed a bit of surprise. Oh! A hermit warrior plus a leader warrior. Or a supreme being?
David didn't answer. He raised his hand and directly released a ray of holy light. The golden light pillar connected himself with Tianhua. With a continuous influx of energy, Tianhua felt that his body seemed to be revitalized.
Oh! This feels so good!
It was as if endless energy poured into his own fire, making his weak fire that was about to go out at any moment become dazzling again. The activity of the fire caused a series of changes in Tianhua's body, and the rust and scars on it were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original feeling of powerlessness gradually disappeared, and Tianhua not only stood up again, but even held his head high and no longer hunched over. The crutch part in his hand also returned to his body, and he felt that he no longer needed the crutch. Although there was no mirror, as a transformer, he could clearly see various conditions on his body, and he found that his face began to look younger.
Is this the holy light? It is simply a great power like a star.
As the golden beam of light dissipated, a new Skyfire stood beside Optimus Prime. He clenched his fist, and this feeling of power made him think that he was reborn back to Cybertron's most glorious era, when he was also the most powerful. Seeing Tianhua restored to its peak, David secretly complained, "It is not easy to restore an ancient King Kong who has reached the end of his life to his peak." It almost drained all the power from his body. Fortunately, these powers were not lost permanently, and could be recovered after a while. However, next time something like this happens, let's go to Azeroth. At most, I got scolded by that guy, so it's not a big deal.
Do you have any special requirements for the battleship?
Tianhua walked around a few times, and even activated the full-power energy shield. After confirming that he was really back to his peak state, he asked David what kind of ship he wanted to turn into, even if it is to repay the other party for giving him a new life. Tianhua will have to live in Wintertown for a long time.
A warship that can be anchored on the Winter River and move freely on the river. I see.
Next, Skyfire will follow Optimus Prime back to the Earth of his world, looking for a battleship of the right size to scan, and then become the first battleship of the Wintertown Navy. It barely solved the problem of Wintertown's surface combat capability from scratch, and it had sufficient surface combat capability before the Navy was established. After chatting with Optimus Prime for a few more words and saying goodbye, David arrived at Stark Manor. This place is much more lively than Optimus Prime's place. The Avengers members and their families are still staying in Wintertown. Pepper and Jane Foster, led by Peggy and Sharon, are wandering around Wintertown, visiting this alien town with fresh air and beautiful scenery. The men gathered together to chat sporadically. After David greeted everyone, he went straight to Tony Stark.
Tony, do you want to open a shipyard here in Wintertown?
Chapter 215 Skyfire Light Cruiser.
Shipyard? Do you want me to help you build a warship?
Tony Stark immediately guessed David's thoughts, thinking that the Winter River next to Wintertown is extremely wide, and the water depth seems to be quite deep. At present, it seems you can also follow the river directly to the Dark Elves' Eternal Night Empire. Under these circumstances, it is not surprising that David wanted to develop a navy.
Stark Industries has not taken over the work on battleships. I may need some time to figure out what is needed to build battleships.
Because it was built here in Wintertown, it was impossible for him to directly introduce relevant technologies, purchase factories, and recruit corresponding personnel, as he did in his own world. Tony Stark insists on using automated production lines in Wintertown, and relies on Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, to take charge of management. The main reason is that he can take care of it alone. There is another important reason. That is, not long ago, Tony did not think that he would become the main arms supplier of Wintertown, help David establish the Winter Kingdom, or even the Winter Empire, and then unify the entire world. Now his thoughts have changed slightly. He feels that helping David build a huge empire is not a bad thing for the world. In the process, he seems to be able to continuously show his own value, which is also a good experience for him.
What kind of warship do you want to build? Battleship? Aircraft carrier? Guided missile destroyer? No need to be so exaggerated.
The Koldong River is very wide. Standing on this side of the Koldong River, you can't see the other side even if the weather is bad. This wideness will give people the illusion of being at the seaside. David also explored upstream for a while. According to the areas he explored, although the width of the Winter River was narrower than the corner next to Wintertown, it was still astonishingly wide. It can be said that the Winter River is wide enough to accommodate any kind of surface ship on the Earth. The real restriction on the appearance of these ships on the Winter River should be the water depth.
He needed to conduct additional exploration on this aspect of data. So he might as well come to Tony with the idea of asking him to get some detection equipment.
Even if you build an aircraft carrier, Wintertown currently does not have enough sailors and naval aviation.
David's idea is to first use the battleships transformed from Skyfire as the main combat force, supplemented by the sailors trained by James Norrington, pilot small ships, and then cultivate and train more sailors while building larger and stronger warships. By the time the sailors are almost fully trained, the Navy should also have a prototype. He didn't have to worry about the Navy being trapped in a river. Through the description of the Dark Elf Cecil, David already knew that he could go to sea by sailing westward along the Winter River. In other words, Wintertown actually has an outlet to the sea, and the Winter Navy is a veritable navy.
So, you just want me to build some boats? Large ships will also be built in the future.
David felt that since Tony was not satisfied with just building some small ships, he would draw a big pie for him.
We will even build space battleships in the future.
Tony looked like you were fooling me.
Space battleships and surface ships are not the same thing at all. They are all boats. There is no difference.
David noticed that Tony had an expression of "I'm not stupid. I'd be surprised if I believed you." But his eyes were moving around, and he was obviously moved. Scientists like Tony cannot resist the temptation of advanced technology and the use of various advanced technologies. Building a space battleship was not something he could do in his own world, and he had to face all kinds of difficulties. But here in Wintertown, not only can you get the full support of Lord David, you can even have first-hand access to advanced technologies from other worlds. Apart from anything else, the Cybertron technology alone was enough for him to study for a while. In Wintertown, he could even directly ask the Cybertronians for their technical knowledge. What are the advantages of returning to your own world?
Small ship. Right. Keep it on me.
He doesn't have to worry about raw materials. The diggers and the Cybertronians can easily provide him with a large amount of raw materials. All Tony has to do is design a reasonable automated shipyard.
But there's a problem.
What?
What are you going to use as power for these ships?
Large warships on Earth all use heavy oil. Small boats use diesel and a small number of gasoline. He didn't find this kind of thing in Wintertown. And of course, he didn't go looking for it.
Use crystal ore.
David felt that crystal ore was the main resource given to him by Goldfinger. Whether it was used as an energy source or as a strengthening material, the effect was very powerful. If the current inventory wasn't enough, he wouldn't need to ask Tony to help him build the arc reactor. Of course, the completion of the arc reactor not only ensured the basic power supply of Wintertown, but also allowed David to use the crystal mines for weapons and energy in specific directions. As for the use of crystal ore, the crystal ore engine manufactured by Sheldon, Leonard and Howard has been improving and upgrading, and it has undergone a huge version upgrade after Tony arrived. The latest third-generation crystal engine can fully meet David's requirements. Tony has already begun to consider replacing the Harrier fighter in Wintertown with a crystal engine and conducts various tests. After discussing matters at the shipyard, David finally solved the problem of the Winter Navy. The next step is to wait for James Norrington's report, and then provide him with all aspects of support according to Norrington's requirements. To David's surprise, he just chatted with the Avengers for a while. By the time he left Stark Manor, Skyfire had already returned.
You are quite efficient. It doesn't take much time to just scan a few battleships.
More importantly, Tianhua, who has returned to his peak state, can use his teleportation ability relatively freely, which allows him to reach the target location in a very short time.
Originally, I wanted to scan the USS New Jersey, but that ship was a little too big. Can't change into a battleship?
David remembered that Cybertron's compression technology was very powerful in this regard. The platoon's normal size was not much larger than other Autobots, but after turning into an aircraft carrier, it could fit a large number of Autobots onto the ship.
It's not that it can't be changed, but excessive use of compression and amplification technology will affect its structural strength and waste fire energy,
Tianhui explained, saying that it was not that he couldn't change, but that it would affect his combat effectiveness when he became too big. If the platoon of artillery can be turned into an aircraft carrier and serve as a transport officer, then it really has no practical significance for Skyfire to be forced into a huge battleship.
So which ship did you end up choosing? I scanned an old battleship in a place called London, and it was the right size.
Skyfire and David came to the dock of Wintertown together, and then transformed into a light cruiser under David's watch. David had guessed which battleship it was when he heard about the old-fashioned battleships in London. Now when he saw the battleship transform from Skyfire, it turned out to be the one he thought of. HMS Belfast. At this time, the light cruiser was parked on the river not far from the dock. Due to the draft, Tianhua could not dock at the dock. Seeing this situation, David realized that the dock needed to be expanded and renovated, and another military dock had to be built. There are more things to do, so I keep them in mind and write them down in my schedule when I get back, so that I won't forget them when I get busy. Asked about Tianhua's status, Tianhua said that he was in good condition now, with strong fire and abundant energy. At this time, he could fight hundreds of Decepticons by himself. With his help and defense, no one or force could even think about it. Attack the town of Koldong on the Koldong River.
By the way, I'll stay here from now on. It's nice here. I can get some more sunshine.
Tianhua said that David should just go and do his own thing. From now on, he would stop on the river. When he is needed, he can just come to the river to find him. Although his temper is not very good and his body has returned to its peak, he is still a very old transformer after all. When nothing happens, it is very pleasant for Tianhua to stay there quietly and bask in the sun. Moreover, the calm and beautiful natural scenery of Wintertown also greatly relieved his mood. As long as no one messed with him, he could be very calm. David stood on the shore for a while and looked at Skyfire, who was silent on the water and didn't know if he was asleep. He had no choice but to let Elias park the battleship transformed by Skyfire on the river. And what happened in the town? Say low to someone. It would be best to post an announcement or something to tell the residents of the town that the huge metal battleship on the river is their Wintertown battleship. And there is no need to panic or worry about it. Originally, Eva would do this kind of job of spreading the news everywhere. But today Eva is not here, so David has left it to Elias. Of course, Mr. Ceremony Officer knew what was going on. And since David said that he was going back to Fort Glamorgan to rest for a while, Elias, the ceremony officer, could leave for a while. So, Elias went to find Witherby, and David walked in the direction of Fort Glamorgan. Not long after Eva woke up, she knew from the light coming in through the window that it was already getting late. With Eva's physical condition, she has almost recovered. Get up and get dressed. Want to see if you have missed any important work? Although she has taken a step closer to David, the Lord of Wintertown, she is not ready to give up her original job. She hopes that she can always serve as David's secretary and help David reach a higher peak step by step. At this time, Eva felt that the holy light in her body seemed to have changed in some way. Then a ray of light fell from the void, and she felt that some changes had occurred in her body.
Is this the baptism of the holy light?
Chapter 216 The Power of Water. Eva finally gained the recognition of the holy light, and received congratulations with various emotions from Laura, Helen and Gwen during dinner. Laura, who had already mastered the holy light, sincerely congratulated Eva. Helen's congratulations were mixed with obvious envy. She also hoped to obtain this magical power, as if she could escape from the level of ordinary people and become a godlike existence. More importantly, if you can't become a being beyond mortals and become the mistress of Wintertown, your dream may just be a dream that is almost impossible to achieve. Just think about it, and you will know that David, as a god, it is impossible to marry a mortal as a wife. It's not just a matter of matching. What's more important is that the lifespan of mortals is very short. This is a problem that cannot be ignored. Gwen's idea was relatively simple. She only had a headache that she spent too little time in Wintertown and gave too many people the opportunity to take advantage of it. As for the holy light, she felt that she had already figured out the trick, and maybe she would be able to master the holy light before long. Everyone chatted about various topics while eating dinner, but during today's dinner, the topics mainly focused on various things that happened today.
What a colorful day!
Things have been happening since the morning. First, the arrival of the Dark Elf brothers and sisters. Then the formal establishment of the Wintertown Navy, and the commissioning of the first battleship in Wintertown, among which the Dark Elf brothers and sisters brought the most informative.
Cecil and Enid, the brother and sister, are going to take a rest in Wintertown. After replenishing water and food, they will continue sailing north along the Winter River to the peak in the north.
Laura told David everything she asked, and at the same time, she did not shy away from the other women. All of these people here can be considered David's own people. In Laura's view, Helen was another investor after herself, who was ready to bet heavily on David. And such a beautiful woman with good looks and figure, who also took the initiative to provide a huge dowry. It was brought to his mouth, and it was only a matter of time before it was eaten by David. Does that mountain have a name in the records of the Dark Elves? That peak is called the Pillar of the World by the Dark Elves. This name is very vivid.
It can be seen from this name that this mountain has a good status in the eyes of the Dark Elves.
I'm going to go to the Pillar of the World with Cecil and the others.
As an archaeologist, Laura's addiction came back when she encountered this kind of thing. In recent times, Laura has not carried out any major archaeological adventures. At most, she has searched for the giant northern wolf in the winter forest a few times. Other than that, I just want to learn all kinds of knowledge, practice various skills, and go back from time to see what's going on with the Crawford group. The days were peaceful and stable, and it seemed that the energetic and adventurous Lara Croft was no longer there. Facts have proved that it is not that Laura has changed. It is just that there are too few suitable targets that can stimulate her desire for adventure. The destination provided by the Dark Elf brothers and sisters this time is the target that can stimulate her passion for adventure. In fact, even without these brothers and sisters, Laura still planned to go to the northern peak to explore. But now she has just advanced her original plan for a while.
Winter is coming soon,
David reminded Laura.
Isn't it too dangerous to go north at this time?
The Dark Elf brothers and sisters are not aware of the climate conditions here, and Laura cannot be ignorant. The winter climate in Wintertown is bad enough, but it will only get worse at the World Pillar located further north.
With the technology currently available in Wintertown, you don't have to worry about this problem. Right. That's true.
Thinking of this, David felt that maybe he should go along with him. What huge secrets could he learn there? As for whether leaving Wintertown will have a bad impact on the territory, after thinking about it carefully, David didn't think so. He can keep in touch with Wintertown at any time through communication equipment. More importantly, with the arrival of winter, all activities here on the northern plains will be restricted. Whether it is the orcs or the humans of Snowfield Castle, there is a high probability that they will not threaten Wintertown. The two parties that have even entered a state of confrontation, and a war breaks out at any time, may temporarily suspend their truce due to winter, and wait for the arrival of spring before restarting the war. Even if the orcs really ignored the wind, snow and cold, they bypassed Snowfield Castle and launched an attack on Wintertown. Even the people in Snowfield Castle went crazy and attacked Wintertown. With the combat power that Wintertown currently possesses, it can easily destroy the invading enemies. In other words, whether David is personally in charge of Wintertown, the safety of Wintertown will not be threatened in the slightest. Weatherby Swan was in charge of government affairs. Garrett Stanton was in charge of military matters. Floyd and James Norrington were in charge of training new recruits. And Eva was also responsible for connecting with everyone and asking for help. He could definitely go out and see what was hidden in the so-called Pillar of the World. Of course, Laura would not object to telling her plans. She had yet to venture out with David and was looking forward to it. Gwen was envious. She also wanted to go together. But unfortunately, she had to go back to school. Helen was self-aware that following such a thing would only be a burden for her, so she could just stay at Fort Glamorgan. She began to think about whether she should learn some knowledge about combat. At least you have to have some ability to protect yourself. Right. After dinner was over, Helen called Eva directly and wanted to ask who she should look for to learn about combat. David and Laura discussed what preparations needed to be made, and Gwen listened quietly. She didn't have anything to do. She just wanted to be by David's side.
There is nothing special to prepare.
Mainly various weapons and equipment. Mountaineering and polar equipment. In addition, Laura can't think of anything else that must be brought.
Food and clean water?
Nowadays, important people in Wintertown have their own storage props. And they can bring more storage props when necessary. Even if each storage item can only hold 1 cubic meter of supplies. Carrying 4 or 5 items is equivalent to carrying a small truck with you.
That's it.
David thought for a while, and prepared to upgrade his storage props. After years of unremitting training, his alchemy has made considerable progress, and he can now easily change the appearance of basic materials. As for the changes in the properties of objects, this requires a longer period of time. It mainly requires contact and understanding of various substances. But for some things that he often comes into contact with, he can already make preliminary transformations. For example, the storage bracelet on his hand. This thing was originally a mass-produced product made by Pierre Newton. Everyone received the same storage bracelet. It was inconspicuous and not cumbersome to wear on the hand. Each bracelet is 1 cubic meter of space. But David has been analyzing this substance with spatial properties, and now he has some experience. After taking out the contents first, David began to try to increase the internal space of the bracelet.
and successfully increased the internal space to 5 cubic meters. Later, he upgraded Laura's storage bracelet, which also increased the storage space to 5 cubic meters, so that the two of them did not need to carry several pieces of storage equipment. Gwen did not ask David to upgrade her storage bracelet. She had no need for it for the time being, and 1 cubic meter was enough for her for the time being. While David was condensing the alchemy array in his hands to upgrade the storage bracelet, Gwen and Laura were looking through the pile of things that David had taken out. The main things David usually carries with him are firearms, bullets, warhammers, and long guns. When she saw the spear, Laura remembered the trident she had brought back for David. "Where did you get that trident of the Poseidon?" As soon as he turned around, he saw the dummy used to display the Lightbringer suit in David's bedroom, holding the weird-looking trident in his hand. Taking the trident over, Laura looked at the trident and the spears placed side by side, and realized that this weird-looking trident was indeed too ugly. It was what she brought back, so David was willing to display it in the bedroom. After looking at it for a few times, an idea suddenly popped up. "Can you use alchemy to fuse these two weapons? You can try it." Alchemy can indeed do this kind of thing, but David doesn't know if he can do it, especially after he analyzed the trident and realized that there was a mysterious power on it. At this time, when Laura mentioned it, David wanted to try it. After all, it was an artifact with mysterious power. It would be a pity that it couldn't be used because it was too ugly. If you can fuse it with your own spear and make the trident look more handsome, wouldn't it be possible to carry it out to stab people? Even if you don't use it to poke people, it's still good to use it to show off. He looked at the spear that was mixed with light cast iron and various alloys, and the trident that was mixed with unknown materials and had mysterious power. David stretched out his hand and released the alchemy array to wrap the two weapons inside. In order to be able to wrap the two long weapons in it, the alchemy array became very huge. David had to stand up and spread his arms to use alchemy, just like holding a huge ball. His alchemy attainments were not advanced enough. If Pierre, the moment you use the alchemy array to collect an object, the size of the object will be compressed, making it easier for Pierre to perform alchemy. The two long weapons placed in the polygonal alchemy array gradually turned into two long objects emitting dazzling light, and slowly merged together. With David's operation, the long light beams that merged together gradually revealed their true appearance. The two long weapons finally merged into a golden spear. The alchemy array has dissipated, and David is looking at the spear in his hand. After his own re-refining, David was surprised to find that this spear not only perfectly retained the holy light attribute given by the light cast iron, but also the mysterious power from the Poseidon trident also revealed to him his own of mystery. David holding this gun can gain the power of water. The power of water? Chapter 217 Various Changes in Wintertown. What exactly is the so-called power of water? David experimented curiously, and soon discovered that when he wielded the spear, the position of the gun blade seemed to cause bursts of water. This stream of water can impact, press or cut according to David's ideas. It feels like there are more water effects. Other than that, he didn't feel anything special. Maybe he could try it later at the Winter River, where there was plenty of water. Putting the spear back into the storage bracelet that had been expanded to 5 cubic meters, David was also thinking about what to bring while putting away the weapon. You must carry the Holy Light Hunter and bullets with you, as well as the Hammer of Judgment. These are David's side weapons. There is nothing left that must be brought. As for the bow and arrow, the set of bows and arrows in his hand was originally given to him by Laura. It is a hunting bow made using modern technology and materials, and its power is quite good. Coupled with the Holy Light, he has mastered to use some skills such as Holy Light shooting. The power is not bad, so after hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to take it with him. Unexpectedly, Laura suddenly reached out and held down the hunting bow. How? Isn't it time for your hunting bow to be upgraded? You want me to use alchemy to upgrade this hunting bow? Just like that spear? David suddenly thought this was a good idea. He discovered that alchemy can not only change the shape and properties of objects at will, but also it can be a good fusion of two types of equipment with different attributes. Isn't this the perfect equipment enhancement? However, it seems that I don't have many suitable materials on hand to strengthen the hunting bow. You can't take out the fragments of Frostmourne and use them as strengthening materials. Right? You're wrong. I mean, you can replace the bow string with a new one. Oh? After Laura explained, David knew that with the arrival of the orb silk spiders, there was a stable supply of silk fabrics in Wintertown. The silk of the orb silk spider can not only be used to make a variety of clothing, shoes and socks, but can even be used to make weapons due to its properties. And Peter Parker also contributed the technology he used to make the spider silk. By using the silk of the orb silk spider and adding Peter's own technology in this area, he created a kind of spider silk that is very tough and strong. Thread. By mixing this kind of silk thread into various materials, you can make more powerful, stronger and more durable bowstrings. Currently, Sylvanus, Addis and even Krause, those who are good at using bows and arrows in Wintertown, are this new bowstring was used. There is only David, the Lord, because he usually either throws hammers at people or pulls out guns to BIU people. Of course, more often than not, he releases massive amounts of holy light that can scare people to death. Although he insists on practicing archery and other things, he doesn't use it much for fighting anymore. So this is all. In the past 6 months, Wintertown seemed to have completed the construction of various infrastructures and finally looked like a town. But the developments behind the scenes are even more startling. The crystal engine has reached its 3rd generation, which proves that Sheldon, Leonard, Howard and Raj have invested a lot of time and energy in this matter. Also, with the increase in the number of weird members in Wintertown, the acquisition of resources has become more abundant, and some equipment has also been upgraded. For example, the bowstring is a very inconspicuous item, but it will have an important impact on the combat power in Wintertown. Bows made of new materials can shoot faster, farther, and more powerful arrows, and their service life is also greatly enhanced. Hunters in Wintertown will benefit from this. This is only part of the changes. There are many more changes in Wintertown, which David usually easily ignores. Just learned about it from Laura today. For example, Addis's body recovered very well. After eating the golden apple, his body returned to its peak, and his control over the holy light became stronger and stronger. If nothing else goes wrong, Wintertown will soon be able to add a true holy light hunter. Krause's strength has also been steadily improving. Now he is no longer a laggard in the nights of winter, and can only serve as a specific type of instructor. He can even be regarded as the first real hunter in Wintertown, and his performance was even recognized by Sylvanus. After hearing Laura's comments, David felt that it was appropriate to arrange some tasks for Krause. For example, this time to explore the world pillar in the north. He could take Krause with him. In addition to Krause, the other person in Wintertown who can become a real hunter is the half-elf Alfie adopted by Addis. Because of the situation in Wintertown, Alfie does not have to hide his racial identity here. After all, Sylvanus and Lydron wander around with a pair of pointed ears all day long, and no one dares to find them. Trouble. In addition, there are Transformers, a group of very different life forms in Wintertown. And Alfie, a half-elf, is simply inconspicuous here. He lives a relaxed and happy life every day, usually learning the skills of a hunter, and occasionally going hunting in the forest to practice the various knowledge he has learned. Because of his good mentality and talent, his strength has been steadily improving. It is estimated that as he grows older, it will be a matter of course for him to become an excellent hunter. In addition to these few, Garrett Stanton and Floyd are practicing as paladins. Both of them are very perseverant, and did not choose to infuse the holy light. They first learned how to master the holy light, and then slowly the way to slowly realize the holy light, and then be truly recognized by the holy light. Instead, they chose the relatively traditional paladin training method. So Renaud Maugrain has been serving as their instructor. According to Renaud, these two knights have a strong will and excellent character, and it is only a matter of time before they become paladins. Coupled with the fact that I have been pondering in the garage every day lately, it is said that the ambulance is only missing the last layer of window paper that has not been punctured, and the combat effectiveness of Wintertown seems to be about to experience a surge. This is just the beginning. Clausa and Alfie have become hunters, which means that the knowledge of hunters has been steadily passed down in Wintertown. Once Garrett Stanton and Floyd become paladins, it will become a trend for all the Winter Knights to become paladins. At that time, there will be a Winter Knights composed of hunters and paladins, all wearing more advanced power armor, and accompanied by military priests, together with many transformers. They rode a transport ship powered by a crystal or engine to the combat location. Next to them were frigates that also used crystal ore as power, and had a crystal or defense layer attached. Further away, there is a huge giant space battleship, although it is too dark to see clearly, and even its shape is a question mark. David has reserved a place for it. Thinking of that scene, David couldn't control his saliva. Suck. Wiping the corners of his mouth, David fell into sleep with great expectations for the future. The next day, David got up energetically after having a sweet dream. He didn't show any discomfort from dreaming too much. He was even full of motivation because of the stimulation of those images. However, there are many things that cannot be rushed. For example, he is full of fantasies about the powerful Winter Legion rushing to the front line. But the reality is that Weatherby Swan reported to David that Wintertown is currently developing well, and its population has also increased significantly, although the number of public security problems has increased. Some signs of public security problems have emerged, and the health status of cities and towns has begun to decline. In the past, the living area of Wintertown was relatively small, and there were not many residents. Most of them were concentrated under the eyes of the Lord. Therefore, David's requirements for residents to use toilets and dump garbage in designated places did not arouse any resistance from residents. Over time, everyone developed good habits. So in the early days of the construction of Wintertown, the sanitary condition was very good. Nowadays, every household has its own bathroom. There is no need to go to the public toilet or empty the urinal. You just throw the garbage in the designated trash can. It is simpler than before, and there is no need to disobey it. Reasons. But this was not the case for those who came later. They have become accustomed to doing whatever they want, and no one would care about such things before. This has led to a lot of open defecation and littering in Wintertown recently. As David turned his attention to Snowfield Castle and Frostbite Outpost, the soldiers of the Winter Knights mostly went to distant places when patrolling. The number of patrols in the town was much less than before, which resulted in a lack of sufficient personnel. Supervisors with authority and authority make those people more free to do whatever they want. Therefore, the establishment of a security team must be put on the agenda. Well, I understand. David didn't expect that the formation of Wintertown's security and police team was not due to fights or life-threatening cases such as murders. It's actually because of trivial things like littering and open defecation. It sounds like a trivial matter that can be ignored. But he really doesn't want the Wintertown he built to be filled with the smell of feces, urine and garbage like the cities in Iron Tree Fort. David thought about it and found that there were not many suitable candidates. He was stationed in Wintertown and had a certain combat effectiveness, ensuring that he could suppress the troublemakers when necessary without hurting them. So Mark met the conditions. Mark, who has been a shaman for a while, should be able to control the intensity of his discharge to impress disobedient people without actually hurting them. The only problem is that Mark will be on his way back to Earth soon, and it will be inconvenient for him to come to Wintertown frequently on the spacecraft. In other words, Mark will leave Wintertown for a while, so David still has to find a suitable sheriff. By the way, Squirtle seems to be able to do this job too. Whoever litters or urinates everywhere, Squirtle can spray water on his face, and letting Squirtle scattered throughout Wintertown can also prevent fires. Just as David was thinking, Mark suddenly ran over and asked David with a surprised look on his face. What have you done recently? Oh? Chapter 218 A Real Mine at Home. As soon as he thought of Mark came running over. David wondered if he had awakened some kind of spiritual link ability. Soon he knew that he had made a mistake. Mark obviously discovered some special situation and hurriedly came to find him. What happened? Follow me! David did not waste any time and followed Mark directly out of Glamorgan Castle and to the Winter Alchemy Workshop located northeast of the Winter Fortress. This is one of the more special buildings in Wintertown. It is very close to Winter Fortress and is protected by both Winter Fortress and Winter Military Camp. It is located at the core of Wintertown. The location also shows its importance. In addition to producing various alchemical products by Pierre Newton and Will Turner, the Winter Alchemy Workshop also plays an important role in research. In other words, Winter Alchemy Workshop is also the research center of Wintertown. The current research focus of the entire alchemy workshop is crystal ore, a specialty of Wintertown. Mark suddenly hurriedly found David because of the amazing changes that had taken place in the crystal mine. The crystal mine was originally planted behind David's cabin, covered by a wooden shed, with the establishment of Fort Glamorgan and Winter Fortress. Of course, this arrangement could not continue, so the location of the crystal mine was moved to its current location, which is northeast of Fort Glamorgan, and established an alchemy workshop where the crystal mine is located. In order to ensure the absolute safety of the crystal mine was placed underground. So after arriving at the alchemy workshop, David had to take the elevator with Mark to the underground space specially arranged for the crystal mine. As soon as he entered the underground space specially arranged for the crystal mine, David was immediately shocked. This place is about the size of a basketball stadium. and there is enough height reserved. It is said to be underground. If you turn on all the lights, you will only feel that you have entered a huge stadium. Originally, there were only a few crystal mines, which seemed particularly small in this empty space. But David would not have such thoughts at this time. The crystal mine in front of him occupied almost more than half of the space. The huge and towering crystal looked very imposing. If you look carefully, you can even see the brilliance slowly shining on the crystal flow. David looked at the large cluster of crystal minerals in front of him, and then looked at Mark next to him.
Are these crystal minerals? When did you discover this situation? I just came here to check on the crystal ore and found it.
Mark was also shocked, seeing that the crystal ore suddenly became so numerous and big. He thought something had mutated. Fortunately, the crystal mine did not continue to grow in size and burst the underground space. When Mark came back to his senses, he immediately realized that something must have happened to David. So he hurriedly called David over. Walking to the huge crystal mine, David stretched out his hand and brushed it. The feeling he felt was similar to the previous crystal mine, but a little different. The similarity refers to the feeling of peace. But the difference is that the energy contained in these crystal minerals seems to have become larger.
Have there been any changes in you recently? Or in other words, has there been any change in Eva?
After calming down, Mark's IQ returned to normal, and he immediately guessed several possibilities. The emergence of the crystal mine is related to Eva and David, and the subsequent upgrade of the crystal mine is also related to David. Therefore, if the changes in the crystal mine at this time have nothing to do with David, Mark will definitely slap them and ask him to reorganize his words. In this regard, David had nothing to hide and simply explained the situation between himself and Eva. Mark's face was full of disbelief after hearing this, and David thought it was a bit ridiculous that this reason caused the crystal mines to become so numerous and huge. Unexpectedly, Mark's focus was on other aspects.
You actually just ate Eva? You two always sit there and rub each other around as if no one else is around. I thought you two had already gotten together.
Although it's all true, why does it sound so uncomfortable? Mark knew that the joke was enough, and then changed the topic to the normal direction.
But, is this just the reason? The growth is too exaggerated. It can't be related to Eva mastering the holy light. Right.
Oh, Eva has truly mastered the holy light. It is completely different from the previous one that relied solely on David's infusion and replenishment of the holy light. Now Eva has truly entered the ranks of the extraordinary.
Is it because Eva has become stronger that the crystal mines born because of Eva have also become stronger and more numerous?
David didn't know if Mark's guess was correct. After all, he didn't have an accurate answer. But no matter what, Eva gave herself a surprise again. She originally thought that the crystal ore output was too low, but now it has increased many times, and she no longer has to worry about the crystal ore reserves.
This looks like a mine.
I happily touched a few more crystal mines, feeling the surging energy surging in them. It seemed that the products of crystal mine technology were not far away for everyone in Wintertown. Even as the crystal mine grows larger and stronger, Wintertown's attraction to the Autobots will skyrocket. The Autobots should be able to use this pure, attribute-free energy to replenish their own consumption. Even if I have enough renewable energy, it seems I can recruit the Decepticons? After all, not all Decepticons are like Megatron. Otherwise, there would be no Decepticons jumping to the Autobot side. In addition to being warlike, some Decepticons simply want to survive. David provides them with a living environment and a position that allows them to better utilize their abilities and values. It seems that it is not impossible for the Decepticons to join Wintertown. You can talk to Optimus Prime about this topic when you have time. I don't know what the Autobot leader thinks about this kind of thing. He had to figure this out. After all, recruiting the Decepticons was just an idea. But the Autobots were now getting closer and closer to Wintertown. David doesn't want to cause dissatisfaction with existing allies just because of help that he hasn't yet received. I stood here and watched for a while, watching with my own eyes as Leonard, Howard and others ran over after getting the news. They expressed their surprise and hurriedly carried out sampling and testing, hoping to observe the energy intensity in a crystal mine of the same size. How much has changed compared to the past? We also mark and record the location of the sampling, and prepare to judge through continuous observation. If the growth rate of this crystal mine is still the same as before, and with this huge volume, the output will be amazing. In that case, Wintertown can say goodbye to ordinary ammunition and use all-powerful ammunition with crystal or powder added. While several scientists were busy, David told Mark about the sheriff.
Although I am very interested in becoming the sheriff of Wintertown,
There is not much time left before I leave Mars. A spacecraft and a rescue team have been dispatched to the Earth. There are not many days left before the rescue team reaches Mars. Next, he will board the rescue spacecraft and return to Earth. Different from the original plot. The rescue team this time is not Mark Watney's original companions. He is completely unfamiliar with these people. What's more, even if he is familiar with him, he is not prepared to expose the secrets here in Wintertown. He doesn't think it will do him any good to tell these things. In order to hide this secret, it was inconvenient for him to frequently disappear from the ship when it was sailing back to Earth. The safest way was to stay on the ship honestly until he returned to Earth smoothly. I am also planning to take advantage of this long voyage to practice my shamanic knowledge. What will be the effect of practicing shamanism in the universe? Feeling the spirit of the stars? Dark matter spirit? Cosmic storm spirit? The spirit of the giant source? What a pity. It seems that Elizabeth can only take this position. Elizabeth is also a very capable person. She can fool Jack Sparrow around and become the pirate king. He came from a privileged background. And after coming to Wintertown, he was well informed. And he was more than capable of serving as the town's peace officer. Even if there is something you don't understand, you can directly ask your father. Weatherby Swan. Elizabeth was not directly appointed as the sheriff. In fact, Weatherby Swan wanted to avoid suspicion. He himself is already the political officer of Wintertown. And his prospective son-in-law, Will Turner, is also one of the current directors of the alchemy workshop in Wintertown, with his daughter serving as the sheriff. The Swan family is simply the number one in Wintertown. A family-like existence. Weatherby Swan, who has been in officialdom for a long time, feels that this is not a good thing. It is too eye-catching and can easily arouse the suspicion of the Lord. David could guess some of Weatherby's thoughts. Out of respect for the political officer, David never let Elizabeth hold any positions. I really can't think of a suitable candidate now. Even if a suitable newcomer comes, it will take some time to learn and adapt to the life in Wintertown before he can actually take up the post. So I might as well let Elizabeth take up the post. In addition to Elizabeth, you can also ask the Autobots to help patrol the town. These tall Cybertronians are still very intimidating when wandering around in human form. And the effect may be better than the puppets in Silvermoon City. Elizabeth Swan is in charge, with the newly recruited security officers, some Autobots and Squirtle. This team should be able to solve the security problems in Wintertown. The security solution was finalized, and the sharp increase in the production of crystal mines made David feel good. When he returned to the office, he kissed Eva hard. Eva was inexplicably happy when he kissed her. And she smiled. Call it a brilliant one. After the business was done, David began to think about exploring the north again. This time he was not thinking about equipment, but about members. In addition to Krauser, he is also planning to call Mediv. If he encounters any mysterious mechanisms or problems there, the former Guardian is a good solution. Who else do I need to call? Vaguely, David suddenly felt like teaming up to clear the dungeon. Chapter 219, An Adventure Team of 10. Mediv, Jaina, Sylvanas, Laura, David, Krauser. David only informed Mediv. And Jaina, who was also a mage, also knew about it. She was also interested in the mountain peak in the distance called the Pillar of the World. So Jaina Proudmore also joined the team. Sylvanas and Laura have a very good relationship. So Laura will naturally call on this friend if she wants to venture north. If Mark hadn't been in a special situation, he would have wanted to take part in this adventure. You know, since I came to this world, I have never left Wintertown. Every time he mentioned this matter, Mark's face was full of resentment, because he has to frequently go to the Mars base to keep in touch with the Earth and report his situation to the Earth. Mark can't go anywhere. So even though Mark was one of the first people on Earth to come to the continent of Brunia, he didn't know much about this world. The furthest he went was to go to the Winter Forest. This is because Wintertown has expanded its actual occupied area to the Winter Forest. You're almost back on Earth, and you'll be free then. As Mark listened to David's comfort, he suddenly had the urge to shout to the sky, considering that it was too shameful to do so in front of everyone. He endured it. After comforting Mark, David officially appointed Elizabeth Swan as the sheriff of Wintertown. Her task is very heavy, because Wintertown has not yet implemented any job refinement. So Elizabeth, the sheriff, has many tasks, and they are very complicated, to ensure the public security, sanitation, and fire alarm within Wintertown. It is basically equivalent to taking on the responsibilities of the security brigade, urban management brigade, police station, fire station, and some first aid at the same time. But Elizabeth was not intimidated by this complicated task. Instead, she looked eager to try it. It was obvious that this overly energetic woman was exhausted from doing nothing all day long. Now that she had something to do, she finally had a job where she could vent her excess energy. I will let Hot Rod and Squirtle be your assistants. Hot Rod is an Autobot who has just arrived in Wintertown. According to Optimus Prime, Hot Rod has been on the Earth for a long time and knows enough about humans. Originally, he was unwilling to leave the Earth, but the current situation is that the Autobots are gradually migrating to Wintertown, and Hot Rod has to say goodbye to his old friends and start a new life. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely restore the security and sanitation of Wintertown to its original condition. In fact, Elizabeth is not satisfied with the current public security and sanitation in Wintertown. Elizabeth, who lives a comfortable life, does not like the dirty environment. After arriving in Wintertown, she was attracted by the cleanliness and beauty here, and witnessed with her own eyes how this beautiful village gradually turned into a larger, clean and tidy city. She couldn't stand such a beautiful city becoming as filthy as the urban areas of Port Royal. She mentioned this matter to her father in private, but she did not expect that the Lord would directly appoint her to be responsible for these tasks. Miss Swan, who is gearing up to do something big, doesn't think she can't do this job well. She wants those guys who don't understand the rules to know what the rules are. As for manpower, you can go to the recruit camp and ask Floyd for it. David originally wanted Elizabeth to recruit additional people. Then I thought that the 50 recruits recruited at the beginning were not guaranteed to become qualified members of the Winter Knights. It would be too wasteful to just throw these eliminated recruits back as ordinary people. After all, they have undergone military training for a period of time, and they must be better deployed than ordinary people. After a period of military training, they also have a certain degree of military literacy, at least physical fitness. Basic combat skills and weapon use do not need to be taught from scratch. After solving these things, David temporarily got some free time. He planned to take advantage of this free time, and since winter hadn't really started yet, to head to the Pillar of the World with a dark elf brother and sister. How could you forget about such a fun thing? After Tony learned that David was going north, he also expressed his intention to join. Later, Steve, who had nothing to do recently, also wanted to go and have a look. Fortunately, Sheldon and the others were busy studying the crystal mine that had undergone tremendous changes, and they were fully aware of their own self-preservation capabilities, so they hesitated for a while and then gave up. Even if there are so many superheroes and magical creatures as companions, they don't feel that they have enough physical fitness to keep up with these people. Even if they eat golden apples and learn alchemy, their own fitness will be improved. After strengthening, he is still incomparable with this group of people. However, they don't have to worry about missing any exciting things or scenes. Both Iron Man's armor and David himself have powerful recording functions and can reproduce the entire process to everyone in the form of holographic images. It is definitely more exciting and shocking than watching special effects blockbusters with the latest technology, and even gives you a stronger sense of presence. Who else wants to come along? There were already a lot of people anyway, and David didn't care if more came. However, after asking around, it was finally determined that these were the people heading to the Pillar of the World. Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Jaina Proudmoore, Medivh, Sylvanas, Lara Croft, Krausa, including David and the brother and sister. There were 10 people in total. How to get there? The fastest way is of course to fly. The mountain peak known as the Pillar of the World can be clearly seen here in Wintertown. But this does not mean that Wintertown is very close to that peak. The phrase, looking up the mountain and running to the death horse, may not exist in every world, but everyone understands its meaning. It's just 10 people. The space inside the Quinjet is enough to carry everyone. Everyone's equipment is placed in storage tools, and only a small amount of additional supplies are needed. The speed of the Quinjet can also ensure that they can get back and forth in the shortest time without wasting too much time on the road. Then it's decided. After things were almost arranged, David went to find the Dark Elf brother and sister. The brother and sister who were placed in Jonah's winter hotel did not look anxious at all. After visiting Wintertown, they became very curious about this novel human town. I think it would be a good experience to stay here for a few more days and experience the exotic customs. When David found the siblings, Enid was happily admiring the various new clothes, shoes and socks she had bought. David glanced at it and found that they were all products from Petunia Huahua Fashion Store, which was also the most popular fashion store in Wintertown. In addition to selling many novel
and beautiful finished clothes. It also took over the custom-made business. In addition, the prices are very affordable. And soon after its opening, Petunia Flower Fashion Store took over the clothing market in Wintertown. I heard that Petunia and Lydron are recruiting new tailors again, which shows how popular their shop is.
Lord, are you ready to go to the Pillar of the World with us?
Yes. Cecil knew that Laura was going to go with his brother and sister, because Laura said that she was also an archaeologist, and he didn't think it was strange that the other party wanted to go to possible ancient ruins together. But as the Lord of Wintertown, Baron David Glamorgan, why should he go?
Although the Pillar of the World is not particularly close to Wintertown, it is not so far away that you can't even see it. As the Lord of Wintertown, I went to check the situation around the territory. It doesn't seem to be anything. It's worth the weird stuff.
Cecil nodded, feeling that David's explanation was reasonable.
So, are you going to take my ship to the north with Laura? No. Let's take the Quinjet to the north together. It's faster this way. Quinjet?
Cecil thought of the pink aircraft he had seen before. But that thing could not carry more than a few people. So he understood that the Lord in front of him was referring to another type of aircraft.
It is a transport aircraft. So be it.
The Quinjet is a multi-purpose fighter. Although it is known as a fighter, its biggest function is transportation.
It is expected to leave before noon tomorrow. Is this time enough for preparation? That's enough. Enid and I just need to bring the equipment we carry with us.
Cecil did not express resistance. It would be a good thing for him if he could reach the Pillar of the World earlier. As an archaeologist, he is eager to find out whether the information he found is correct. Can we see the relics left by the Dark Elves of the past in this place? What kind of records can be found in it? Can I know more about the history of the Dark Elves and the continent of Brunia? These things fascinated him so much that he didn't even notice when David left. It wasn't until he was hit hard by his sister that he came back to his senses.
What do you think of this outfit?
Seeing Enid wearing those strange shoes called high heels, Cecil only felt that these shoes were very inconvenient for movement.
It is said that that clothing store can customize special shoes. Not only does it not affect the movement at all, but it can also add some special effects.
Enid was going to order a pair so that when she came back from the north, she would have the finished product. As for these ordinary goods, can you take them back and give them to your friends? Or open a similar fashion store in the Evernight Empire? She felt that the style of clothing and shoes here in Wintertown would be very popular among the Dark Elves.
If we can find ancient ruins, maybe we will become the top historians of the Eternal Night Empire. And by then, you will be too busy to sell any clothes.
Cecil doesn't think this so-called fashion store can be opened. He is more looking forward to accepting the worship and tribute of his compatriots after returning to the Eternal Night Empire with his new discoveries.
Even relying on these discoveries to enter the Elders.
Chapter 220 The Ancient Ruins of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elf brother and sister indeed only brought some personal equipment, in addition to a pair of double blades. The brother and sister each carried a bag and hung some similar accessories on their bodies.
The place we are going to is very cold. Is it really okay for you to look like this?
Steve looked at the clothes of the brother and sister and felt that it was not like they were going to a cold area in the far north, but more like go to the sunny seaside to enjoy the sun and sand.
It doesn't matter. These equipment are specially used to resist the severe cold.
Cecil pointed to the small accessories on his body. These accessories, that seem to be purely used for decoration and make one's appearance more gorgeous, are actually the Dark Elves, the most commonly used thermal insulation products.
It looks very good, beautiful and convenient.
After Steve knew that his worries were completely unnecessary, he didn't say much to the siblings. He and the two historians didn't have many topics in common. In comparison, he was chatting more with David.
You specifically want to join this time because you want to talk to me about something, right? No. I just want to come out to relax and talk about things. It seems that Karma Taj's course gave you a headache.
Karma Taj's mage courses are many and complicated. If you want to become a supreme mage, you must first be a top scholar. In the countless parallel universes of Marvel, there is no world line where Steve becomes the Sorcerer Supreme. But the way he becomes the Sorcerer Supreme is a bit special. In comparison, Tony Stark can become the Sorcerer Supreme through hard work. However, Steve had no intention of giving up. Anyway, he already knew that the key factor in Ancient One choosing him to become the Supreme Mage was the Holy Light. As long as he masters some of the abilities and knowledge that the Supreme Mage must master, and then in the position of the Supreme Mage, he can promote the Holy Light to the entire Karma Taj. And then he can retire. After that, either capture Tony to take over,
or guide Stephen Strange to become the Sorcerer Supreme according to the original historical line, or let Wanda Maximoff, who is currently in the Hydra Special Operations team, do it take over. These people are all good choices. Even if these people have problems of one kind or another, there is still a guaranteed king. Steve, who has clearly arranged his future and retreat, does not feel so much pressure in Taj. In comparison, Hydra gave him more headaches. He had already rescued Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, and even cured Bucky's schizophrenia by consulting the Ancient One. At present, Bucky just doesn't have a suitable opportunity to clear his name, so he can only continue to be undercover in Hydra with him. How to clear Bucky's name? Bucky's mission also included the matter of Tony's parents, and Steve didn't know what to do. In addition, most of the members of Hydra are quite ambitious, and they cannot be easily persuaded to betray their original beliefs or leaders and defect to their subordinates with just a few words of justice and evil. No matter how great Steve's personal charm is, he still has to meet the basic demands of these people before he can possibly poach them over.
I'm thinking about arranging Rumlow to come to Wintertown.
David looked at Steve, waiting for the next step.
Rumlow is very ambitious. He will not be satisfied with work such as maintaining world peace, and it seems easier for him to realize his dreams here. You are talking as if I am an evil villain who wants to rule the world. You said this. I didn't.
Ignoring Steve's jokes and simply thinking about Rumlow, David felt there was no problem. Crossbones Brock Rumlow is considered a talent. As for ambition, he does not want to replace him and become a leader. That ambition is not a problem for David at all, and it may even be a help to David.
If you can convince Rumlow to come over, I'd love to take him in. This is absolutely no problem.
Steve's superficial identity also includes S.H.I.E.L.D.'s frontline operations commander, and the special service team in charge of Rumlow often follows Steve's command to perform various tasks. Later, after Steve became Hydra, Rumlow was also Steve's direct subordinate, and the relationship between the two parties was very good, because he is familiar and understanding enough. Steve wants Rumlow to come to Wintertown to find a more meaningful goal for these Hydras, without wasting the abilities and talents of these people, and at the same time, he can further explore empty Hydra's corner. When people like Rumlow find new survival value in Wintertown, will they still be willing to sacrifice their lives for Hydra? Especially after seeing how broad the world is in Wintertown and how many powerful beings there are outside. They know that Hydra's plan is simply impossible to succeed. At that time, they will firmly maintain their existing interests and will no longer obey the orders of the original leader of Hydra. Next, Steve will directly subvert Hydra and become the only snakehead. It's up to him to clean it up in secret and make Hydra completely a thing of the past and turn into smoke without anyone knowing. After the two people talked for a while and decided the future of Hydra, the Quinjet also arrived at the target area. Cecil was searching for the corresponding location based on the information in his mind, and finally guided Tony, who was driving the fighter plane, to land near the target location. A group of people got off the Quinjet and carefully observed their surroundings. Krause, Sylvanas, and Laura already held bows in their hands. Steve also took out his shield from the storage space, and Tony even put on his steel armor. However, after looking around, they felt that their caution was unnecessary. It didn't look like there were any dangerous creatures here. There is no vegetation around, and a few trees are sparsely located in the south. This should be the northernmost part of the winter forest. They were now at the foot of the Pillar of the World. There was no smooth road as they continued to move forward. To the west was still the vast cold winter river. The flow of water in this river was astonishing. It was so vast even near the source. Maybe the water source is more than just melted snow from the mountains.
What's next?
Everyone looked at the dark elf Cecil. After looking back and forth several times, Cecil finally pointed out a direction. Continue towards the Pillar of the World.
Mountain climbing? No.
Cecil shook his head to deny Tony's guess.
According to the information I found, the Dark Elves used to prefer to build some important buildings underground,
in caves and the like.
Therefore, what they are looking for is a cave. Continuing forward, Tony Stark used the steel armor to fly in the air to search, and soon discovered a cave. This cave is not hidden at all, and it is not far from the cold winter river. After a group of people came here, they looked at the obvious traces of man-made modifications at the entrance of the cave, and the several collapsed branches nearby. Although they were seriously damaged, after they could barely make out the stone pillars and stone tablets with dark elf-style patterns, they knew they were in the right place.
It's much easier than expected. Things were progressing so smoothly that Tony once again turned on his venomous tongue.
Have such obvious ruins been discovered long ago? Did you brothers and sisters arrive a little late?
Cecil also had this idea, but he did not find detailed information about this in the Eternal Night Empire. Even the information that could guide him to find this place was pieced together by himself based on multiple records.
It should have never been discovered.
He firmly believes that this place is still an undiscovered ruin. Maybe because the Eternal Night Empire is too far away from here. As for why humans have not discovered this place, he already knows that Wintertown is the most border area of the Kingdom of Thailand. It is too cold and barren for humans to live in such a place. Everyone did not stay at the entrance of the cave for too long. No matter what the situation was, they were already at the door. How could they stop here? No one at the scene shrank from the battle, and David directly spread out his hands to condense a ball of holy light, letting it float above his head to act as a lighting device. Everyone who had just taken out the lighting equipment stopped their movements. Only Cecil and Enid looked at David, the Lord of Wintertown, in surprise. Before this time, the brother and sister thought that the Lord of Wintertown was simply a ruler and manager. So when they came to investigate this time, they were accompanied by so many guards. When David released the holy light, they realized that this lord was actually a spellcaster with mysterious power. But he didn't think too much. He had already found the ruins. He was eager to know what information was stored here, continuing to go deeper into the interior. After passing a long corridor that was not particularly long and looked a bit old and dilapidated, but overall intact, we came to a main hall. In order to better see the situation in the hall, David made the holy light above his head brighter and raised it to a higher position, as if installing a chandelier for the empty hall. Following David's actions, everyone also saw clearly the situation in the hall, except for a small stone platform in the middle. There was nothing around it. That's it. Tony looked around. Except for the traces of corrosion caused by time, there were no traces of damage.
You don't have any records about this ruins. Is that because there is no information here?
Cecil looked at the situation around him and was a little disappointed. But he walked quickly to the only stone platform unwillingly, trying to grab the last glimmer of hope.
Impossible. How could there be nothing?
After looking up and down, I still didn't find anything special. Until Enid came up and wanted to comfort her brother. The seemingly ordinary stone platform suddenly emitted a ray of light, shining straight on Enid's body.
Chapter 221 The Game of Thrones on the Brinian continent. The light swept over Enid's body and then disappeared. The whole process happened quickly and suddenly, with almost no warning. By the time everyone reacted, the light had disappeared. Cecil's reaction was fast enough. When he noticed the abnormality, he pulled his sister and retreated a long distance, and then asked Enid if she felt anything unusual.
I'm fine.
Enid also looked at herself up and down. After feeling it carefully, she didn't notice anything wrong. However, she still took out the long swords from her waist and held them in her hand.
How about we exit first?
As soon as Cecil said these words, he heard a loud bang. Everyone looked over following the sound and found that a stone door had fallen down to seal the corridor that they had walked through when they came here. David looked at the stone gate and then at the partners around him. Without any worry, he reminded Cecil,
the stone platform has changed.
Except for Cecil, who was concerned about his sister. Everyone else noticed the changes in the stone platform immediately. The ordinary stone platform suddenly began to crack from the center after emitting a ray of light, turning into petals like a blooming flower. Then a sphere with strange patterns on its surface appeared from below, slowly float into the air.
What is that?
Steve carefully observed the patterns on it. They had a similar style to those seen at the door. They should be the creation of the Dark Elves. He was actually asking Cecil, hoping that this archaeologist from the Dark Elf country could answer everyone's questions. Unfortunately, Cecil didn't know what it was. He observed the ball curiously, trying to figure out what the lines on it symbolized.
I will sleep here until a descendant is found who is qualified to inherit the position of priest.
What surprised everyone was that the person who read these words was not Cecil, the Dark Elf archaeologist, nor Enid, who was scanned by the unknown light, but David.
Can you understand the text above?
Tony has been using his armor to scan the ball not far away, but he got various warnings. The ball contains very powerful energy, which is similar to the one used on Cecil's ship. The dark energy is somewhat similar, but also very different. As for the lines on it, he has already transmitted the data to Jarvis, who is still analyzing and sorting it out. As a result, before the price analysis could produce a result,
David actually explained the above content. A gift. David also just realized that his language talent had been upgraded. He glanced at Laura beside him. He originally thought that this ability only allowed him to better communicate with people from all over the world. He had never thought that after upgrading this ability, there would be such a change. He had never been exposed to the language and writing of the Dark Elves before, and he had no idea that such a thing existed. As a result, he only glanced at it a few times. But he could easily understand the true meaning expressed above. No one is too obsessed with David's special abilities. They are no longer surprised that David has all kinds of weird abilities. What they care about is the information revealed in David's words. I will sleep here forever. Who is this I? The answer was quickly revealed. The ball floated in midair and emitted bursts of brilliance. A translucent figure appeared in front of everyone. The same blue skin as Cecil and Enid. Silver-white waist-long hair hanging behind her back. The same style of high-defense armor as Enid. In addition to the one in her hand, a long staff inlaid with unknown crystals. The translucent dark elf phantom opened its eyes, and its blue pupils were like the deep sea, as if it could swallow up everything that came towards it. After the translucent female dark elf's gaze swept over everyone present, she noticed the composition of the people present. So many humans? And elves? What a strange combination. Oh, what's weird? The female dark elf spoke an unfamiliar language. Apart from the dark elf brothers and sisters present, only David could understand it. But the next second, Medivh also mastered this language. A human who understands the dark elf language? The translucent female dark elf did not continue chatting with David, but looked at Cecil and Enid, and finally looked at Enid a few times. Wake me up, it's you. It really disappoints me. I thought an excellent descendant would come here. Before the female dark elf finished her rant, she was interrupted by Cecil. Who on earth are you? You rude guy. No dark elf has ever taught you how to be respectful when facing a high priest. High priest? What high priest? The conversation between the two was simultaneously translated by David to everyone, and everyone finally understood the situation. This translucent dark elf woman should be a high priest, and she may have had an unusual status among the dark elves in the past. Cecil, who came from the Eternal Night Empire, didn't know that the high priest was an expert in history and archaeology. The information revealed suddenly became worth looking forward to. I think there may be a lot of good shows to watch next. Tony's words aroused everyone's approval, but also aroused the dissatisfaction of the priestess. Human, it's best not to anger me. The priestess used Brainian common language this time. Although she had a weirder accent than the brother and sister, at least everyone could understand it directly. Tony didn't take the threat of the priestess at all. Although the priestess didn't say a few words from the time she appeared until now. These words have revealed enough information. There is a high probability that the priestess will be included in history. A member of a group completely submerged by the torrent. Even she herself may be dead. Her current appearance seems no different from the so-called ghost. At this time, the ghostly priestess seemed to realize something. She looked at the dark elf brother and sister and asked about their origins and the situation of the dark elf clan in the world today. We are the dark elves of the Evernight Empire. I am an archaeologist. My name is Cecil. And this is my sister Enid. With Cecil's brief introduction, the priestess learned that the Eternal Night Empire is currently the only dark elf country, and that there are a group of exiled dark elves living scatteredly in the Lost Land. These contents have not caused any reaction from the priestess. But when Cecil introduced the specific situation of the Eternal Night Empire, the unhappy look on the priestess's face could be seen by anyone who was not blind. Eternal Night Empire. It turns out to be a country established by those traitors. Traitor. Cecil was a little dissatisfied with the evaluation of the priestess, while David and others had expressions on their faces, waiting for more revelations. In order not to disturb the conversation of these dark elves, David resisted the urge to take out snacks from the space. The priestess conversed non-stop with Cecil and Enid, with David translating appropriately. Everyone gradually figured out the specific situation. The entire continent of Brunia was once ruled by the Dark Elves, and the Dark Elves established an extremely powerful and huge country. In the country of the Dark Elves, the priests who serve the goddess of the night have a very high status. The Elfrida in front of her is a high priest of the goddess of the night, who has a high status and is well respected. In addition, the priests of the night goddess were all women. At that time, within the Dark Elves, the status of women was far higher than that of male Dark Elves. Even in the eyes of some female Dark Elves, men are just tools used for reproduction and hard work. Although with the gradual development of the Empire, the number of Dark Elves with this old idea gradually decreased. The concept of women being superior to men did not fundamentally change until the emergence of humans.
Waiting for humans to appear?
Cecil heard an incredible piece of information from Elfrida. Are humans not a race that originally existed on the continent of Brinia? Did it come about later?
Is there anything strange about this? Dark elves were not originally a race that lived on the continent of Brinia.
Cecil was stunned by the two consecutive news. And everyone eating melons on the side also felt that the trip was worthwhile. And they really ate such big melons. With Elfrida's introduction, everyone learned that the Dark Elves' hometown is located to the east of the Brinia continent. There is a huge island there, where the Dark Elves originally lived. But as the race gradually grows, the increasingly barren and scarce resources on the island no longer allow the Dark Elves to continue living here. With several consecutive natural disasters, the entire island seemed to be on the verge of destruction and disappearance. And the Dark Elves had to migrate to the continent of Brinia.
We came here, defeated the orcs who originally ruled the continent of Brinia, and established the era of Dark Elves.
After nearly 1,000 years of development, when the Dark Elves seemed to be entering a new era, humans appeared.
Just like when we first came to the continent of Brinia and defeated the orcs. Humans posed a huge threat to our rule. The Dark Elves and humans started a war that lasted for countless years.
As for the result,
the Dark Elves retreated to the west of the continent and established the Eternal Night Empire. Humans occupied the east of the continent?
In response to Cecil's words, Elfrida just curled her lips and showed obvious disdain.
A group of traitors who have abandoned their people and their faith do not deserve to be called Dark Elves.
Without waiting for Cecil to ask, Elfrida gave another description.
The real Dark Elves never retreat. Judging from your previous description, all my real people have died in the battle with humans. There is a war, and you are just the descendants of a group of traitors. No wonder you are mixed with humans.
Chapter 222 The Mystery of Brinia Continent. After hearing Elfrida's description, everyone present was not surprised that the Dark Elf priestess hated humans so much. If what the other party said is true, then the Dark Elves are equivalent to being wiped out by humans. This kind of hatred does not attack as soon as they meet. It is most likely because Elfrida's current state cannot really hurt everyone present. Through Elfrida's narration, David is also sorting out various information. The Dark Elves come from outside the continent of Brinia. Humans, like the Dark Elves, suddenly appeared on the continent of Brinia. Nowadays, there is also a group of orcs that suddenly appeared on the northern plains. Is there some connection between them? The orc that the Dark Elves destroyed? Does it still exist? Or were they completely wiped out by the Dark Elves? In addition, according to Elfrida's description, the civilization of the Dark Elves at that time seemed to be about to enter a new level. And the country was also very powerful. How did they lose to the humans who suddenly appeared? He asked all his questions. And the questions he asked were also things that everyone present wanted to know, including Cecil brother and sister. They also want to know the answers to these questions. Elfrida was very unhappy. She didn't want to talk to David, who was a human. But she didn't know if she was holding back too much. She desperately wanted to talk to someone, even if it was a human being who was her enemy. At least, there are two guys in front of me who look like compatriots. So just stare at these two people and explain. The focus was on Enid. Elfrida's eyes mainly stayed on Enid. When introducing various information about the priest of the goddess of the night, she slightly praised Enid for her good talents. If it were in her life in that era, she must have been trained as a priestess early on. Perhaps Elfrida hoped to pass on the true faith of the Dark Elves. So she answered the various questions raised by David so happily. As Elfrida narrated, everyone also learned more information. A long time ago, when the Dark Elves came to the continent of Brinia, the continent was ruled by a race called orcs. But the so-called half-orcs have not established a unified country. They are more like a union of several tribes. This is because half-orcs cannot be regarded as the same race in a strict sense. Tiger men, leopard men, tauren, centaurs, etc. These races with half-human and half-animal characteristics are collectively called half-orcs. They usually only live together with people of the same race, and each choose a suitable place on the vast Brian continent to build a town belonging to their own race. Precisely because the orcs were not unified or united, they were easily defeated by the Dark Elves.
Under the protection of the goddess of the night, the Dark Elves faced the towns ruled by this group of ignorant fools and defeated the enemies like a beast, and soon became the new rulers of the continent.
Among them, tigers, leopards, werewolves and other races resisted the most fiercely. So they were completely cleansed by the Dark Elves. The rest, such as the tauren, had a lower intensity of resistance and did not resist the rule of the Dark Elves particularly strongly. So some Tauren remained. The centaurs escaped because of their own talents. Living on the vast plains, they were too good at escaping. The Dark Elves spent a lot of energy chasing and killing them. After a period of time, and after greatly reducing the number of centaurs, they became too lazy to deal with them. These guys are gone. As long as the centaurs did not come to trouble the Dark Elves, the Dark Elves would not continue to target these centaurs. This is also the reason why these two races still exist on this continent. David and the people next to him looked at each other and thought of another thing. Before the orcs ruled the continent, which race was the master of Brunia? Has it survived? When did the elves appear on this continent? There was no rush to ask. And everyone continued to listen to Elfrida answer several other questions. Because under the protection of the Night Goddess, the Dark Elves occupied the entire continent, making the Night Goddess the only belief of the Dark Elves. And the priests of the Night Goddess also established their transcendent status in the ethnic group. Of course, while the priests have gained status, they must also make sufficient contributions to the development of the entire Dark Elves. The entire Dark Elf kingdom continues to advance with the concerted efforts of the high priests and priests. And the Dark Elves have gradually entered their most powerful period. It was during this period that humans appeared. Just like the Dark Elves back then, humans also came to this continent from overseas. And just like the Dark Elves back then, they defeated the Dark Elves' army with overwhelming force. The most critical point is that humans also have the blessing of the true gods, and even receive the protection of more gods than the Dark Elves. By building altars to various gods, human beings obtain various powerful blessings, whether it is a good harvest of food or strong combat power. David felt something in his heart, and looked at Laura next to him. Both of them thought of the remains of the altar they had found. When Elfrida said that humans were blessed by various gods, he thought they were the gods enshrined in the temple. Unexpectedly, it was another group of gods who helped humans seize continental hegemony. Could it be that the gods that humans believe in are stronger than the goddess of the night? Enid is a little confused. They are gods that can help a group of people seize the entire continent. Why can't the Dark Elves who believe in the goddess of the night completely resist human attacks? Speaking of this question, Elfrida suddenly became very silent, and it took a while before she answered. After humans appeared, the goddess of the night no longer responded to the prayers of the Dark Elves. According to Elfrida's description, the Dark Elves suspected that humans had done something. For example, some kind of barrier was set up to cut off the connection between the Dark Elves and the goddess of the night. For this reason, the Dark Elves made various attempts to crack the human conspiracy, but without any results. The kingdom of the Dark Elves fell apart under the attack of humans. Coupled with the gradual collapse of faith, the entire Dark Elves group completely collapsed. Some Dark Elves want to fight to the death with humans, so they must gather all their fighting power to fight humans. There is even a small group of Dark Elves preparing to contact races such as Tauren, centaurs, and even elves that are quite difficult to deal with to establish an anti-human alliance. Some Dark Elves want to find ways to re-establish contact with the goddess of the night, such as going to various special locations on the mainland and building temples to call the goddess, hoping that the goddess, who once protected the Dark Elves to the top, will guide them out of trouble again. There are also some Dark Elves who want to give up everything and escape to a place where humans can't catch them. The Dark Elves with various ideas were completely divided. Different people held different ideas and embarked on different paths. But both the deadly fighting faction and the searching for the goddess faction despised the group of Dark Elves who wanted to escape, calling them traitors. As Elfrida's narration came to an end, Cecil finally figured out what the historical truth he wanted to explore was. Why was it that some of the historical information I had seen before was incomplete, with traces of deletions and conflicts? If what Elfrida said is true, then these things are completely black history for the Eternal Night Empire. No wonder she doesn't want to be known by future generations. As for abandoning his faith, Cecil didn't take it seriously. It was the goddess of the night who gave up on the Dark Elves first. Is it any wonder that such a god was given up by the descendants of the Dark Elves? As for the high priest in front of him, in his eyes, he is just an old antique who lives in the past and refuses to look directly at the truth. David's questions were all answered, and Elfrida asked a few questions along the way. Some of these things Cecil could answer, some could not. But Elfrida had no intention of asking other humans or elves. After realizing that he could not ask for more information, he made up his mind and asked Enid if she wanted to accept her inheritance and become the new high priest of the Night Goddess, a god who abandoned his followers when the Dark Elves faced an existential crisis. Is there any need to continue to worship and believe in it? Enid and Cecil had similar thoughts, and had no good impression of the goddess of the night. And her words also made Elfrida very dissatisfied. The priestess firmly believes that the great goddess of the night will never abandon her people. It must be humans, or the evil gods that humans believe in, who have used some means to imprison the great goddess of the night. Therefore, there seems to be no need to continue to believe in a loser who is easily imprisoned by the enemy and cannot protect his own people. These words were not spoken by Cecil and Enid. Cecil has always given people the impression of being polite and careful with his words. Tony Stark and David were the only ones who could use such words. But David was just complaining in his heart and didn't say it outright like Tony. Instead of continuing to believe in the goddess of the night, why not consider the gods on the human side? Do you know which gods humans believed in at that time? While Tony was complaining and irritating Elfrida, he was also extracting information and intelligence. The irritated Elfrida didn't think too much and directly named several evil gods. Harvest goddess Reluti and war god Sea. Well, under the protection of this war god named Se, humans completely destroyed the kingdom established by the Dark Elves. He must be a very powerful god. I think Enid should choose to serve this war god even if she wants to become a priest. Not that goddess of the night. Foolish human being. You will pay for these words. Elfrida fell into a state of rage, completely forgetting her current state, and raised the long staff in her hand. Everyone present suddenly noticed something strange, following Elfrida's movements. The roof of the hall turned into a night sky dotted with countless stars. At the same time, a terrifying coercion appeared out of thin air and enveloped everyone. Elfrida found that the goddess of the night actually responded to her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. But her joy didn't last more than 2 seconds. The next second, the starry night was torn into pieces by the dazzling sacred light. Chapter 223 A Dark Elf Without Dreams. The huge holy light was released from David's hand, turning the night that was full of stars a second ago into bright day. No starlight or darkness could be seen in the hall anymore. Even with the holy light in David's hand, it became brighter and brighter, and the pressure that appeared out of thin air also disappeared. Tisk. David originally thought that the goddess of the night was really coming, but as soon as he released the holy light, he realized that whether it was night, stars or pressure, they were all just part of the spell. Looking at the astonished Elfrida not far ahead, David directly concentrated the holy light that filled the entire hall to one point, turned it into a thick pillar of fire, and smashed it straight down from above Elfrida. Boom! The thick, bright sacred fire swallowed up Elfrida and the ball in an instant, and the powerful sacred flame burned both of them to ashes in an instant. Whatever Elfrida is now, a ghost? Spiritual body? Or some magical version of a hologram? Under the burning and impact of the sacred fire, everything turned into smoke. The ball was also not left behind, and David was too lazy to study what it was. Once he makes a move, he will be treated as an enemy and completely destroyed. After David was sure that the priestess was dead, he gently shook his hand, and the remaining holy light in the surrounding space condensed together again, turning into a radiant ball and floating above everyone's heads, continuing to serve as lighting device. From Elfrida's rage, the hall turned into a starry night sky, to the holy light tearing up the night, condensing into sacred fire and burning Elfrida and the ball together, to everything returning to the same as before. The whole process was nothing. Just a few seconds. That is to say, no one present is an ordinary person, so he can realize what happened. The Dark Elf brother and sister stared at David in surprise. At this time, the image of the Lord of Wintertown in their eyes had undergone earth-shaking changes. From a young, gentle, and friendly lord to a mysterious, powerful spellcaster. That kind of huge, hot, and bright power is really terrifying. If that kind of pillar of fire hits them, the fate of the two of them will not be much better than that of the high priest. Tony next to him actually saw David take action for the first time. He didn't expect David's strength to be so terrifying. His armor's alarm was still reminding him of how amazing the energy intensity was at that moment. In comparison, Sylvanas, who had seen David take action in Azeroth, was very calm. In her eyes, David, the incarnation of the holy light, just casually released some holy light. Nothing. As for Steve, it is true that he has not seen David take action for a long time, but he has been studying the knowledge of the holy light and had some guesses about David's strength, coupled with some insidious inquiries from Ancient One. He made some guesses about David's strength, positioned very high, so Steve didn't act surprised. He was focused on something else. David. How? There seems to be something that wants to break through the space and enter here.
The main responsibility of Taja's mages is to defend against invasions from different spaces and dimensions. These mages are the most sensitive to this situation. Steve wants to become the supreme mage. This knowledge and judgment are compulsory courses. And he can't skip classes even if he wants to.
How strong is the enemy? It's hard to judge. It feels very powerful, but the part that wants to come in is not strong.
Steve felt it carefully for a moment and gave his guess.
Maybe a clone descended? Or a thought came in to investigate?
David nodded. He quickly found the thought Steve was talking about and released a punishment at will. A burst of light suddenly exploded in midair. And with the release of holy light punishment, an inconspicuous piece of starlight was directly blown into pieces. Steve also took the opportunity to figure out what it was.
It's something like a contract. What is that? It's equivalent to a powerful, mysterious being who wants to find a spokesperson here.
Steve also figured out the target of this contract, which is the dark elf Enid in front of him.
This being has taken a fancy to Enid. Ned wants her to be her spokesperson.
Steve didn't lower his voice when he spoke, and everyone heard him. At the same time, everyone guessed that the mysterious existence was the so-called goddess of the night.
It seems that this goddess doesn't care about the death of her high priest, just like she doesn't care about the dark elves being almost exterminated by humans.
David stood on guard for a moment, but nothing strange happened in the hall. The goddess of the night seemed to have no idea of revenge for her high priest. After the contract she had made was destroyed, she disappeared. Follow-up actions.
Should we leave here first?
Clausa looked at the people around him. Everyone present seemed to be ready to take action, and no one said they wanted to leave. This makes Clausa very uncomfortable. I know you are all powerful, but now there are no enemies. Why are you still staying in an abandoned temple ruins with nothing?
Soon.
Clausa got the answer. Laura and Cecil, the two archaeologists, did not learn a lot about the Dark Elves and the past information of the Brinian continent because they met Elfrida. I feel satisfied. They all felt that there might be something else in this temple. So they searched and observed very carefully for fear of missing any clues. Tony was also observing everywhere, using various detection equipment on the suit to look for any possible information. Steve is always on alert, wary of invasions from other dimensions. David exchanged ideas with Jaina about his retreat.
Can your teleportation spell be used normally? It won't work if the distance is too far. There is no problem with short-distance teleportation.
Jaina has stayed in Wintertown for such a long time, and has been concentrating on studying how to release magic normally in this world. The results so far are good.
The distance from the stone wall to the ruins gate is not that far. I can teleport everyone directly outside the ruins.
There was a straight passage when she came in, allowing Jaina to make very accurate judgments. In addition, there were no magic devices around to interfere with teleportation, so she could easily send everyone here out. In fact, when the situation is particularly dangerous, Jaina can teleport everyone present back to Wintertown. Hearing what Jaina said, David suddenly thought that his town seemed to have not yet built a device to defend against teleportation magic. So this matter seemed to have to be put on the agenda.
Quel'Thalas, Dalaran, and Taj should all have similar technology and knowledge.
Right. Defense technology in Quel'Thalas is difficult to come by. But Jaina and Steve should be able to help themselves lay out defenses in the style of Dalaran and Taj. In addition to teleportation from this plane, Taj's defensive magic can also defend against invasions from other worlds.
You won't block your own people.
Right. David, who had determined the retreat with Gianna, and Steve stood next to Enid. The two men sandwiched the dark elf, leaving Enid with questions.
What's wrong? It's nothing. Just to prevent the goddess of the night from doing things secretly again.
Both David and Steve felt that of all the people present, Enid was in the most danger. These so-called gods should not be able to end themselves. These gods must choose a person or race on the continent of Brunia to be their agent. Although David couldn't guarantee that his guess was correct, it was better to take some precautions in advance than to do nothing. And things turned out to be better.
Do you think it would be a bad thing if I became a priest of the night goddess?
Enid has no respect or admiration for the night goddess, and has no special thoughts about becoming a priest. This also means that she thinks it doesn't matter if she becomes a priest. But looking at the two people next to her, it seems that becoming a priest is a very bad thing.
By signing a contract with such a powerful being, many things will not be decided by you.
Steve briefly explained that becoming a subordinate of these powerful beings may force you to do things you don't want to do.
For example, your goddess ordered you to go back to lead the Dark Elves and regain the dominance of the Brunia continent. David looked around. Laura and Cecil have not gained much so far. It seems that there should be nothing here. More useful stuff.
Oh!
Enid nodded. This kind of thing could really happen. According to Elfrida, the Dark Elves became the rulers of the Brunia continent under the protection of the Goddess of Night. But this kind of thing is not a bad thing for the Dark Elves. Right? Enid was also not very good at hiding her thoughts. And David saw through the Dark Elf's thoughts at a glance.
That's not necessarily a bad thing for the Dark Elf. But it's definitely not a good thing for me.
The worst thing about a powerful empire with the blessing of gods is that the opponent can directly threaten Wintertown through waterways. David didn't want this to happen. Forehead. Enid looked at David. And she also understood that David and Steve were not so much protecting themselves as they were protecting themselves. She curled her lips, but didn't say anything in the end. She actually didn't want to lead the Evernight Empire to dominate the continent. In comparison, she wants to do things she likes happily, such as buying some beautiful clothes, going on adventures with her brother, and seeing all kinds of customs. Her dream is very simple: to lead her people to dominate the continent. She should leave it to the Dark Elves who are more ambitious. Chapter 224 Pursuing Soldiers from the Eternal Night Empire. After checking for a while and finding nothing more, the Dark Elf brothers and sisters, David and others decided to leave. For everyone, this expedition was very fruitful. The Dark Elf brothers and sisters learned a lot of hidden history from the mouth of Elfrida, the High Priest of the Night Goddess. They also know the origin of the Dark Elves, their past glories and troughs. This is actually what Cecil, the historian and archaeologist, is pursuing. But for David, he gained even more. It now seems that the various situations on the Brenian continent were caused by the deliberate guidance of the gods. So what role did the gods play? The mastermind hiding behind the scenes? A guide who ensures some kind of balance? Does the emergence of orcs, like the Dark Elves and humans back then, mean the arrival of a new round of reshuffle? Putting aside everything else, there was one situation that David was particularly concerned about. When the Dark Elves entered the continent of Brenia, it was the Goddess of the Night who protected them and gained dominance over the entire continent. At that time, the priests of the Goddess of the Night had a unique status among the entire Dark Elves group. But because of this, when humans appeared and the Night Goddess no longer responded to her believers, the Dark Elves suddenly lost the power to resist when faced with humans protected by gods such as the God of War and the Goddess of Harvest.
Did humans discover the drawbacks? That's why the temple was born. There are some situations that don't make sense.
It was difficult for David to figure out the specific situation. He needed more information about the temple to make a more accurate decision. Judgment. In addition, what kind of god's protection have the orcs, who suddenly appeared in the Brenian continent, started to attack human territory, received?
Perhaps the orcs are not as easy to defeat as they currently appear.
Through this adventure, David seemed to see the Black Hand hidden outside the continent of Brunia. He found that it was more difficult to achieve his original goal than he had originally expected.
A little higher? You think it's just a little?
When returning in the Quinjet, Tony Stark did not continue to sit in the driver's seat and turned on the aircraft's autopilot. He, Steve, Laura, and others were chatting with David about today's discovery. When David said that the difficulty had become higher, but it was not a big problem, he rolled his eyes.
Otherwise, what should I say? Hey, man, I think my original plan won't work. That goal is bullshit. It's impossible to build something like the Winter Empire. Let's give up on that unrealistic goal.
David spread his hands and deliberately pretended.
When we return to Wintertown, we will pack up our luggage and go back to our own worlds.
You and Steve returned to the Marvel Universe, while Sylvanas, Jaina, and the others returned to Azeroth. As for David, he is relatively free and can choose a world he likes and move there. However, David, who gave up his hometown, would most likely lose his golden finger, and there would be no chance for everyone to meet again. What David said about this Empire Age script that was started from scratch but collapsed halfway made Tony even more speechless.
Well, I just want to say that the difficulty has not increased a little. I don't mean to give up.
In fact, Tony felt that the current situation was more exciting and challenging. What is the challenge of building an advanced empire by merely ruling a backward continent? He had always felt that with the help of a genius like himself, it was only a matter of time before David unified the Brenian continent. Now that he knew that everything that happened on the continent of Brunia was controlled by gods, this difficulty was worthy of him to challenge. As for the danger, what is he afraid of? His hometown is not in Wintertown.
How is the construction of your satellite going?
Originally, I wanted to build it slowly, but now I may have to speed up the process.
David nodded. After the satellite is launched, Wintertown's communications, weapons, and other equipment will be upgraded. At the same time, Wintertown will gain a pair of eyes that can better grasp the situation of the entire continent, and even the entire world.
Speaking of which, if you launch a satellite, will it attract the attention of the gods?
Steve's question silenced both David and Tony, who both thought about the question. The two of them also thought about other impacts, even if they don't consider gods or anything else. Will the satellite attract the attention of the Dark Elves after it is launched?
Then we have to launch it.
There is no need to stop developing because of the existence of foreign enemies. The more enemies you have, the less you can stop your progress. David plans to use the launch of satellites to test whether these so-called gods exist in this plane or in another plane. After looking at Tony, the super genius seemed to think so too. He didn't even wait for David to speak before he said he knew what he was going to do.
I will carry out a new round of transformation and upgrading. The new satellite will be a multifunctional satellite for two-way detection.
In addition to observing the land under our feet, it will also conduct observations in outer space. Various detection and observation devices will be turned on during launch. If the launch satellite attracts an attack, the new satellite must ensure that it can transmit all the data before it is completely destroyed back to Wintertown. The rest of the stealth technology must be acquired. If possible, Tony would like Steve to add some defensive spells to the satellite to defend against observations from mysterious forces.
I'll go back and ask my teacher. I'm not sure that the kind of spells I cast will really work.
Steve doesn't think he can hide from the observation of gods, although he doesn't know how powerful the gods in this world are. But he himself is not very good at this kind of spells. It would be better to ask Jaina and Medivh next to him to help.
If you need help, you can come to me.
Medivh never spoke and stayed quietly aside. But he heard the conversations of several people clearly. And Tony was relieved when he suddenly spoke. In other words, Tony wanted to ask Medivh for help from the beginning. But the relationship between the two was not that familiar. So he deliberately told Steve about it next to Medivh.
I have an idea now.
David was silent for a long time and was not in a daze. He was thinking about a relatively safe and less risky plan. After thinking for a while, I actually had a plan. Speak out your ideas. To put it simply, Tony will make a new armor, or Iron Soldier. This suit of armor can be remotely controlled, has the ability to fly into synchronous orbit, has optical invisibility, anti-detection, anti-magic detection, and other capabilities. It is best to create the style of a dark elf or a temple, and then fly to high altitude alone for some testing. David has confirmed that the dark elves do not have artificial satellites. If it successfully reaches synchronous orbit and does not suffer any attacks, whether it is discovered but those beings don't care, or it is not discovered at all, there should be no problem in Wintertown launching another satellite. If it is destroyed as soon as it flies up or attracts some special being, it means that Wintertown's launch of the satellite is an act of seeking death.
There should be no problem with this plan.
Steve felt that these gods did not pay that much attention to the world through the previous behavior of the night goddess trying to find an agent. The gods should not be in the same dimension as the bringing continent where they were at this time. Steve didn't dare to vouch for it. Maybe those so-called gods lived in this dimension, but they only used that method because they were very far away.
No matter what, let's test it out first.
After the Quinjet returned to Wintertown, Tony began the design and manufacturing of his new armor. Steve, Jaina, and Medivh were all pulled into the laboratory by him to help him create the new armor. Medivh and Jaina are willing to help, but they also want to explore more of the world and understand the real appearance of the world. By the way, I also started to design anti-magic defense facilities in Wintertown, focusing on spells such as teleportation. As for David, after returning to Wintertown, he had a few more conversations with the siblings Cecil and Enid. The historical knowledge Cecil gained this time is not a good thing for the Evernight Empire established by the Dark Elves. The Cecil brother and sister who have mastered this historical information may not be welcomed and paid attention to by the people of the Eternal Night Empire, and the probability of being escorted to the execution ground seems to be higher. After listening to David's words, Cecil also realized that what he found was not the truth, but poison. As a scholar, it seemed that he should bring his findings back to the Eternal Night Empire. But as a dark elf with an IQ far above the average, it was impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. He also realized why there were many deletions and conflicts in many of the materials he found. He was not the best historian among the Dark Elves. Dark Elves had already noticed something. But these Dark Elves and their
it was discovered that they were all obliterated by the Eternal Night Empire.
What are your plans next? Enid and I will travel to the land of the lost.
Oh,
I really want to know how many fallen dark elves actually just know the truth.
Cecil also gave another reason.
If I go to the lost land and become a fallen dark elf, the Eternal Night Empire should not continue to pursue Enid and me and cause more trouble to your town.
Cecil felt that if his judgment was correct, the troops chasing his brothers and sisters should already be on the way. He did not want to cause more trouble to David in Wintertown. David was a little surprised by Cecil's choice. Did he think that the Dark Elf would ask him for help? It seems that I have underestimated the other party. At this moment, Eva suddenly opened the door of the reception hall and walked in.
A Dark Elf warship appeared on the Winter River and launched an attack on our sea.
He paused for a second, as if listening to the report coming from the earphones, and then continued.
Skyfire and RC launched a counterattack, and the enemy ship has been destroyed.
Chapter 225. Rick's partner. David stood by the Winter River, looking at the black battleship that was burning on the river and exploding from time to time. He turned to ask Cecil next to him.
What level does this battleship count in the Eternal Night Empire? This is a fast assault ship.
This kind of assault ship has good maneuverability, although its firepower and defense are slightly inferior. It is most suitable for this kind of pursuit mission, considering that their targets were two ordinary Dark Elves, themselves and their sister Enid. There was no need to consider whether the firepower was too weak.
What kind of warships does the Eternal Night Empire's navy have?
Except for some old models,
they are currently mainly battleships with strong defense and firepower, assault ships with high maneuverability but slightly poor firepower, and protective ships that perform port defense and patrol missions.
According to Cecil's introduction, the battle at sea is a combination of capital ships and assault ships. The protective ships stay at the base and only perform offshore patrol missions at the farthest. This level of information could only be obtained from Cecil, and he did not know the more detailed content.
Are there any prisoners?
Not far away. Skyfire and RC were still on alert, and Tony's steel soldiers had flown to the burning black battleship to put out the fire.
Iron soldiers are still searching. There should be Dark Elves still alive.
Tony made a general observation. The black battleship was still intact, and the battleship was not directly disintegrated by Skyfire and RC. This situation is generally not suitable for boarding and searching. Iron Soldier does not have this trouble, and he also hopes to retain the relatively complete Dark Elf military technology as much as possible. David nodded and looked around. Gareth led 20 fully armed members of the Winter Knights, always on alert to prevent unexpected situations from happening. RC in the distance also adjusted her direction and began to search further areas to ensure that there were no Dark Elves hiding nearby. Everyone knew what to do at this time, and David did not need to personally watch and issue various orders. After observing quietly for a while, watching the steel soldiers still busy on the ship, and having basically extinguished the fire on the black battleship, he turned around and looked at the surroundings not far away. There are many people watching the excitement near the pier, because it is approaching winter. The farm work has ended, and there has been no construction work recently, in addition to those who open shops and work in various shops. Other residents of Cold Winter Town have entered a state of vacation, preparing for the upcoming winter to stock up on food, make pickles, and buy winter clothing. This makes many people in Cold Winter Town relatively idle at present, and when they see any excitement, they will appear together to watch. Fortunately, Elizabeth Swan's security team had been formed, and the people who were currently able to enjoy their free time and wander around were the people from the Masons Union. So there was no trouble. Most of the new people who came to Wintertown are still working hard for their future and have no time to watch the excitement. In addition to these two groups, David noticed that Rick, who had just arrived in Wintertown not long ago and accepted David's hiring to be responsible for finding survivors in his own world and increasing the population of Wintertown, was also present. At the same time, there were several people following him, looking around curiously. From the clothes of these people, David could tell that they were from the modern Earth. Rick worked very efficiently and helped increase the population of Wintertown so quickly. Although he won't bring many people at one time, as long as people keep coming, Rick's work will be considered a success.
Rick! Mr. Mayor!
The two said low, and Rick still preferred to call David the mayor. He just didn't know if Rick would call him the Lord of the City or the Lord of the Lord after Wintertown became Winter City.
Are these your friends? Yes. They are the survivors I found not long ago.
Rick gave David a brief introduction to several new partners around him, including people David knew and others he didn't know. The people they met included Glenn, an Asian young man, Daryl and Sean, known as Brother New, and Rick's wife Lori and son Carl. As for David, whom he didn't know, he also said hello to each other. These people had various attitudes towards him. Some were polite, some were slightly flattering, and some were superficially respectful but full of wariness. David did not get too entangled in the attitudes of these people. He first expressed congratulations to Rick and congratulated him on successfully finding his family. Then he asked Rick what he thought.
Are you going to continue returning to your own world to find more survivors? Or are you just going to settle down in Wintertown?
Rick looked at his partner next to him, then at his wife and son. Emotionally speaking, he felt that he should choose to stay in Wintertown and start a new life here with his wife and children. In his opinion, the living conditions here in Wintertown are favorable enough, and he and his family do not have to worry about feeling uncomfortable here. What's more, their original world is now like that, and being able to live in a place free from the threat of zombies is already something worth celebrating. His wife, Lori, and son, Carl, also wanted him to stay. They had discussed this matter before, but Rick thought of the father and son who had helped him in the past. He wanted to go back to find the Morgans and his son, and bring those two people to Wintertown. If possible, he hopes to find more survivors, just as he can make some contribution to his fellow human beings in his world.
I see.
David would not be surprised that Rick would make this choice. Rick is not the type to sit back and watch others suffer when he is capable. With Wintertown providing various supplies, logistics and even security, Rick definitely hopes to help more people. This is also in line with David's expectations for him.
You don't have to worry about being separated from your family for a long time. You can go there to search for survivors during the day and come back to rest at night.
According to David's description, Rick going to his world to search for survivors was no different from going to work during the day. As for the zombie threat, Rick can return to Wintertown at any time, and with the protection of various weapons. Those zombies should pray that they don't encounter Rick. As more and more Transformers migrate to Wintertown, David is considering giving Rick a few Transformers partners. In addition to allowing Rick to find survivors more efficiently, he can also properly collect various resources in that world. A world that has become an apocalypse, and only a few humans survive, is like a resource-rich warehouse to David. There are countless things there, and it depends on when he picks them up. After chatting for a while, David confirmed that Rick had received the Brainian Common Language learning device from the Weatherby administrative officer, after the partners around him were already using that tool to learn the local language. Then he said goodbye and left. Looking at Baron Glamorgan walking away, Rick and his friends continued to look at the river. The departure of the Lord also made these somewhat nervous people relax a little.
I didn't dare to speak just now. I was really worried that I said the wrong thing.
Glenn glanced at David, who had walked away. He looked about the same age as himself, and was very young. But this man is the lord of the city. According to Rick's previous introduction, he is also a baron. He had never faced such a big shot before, especially when this big shot almost controlled their life and death, which made him feel very nervous. Rick's good friend and old partner Sean also glanced at David slightly. When he saw that the so-called Baron Glamorgan was just a young man, he didn't pay much attention to him, and just thought he was a nobleman with a good background. But when they were face to face, Sean could feel that this so-called Baron Glamorgan was not an ordinary young man who could be messed with casually. This was an intuition gained through years of work experience. Sean, who believed in his own intuition, did not speak nonsense, and did not speak until David was far away.
Were you and the Baron just talking about the next work? Yes. Need help?
Although due to some special circumstances, Sean did something, but he still cares about his old friend. When he knows that Rick will return to that dangerous world, Sean is ready to go with him, so that the two of them can take care of each other.
I won't be polite to you if necessary.
Rick smiled and patted Sean on the shoulder, although he thought it would be good to have someone to help him. At least, he wouldn't be too lonely when he was searching for survivors there. Boring. However, he felt that Sean and the others had more important things to do.
Before that, I think it's better for you to learn the language here first and adapt to the life here as soon as possible.
Rick hopes that everyone can seize this second opportunity given by God and start a new life here in Wintertown.
The mayor is building a security team during this time. Sean, you should seize this opportunity.
Like himself, Sean is an experienced small-town peace officer. He believes that as long as Sean learns the local language quickly, he can find a suitable job here. And Sean is different from me. If he returns to that world, he will not be able to travel back and forth at will like himself. For Sean, Returning to that world to find survivors is a very dangerous job. He didn't want his good brother to take any chances.
But I feel that it may be difficult for me to be reused here.
Sean glanced at the river in the distance. The strange black battleship. The attack plane that RC transformed into. The cruiser that was said to be transformed from Transformers. And the Iron Soldier all made him wonder whether he had really come to another world. Or is he actually dead? And this is just a ridiculous hallucination he saw before his death. Where he pieced together all the ridiculous elements he could think of. If it is fake, it doesn't matter if it is reused or not. If it is true, then how can he grab a job of his own from Transformers and Iron Soldiers? Chapter 226 Resurrection of Megatron. Sean is thinking about how to find a stable job in Wintertown. David is thinking about how to successfully capture the Northern Plains. According to his previous idea, he would wait until the Orc army besieged Snowfield Castle, and the defenders of Snowfield Castle could no longer hold on. Then he would make a brilliant debut. Take command and actual rule of Snowfield Castle. And then clean up the Orcs, and put them under control. The entire Northern Plain became his actual territory. But after visiting the Dark Elf ruins, and learning the information from the High Priest, who didn't know whether it was a ghost or not, he realized that things might be more troublesome than he expected. Orcs probably possess some kind of powerful, mysterious power. And there is a certain god standing behind them.
Snowhold may not survive this winter.
In order to cope with possible bad situations, David started the second round of preparations in advance.
The Spartan First Phase formed the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment and began to recruit the Spartan Second Phase. It is estimated that there will be 200 people. Let's recruit 300 people for training.
At its peak, the Spartan Kingdom had a population of tens of thousands, and a few hundred people did not seem to be a difficult task. But that was the total population. What David wanted were the best young men. The first 100 people were already the elite of the Spartan army. Only then were they able to persist in completing the military training in Wintertown. And all the members were left in Wintertown by David to form a new Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment. This is just the beginning. According to David's idea, the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment is tentatively set at 300 people. The newly recruited 300 people will leave 200 people. Those 100 people are not eliminated, but shoulder the responsibility of returning home. Sparta's mission is to train the Spartan Kingdom's army. If everything goes well, the Kingdom of Sparta will become Wintertown's main source of reserve troops. He was not worried that Tyndareus would be dissatisfied with this. He knew his image in that king's heart through Helen, as he helps him train powerful Spartan soldiers. His image as a god in the opponent's heart will become more ingrained, and the Kingdom of Sparta may become Wintertown's first alien vassal. In order to ensure that this plan can be implemented smoothly, David has asked Helen to bring golden apples back to her parents and brothers to ensure that they can rule Sparta long-term and stably. In addition, of the 50 newly recruited local recruits, 20 were eventually retained to join the Winter Knights, and the remaining ones were not wasted and dismissed, and directly became the subordinates of the new Sheriff Elizabeth Swan. The Wintertown Security Brigade was officially formed, including Hot Rod and Squirtle, who all became members of the Security Brigade. At this time, Sean, who had extensive experience in security management, came to apply for a job, and he was naturally reused. Sean became one of Elizabeth's deputies, providing the young sheriff with various experiences so that the security brigade could get on the right track as soon as possible. At the same time, Sean can also figure out the situation in Wintertown faster through Elizabeth. As for whether he can go one step further in the future and replace Elizabeth as the sheriff of Wintertown, or get other positions, it depends on his performance. David just glanced at these things, looked forward to them in his mind, and put them aside. It was impossible to pay attention to them for a long time like before. The stalls in Wintertown are gradually opening up, and there are more and more locals and outsiders in the town. It is impossible for him to pay attention to everyone's situation all the time, just like the relocation of the Transformers. If David hadn't found Optimus Prime and asked how he would feel about his intention to recruit the Decepticons, he didn't even know that Optimus Prime had decided to give up living on Earth. As for the Decepticons, as long as they are willing to get along with other races and do not actively provoke wars, Optimus Prime does not resent the Decepticons joining. After all, the first battleship in Wintertown, Skyfire, was once a Decepticon. There is also Mini King Kong Runner, who is currently helping in the logistics department of the Winter Army Camp. He was also a Decepticon. Considering that Megatron has not been resurrected, the Decepticons have been without a strong leader for a long time, and their internal unity is no longer as united as before. If Optimus Prime can talk to the Decepticons, It means that he has found a new home for the Cybertronians. And there is a certain probability that these Decepticons will come to Wintertown. But whether the Decepticons are willing to follow David's leadership remains a question mark. Actually, there is the simplest way to get all the Decepticons to join Wintertown. Any solution? Conquer Megatron. Megatron has a very strong prestige among the Decepticons. And Soundwave and Shockwave, two Transformers with extremely high status among the Decepticons, are Megatron's diehard loyalists. Therefore, conquering Megatron is equivalent to conquering the Decepticons. But is Megatron that easy to conquer? David seriously doubted that the Optimus Prime in front of him was a fake. Or had he been brainwashed by Quintessa? While hesitating whether to call the ambulance and conduct a detailed examination of the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime explained, "My teacher made this suggestion." "Oh, it's the natural enemy." David had reminded Optimus Prime of the location of the leadership module, and that there was a Cybertron spacecraft on the back of the moon. Optimus Prime knew everything, including the fact that the sleeping enemy had already formed an alliance with the Decepticons. But David really doesn't know how Optimus Prime handles these things. Now it seems that the enemy has been rescued and awakened by Optimus Prime. And when the enemy found Megatron in a dead state, it seemed that he wanted to use his own hands to resurrect his allies? So, you want to take the opportunity to let the natural enemy reveal his true purpose. And then? No. I just hope to change everything before irreparable mistakes happen. Optimus Prime looked at David and finally expressed his thoughts. Resurrecting Megatron can solve all problems at once. When he said this, Optimus Prime suddenly changed the topic. I have seen the Diggers resurrected by you. They have simple and kind characters. Oh. David suddenly realized that Optimus Prime had this idea. Then he looked at Optimus Prime in front of him with a surprised look. He didn't realize that the Upright Brothers Yuzi would also have such a plan. But it's not surprising when you think about it. After all, he is the leader of a faction. And he cannot be a simple virgin White Lotus. What's more, from the overall perspective, this method directly saved almost all Cybertronians. The civil war among the Cybertronians will end with this. The two groups of Transformers joined hands in Wintertown to build a new home together. As for losses? Megatron's thoughts? He is a dead man, and does not need to be included in the consideration. In terms of means, it is not much different from creating a fake Megatron to pretend to be the leader of the Decepticons. It seems to be quite feasible. David also thought about it further. What if he directly absorbed Megatron? If he takes up the identity of Megatron, can he be recognized by the Decepticons? If this scheme works, does it mean that the Decepticons will become his loyal troops? Well, the Decepticons may not be so stupid. He doesn't have high expectations for whether he can impersonate Megatron perfectly, especially Soundwave and Shockwave. They shouldn't be so stupid that they can't tell the difference between Megatron and himself. After all, David's own and Megatron's personalities, speaking, and working styles are quite different. The most reliable way is to resurrect Megatron, retain Megatron's original character and methods of action, and at the same time implant the highest level order, absolute surrender to David, by indirectly controlling the Decepticons through Megatron. As for whether the Decepticons will have doubts about this, letting Megatron show some ambition appropriately should appease them. For example, from time to time, he expresses the idea of waiting for the right time to take over and become the ruler of this world. It cannot be said that there are no risks. But compared with the gains, these risks are completely within the acceptable range. If it goes well, the Decepticons will be satisfied with their new home. And maybe they won't be willing to continue to rebel with Megatron. After all, there is a good life to live. So who wants to fight with others without having enough to eat every day? After thinking for a while, David thought that Optimus Prime's suggestion was worth taking. It would be best to talk to the Decepticons first and achieve sufficient consensus before proceeding. I know what to do. Optimus Prime was ready to contact Soundwave and Shockwave immediately. He didn't have to worry about not being able to find them. The Prime enemies would definitely know how to contact the Decepticons. As for the humans, if the talks with Soundwave and the others go smoothly, they may have to say goodbye to their human partners. This does not mean that the Transformers have completely abandoned that world. They can build a base on a planet near the Earth and continue to maintain limited contact with that world. Knights of Winter. Spartan 2. Decepticons. The military strength of Wintertown has been greatly improved. And David turned around and started asking about the situation of the Dark Elves on the assault ship that was severely damaged by Skyfire and RC. 2 Dark Elves were finally rescued. One of them was the adjutant of the assault ship, and the other was an ordinary sailor. The two of them were lucky. They were both in good condition after treatment. As long as they didn't die on the spot, Wintertown would be able to cure them. Through interrogation, it was learned that the Evernight Empire only sent one assault ship to pursue Cecil and Enid, the brother and sister, and there was no other support or response. David nodded to Eva and asked Tony to set up radar and machinery in the west. Sentry. Then turn your attention to Snowfield Castle. Snowfield Castle, which David focused on, was in a very bad situation at this time. On the damaged city wall, Maddox Hawk, the former deputy commander and current commander-in-chief of Snowfield Castle, looked at the increasing number of orcs outside the city, and once again asked the question he had asked countless times. Iron Tree Castle, how long will it take for reinforcements from the kingdom to arrive? Sir, even if the reinforcements from Iron Tree Castle will take half a month to arrive at the fastest. Looking at the current situation, we can only ask Baron Glamorgan in Wintertown for help. Maybe the pink flying dragon can help us block the attack of these orcs and hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Arrival. Maddox Hawk hesitated for 2 seconds, looked at almost all the wounded soldiers around him, and the many civilians helping to defend the city, and finally made a decision. Ask for help from David Glamorgan in Wintertown. Chapter 227 Reinforcements from Wintertown. The letter asking for help sent by Commander Maddox Hawk soon appeared in front of David. David looked at the request for help letter. There was not much content in it. It only used a very small amount of content to describe the current harsh situation of Snowfield Castle. Currently, there are more than 200 fully equipped infantrymen left in Snowfield Castle, and these infantrymen are all injured. There are still more than 80 of the 100-strong archers originally sent to support, but the bows and arrows are consumed so much that there are not many left. The 100 Knights of the Iron Tree Knights also lost more than 30 people, and there are currently less than 60 who are still fighting. When Iron Tree Fort sent reinforcements to Snowfield Fort, the losses on the surface were not huge, but at this time everyone was in bad condition. Almost everyone was injured, and the physical and mental consumption was even greater. No one knew that the soldiers when will it completely collapse. Snowfield Castle is an important fortress specially built by Iron Tree Castle on the northern plains. It is also garrisoned by 100 fully equipped elite infantry, 30 knights and 20 strong archers. However, after the arrival of reinforcements and the formal war with the orcs, Snowfield Castle has already mixed up. In addition to the elites, 1,000 auxiliary soldiers recruited from Iron Tree Fort have also gone to the battlefield. The losses have been even more severe, with nearly 300 people killed. Local farmers in Snowfield Castle, as well as farmers and craftsmen previously recruited from surrounding villages and towns, have also been issued weapons. And women and children have also joined in the logistics and support work, in order to resist the invasion of the orcs. Snowfield Castle has used all available forces, but now they can hardly hold on. Sir, Snowfield Castle is eager for the support of Lord Baron Glamorgan. The knight in front of him is Maddox Hawk's personal guard. Maddox can only leave this kind of matter to the person he trusts most, and he can't rest assured if it is left to others. Don't worry. As the Lord of Thailand Kingdom, I will not sit back and watch the kingdom's territory be occupied by a group of dirty orcs. David saw what he wanted to see most in the letter. Maddox, the current commander of Snowfield Castle, stated that once Baron David Glamorgan arrived at Snowfield Castle, he would hand over the command. Once this command power is in David's hands, no one else can take it back. With this letter asking for help, he could reasonably and legally occupy Snowfield Castle and turn the entire western half of the northern plain into the territory of Wintertown. Later, you can apply to upgrade your territory from Wintertown to Winter City, and Goldfinger will be upgraded again. What will change this time? Waving his hand, he signaled the knights in front of him to go down and rest temporarily. He wanted to discuss the details of the military mobilization in Wintertown with his men. Generally speaking, as a messenger asking for help, he is also responsible for providing battlefield intelligence. And this kind of meeting will not exclude him. But the situation in Wintertown was special. And this guard also knew that Maddox Hawk asked for help from Wintertown. But he was actually sacrificing his own future in order to protect the civilians and soldiers of Snowfield Castle. Even if Snowfield Castle successfully withstood the orc attack, and the civilians and soldiers in Snowfield Castle escaped unharmed, the fate of Maddox Hawk himself would not be good. On the surface, Iron Tree Fort will not do anything to him, but he will be squeezed out and marginalized in secret until he dies. But what can be done? Guard Lemuel feels that Maddox Hawk made the right choice, and at least he now has hope of surviving. As for the future, if you can't survive, there will be no future at all. No matter what. He has successfully sent the request for help to Baron Glamorgan. Judging from the reaction of the Lord of Wintertown, he should take action to rescue Snowfield Castle. Maddox has brought Snowfield Castle to the lips of the Lord of Wintertown. No lord would let go of such an opportunity. He looked around, and was so worried when he came that he ignored the situation around him. It was only then that he noticed that Wintertown was such a beautiful and magical city, including the castle of Glamorgan where he was. It was the first time he had seen such a bright and clean castle. Gareth Stanton, R.C., Clausa and others rushed to David's office immediately. They wanted to discuss more than just supporting and occupying Snowfield Castle. David needs to determine the current status of all available military forces in Wintertown. There are 50 Winter Knights, although there are 20 recruits among them. But with the advantages of equipment and the method of bringing in the old and bringing in the new, we can ensure that the combat effectiveness of the Knights is maintained at a certain level. In addition, Gareth Stanton and Floyd were officially recognized by the Holy Light not long ago, and both he and Floyd have become true paladins. The two people who have been baptized by the Holy Light have more powerful combat effectiveness, and can bring out the maximum combat effectiveness of the perfectly optimized and finalized Blizzard Power armor. The Spartan heavy infantry currently still uses traditional armor, but with the advantage of crystal or weapons. They have no problem dealing with ordinary orcs. Members of the Knights of Winter use a variety of beyond-the-limit training methods, which are inherited from the Knights of Tehran. This places extremely high demands on the quality of the trained knights, and must also be supplemented with various special medicinal materials to ensure that the body will not be worn out by training. But in Wintertown, the Winter Knights, who have the protection of the Holy Light, no longer need the assistance of drugs and other magic and alchemy, and can practice beyond their limits regardless of any risks. This is also an important reason why the Knights of Winter can quickly form combat effectiveness. Lydron and Sally Whitemane played a huge role in the establishment of the Knights, with Floyd and Gareth Stanton becoming true paladins. The Winter Knights' future combat effectiveness can be further improved. The Spartan Infantry Regiment actually uses the same training method, but the starting point of the Spartans is lower than that of the Winter Knights. The original members of the Winter Knights were excellent soldiers poached from Tehran. Their strength is beyond ordinary people. The soldiers added later were mainly craftsmen from Azeroth. And these guys were not ordinary people. The latest recruits are still mainly Azerothian, which is a higher level than the Spartans at the beginning. Based on this situation, the Winter Knights can freely use power armor. Otherwise, if the physical fitness is not up to standard, the power armor will not only have no beneficial effect, but may even pose a life threat to the user. Although the operating system borrowed from Tony Stark has made the operation of the armor much less difficult, at least there won't be the terrible situation of turning around and twisting the waist 180 degrees. However, ordinary soldiers do not have the assistance of super artificial intelligence like Jarvis. If their own reaction ability is not enough, they cannot keep up with the enhanced speed, and naturally they will not be able to exert their true combat power. Therefore, the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment currently uses traditional armor, and will not switch to power armor until their own quality improves. The entire Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment is dispatched this time. There are 50 members of the Winter Knights. David will bring 30 people this time. As for how many recruits to bring or not to bring at all, it is up to Gareth Stanton to decide. There are 10 more who will be stationed at the Frost Post, which means that there will only be 10 Winter Knight soldiers left in Wintertown. It seems that the interior has become empty, but it is not. Most of the Transformers have now arrived in Wintertown. Even if RC follows him out to fight the orcs, there are still a lot of Autobots such as Digger, Jetfire, Hot Rod, and Drift stationed in Wintertown. The formation of the Security Brigade also ensures that there is a human force in Wintertown, ensuring that no problems will arise within the territory. James Norrington and Floyd continue to stay at the military camp. Are all the Spartan 2 soldiers ready to train the new recruits? The second group of Spartans coming through Helen have all arrived in Wintertown. According to Gareth's introduction, this group of people is learning the common language of Brenia and undergoing the most basic physical training. After allocating the tasks of several military leaders, Gareth went to mobilize the soldiers and make preparations before departure. David called Weatherby, Eva, and Elizabeth and told them that he was going to Snowfield Castle. During this period, he relied on these few to look after the house. In fact, Snowfield Castle is not that far away. If there is an emergency, David can transform into a Tomcat fighter jet and fly back with just a hand of fuel. So after a few casual explanations, he went to find someone suitable to fight with him. He first found the inspector, a rare transformer among Autobots, who can turn into a military vehicle. He has powerful firepower and defense. This kind of battle is best for him to use his own advantages. In addition, Medivh and Jaina both expressed their intention to visit the front lines. These few were very curious about the orcs in this world. And Sylvanas even brought along Spellbreakers and Ranger Guards. Together with Renault Mograine and Sally Whitemane, Wintertown is taking this expedition very seriously. This situation is ultimately caused by the information obtained from the Dark Elf ruins. Jaina and Medivh both want to see what kind of existence is behind the orcs in this world. Therefore, when Lemuel received the news that the reinforcements in Wintertown had been assembled and were about to set off, what he saw was this scene. 2 Quinjets were parked there, and dozens of knights in thick-looking heavy armor that covered their whole bodies lined up to get into the belly of the giant bird. 100 heavily armed hoplites also boarded the huge wagons under his command. But Lemore did not see the animals pulling the wagons. The Lord of Wintertown, Baron Glamorgan, was wearing a gorgeous set of purple and gold armor with golden radiance on his shoulders, and was talking to several elves. Lemuel never expected that there would be elves here in Wintertown, and these elves would now go to support Snowfield Castle. This scene was a bit too magical for Lemuel, who had fought against elves countless times. Chapter 228, Taking Over Snowfield Castle. Because of the appearance of the elves, it took Lemuel a while to notice the 2 mages carrying long staffs.
There is actually a mage in Wintertown? Is there more than one?
In the eyes of the people in Iron Tree Fort, Wintertown is just a remote rural town, even though it became the direct territory of His Majesty the King and received town-level treatment. They did not take this so-called Wintertown seriously. As for Baron David Glamorgan, the Lord of Wintertown, he's just a lucky guy who got lucky. The nobles of Irontree Castle have a very unanimous view of this Baron of Glamorgan. His Majesty the King just threw it at us to disgust us. For the sake of His Majesty the King, just ignore that guy. The nobles of Irontree Castle continued their plans, and divided up the new cake of the Northern Plains step by step. But no one expected that the subsequent development would completely deviate from their expectations. The Northern Plains is not a new cake. It looks more like a big pit. It is difficult for the villages established by various nobles to be self-sufficient. Most villages need nobles to fill in various supplies in order to continue to survive on the Northern Plains. If that's all it is, it's not too bad. Although the Northern Plains are a little barren, the land is solid, and potatoes, a newly discovered crop, can indeed be grown and bear fruit on the Northern Plains. Considering that planting potatoes in Iron Tree Fort can harvest more food, the harvest on the Northern Plains can be lower, as long as the size of the village and the number of residents are strictly controlled. As long as the land is occupied, there will always be other development directions. The Northern Plains seem to be a good pasture, and some nobles have already considered focusing on animal husbandry in the Northern Plains. However, no one thought that the troubles on the Northern Plains were not just as simple as barren land and harsh climate. Orcs, a barbaric race that had never been seen before, suddenly appeared on the Northern Plains, seriously threatening the safety of humans in Iron Tree Fort. In comparison, the elves in the Iron Tree Forest are not much of a problem. From the initial cautious warning, it was later discovered that the number of orcs had been growing, until several villages in the eastern part of the Northern Plains were successively destroyed by orcs, and the few supplies were looted. The nobles of Iron Tree Castle finally realized how dangerous the Northern Plains was. It's just that all kinds of materials and manpower have been thrown out, and they are not willing to give up directly. Until the orc army threatened Snowfield Castle, the nobles finally reached an agreement. No matter what, they must first repel these orcs. Otherwise, the orc army may not only destroy Snowfield Castle, but everyone in Iron Tree Fort may also face the orcs' blades. However, after mobilizing a large army to support Snowfield Castle, the situation is still heading in a worse direction. Under this situation, the people within Snowfield Castle no longer had any hope of repelling the orc army. They only hoped that support from Iron Tree Castle or the Kingdom of Thailand would arrive earlier. It was during this period that news that Wintertown had defeated the orc army outside Frostbite Town began to spread within Snowfield Castle. If the knights and soldiers in Snowfield Fort or Iron Tree Fort heard this news half a year ago, they would only treat it as a joke. But in the past few months, the news about the easy destruction of Taishui village and the fact that Wintertown is guarded by a flying dragon have already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. People in Snowfield Castle have not once seen the pink flying dragon. So after the news of the defeat of the orcs in Wintertown came through, everyone chose to believe it. This was also the reason why he strongly recommended Maddox to ask for help from Wintertown when it was difficult for Iron Tree Castle and Kingdom reinforcements to arrive in a short time. However, he never expected that the strength of Wintertown was more terrifying than the rumors. I didn't see the pink flying dragon, although I heard that there was another black flying dragon in Wintertown. No one would have guessed that there were not just one or two flying dragons in Wintertown. Lemuel also guessed that the so-called flying dragon should be a product of some kind of magic or alchemy. Not only could it spit out terrifying tongues of fire, but it could also carry a dozen heavily armed knights in heavy armor. In comparison, having so many heavily armored knights in Wintertown seems to be nothing. As for the heavy armored infantry with about 100 people, it is no longer something to be shocked. Has His Majesty the King's dissatisfaction with Iron Tree Fort reached this level? Wintertown has such terrifying military strength, powerful alchemy and magic creations, a large number of heavy armored knights and heavy armored infantry, and even mages. He didn't think that a young lord with a commoner background could accumulate such terrifying strength in less than 2 years. The only reasonable explanation is that these are all supports from the king. The fundamental purpose is to suppress Iron Tree Fort. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the orcs, the nobles of Iron Tree Castle might not have known how terrifying a presence was around them until the disaster struck. Lord Hawk's future may not be so bad. Delivering Snowfield Castle to Baron David Glamorgan may allow Knight Maddox Hawk to get a good return, and he will not have to bear the many nobles from Iron Tree Castle of suppression. While looking at it, Lemuel was thinking, should he suggest Lord Hawk to defect to Wintertown? Lemuel, who was thinking about the future, watched the vehicles carrying soldiers start up one after another. Lemuel understood that these vehicles were also products of magic or alchemy, and did not need animals to pull them at all. The military tactical armored vehicle that the detective transformed into started, followed by the armed Humvee carrying Gareth, Krausa and several soldiers of the Winter Knights, and finally the personnel carrier carrying the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment. These vehicles were slowly added, as the Winter Army gradually expanded. They were originally finished products shipped from the Transformers world and the Marvel Universe. But those troop transport trucks were made by Wintertown itself. These trucks manufactured by the Winter Alchemy Workshop use crystal or engines. Although the manufacturing speed is not particularly fast, and the output is not high, it is enough for the current needs of Wintertown. As the convoy set off, Lemuel boarded the Quinjet at David's greeting. The Quinjet is very fast, and it only takes a while to get to Snowfield Castle. David will lead some soldiers of the Winter Knights to arrive at Snowfield Castle first, while taking over all the power of Snowfield Castle at the first time. Ensure that Snowfield Castle will not be destroyed by orcs. Set off! On the Quinjet that David and Lemuel were riding, all the elites gathered. In addition to David, Laura, Mediv, and Sylvanas, the pilot of the fighter plane is Sharon Rogers. Renaud Mograine, Sally Whitemane and Jaina were on another Quinjet, and the pilot of that fighter was Peggy Carter. The two Quinjets only flew for a short while, and everyone was already over Snowfield Castle. Lemuel was even still looking inside the fighter plane, when he suddenly learned that he had arrived at Snowfield Castle. So fast. With such a fast speed. Even going to Iron Tree Castle, or even to King Tyland's capital won't take much time. Right? Lemuel felt that he had discovered the truth about how Wintertown could still develop rapidly despite being surrounded by countless nobles. With such convenient flying vehicles, both people and objects can be transported and transferred quickly. The blockade of Wintertown by the nobles of Iron Tree Castle is simply a joke. The hatch at the back of the fuselage opened, and David motioned for Lemuel to come out with him. Lemuel knew that this was to identify himself and avoid any misunderstandings. Following David, he walked off the Quinjet. As expected, he saw countless soldiers around him. These fully armed soldiers held weapons in their hands and carefully surrounded the Quinjet. There were also arrangements at a high place not far away. Strong Archer. Don't be nervous. I am Lemuel. These people are reinforcements from Wintertown. In fact, even if Lemuel didn't shout the second half, people around him would have known that the two huge metal monsters were reinforcements from Wintertown. After all, only Wintertown has this kind of monster in the entire northern plains. Although two new faces appeared that they had never seen before, they were still regarded as monsters raised by Wintertown. When Lemuel showed up, these soldiers put away their weapons and showed joy. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Maddox has told the soldiers and civilians in Snowfield Castle that Lemuel went to Wintertown to ask for help. It can be said that the reinforcements from Wintertown are the main driving force for them to persist. Now that they saw reinforcements from Wintertown and two monsters flying in, they saw hope. David looked at the soldiers around him. These soldiers were not in very good condition. The continuous high-intensity fighting had left the soldiers in a very bad mental state. In comparison, the physical injuries are not too serious. Perhaps it is because the seriously injured soldiers cannot appear here at all? Maddox Hawk was also present. When he saw Lemuel, he walked out and naturally noticed David. Under Lemuel's introduction, he knew that the young man in gorgeous armor in front of him was the Lord of Wintertown, Baron Glamorgan. Maddox Hawk, acting Commander-in-Chief of Snowfield Castle and Knight of the Iron Tree Knights. He gave a respectful military salute to David. I am very happy to meet you, Lord Baron Glamorgan. All the people in Snowfield Castle, we would like to express our sincerest gratitude for your dedicated support. While Maddox greeted David, he also curiously looked at the reinforcements descending from the two giant birds. He was surprised to see mages, elves, and heavy-armored knights, who wrapped themselves tightly. You're welcome, Knight Hawk. David looked at the commander in front of him and gave the order without treating him as an outsider. Tell me the current situation in Snowfield Castle. Chapter 229 A Little Shock of Holy Light. When Snowfield Fort was first established, it received strong support from Iron Tree Fort, and all kinds of manpower and material resources were transported to this piece of land almost in the center of the northern plain. Therefore, Snowfield Castle was built very quickly. When David looked at Snowfield Castle from a distance, there was only a simple wall here. Now, simple walls have been built around Snowfield Castle. Although the city wall is not comparable to the tall and thick city wall like Iron Tree Fort, it can be regarded as a prototype. If the orcs hadn't attacked Snowfield Castle so quickly and given humans some time to slowly operate, it wouldn't be unbelievable that Snowfield Castle would have become the most powerful and defensive fortress in the northern plains. Unfortunately, the appearance of the orcs caused Snowfield Castle to fall into the flames of war early. Many gaps have appeared in these simple city walls under the repeated attacks of the orcs. According to the current trend, as long as the orcs continue to attack, even if they cannot enter the Snowfield Castle through the gap, they can continue to increase the gap, making the Snowfield Castle's defense worse and worse. The human soldiers were focused on one thing and the other, and under mental pressure, the fall of Snowfield Castle was only a matter of time. No wonder they rushed to Wintertown for help. When David received the distress letter, although he knew that the situation at Snowfield Castle was not good, it was only when he got here that he realized that the key to the problem was not only the physical and mental state of the soldiers, but also the verge of collapse of the defense facilities, because of the disparity in military strength. Once the protection of the city wall is lost, the people in Snowfield Castle will soon be completely engulfed by the orc army. Following Maddox Hawk, the knight quickly learned about the general situation of Snowfield Castle, and David also came to the wounded camp. It is said to be the wounded barracks, but it is actually the military camp of Snowfield Castle. All the seriously injured patients are placed here, and there is a place dedicated to stacking corpses not far away. David noticed that there were piles of firewood there, and it seemed that they were ready to burn the corpses at any time. If we can hold on, these sacrificed soldiers will be sent back to Iron Tree Fort. If we can't hold on anymore, David nodded. And if he couldn't prevent it, he burned the body directly to avoid being harmed by the orcs. Maddox and the others did not expect the other party to properly dispose of the remains of these warriors who were ugly, unintelligible, and seemingly uncivilized alien races outside the city. As for the wounded soldiers, David looked at the wounded soldiers a few more times. The wounded soldiers here were all seriously injured. Many soldiers just hung in one breath without swallowing. Maybe when David looked at them, someone took his last breath. Originally, he wanted Sally Whitemane to treat these wounded soldiers. But now it seems that there are many wounded soldiers, and their injuries are very serious. Although Sally Whitemane is an excellent holy light priest, she should be allowed to treat them. It's a bit difficult to treat so many seriously injured patients in a short period of time. It seems I still have to take action personally. David looked at his position, and then walked to the open space next to Maddox Hawk's puzzled eyes. Lord Baron, what are you doing? You wait aside for a moment while I take care of these wounded soldiers first. Deal? Maddox's expression changed drastically, and he immediately thought of a possibility. He was about to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, golden energy suddenly burst out from Baron David Glamorgan in front of him. The powerful burst of energy set off a gust of wind. Maddox, who had not expected this situation at all, was almost staggered by the strong wind. Fortunately, the armor on his body helped him stabilize his body, and also allowed him to come back to his senses immediately and clearly witness the entire process. A powerful holy light burst out from David's body, as he slowly raised and opened his hands, as if to embrace something. The holy light gradually expanded to the surroundings until the entire Snowfield Castle was enveloped in a golden halo. Inside the Snowfield Castle, which was covered by the golden holy light, it seemed as if golden rain was falling. However, some of the rainwater was like silk threads, some were like feathers, and the falling speed was also very slow, which everyone could clearly see. Seeing these rainwater, you can even touch it easily. Along with these strange scenery, the soldiers felt that their bodies had returned to their best condition, and all the fatigue that had filled their bodies was swept away. The injuries they suffered during the battle during this period also disappeared with the wash of the rain. Some people even took off their armor and watched in surprise as the various injuries on their bodies healed quickly.
Oh my god! This is a miracle! What is this? I feel that my body is stronger than ever. Now let me go out of the city, and I can kill 3 orcs with 1 punch.
Compared with the soldiers in other areas of Snowfield Castle, who had no idea what was happening, Maddox Hawk, who was so close and saw Baron David Glamorgan releasing the huge holy light, was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. What's the right reaction? Especially when he saw some seriously injured patients not far away actually sitting up or even standing up from the bed with their own strength. As time passed, more and more seriously injured soldiers left the beds and ground where they originally lay, and slowly walked to this relatively empty square, except for a few people who looked up at the falling rain from the sky. Most people were staring at the man not far away, who was exuding divine brilliance with eyes full of shock, hope, gratitude, and other emotions. They didn't know who this person was, but they all knew that this person saved them. As the first knight knelt down and bowed his head to express his gratitude to David, more and more knights and soldiers knelt down to David. The holy light shrouding the Snowfield Castle gradually dissipated, and the light on David gradually converged. The soldiers who had recovered around him could now clearly see David's true appearance. Just when they were wondering in their hearts who this person who saved them and almost gave them a second life was, they heard this man's self-introduction.
I am the Lord of Wintertown, Baron David Glamorgan, and I now officially take over all affairs of Snowfield Castle.
David's eyes swept over everyone, not stopping at anyone, but everyone present felt like they were being noticed.
Next, you will serve as my soldiers and accept my command. Willing to serve, Lord Glamorgan.
The deafening response resounded through the sky and spread throughout the Snowfield Castle. Even the orc army stationed at a certain distance outside the city heard this powerful shout. The orcs couldn't understand human language, but they could detect the surging fighting spirit. The orcs, who originally thought there would be no changes in the next battle, began to sense something was wrong. Something that could be noticed by orcs some distance away from Snowfield Castle. It was certainly impossible for Maddox Hawk, who was at the scene, not to notice it, as the injuries of these soldiers were cured by that magical power. The morale of the soldiers in Snowfield Castle reached its peak, even higher than when the reinforcements had just entered Snowfield Castle. It's not surprising when you think about it. If he was lying there unable to move, and could only slowly wait for death, but in the end a powerful being cured his injury, he would be extremely kind to that person. Gratitude. If this strong man is still his commander for a while, then he will have enough confidence to fight against any enemy. Even though he didn't have that near-death experience, he is now full of hope for the future. With this magical power as a backing, he no longer considered the orcs outside the city to be a huge threat. Even though there were currently more than 5,000 orcs gathered outside the Snowfield Castle.
What's the situation now in Iron Tree Castle and Thailand Kingdom?
Through the reactions of the people around him, David determined that these soldiers from Iron Tree Fort would support him wholeheartedly, and would not disobey orders or even cause trouble for him. Now he was curious. What was the reaction from Iron Tree Fort after Snowfield Fort asked for help from Iron Tree Fort?
The reinforcements from Iron Tree Castle will not be able to reach Snowfield Castle in a short time.
Looking at the young Baron Glamorgan in front of him, Maddox Hawk became more respectful than before.
What will be the reaction from the King of Tiran? I don't know.
David nodded, indicating that he understood. And then he went to the city wall to observe the orc army outside the city. On the way, he also asked about the current specific situation of Snowfield Castle. This time the question is not about military power. He already knew the military strength of Snowfield Castle before he came. With the recovery of the seriously injured, Snowfield Castle's military strength has dropped a bit from its peak, but it is still very powerful. But he didn't know much about people's livelihood. Now through Maddox's introduction, David knew more about Snowfield Castle. In addition to the 1,000 auxiliary soldiers who came this time, there are still more than 700 left. The original male civilians of Snowfield Castle can basically serve as auxiliary soldiers. and there are still about 400 people left in this group. In addition, there are about 500 craftsmen and farmers who escaped from the villages and towns in the east not long ago and were later recruited from the villages and towns in the west. There are no precise figures for women and children. After listening to the report on the population situation, David stopped asking further questions. David doesn't like the construction facilities in Snowfield Castle. Once the orcs are defeated, he will definitely let the digger completely rebuild Snowfield Castle. David stepped onto the city wall and looked at the orc camp in the distance. Messy, simple, and rough. Said to be a camp, it was more like a large group of orcs randomly finding a place to sit down and rest in twos and threes. Dots of fire could be seen in the crowd, which should be the bonfires raised by the orcs. Other than that, not even a simple camp could be seen. After looking at it for a while, David asked Maddox directly if he had seen anything special when fighting the orcs. Special circumstances? There doesn't seem to be any. Chapter 230 arranged some more steel shocks. Maybe it was because the humans in Snowfield Castle were not powerful enough. Or maybe it was because Maddox Hawk didn't have a chance to see him. In short, the temporary acting commander did not provide David with any useful clues. Judging from Maddox's description, the orcs did not show anything special, except that they were strong, powerful in combat, and unable to communicate. David looked at it for a while, then took out a communicator the size of an earplug and inserted it into his ear. RC, I am here, directly east of Snowfield Castle. Find out the locations of all the orc camps. Understood. RC paused for 2 seconds before asking. No need to attack. Don't attack yet. The Spartan heavy infantry and the detectives were still on the way, and David was ready to strike hard when the orcs gathered unprepared and casually. If possible, it is best to drive the orcs away in one fight. It would be best to take advantage of the situation and force out the orcs' trump cards. He always believed that these orcs who suddenly appeared in large numbers were just like the humans and dark elves back then, and had the support of gods and other beings behind them. Bronia continent. David originally thought that this was a very ordinary magical world. The elements he had seen in some magical stories could be found here. Now it seems that there are deeper secrets hidden outside the continent of Bronia. What is the purpose of this shuffling of replacing old races with new ones? Coming down from the city wall, David went directly to the bunker of Snowfield Castle. This should be the prototype of the castle. It is right next to the military camp. It covers a small area. Some of the functions of the castle have not been completed yet. It can barely be regarded as a small bunker. The internal environment of this kind of building is not good. It is cold, humid, and poorly lit. In midsummer, a fireplace must be lit to ensure that the internal environment is dry enough and not too uncomfortable to live in. But this is the best building in Snowfield Castle, and it is impossible for David to squeeze in with ordinary soldiers and civilians. What's more, the environment in those places is even worse. Even though Snowfield Castle is still just a prototype, the dirty environment has shown some signs. The corners of Snowfield Castle are often filled with a suffocating smell. When David followed Maddox to visit Snowfield Castle, several people who came with David also walked around Snowfield Castle. Everyone who was used to the clean and tidy environment of Wintertown could not accept the situation in Snowfield Castle. Fortunately, none of the people traveling with us this time were pampered people. And since it was considered a state of war, no one bothered too much about these trivial matters. Have the inspector and Gareth arrived? Already arrived. Heading into town. The Quinjet was very fast and flew from Wintertown to Snowfield Castle in the blink of an eye. The large army on ground vehicles was much slower. But when David clarified the situation of Snowfield Castle and stabilized the people of Snowfield Castle, the large army just arrived at Snowfield Castle. The orcs did not surround Snowfield Castle, so the troops from Wintertown could enter Snowfield Castle calmly. Only then did Maddox know that the reinforcements in Wintertown were far more than just the 2 giant metal birds and the people he saw. There were actually more troops arriving one after another. Watching the huge metal vehicle running at high speed on the ground without the drag of livestock, carrying more than 100 elite soldiers wearing heavy armor and fully armed into the Snowfield Castle. Not only was Maddox happy, but even the civilians in Snowfield Castle cheered. When the leading detective stopped in an open space, he immediately transformed into a huge metal giant. These people cheered even louder. They didn't know what Transformers were or what Autobots were, but the inspector's huge size gave them plenty of confidence. In addition, the great Lord Glamorgan used a magical power called the Holy Light to heal all the seriously injured people in Snowfield Castle. The news has spread in Snowfield Castle, and everyone realized that, with the Lord of Wintertown, Baron Glamorgan. With the arrival of the adults, most of the crisis in Snowfield Castle has been resolved. Next, powerful forces such as the ability to use magical power to heal injuries, so many elite warriors, huge metal giants, and the terrifying flying dragons that have long been famous on the northern plains launched a counterattack against the orcs and drove them away completely. The day of running seems to be just around the corner. In fact, these people's judgments are very accurate. With the arrival of the large army, David ordered the troops to undergo a simple rest and at the same time summon commanders to formulate a counterattack plan. Counterattack. Maddox originally wanted to say something. He felt that although Wintertown sent more than 100 heavy-armed soldiers, as well as the huge metal giant and metal flying dragon, even if the battlefield originally controlled by Snowfield Castle was added, strength, military strength is still at a disadvantage. Even if all the auxiliary soldiers are included, it is still fewer than the orc soldiers on the opposite side, not to mention the 5,000 orcs on the opposite side, which seems not to be the full strength of the orcs. But he knew that if he said it, the other party wouldn't listen. Before the meeting began, when these commanders from Wintertown entered the conference room one after another, Maddox noticed the extremely relaxed expressions of these people, and did not pay attention to the orcs in the distance at all. It seems that in the eyes of these people, there is no difference between more than 5,000 orcs and 5 orcs, and they can be easily dealt with. Don't they know the fighting prowess of the orcs? Don't you understand what a terrifying number 5,000 soldiers is? Maddox would not think so, especially after seeing how powerful Baron David Glamorgan wielded. Then, there is only one explanation. These people know the enemy's strength, but they are still confident that they can easily kill the opponent. Sure enough, as the meeting officially began, the quiet Maddox heard an information report that matched his impression from the beautiful woman named RC. What made him a little confused was, who was this RC? Judging from her description, it seems that she saw these orcs with her own eyes. And the perspective seemed to be from the sky? Could it be a reconnaissance ride on that giant metal bird? So, in addition to the 5,000 orcs to the east, there are also some scattered orcs behind them. Yes. RC said that the orcs at the back were a little different from the orcs outside. What they hold in their hands are no longer various weapons, but various tools. They seem to be building various buildings. The orcs should want to build their own town in the eastern part of the plain. For David, this is not important information. But for people like Maddox, who do not understand the real information, the orcs have an internal division of labor. And they are not really savages, who only know how to fight and plunder. Race. This information is even more worrying than the number of orcs. Don't worry about those orcs for now. Let's destroy these 5,000 orc soldiers first. David gave his instructions. Next, we have to see what Gareth, the leader of the Winter Knights, and the commander-in-chief of the Winter Army in this battle, does. Has the battle plan been finalized? Sharon Rogers and Jack Krause led the Winter Knights to parachute to the rear of the orc camp to conduct a surprise attack, cooperating with RC to create chaos. Gareth pointed to the orc camp marked on the map. The inspector and I led the Spartan infantry regiment to clear out the orcs from the front. Yeah. Good plan. Maddox suddenly felt the urge to flip the table over. What the hell is this called a battle plan? Isn't this just throwing everyone on the battlefield and disrupting the war? And the reinforcements sent by Wintertown this time are only more than 100 people in total. Right? With just such a small number of people, they still need to be divided into 2 parts and flanked by 5,000 orcs from both sides? What kind of play is this? The attendants of the Iron Tree Knights did not dare to give such a rough battle plan. Is this Gareth Stanton from the Tylan Knights? Is this how the Tyran Knights fight? Are all the members of the Tylan Knights monsters worth 1,000? Even if the Tyran Knights are all monsters. How long has it been since you established the Winter Knights? Could it be that the so-called Knights of Winter are actually the Knights of Tyran? Just changed the name to deceive others? Like Lamore? Maddox had a similar guess. He couldn't figure it out anyway. Gareth Stanton would make such a tactical arrangement simply because the current Spartan heavy infantry regiment and the Winter Knights couldn't cooperate at all. They could only combine the 2 parts. Take it apart and use it. With himself and the detective providing fire protection for the Spartan infantry, the Spartan infantry could maintain a complete formation and advance step by step. As for the Knights of Winter, he doesn't care at all. Even without the leadership of Sharon Rogers and Jack Clausa, he did not believe that the group of orcs could threaten the Winter Knights, who were wearing blizzard-powered armor and carrying powerful grenades and missiles. I will take the Spellbreakers and Rangers to support the Spartan heavy infantry. Sylvanas is here to help. She is not here to watch the fun. As a result, after waiting for a while, Gareth didn't arrange a position for himself at all. Guessing that Gareth, the leader of the Winter Knights, was inconvenient to command her, Sylvanas took the initiative to take over the task. I will ensure that the left wing of the Spartan infantry regiment will not be threatened. Sylvanas chose to protect the left wing of the infantry regiment for another reason. This direction blocked the orcs' direction to Frost Watch. As for the right wing, as long as the orcs don't get killed behind the infantry regiment, it won't be a problem. What if the orcs run to the Bayuan sentry post? That has nothing to do with David. Then it's settled. We'll launch the attack at dawn tomorrow. David looked around and saw that everyone had tasks. So he also assigned himself a small errand. I will be responsible for the air strikes together with RC. Since acquiring the fighter form, he has never actually used it to fight. This time, he can have a blast. Chapter 231, adding some fertilizer to the northern plains. Knight Maddox Hawk is a native of Iron Tree Fort. He has been taught various knowledge including martial arts, tactical command, etc. since he was a child. Compared with many ordinary people, he is one of the people who wins at the starting line. As an adult, Maddox also gained more advantages. He became a knight early and gradually grew into a senior commander in the Iron Tree Knights. If not, he would not have been sent to Snowfield Castle to become the deputy commander of Snowfield Castle and take over the command of Snowfield Castle after the original commander died in battle. The capable and experienced Maddox Hawk was now watching blankly as the Winter Knights made various preparations before departure. There were too many things in that heavy armor that he couldn't understand, such as the thing on the shoulder that looked like several tubes tied together, and the thing that looked like a small box. What were they used for? And the weapons in the hands of the Knights of Winter. What kind of weapons are they? It looks like there is an iron pipe added to the wood. At present, the main weapon of the Winter Knights is still the Garen produced by Iron Forge. But Tony has already launched a new rifle. But the specific parameters have not been determined, and it is estimated that the design will not start until after the satellite project. Therefore, the Garen rifle will still be the main weapon in Wintertown in a short period of time. In fact, the current main weapon of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment is also the Garen rifle. Although the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment uses traditional armor, its weapons are not traditional. In addition to rifles and pistols, they are also equipped with shields, spears, and other close combat weapons. Currently, the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment is better at fighting in formations, relying on teamwork to make up for the lack of individual combat power. As the members of the Winter Knights board the Quinjets, the two Quinjets will land at the same time as David and RC launch bombings. And then the two fighters will be piloted by Peggy Carter and remotely controlled. One provided limited fire support in midair. The task of attacking the ground is mainly completed by David and RC. Currently, the biggest military problem in Wintertown is still the lack of drivers. Drivers of land vehicles can be trained quickly. Now members of the Winter Knights can drive. And even most of the soldiers of the Spartan Heavy Infantry have also developed good driving skills. Flying an airplane is not that easy. Those who can skillfully fly fighter planes are still those people. Even Floyd and Gareth, two commanders of the Knights of Winter who have become paladins, have poor airplane driving skills. Not so good when the actual battle is going on. Peggy, Sharon and others can only be responsible for driving. Do we need to build a school? Although the more ignorant ordinary civilians are, the better they can rule. But it is impossible to continue to improve the level of civilization by simply relying on ignorant people. And David does not want his territory to stay in a backward period forever. Just when David was thinking about whether to build Winter Elementary School first, or to build both the elementary school and the middle school directly, the Tomcat fighter, RC, and two Quinjet fighters had already taken off. It was only then that Maddox, who had been watching, realized that the woman named RC was actually the pink flying dragon that everyone knew about on the northern plains. Not the person riding the flying dragon, but she herself is the pink flying dragon. Although RC's transformation process was very fast, it was not so fast that no one could understand what was going on. Maddox was surprised and also guessed who this woman was. Druid? It is said that druids have the ability to transform into various beasts, and even warcraft. I just don't know if this pink metal monster is considered a warcraft. As for the black metal giant bird transformed by Lord Baron Glamorgan, it must be some kind of magic. Right? Watching several giant birds take off, Maddox stood on the city wall with a few close men, and then watched the unit called the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment walk out of the Snowfield Castle with firm steps. City gate. Sir! Are we just here to watch the people of Wintertown fight the orcs?
This man actually wanted to die, but he thought it was inappropriate to say so. So he changed his mind temporarily.
Baron Glamorgan made it clear that only troops from Wintertown are required to participate in this battle. Our duty is to protect this town.
Maddox Hawk didn't know how to explain it to his men, because Lord David Glamorgan healed all the wounded soldiers in Snowfield Castle. The soldiers in Snowfield Castle had a good impression of the Winter Lord. I am also happy to fight with the Lord of Wintertown against the orcs and guard the Snowfield Castle. Unexpectedly, when everyone was preparing for a more brutal battle, the adult had already led his troops out of the city to fight the orcs to the death. The soldiers were surprised, but the knights as commanders felt unbelievable and found Maddox one after another. Then, together with Maddox, they watched with their own eyes the troops of Wintertown collectively fought their way out of Snowfield Castle. Just when they wanted to ask more questions, there was a deafening roar in the distance, and fire flashed in the orc camp. David, who was piloting a Tomcat fighter, looked at the orcs running around below and kept throwing bombs down. The Tomcat fighter jet was once assigned the responsibility of ground attack. When performing ground attack missions, it can carry 14 bombs. This attack firepower is absolutely powerful, and it was nicknamed the Bomb Cat. David's Tomcat fighter plane is more powerful, because this fighter plane is essentially a transformer. After the mounted bombs are dropped one after another, a new bomb appears again after a simple flip and deformation on the mounting point. Under the belly of the plane, another round of bombs was dropped. There is no need to aim or do any swooping flight. David only needs to find the place where the orcs gather the most and densely, then fly there, drop the bomb, and then enjoy the fireworks mixed with broken limbs at high altitude. RC was following David, and the Vulcan cannon under the nose of the plane and the various missiles mounted on the wings created more fireworks, dust, and fresh compost on the ground. The two transformers made countless contributions to fertile land in the northern plains. However, the two of them did not feel proud or complacent about this. They continued to work hard back and forth, hoping to make this land more prosperous. Just as David and RC were wreaking havoc on the orc camp, two Quinjet fighters also crossed the entire camp and arrived at the rear of the orc camp.
Go! Kill all the orcs standing!
Jack Clausa felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and he could finally show off the results of his practice during this period. This feeling of mastering powerful power made him feel extremely comfortable. He was also the one who was looking forward to this battle the most among everyone in Wintertown. When the cabin door opened, Krause was the first to jump out. He used the thrusters on his back to adjust the speed and direction of his descent in midair. When he landed, he kicked an orc to death. After landing, Clausa raised his left hand, and a mechanical compound bow made of various strange materials from Stark technology, and Wintertown appeared in his hand. With his right hand on the bowstring, an arrow was fired. The arrow also appeared at the right time, and was placed on the bow. There is no need to specifically aim. All the orcs in sight are all. Krause only needs to focus the arcane energy on the arrows, and then release the hand that pulls the bowstring, and he can eliminate a large number of orcs. Boom! The purple arcane energy exploded, not only killing the orc who was shot, but also knocking several surrounding orcs away. And this is just the beginning. Soldiers wearing power armor fell from the sky one after another. Stray bullets, small missiles, and the long tongues of flame spewed out by the Vulcan cannon continued to show their terrifying destructive power, turning one orc after another into fertilizer and nourishing them. The land beneath my feet, because the distance was too far. Maddox and others on the walls of Snowfield Castle could not see the situation behind the orc camp. But as time passed, the Spartan heavy infantry regiment and the orcs who discovered this small group of human soldiers finally began to fight. It was completely different from what Maddox and the others expected. At first they thought the people in Wintertown were crazy. Even if these soldiers were very powerful, how many could they kill in the face of so many orcs? In the end, he will be overwhelmed and killed by countless orcs. But the scene in front of him made Maddox doubt his worldview. He felt that he might not know anything about the true combat power of this world. This group of heavy armored infantry from Wintertown did not wait quietly for the orcs. They relied on battle formations and cooperation to deal with the orcs. Instead, they spread out into a long line, raised the strange weapons in their hands, and launched attacks from a long distance.
What kind of weapon is that?
He didn't expect anyone to answer him, because there were basically few people from Wintertown around him. Surprisingly, he actually heard the answer.
The Garen rifle is a firearm made by the Iron-Forged dwarves, with technology provided by Baron Glamorgan. Dwarves? Iron Forge? More question marks popped up in Maddox's head, and he looked at the person who answered him. It was the female mage who came to Snowfield Castle with Baron Glamorgan. He remembered that the female mage was called Jaina Proudmoore. Seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing to explain himself, Maddox continued to pay attention to the battle situation. At this time, the pink flying dragon that was so familiar to everyone on the northern plains appeared in everyone's sight again. The pink monster was spitting out long tongues of fire and raising a long line of smoke. At the same time, it was unknown how many orc lives were harvested, almost cutting a large group of orcs into two pieces. Later, Maddox saw the giant black bird ridden by Baron Glamorgan flying through the air, and at the same time dropped a lot of unknown objects, followed by the increasingly familiar explosion. Maddox saw that more than half of the orcs in his sight had disappeared, and realized that as long as the Baron Glamorgan wanted to, even without soldiers, he and Arcee could kill all of these orcs. Chapter 232, Exchange People for Others. In fact, even if David did not take action, it would be impossible for the orcs to resist David's soldiers. The equipment and combat methods of the Winter Knights are generations ahead of these orcs. If the supporters behind the orcs do not take action, these orcs will not pose any threat to the continent of Brunia. Unfortunately, David flew the Tomcat fighter jet back and forth several times and did not see any special power used by the orcs, which also made him lose interest in continuing to drop bombs. After leaving Arcee to roam in the air, specifically targeting the reassembled orc group, David flew directly back to Snowfield Castle. Then, under the watchful eyes of Maddox and several Snowfield Knights, he jumped from the fighter plane into the air. The black Tomcat fighter jet suddenly shrank countless times and entered David's body. Immediately, the Lord Baron Glamorgan landed firmly on top of the city wall, standing in front of Madoc's hawk. Lord Baron! Maddox's reaction was quick, and he had seen too many magical things before. Whether it was Lord David Glamorgan's holy light, Arcee who could turn into a pink flying dragon, or the ability to release Black the giant bird's Baron Glamorgan, these things have already shattered his worldview, which has also made Maddox much more accepting. Well, after today, the orcs will no longer threaten Snowfield Castle in a short period of time. David turned around and looked into the distance. The detective was holding up his triple six-barreled Vulcan cannon to kill, coupled with the giant grenades thrown from time to time. The orcs were unable to do anything to the Spartan heavy infantry. A threatening impact. Sylvanas on the flank led the Elven Rangers and Spellbreakers to clear out the orcs, who wanted to attack from the flanks. The fighting method of this small group of high elves was the method that people like Maddox were most familiar with. It's just that this small group of elves all possess mysterious powers, which makes Maddox and others secretly lament the power of Wintertown. As the battle continued, the Spartan heavy infantry finally engaged in close combat with the orcs. Maddox and others once again saw the wealth of Wintertown. The armor on these heavy infantrymen seemed to be equipped with magical protection. When the orcs' weapons struck these infantrymen, except for the flash of light, they could not cause any harm to the soldiers at all. The Spartan heavy infantry was in almost absolute safety, constantly massacring enemies who could get close to them, with no hope of victory in sight. The fighting spirit of the orcs gradually collapsed, and orcs began to appear on the battlefield running towards the outside. After seeing this, David knew that the battle was over. The follow-up finishing work will take a lot of time. David is not going to waste time here. Next, he will start to take over Snowfield Castle and build Snowfield Castle into the current border fortress of Wintertown. The most important thing is these people in Snowfield Castle. David came specifically to take over Snowfield Castle. What David wanted was more than just a border fortress. He would not let go of these people in Snowfield Castle either. My ceremonial officer has already gone to the royal capital of Thailand with a letter. The letter will report the situation in the northern plains to His Majesty the King in detail. After arriving at the office that originally belonged to the commander of Snowfield Fort, was later used by Maddox, and now belongs to David. David directly showed off his skills to the former acting commander of Snowfield Fort in front of him. According to the current situation, if there are no accidents, all the military and people's livelihood in Snowfield Castle will belong to me. What do you think about this? Maddox Hawk glanced at his crony Lemuel. He had expected this situation. As a lord, David Glamorgan would not be able to spit out the meat he put in his mouth. But there was one thing that exceeded his expectations, according to the Winter Lord. Not only the original residents of Snowfield Castle, but also the garrison and reinforcements stationed here by Iron Tree Castle seemed to be accepted by the opponent. Was he also placed under his command by Lord Winter? The confidant Lemuel was already worried about his master's future, and wanted to find an opportunity to suggest to Mr. Hawk that if it didn't work out, he should defect to Lord Winter. It's better than staying in Iron Tree Castle and being settled by others. At this time, Lord Baron Glamorgan took the initiative to recruit. So you must seize this opportunity. Maddox winked at Maddox Hawk. But Maddox Hawk had retracted his gaze at this time, lowered his head and pondered for a while. Sir, legally speaking, Snowfield Castle is included in your territory. There is no problem. It's just that the ownership of the army and the people is probably not that simple. Maddox did not refuse, let alone protest, and had already expressed his attitude. David also heard it. Maddox did not object to Baron David Glamorgan receiving all the resources of Snowfield Castle. He just said, there will be extra legal troubles that must be resolved first. The original residents of Snowfield Castle are okay. These people came to the Northern Plains to reclaim new land. They were originally planning to settle here and take over Snowfield Castle. These people will naturally become your subjects. As for the craftsmen and farmers received from the surrounding areas, these people are basically indentured farmers of the nobles of Taishibo. They are all under contract and are not free people themselves, and they cannot decide where they want to go at will. This is why many villagers returned directly to Taishui Fort after Taishui Village was destroyed by David. However, due to the current situation, these people can be regarded as the property saved by the Lord of Glamorgan. In other words, it is not completely unreasonable if the Lord of Glamorgan wants to detain these people directly. If the nobles of Iron Tree Fort came to demand someone with a contract, David could also ask for a reasonable ransom from these nobles, just like the Barnett family, the family behind Iron Shui Village, who paid the corresponding ransom afterwards. David could also refuse to let him go if he didn't pay. The real trouble lies with the army. David wants to directly recruit this group of people. It cannot be said that it is completely impossible, but there is really little hope. These soldiers are soldiers of Marquis Dudley Morgan, the Lord of Iron Tree Fort. Many of them have wives, children, and parents in Iron Tree Fort. Family reasons alone make it difficult for them to directly join Wintertown. Then do you have any suggestions? Let the soldiers choose freely. Maddox said his suggestion happily. Those who are willing to stay will be integrated into the army in Wintertown. And those who can't leave their families, let them leave. However, adults can do the same. Ask the Lord of Iron Tree Castle for a reasonable fee. The cost of an elite soldier is much more expensive than that of a farmer. In addition, there are weapons and equipment that can be calculated separately, unless Lord David Glamorgan is not prepared to return these equipment. However, after Maddox saw with his own eyes the combat effectiveness of the soldiers of Wintertown and the novel weapons and equipment, he did not think that the Baron of Glamorgan valued those ordinary equipment. If I leave this matter to you, how long will it take? Maddox realized that this was a formal invitation from Baron Glamorgan to him, and it was also a test, to test whether he sincerely surrendered to him, and to test his ability. The specific situation depends on how much money you are prepared to ask for. If David wants a high price, he may have to spend more time bargaining. If the price is right, the transaction can be completed in half a month. I don't want money. I want people. David does not need gold and silver. He needs more people to enrich his territory. So his offer to Marquis Dudley Morgan is, the farmers and craftsmen I currently have here. No matter how many people you want to take back, send me an equal number of young adults. As for soldiers, one soldier would cost 5 young adults or 10 children. As a discount, the weapons and equipment were given to Marquis Dudley Morgan at a discount. Half sold and half given away. If there are families who don't want to pay and don't want to hand over the contract to David, David believes that Marquis Dudley Morgan will make those people complete the transaction willingly. As the ruler of Iron Tree Castle, Marquis Dudley Morgan would certainly not refuse the deal because he could not afford such a large military loss. Even the Lord of Iron Tree Fort has to pay a ransom. You Iron Tree Fort nobles still want to default on your debt? As for whether these populations will allow Wintertown to develop rapidly, at this time, Iron Tree Fort should not be concerned about these things, and the rising momentum of Wintertown cannot be suppressed at all. They should also realize this. After explaining these things, David asked the former Snowfield Fort commander to handle the matter. After Maddox and Lemuel left the office, David ordered into the dark corner. Keep an eye on him and observe his performance, but do not interfere with his actions. Clear. Vanessa's figure flashed in the corner, and this outstanding assassin, who had gradually grown up, left the office when Gareth came in to report. Only David and Edwin knew that Vanessa Van Cleef was in Snowfield Castle. Vanessa's original mission was to observe in Snowfield Castle and collect various information at the same time. But now she has received a more important task, to assess whether Maddox Hawk really wants to defect to Baron David Glamorgan. This observation report will determine what kind of treatment Maddox will receive in Wintertown in the future. After explaining this matter, David was no longer prepared to stay in Snowfield Castle. The garrison, reconstruction and transformation work here all need to be arranged back to Wintertown. After the orc troops are completely defeated, the northern plains should be calm for a while. In addition, he also wanted to see how Tony's test robot was doing. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to Wintertown, he was greeted by a new person, a guy wearing a large brown cloak, covering his whole body, and even his face could not be seen clearly. Chapter 233 Dark Wanderer. David frowned and looked at the person in front of him. He felt a very strong dark aura from this person, who completely covered his appearance. This energy triggered a fierce reaction of the holy light in his body, and everything inside and outside his body seemed to be warning himself. Who are you? This is the first time David has encountered such a situation. Does this mean that the newcomer this time will be a villain or something like that? He silently used the holy light to protect himself, and was ready to expel the opponent at any time. Hello. I'm just a homeless man. But I've lost my way. Where is this place? The man covered by the robe spoke in a male voice, with a little doubt and a clear sense of weakness in his voice. How far is it from Tristram? Tristram. David looked at the man in front of him carefully. Because of the close distance and the fact that the man did not continue to lower his head and cover his face with a hood, David could see a face full of determination. But at this time a male face that looks very weak. The most important thing is that David noticed a flash of light on the other person's forehead. Uninformed people would regard it as the reflection of some kind of headgear. But after David guessed the other person's identity, he knew what it was. Sun. Soul Stone Dark Wanderer Diablo. Judging from the opponent's reaction, the hero who originally destroyed Diavolo has not been completely eroded and corrupted by Diavolo's power at this time, and still retains his original consciousness. This is Wintertown. Wintertown? David briefly introduced Wintertown to the other party. When the other party heard that this place was actually another world, he unconsciously raised his hand to touch his forehead. He seemed to have thought of something and murmured, "No wonder. Oh, I'm sorry for not introducing myself first. My name is Aiden." Aiden had no intention of shaking hands with the lord named David in front of him. At this time, he did not want to contact anyone. If possible, I would like to, of course. I can rest in your town for a few days. If you don't welcome me, I can leave immediately. Wintertown welcomes any non-hostile friends. David said the words he often used to welcome newcomers, and then began to look at Aiden in front of him. The man who once defeated the dread Lord Diavolo, sealed him in the Soul Stone, and finally inserted the Soul Stone into his forehead, trying to seal Diavolo with his own will. Seems to have not yet become Dark Wanderer. But there's one thing I want to make sure of. What's the matter? How long have you had that thing on your forehead? Aiden smiled bitterly. With his attire and the fact that he lowered his head as much as possible and covered it with a hood, he did not want people to see this thing. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe 2 or 3 days? It may be longer. Ever since he inserted the Soul Stone into his forehead, his whole person had become confused. He knew that there was a huge risk in doing so. But when he had just defeated Diavolo, he had absolute confidence in his spiritual will. He firmly believed that he could suppress the evil demon king. Turns out, he overestimated himself. If he hadn't come to this magical place in a daze, maybe he would have continued to be confused. Since arriving in Wintertown, he finally got rid of that hazy state. After staying for such a short while, he felt that his energy had recovered a lot, and the murmurs that kept appearing in the trance had completely disappeared. Not see. He guessed that it might be because he came to another world, although he didn't quite understand whether there was a real cause and effect relationship. Aiden felt that as long as he stayed in this place, he could truly suppress Diavolo and keep the feared lord from H.L. sealed forever. However, he was also worried that this was just his illusion. If Diavolo was accidentally released, this beautiful city might be destroyed in the hands of the dread lord. Therefore, Aiden only proposed to take a short rest in Wintertown. He hoped that he could recover physically and mentally here, and then leave and return to his original world, and continue to fight against Diavolo with his own spiritual will. But having had actual experience, he already knew that it was difficult to truly suppress the fearful devil with only his own will. The final result of going back should not develop according to his ideas. What to do? Continue to stay in this place, leaving the danger to a strange other world, so that your own world can be free from the threat of the Dread Lord? Or go back. Let the Dread Lord come again. Aiden fell into a painful entanglement. His sense of justice prevented him from making the decision to leave danger in this world, but his desire to protect his homeland made him not want Diavolo to threaten his world again. Just when he didn't know what he should do, the young lord in front of him suddenly stretched out his hand and signaled to himself.
I'm sorry.
Although he didn't understand what the other party wanted to do, Aiden did not refuse and signaled that the other party could do whatever he wanted. Then, he saw David reaching out and touching the soul stone on his forehead. And then a golden, but not dazzling light, exuding warmth and comfort, emitted from the other person's hand. Aiden felt a warmth wrap around his whole body, and his body, which had become much weaker, seemed to be slowly returning to its best condition.
What power is this? Holy light!
Aiden feels that this power is a bit like the light power used by the Zakaram Order, but there are some differences. Just when he wanted to feel the power, David had already retracted his hand, and the warm power dissipated.
It seems that the stone on your forehead has fallen into silence.
David felt a very huge power from the soul stone on Aiden's forehead. This power was familiar yet unfamiliar. To say it was familiar, he always felt like he had seen this power somewhere before. Strange. He was certain that he had never really come into contact with such a powerful force. This awkward feeling made him uncomfortable, just like the feeling when he knew clearly that he had forgot something. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't remember what it was. However, he was certain that Aiden was protected by this power when he was in Wintertown. Diavolo in the Soul Stone could not continue to erode and corrupt the human hero who defeated and sealed the Dread Lord. Wintertown is in absolute safety. After telling Aiden about his discovery, the Prince of Kandura showed a little joy and a little worry at the same time.
I know that my current situation is a huge threat to your territory. I know what you want to say, but I think any trouble can be solved.
David looked at Aiden in front of him. Although he didn't figure out what the mysterious power was, he had a clue. There was a strange feeling that it was impossible for Diavolo to break through the blockade of this power. In other words, Aiden can live in Wintertown for a long time if he is willing. But Diavolo will never be able to corrupt him, occupy his body and resurrect him.
Besides, I have a guy here who has similar experiences to you. Maybe you can get some experience from him.
Since his Wintertown will not be threatened, David will naturally not drive away Aiden. He still respected this kind of hero who was willing to sacrifice himself to save the world. He doesn't mind doing good things that can save the world when he can do it and when he's not threatened. As long as Aiden stays in Wintertown, Diavolo will not be resurrected again, and Sanctuary World will suffer a lot less disasters. I don't know how many people will save their lives because of David's words. David always felt that he was barely a good person, and this time he just did a small good deed. But this little thing that was nothing to David was completely different to Aiden. He was very grateful for David's taking in, especially in this state.
Thank you very much.
After Aiden expressed his thanks again, he asked David what was the name of the person he just mentioned who had a similar experience to himself. Where can I find that person?
His name is Mediv. He usually lives in the hotel in that building over there.
David still saw Aiden in the square at the main entrance of Fort Glamorgan. Standing here, you can see the Winter Hotel not far away.
You can live there for now.
For these people from other worlds, they will be placed in Jonah's Winter Hotel before they really decide to settle. If they want to truly settle in Wintertown, they can choose a ready-made house, or find a location they like and build a house with a personal style. Normally, with the development of Wintertown, new people who come to settle here will no longer receive all kinds of preferential treatment like those who came to Wintertown in the past. But the situation of visitors from another world is quite special. David hasn't figured out how to adjust yet? Still arranged according to the past routine. Anyway, with the golden finger in the pocket, David will definitely not suffer any loss. When David said that Aiden could settle in Wintertown, this hero from the Diablo world had already paid his remuneration. However, David first took Aiden to see Jonah and helped him arrange a place to live. Then he took him to see Mediv and asked Mediv to help teach Aiden the Brunnian common language. After everything was arranged, he had time to check the reward he got from Aiden.
What the hell is this?
The reward this time was not some kind of physical strengthening, nor was it an improvement of mental will. It seemed to be a physical object, and it was given directly to David's hands. But looking at the energy cyclone in his hand, David was not sure whether it was a real thing or not. Chapter 234 Dungeon. Could it be that the reward this time is group energy? David looked at the thing in his hand and tried to make contact. As a result, nothing happened after the holy light came into contact with the cyclone. There was no fusion or rejection. It was as if there was nothing in his hand, and the air ball was just his illusion. Although he didn't understand what was going on, David was sure that the energy in his hand was not something that could be absorbed.
Is it like the seeds of crystal mines? They need to be planted somewhere?
After returning to Fort Glamorgan from the Winter Hotel, David decided to find a place in his back garden to try out after wandering around for a while. As a result, he quickly discovered the correct way to use this thing. Just find a wall and throw it over it. When the ball in his hand was thrown against the wall, David suddenly understood what it was.
Isn't this the dungeon gate?
He had seen this familiar scene countless times before. But this time, as the energy rotated, the flat wall gradually turned into a huge double door. Seeing that the dungeon door in front of him turned into the door when Diablo was loading the interface, David wondered if the reward this time was to allow him to go to the world of Diablo. What kind of reward is this? With his head filled with questions, David rushed in without hesitation and continued to study for a while before he figured out how to remove the door from the wall. Later, David contacted several people currently in Wintertown through the communication devices that had been gradually distributed, while he waited quietly in the basement that was used as a training ground. This underground training ground is located on the second underground floor below the garage. There is also a shooting range on the same floor, which is convenient for David to practice firearms and bows and arrows. I chose this place because this training ground is a backup training ground that is rarely used and is suitable for placing the rewards obtained this time. After installing the things, David watched the air mass slowly turn into the familiar double doors. David quietly waited for the arrival of his companions. He didn't wait long, and soon everyone, including Tony Stark, arrived here one after another. Fortunately, the space here is spacious enough for everyone to move around. Otherwise, David would definitely regret calling so many people over.
What's this?
I don't know, David answered Tony simply, letting Tony wander around the gate and study.
A new person is here? Who is here this time?
Mark directly asked the newcomer's identity, hoping to use the newcomer's identity to deduce the function of this thing.
Aiden. Who is that?
It has to be said that although the Diablo series is quite famous, not many people know the background and character settings of the game. If David hadn't read some online articles in his previous life and indirectly understood the background setting of Diablo, he wouldn't have understood this information. Sure enough, as soon as David told about the situation in that world, Mark immediately remembered the game.
No wonder this gate looks so familiar.
David.
What?
Hearing Tony's greeting, David turned his head and looked over, and found that Tony was pointing at the top of the door, where a row of words gradually appeared.
Dungeon, Sanctuary.
David read out the words that slowly appeared on it, and everyone, including Tony, Mark, Laura, Eva, and Helen, began to guess what the purpose of this thing was. There was speculation that this was a stable passage to another world, but the prefix of the dungeon made Mark think that the situation might not be that simple.
There's no point in guessing too much. If you want to determine the true function of this thing, the best way is to actually use it.
Tony directly summoned his armor, preparing to put on the armor and go in to take a look.
Let's go in and take a look together.
David also checked his personal equipment, except for the Lightbringer suit, which was not worn on him. The other weapons were all in storage items. This kind of adventure would be impossible without Laura. When David was checking the equipment, Laura had already taken out her bow. Although she didn't say anything directly, everyone understood her attitude.
Let's go!
The steel armor flew over, and Tony instantly transformed into an Iron Man. After saying H, low to David, he opened the door in front of him without waiting for David to respond. He ignored that there was only a bunch of light after the door opened, and he could not see it at all. What's going on behind the door? Just walk in. David originally wanted to add a layer of holy light shield to Tony, but before he could take action, Tony had disappeared into the light. After looking at each other and Laura helplessly spreading their hands, the two of them released the holy light shield at the same time, and then walked into the light together. His eyes were filled with white light, and it took him a few seconds to recover. David looked around and felt that the surrounding light was very dark. I looked up at the sky. Thick dark clouds blocked most of the light.
This seems to be Rog's camp?
Mark's voice came from behind, and David found that Mark had also followed. At the same time, an orange-red oval portal stood behind everyone. It was obvious that they came here through this door. Looking around, it seems that this is the opening location of Rog Camp in Diablo 2. David noticed that the people in the camp turned a blind eye to their arrival and the orange portal next to them. They still stood there without any change in their expressions, while everyone was still observing the surroundings. Tony had already walked up to the tall man closest to everyone and wanted to try to talk to him.
Hello, stranger. I am not surprised to see people of your kind. In these troubled times, many adventurers have traveled here from far away.
The other party Barabara kept talking, and even if Tony tried to interrupt the other party, it had no effect. The tall man continued to talk to himself until he finished.
You should also talk to Akala. She seems to be the leader of this camp. Maybe she can tell you other things.
Then he stopped. Fortunately, the other party spoke the common language of Brenia, and everyone could understand it. But when Tony greeted this person again, he would only get answers like,
Hello. Nice to meet you. What's the matter?
They were mechanical, repetitive, and emotionless. Seeing this scene, everyone understood what was going on.
NPC? Is this actually a game?
Mark looked around in surprise, and then pinched his arm hard. The clear pain came, making him doubt whether he had guessed wrong.
Have we really entered a game?
In the game? Or is it just consciousness coming in?
David remained silent. He now understood what the so-called dungeon meant. In large-scale online games such as Warcraft, those so-called dungeons are actually called dungeons. Thinking along this line of thinking, the reward he received this time is actually a dungeon. And the content of the dungeon is Diablo 2. Speaking out their own speculations, everyone agreed with David's speculations.
Then the question is, what is the use of this copy? Are we real people coming in? Or are we just conscious? I can confirm that we came in person.
In addition to making speculations, David also secretly used the holy light to check his own situation. He can give a very definite answer. They all came to the copy in their entirety.
The holy light and Cybertron's body can be used normally, and all kinds of equipment have been brought in. This is good news. Although I don't know if the weapons I carry are effective against those so-called HL demons.
Tony also checked his equipment. The good news is that his steel armor and the weapons and ammunition on it can be used normally. And he can even contact Jarvis here. The bad news is that in a place like this, he may not be able to replenish the consumed ammunition on the spot. And his combat effectiveness seems to be greatly limited.
What are we going to do next? Go to Akala.
Laura didn't speak. She just observed quietly and quickly got a general overview of the camp. This camp is not big. They are located in the center of the camp and can easily see the situation of the entire camp, except for a few NPCs in their respective positions. The most common ones seen in the camp are those Rog who use bows and arrows.
Before looking for Akara, maybe we should first determine the strength of the monsters in this dungeon.
David thought for a while. Now that he has determined that this is a place similar to a game dungeon, the first thing to determine is how strong the monsters are. Can you fight it yourself? If you can beat it, you can naturally think about more things. If you can't beat it,
there is no use in thinking too much.
You're right.
After Tony agreed, he ascended directly to the sky. After slightly adjusting his direction in the air, he quickly locked on a target. He did not rush over rashly, but kept a sufficient distance and fired a missile. The missile flew out from the arm and accurately hit the pale, stiff-moving zombie. Then, with a huge explosion and fire, it turned into fragments on the ground. Tony vaguely felt something, flew directly back to Rog's camp, and landed in front of David.
The monster outside is not strong, but after I killed that monster, I had a strange feeling.
Before Tony could finish speaking, David had already released the holy light to treat Tony. As a result, after a large swath of holy light spilled over, Tony felt that the strange feeling had not disappeared.
Oh!
After careful inspection, and Jarvis conducting a detailed test on Tony through the device that comes with the suit, he finally came to the conclusion there is a small stream of pure energy in Tony's body, and with this stream of energy the energy gradually weakened, and Tony's body seemed to improve slightly.
Okay, I already know what this dungeon does.
Chapter 235. Brushing copies is the shortcut to becoming stronger. Dungeon, Sanctuary, as the name suggests, is a world similar to a game copy set in the Diablo world. David and others did not go to Akala, but left the Rog camp directly. They can enter and leave the camp freely. The Rogs at the camp gate will not pay attention to David and his group as long as they don't take the initiative to say low. Even if Mark stood in front of Rog and deliberately made a face, Rog still maintained a calm and serious expression and looked ahead without making any response.
Obviously,
These are a group of NPCs who don't have any affection. Mark spread his hands and felt that it was a pity. It seems that the intelligence of NPCs in this world is very low and there is no interactivity at all. David ignored Mark. After walking out of the camp, he simply walked around the area and saw a pale, stiff-moving zombie wandering in the open field. Take out the Holy Light Hunter. Raise your hand and shoot. Long-term practice, coupled with the improvement of physical fitness and the improvement of his body control ability, have greatly improved his shooting ability. Not to mention the firearms talent obtained from Peggy. The shot seemed casual, but it accurately hit the zombie's body. The powerful bullet fused with crystal or powder, and the holy light energy attached to the Holy Light Hunter restrained the undead creatures, making this shot very powerful. The zombie directly turned into countless fragments that could no longer be pieced together, back to its original appearance. The moment the zombie was killed, David clearly felt a very pure energy entering his body. It was quickly absorbed by him, and he could no longer feel any trace of its existence. He didn't feel any obvious changes in his body. This may be because his physical fitness was already very strong and would not be improved by such scarce energy. But it would be different if it were other people, such as Eva, who had just been recognized by the Holy Light, and Gwen, Helen, etc., who were still ordinary people. Tony flew in the sky for a while, killing several monsters in one breath, and then returned to everyone. I can clearly feel that my body has become better. The data displayed on the armor also gives more intuitive information. His cell vitality, muscles, and other data have all been positively improved. Tony Stark, who is already quite old and his body has begun to decline obviously, feels he seemed to have returned to his prime in his 30s. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your current physical fitness level is only equivalent to your healthiest period in the past few years. Jarvis, you don't need to use the public airways to tell me this kind of thing. Okay, sir. Looking at Tony, who was wearing a suit with only his head exposed, David asked about the situation of the others. Laura and Mark also found a few zombies and returned here after killing them neatly. They said that they could feel an energy entering their bodies, but their physical fitness did not change significantly. Mark's feeling is stronger than Laura's, because compared to Laura, Mark mastered the power of elements relatively late, and his physical fitness has not improved as much as Laura. Does this kind of strengthening and improvement only have an effect in this world? Or does it also work after going out? A few people are not in a hurry to make a killing and experience the joy of upgrading. They have many questions that need to be answered, just like the question Tony is asking now. Maybe we should leave here first and go out to see the situation. Well, let's go out first. Several people turned around and returned to Rog's camp, and then walked into the orange-red portal one after another. Then, with a blur in front of their eyes, they returned to the practice room on the second underground floor. How's it going? David's own physical changes were too subtle, and he couldn't make an accurate judgment on his own, so he could only ask Tony, who was standing aside. Tony obtained his own detailed data through the armor scan. The enhancements obtained inside have not disappeared. When everyone heard this sentence, they immediately realized what this dungeon meant. This is a powerful prop that allows us to quickly improve our strength. Mark glanced at the closed dungeon door next to him and looked up and down curiously. Although he has successfully sensed the elemental spirits and became a true shaman, his strength is not improving very quickly. For those who can embark on the extraordinary path, who doesn't hope that they can continue to become stronger? Mark also wants to know what amazing things he can do when he becomes stronger. Now, a way to quickly become stronger was placed in front of him. Damn it! I'm going to get on the spaceship in a few days. Thinking of this, Mark felt very depressed. He would have to drift in space for a long time before he could really use this dungeon to improve his strength, considering that he might have to undergo various physical examinations in the future. Not only would he not be able to use the dungeon to become stronger, he would even have to find ways to make himself weaker. Every time he thought about this, he felt like his whole body was filled with sadness. Mark, who was extremely depressed, decided to go back out of sight and out of mind to make his body weaker and make final preparations for returning to Earth. Tony, David, and Laura continued to study the dungeon. After a whole day of research, they finally had a relatively detailed understanding of the dungeon. First of all, the world inside the dungeon is the game version of Diablo 2. David also discovered that the handle on the door is actually a turntable. After turning, the words displayed above the door will change. They will display Dungeon, Sanctuary, Dungeon, Nightmare Sanctuary, Dungeon, Hell Sanctuary. Obviously, These are the 3 different difficulties corresponding to the game Diablo 2. When selecting Nightmare Asylum and Hell Asylum at the same time, the door cannot be opened. It seems that it has not been unlocked. David guessed that he may have to change the normal first. It's difficult to get through it. At this point, the two of them also determine one thing. This dungeon is the Diablo game world where real people can participate. Every time you enter, the direction of the camp's gate is different. This seems to be the same as in the game. The map of the dungeon has random attributes to a certain extent. After entering again, the monsters that were originally killed will be refreshed and resurrected, and the completed tasks will not be refreshed. The task is bound to the person who takes it. Tony and David entered it together. After David took over the task of cleaning the cave, Tony could still receive the task again after entering alone. Even more, 2 people can enter different copy planes respectively. That is, both people are in the dungeon, but not in the same server and cannot see each other. The mission rewards are no longer skill points, but relatively large amounts of enhanced energy. After completing 2 missions to clean up the evil cave, Tony's physical fitness has improved significantly and has now returned to the level of his prime. David and Laura didn't feel any obvious changes in themselves. Currently, the demons in normal difficulty are not strong. Ordinary soldiers who have received training and have weapons and equipment can easily kill them. Even if there are many monsters in the evil cave, ordinary people can easily fall into a pile of monsters and be beaten to death by a group. So they can kill some scattered demons around Rog's camp to improve their own quality first, and then do those tasks. Akra can help us restore our status while talking to him, just like in the game. After various tests, David and Tony agreed that dungeons are the best props to quickly improve their strength. It can be said that as long as people in Wintertown are willing to work hard, they can quickly grow into very powerful beings through this dungeon. However, after more testing, Tony and David discovered a limitation. The dungeon can accommodate up to 5 people. Whether each person enters a dungeon alone or 5 people enter the same dungeon, only a maximum of 5 people can be allowed in the dungeon. Even so, this is a very powerful item. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about many questions. For example, Aiden can actually provide such a powerful reward. So how terrifying is the real shelter world he lives in? And where does the energy in this copy come from? The more he studied, the more questions Tony had. Questions that David was also pondering. We can let Aiden answer the former question. As for the latter question, David had a vague guess, but he was not sure how correct his guess was. If he guesses correctly, then not only will the various questions in this dungeon's rewards be answered, but even some other rewards will also be answered. Let me know when you have a clear answer. Tony is not going to continue to compete with this dungeon here. He wants to go back and complete his work. After leaving enough free time, he will come back to the dungeon to grind hard in order to improve his physical fitness. David found a way to have a good night's rest in the hotel. He was learning a new language with Mediv, and also visited Aiden in Wintertown. Then he took this hero from the shelter world and entered the dungeon together. They didn't stay inside for too long. Aiden only killed a few sinking demon queens before he came to the conclusion. The monsters here were so weak that it broke his heart. He didn't feel any threat from these monsters at all. The monsters here were simply the title of devil is insulting. This evaluation is not unexpected. David knows that the background of Sanctuary World is high-level angels and HL demons, and the overall strength of that world is very powerful. What David cares about is that Aiden seems to get more energy from killing monsters in the dungeon than others. In addition, the soul stone on his forehead also shows very subtle changes. If David hadn't observed carefully, he wouldn't have noticed such a subtle change. Chapter 236 Pretender Number 1. While David and Aiden were studying the dungeon together, Elias Parker, who was sent by David to the capital of Tyran, also handed over the letter from Winter City. By the way, he also went through the resignation procedures himself. From then on, he was no longer the ceremonial officer of King Tyran, but a ceremonial officer who only served the Lord of Winter, Baron David Glamorgan. After submitting the letter, Elias Parker had nothing to do. He could only stay in the royal capital and wait for His Majesty the King's reply. He had a hunch that he might have to stay in the royal capital for quite some time, because King Abel Your Majesty's in Iran. I am afraid it will be difficult to make a decision quickly. In fact, this is also true. When the letter from Winterfell was submitted to Kingdom Abelson, His Majesty the King was a little confused. The northern plains were attacked by orcs? He had known this news not long ago. King Tylan was discussing how many soldiers to send to the northern plains. just as my subordinates are still evaluating the combat effectiveness of the orcs. How many troops should be mobilized, and how much supplies and food should be raised, considering the large number of orcs according to the intelligence. We don't even know the true number of orcs yet. Do we need to send out new equipment from the kingdom? Go to war. Before these matters could be discussed and concluded, a letter from Wintertown was placed in front of him, telling him that the threat of the northern orcs had been controlled by Baron Glamorgan of Wintertown. The latest attack by the orcs was repelled by Baron Glamorgan, who had taken over Snowfield Castle. The orcs retreated back to the eastern part of the northern plains, and the crisis in Iron Tree Fort was also relieved. So Baron David Glamorgan already controls the entire western part of the northern plains. Wintertown has expanded its power to include Frostbite Town and Snowfield Castle, and the entire western part of the northern plains has completely become the territory of Baron Glamorgan. The nobles of Irontree Castle thought they could obtain new land, but in the end, they all became the meal of Baron Glamorgan. Tisk. Abelson sighed, thinking of the young man he met at this time last year. At that time, he hoped that David could teach those dishonest Iron Tree Fort nobles a lesson, but he did not expect to see the results so quickly. Young people are doing well, but it's very well done. This letter, in addition to reporting on the situation in the northern plains, is also asking for a reward from His Majesty the King. The power of Wintertown has now expanded many times, and it has already exceeded the size of the town in terms of territory alone. Although the population is not very large, it is no longer suitable to be called Wintertown. In addition, Baron Glamorgan successfully repelled the invading aliens and guarded the territory of the Kingdom of Tilan. As a border guardian, he is undoubtedly very competent. Adding these merits together with the increase in actual territory, promotion and rewards are a matter of course. Did it just rise too quickly? Abelson immediately threw this problem aside. The most important thing now is that the orcs, a somewhat troublesome foreign enemy, have appeared in the north of the kingdom. There is also an undercurrent inside the kingdom, and there is no peace. As for the surrounding countries, everyone is just maintaining peace on the surface. Once the Tilan kingdom shows any problem, those guys will pounce on it like hungry wolves, tear the Tilan kingdom into pieces and swallow it. In this case, if David can develop Wintertown and stabilize the north of the kingdom, it will undoubtedly be a great thing for Abelson. Thinking of this, Abelson has already made a decision. Wintertown will be promoted to Winter City. Lord David Glamorgan will be promoted to Earl, and the territory will include the entire northern plains. This information will be announced and notified to the whole country tomorrow morning, and various substantive-related work will also be implemented quickly, considering that the northern plains are still in a state of war. There is no need for the Earl of Glamorgan to come to the royal capital in person to receive the title. As for the last suggestion in the letter, Abelson thought about it and decided to discuss it with his close ministers tomorrow to see if this proposal of forced population relocation is really feasible. After putting away the letter, Abelson began to think about more things. He was very curious about how David, a young man, developed Wintertown to be so powerful in more than a year. He realized that the young man might not be that simple. There should be some kind of support behind him. Just don't know if David, a rapidly rising nobleman, will help himself and the kingdom of Tehran in the future, or a new threat. At the same time, a choice that he had put aside flashed through his mind. It seemed that it was time to choose a good fiancée for Sophia. While Abelson was thinking about how to treat David, similar topics were also being discussed in Iron Tree Fort. Compared to Abelson, who still had to discuss with the ministers, Iron Tree Castle quickly made a decision. They fully accepted the suggestion made by Baron David Glamorgan, and they were willing to admit that Snowfield Castle and Frostbite Town were merged into Winter, the town's sphere of influence. Farmers and craftsmen, who originally belonged to the northern plains, were all classified as residents of Cold Winter Town. Only in terms of the army, Marquis Dudley Morgan requested that all troops be withdrawn from Irontree Castle. He would exchange these soldiers for the young adults or healthy children requested by David at the price indicated by Baron David Glamorgan. Of course, if there are soldiers who are unwilling to return to Iron Tree Fort and strongly want to stay in Wintertown, Marquis Dudley Morgan does not force them to go back. As for the military status of these people, they are directly transferred to Wintertown. It is better to be expelled on the spot and then re-entered into the army list in Wintertown. We can talk about it at that time. After Maddox Hawk finalized all the details, he immediately set off on the road to Wintertown. Vanessa, who was responsible for observing the whole process, called in the Quinjet when Maddox set off, and took advantage of the night and the stealth capabilities of the fighter to quietly leave Iron Tree Fort. Maddox returned to Wintertown an unknown number of days ahead and reported the situation to David in detail. After confirming that Maddox Hawk was sincerely defecting to Wintertown and helping Wintertown complete all the transactions at Iron Tree Castle, David knew that he had another knight on hand who could be deployed at will.
The information passed back by Elias is that Wintertown will be upgraded to Winter City. It should be something that can be finalized in the next few days.
Continuously sending back good news made David feel very good. In addition, Ratchet finally mastered the Holy Light. Optimus Prime also reached a verbal agreement with the Decepticons. The Decepticons officially entered the countdown state to join Wintertown. The biggest problem facing Optimus Prime now is how to steal Megatron's body without harming his human comrades. This problem is actually not difficult to solve. As long as David takes time to make a trip, he can steal Megatron's body without alerting any guards. The Hermit Warrior is very good at sneaking in. Moreover, David only needs to sneak inside, and does not need to think about how to escape with Megatron's body. After coming into contact with Megatron's body, he can directly take Megatron's body back to Wintertown.
Before going to your place, let's take a look at Tony's results first.
Tony Stark spent a lot of time, several days, and finally made a suit that can fly into synchronous orbit. It would not be difficult for Tony if he just made an armor that could fly into synchronous orbit. What was really time-consuming was the many extra features he needed to add to the armor, especially the outermost camouflage, in order to ensure that Wintertown will not be contacted when something goes wrong. This armor is made in the style of the Eternal Night Empire. Finally, the body of a dark elf, the dead sailor on the battleship, will be and simulate various physiological signals. On the surface, the armor also looks like an armor that uses dark energy. In order to make this dark energy technology look like that, Tony dismantled the Dark Elf assault ship. After physical invisibility, anti-reconnaissance, surface camouflage, etc. were all ready, everyone gathered in the conference room of Fort Glamorgan. They watched the holographic image displayed on the table pass through the various detection equipment installed on the armor, and finally formed a crowd. The image in front of you can present everything within the detection range of the armor to everyone.
Pretender number 1. Activate!
After Tony saw that everyone was here, he did not waste any more time and introduced the various situations of Pretender number 1 to everyone here. Directly order Jarvis to activate the armor and let Pretender 1 fly quickly westward along the Winter River through the detection device of Pretender number 1. Everyone also learned about some conditions on the west side of the cold Winter River. As the Pretender's flight altitude gradually increased, David noticed that Pretender 1 quickly flew to the seaport and saw a wider sea.
It's the sea!
James Norrington was the most excited. It was the real ocean he yearned for. But he still had a lot of work to do before leading the fleet to sea. Moreover, the real mission of Pretender 1 is not to find an outlet to the sea. After seeing the sea, the flight direction of Pretender 1 gradually adjusted to be diagonally upward. This flight angle will allow Pretender 1 to fly farther and get as close as possible to the sphere of influence of the Eternal Night Empire, especially after flying into synchronous orbit. You can also detect the western part of the continent, where the Eternal Night Empire is located. However, just as Pretender 1 was about to reach the synchronous orbit, a golden beam of light suddenly appeared and hit Pretender 1 straight, instantly blasting it into dust, and the screen was interrupted. There was silence in the conference room for 2 seconds. Tony had immediately cut off all contact with Pretender number 1 to avoid being tracked here.
If I read the golden light correctly, it came from above?
Laura's words were quickly confirmed. Tony paused the scene of Pretender 1 being destroyed and played it back frame by frame. Everyone could clearly see that the golden light came from a higher place. Chapter 237: The Newborn Megatron. The destruction of Pretender 1 meant that the satellite launch plan was directly aborted. Tony Stark carefully analyzed all the information sent back by Pretender 1 in his laboratory, including all the image data before it was destroyed by the golden light, as well as various detected data. Combining these data and images, Tony was able to derive more accurate information, giving David a more detailed understanding of the thing that destroyed Pretender 1.
Is it a weapon from the Eternal Night Empire? I don't know. Enid said that she didn't know that the Eternal Night Empire had launched similar equipment or weapons.
Laura went to find out what Enid said. The Dark Elf said that she didn't even know that the Eternal Night Empire had such equipment or weapons. Kind of technology. Of course, Enid's words can only be used as a partial reference and cannot be believed in full, because previous events have proven that the upper echelons of the Dark Elves concealed many things from the ordinary Dark Elves below. So, it is not very strange that some advanced satellites and weapons facilities were secretly launched.
Where's Cecil?
Cecil has already set off for the Lost Land, which is the wild land to the west of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt.
Cecil has just set off, and he is going to go around the Lost Land, trying to find those who were there earlier. The compatriots who left the Yongye Empire in 2008 asked them if they knew anything before leaving the Yongye Empire. In addition to wanting to know more truths, Cecil also deliberately visited the Lost Land to expose his whereabouts to the Eternal Night Empire, making the Eternal Night Empire think that the Cecil brothers and sisters had gone to the Lost Land. Here, pay less attention to this area of Wintertown. This is a good thing for Cecil and his sister Enid, because the Evernight Empire will not relentlessly hunt down the Dark Elves who have escaped into the Lost Lands. Probably because the Dark Elves there are few. Coupled with the harsh environment and complex terrain. Especially there are many maze-like caves and tunnels, making it very difficult to hunt down specific objects. It is precisely for these reasons that the Lost Land has become the first choice for the Dark Elves to take refuge after leaving the Eternal Night Empire. However, Cecil and Enid did not want to settle in the Lost Land like their compatriots. They felt that Wintertown was a better choice. The brothers and sisters, who were used to a comfortable life, seriously doubted whether they could bear the loss. The poor living environment. What's more, the Lord of Wintertown, Baron David Glamorgan, doesn't seem to object to the pair of Dark Elves living in Wintertown for a long time. So be it. The satellite project was aborted, but the Decepticon conquest plan was still proceeding normally. Seeing that there was nothing urgent to deal with around him, David took a moment and headed to the Transformers world led by an ambulance. Later, with the help of Optimus Prime, he figured out the specific location of Megatron's body. Finally, with the special abilities of the Hermit Warrior and some assistance from the Decepticons, David successfully sneaked into the secret facility and Megatron's body was brought back to Wintertown. The whole process was uneventful and smooth, and David himself wanted to complain.
This is the process, and no one will watch it when it is made into a movie.
No matter what, Megatron's body was retrieved, and then David could go to Azeroth to resurrect Megatron after Fording arrived.
Speaking of which, the reconstruction of Lordaeron doesn't seem to be going well.
Fording will come to Wintertown regularly to ensure that the two parties maintain normal contact, and will also exchange some information during this period. Occasionally he will bring back Jaina, Sylvanas, Raynor and other people from the Azeroth world or send over. So although David hasn't passed away for a while, he still has enough understanding of the situation in the Kingdom of Lordaeron. The harm of natural disasters and plagues is not just as simple as turning living people into undead. Wherever the undead natural disaster passes, it will be polluted and turned into a dead land. These places that are seriously polluted by the power of death will also affect the living creatures above and erode them into undead creatures. This kind of pollution is still difficult to eliminate. In the original history of Azeroth, the East Wilder area, which was ravaged by the Scourge, was originally the richest area in Lordaeron. In addition to the royal city of Lordaeron, Stratholme, Anderhar and other large cities are located in this land. There are countless farmlands throughout East Wilder, and it is the main food-producing area of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. However, after the undead natural disaster raged for several years, the entire East Wilder area became a dead land, and was later renamed the Plague Land. It no longer had the prosperity and beauty it once had. Now, because of David's interference, Fording knew the plot in advance and made a series of arrangements, which only reduced the degree of this pollution. There are still a lot of traces of pollution left in the entire Kingdom of Lordaeron. The power of death. In order to eliminate these forces of death, not only the paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand and the priests of the Holy Light religion were busy all day long. Lordaeron also asked Dalaran for help, and also tried every means to contact some druids. Even so, it is only to control the pollution. If you want to completely eliminate the power of death in Lordaeron, I am afraid it will not take several years to complete. Under this situation, even the restoration of the royal city of Lordaeron and the succession ceremony of the new queen were forced to be postponed.
The succession ceremony will not take place no later than next fall.
Fording was referring to the time in Wintertown, and after returning this time, he made it clear that after David completed the renovation of Snowfield Castle, he would lend the digger to the Kingdom of Lordaeron. Of course, it is impossible for Wintertown to help with such a big project as repairing the royal city of Lordaeron for free. The Kingdom of Lordaeron will pay the corresponding amount, and Quel'Thalas, Dalaran, and the Kingdom of Stormwind, as allies of Lordaeron or friends with special connections, will also help pay part of the payment. These rewards do not necessarily all require gold, silver and jewelry, various metals,
Mineral deposits, cloth, silk or other materials can be converted to the market price and paid to Wintertown. Speaking of which, Wintertown is going to become Winter City. According to the news from Elias, the upgrade to Winter City is already confirmed. King Abelson and the minister are discussing some other matters. Once confirmed, the news and appointment documents will be sent to Wintertown. With the development of Wintertown, especially as more and more new things appear, David no longer has to hide everything. For example, communication equipment that facilitates everyone's communication. Basically, important people have one in their hands to ensure that they can be found at any time when necessary. Even though Elias just returned to Tehran King City alone. In fact, he had always kept in touch with Wintertown. In an emergency, you can use the communicator to call for help. And Wintertown can also get to Elias Parker as quickly as possible. Therefore, when the capital of Thailand Kingdom just confirmed that David's Wintertown would be upgraded to Winter City, David himself got the news immediately, even though he was in the most remote border town of Thailand Kingdom.
Is your title going to change too?
Yes,
Count!
He was not a marquis, but one level lower than Dudley Morgan, the Lord of Iron Tree Castle. He probably thought he was too young, and he had not been promoted to the nobility for a long time. If he were directly promoted to marquis, as the war between Winter City and the orcs continued, David's achievements would accumulate more and more. What should I do when the time comes to reward me? Should David be directly named Duke of Winter? I am afraid that no king would like to see such a duke who holds real power and has troops outside, let alone one who created it himself.
I don't think you can retain the title of Earl for too long.
Fording looked at David. After getting along for a long time, people around him could see David's thoughts. After all, he was not good at hiding himself. Fortunately, he was hiding at a remote border. If he had been hanging out in the royal capital, Abelson would have noticed his disobedience. In that case, David might have embarked on the road of rebellion early on. How could anyone pretend to be a noble lord of the Kingdom of Thailand and openly propose to His Majesty the King that the idle young and middle-aged population in the Kingdom of Thailand be forcibly relocated to the northern plains?
You should be able to hold on to your status as Earl for a while this time.
Right. With the population migration and the large-scale development of the entire northern plain, David felt that he would continue to operate well for a few years as the Earl of the Kingdom of Thailand. Only when the entire north was developed and built into a prosperous and advanced area would it be appropriate to continue further. Opportunity. If nothing else, you must at least truly establish the Knights of Winter before considering conquering all directions. Right? There are only 50 people in total now. And what kind of knighthood is it that there are 20 recruits in it? Even if all these 50 people are elite and can serve as officers, they still have to supplement the number of soldiers they want to bring. Right? Including the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment. There are only more than 300 people at the moment. What can these people do? Spartan 3 can be put on the agenda. After today, Wintertown or Winter City will have a new team. And that is the Decepticons, who are about to join Wintertown. David didn't think about forming the Decepticons separately, still mixed with the Winter Knights and Spartan Heavy Infantry. Considering that the Decepticons are all military vehicles, hybridization seems to be the best solution.
Resurrection. My warrior.
The huge energy borrowed from a sleepy man allowed David to easily rekindle Megatron's fire, while at the same time leaving behind a core instruction that was true to himself when programming.
Fight for you, my leader.
The resurrected Megatron has returned to his classic appearance, while retaining his original tenacity and wisdom. The only difference is that the resurrected or reborn Megatron firmly believes that following David is the only way for all set to succeed. The true future of the Beartons. Chapter 238 When Dreams Come True. In addition to believing that David is the true leader of the Cybertronians, because David has the body of Cybertron, Megatron does not think it is strange that he regards a human as his savior. Generally speaking, Megatron there is no difference from the original. After chatting with Megatron for a few words, David also had a preliminary understanding of this new subordinate. The next question to be solved is where should these Cybertronians live? When Wintertown was established, considering the size of these transformers, the intervals between urban buildings were relatively sufficient to ensure that Cybertronians of normal size could move freely in Wintertown. The main road is extremely wide. So wide that the residents of Wintertown thought that the Lord was out of his mind. How many main roads have been built so big and wide? Even if several Cybertronians were walking side by side on the main road, they would not feel crowded. But David hadn't thought too much about the issue of residents before. At that time, The main Cybertronians living in Wintertown were RC and Ratchet. Those who came later were basically Autobots, so they could rest directly in the garage of Fort Glamorgan. If you feel stuffy in the garage, you can do like Tianhua and find a place where you feel comfortable and park there in vehicle form. With the arrival of more and more Cybertronians, the transformed forms of these Cybertronians are no longer limited to vehicles, and they can no longer be as random as before.
It looks like a new barracks and living area will be built.
David originally didn't want to make anything special, but the physical differences between Cybertronians and ordinary humans and elves were so obvious that he couldn't ignore them, especially since all Transformers were equipped with mobile arsenals of weapons and equipment, which was inappropriate. Being on guard duty can easily lead to trouble. So David decided to locate the new military camp and living area of the Cybertronians in the north of the Winter Military Camp, in the Winter Forest. In terms of layout, the Cybertron Army Camp is actually part of the Winter Army Camp. After all, the Decepticons who joined Winter City are also members of the Winter Legion. The living area of the Cybertronians is located to the north of the military camp, which is relatively far away from the living area of ordinary people. However, David will not restrict the actions of the Decepticons. Anyway, he must abide by the rules and laws of Wintertown. Megatron re-recruited the Decepticons and established a new home in Wintertown. The Sky Tigers knew what not to do, and that was Megatron's first job. Judging from past situations, Megatron has always done a good job in this regard. Starscream is the only one among the Decepticons who often ignores Megatron's orders and causes trouble. And this only troublemaker had been killed by David long ago, and even his body became part of David's Cybertronian body. Although the remaining Decepticons have all kinds of weird characters, they all listen to Megatron's words. Can these Decepticons truly integrate into Winter City and become the real citizens of Winter City? It will take time to verify slowly. Megatron went to recruit the Decepticons and command the Decepticons to establish a settlement in the north. David only needed proper attention to this matter when he brought Megatron back from Azeroth. Optimus Prime looked at this old opponent who had been fighting for who knows how many years with a very complicated mood. He knew that the Megatron in front of him was not strictly the same as before, but it still felt strange that he and Megatron had become colleagues.
I'm afraid it will take me some time to really get used to it. Then you'd better adapt quickly.
David looked at Optimus Prime, and there were only going to be more and more weird things happening here.
Also, are you planning to build a temporary transit base on the back of the moon or on Mars?
The Transformers world will not be completely abandoned. There are still many Cybertronians living in that world. Even if Optimus Prime and Megatron jointly call for it, it is impossible to bring all the Cybertronians together in such a short period of time. Brought to this world, therefore, a transfer station must be established.
Mars. The moon is still too close to the Earth.
With Cybertron's technology, it won't take much time to get from Mars to the Earth. In the original plot, after Megatron was resurrected at the bottom of the sea, he transformed into a Cybertron fighter. It doesn't take long to fly directly from Earth to Saturn. Speaking of this, David thought that if the Cybertronians had appeared earlier and shared Cybertron technology, Mark might have returned to Earth long ago. But in that case, he could only exist in that world as a living undead. And Mark Watney's official identity will most likely be judged to have died on Mars. Of course, maybe Mark will have the opportunity to explain the real situation to the officials in the future. By then, David's winter power may have developed to a very strong level, and establishing diplomatic relations across dimensions has become very common.
Is this possible? Don't we now have diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Lordaeron, Quel'Thalas, Dalaran, Kaltiras, and the Kingdom of Sparta?
Looking at Mark, who had used special means to make himself very thin and somewhat unhealthy, David knew that he had suffered a lot in the past 2 days. In order to achieve the current effect, Mark drank a lot of strange potions, all of which were made with the help of pharmacist Cordell.
If that day comes, do you think I will be the ambassador for Earth or the ambassador for Winter? That depends on what you think. Of course it represents the cold winter.
Mark was one of the first people to come here and witness with his own eyes the development of a pioneering camp with nothing, into a village, and then into the modern town that covers a vast area and has complete infrastructure. He also planted the first potato, the first cabbage, the first radish, and the first strawberry with his own hands.
Okay. I know you have done a lot of credit.
David raised his hand to stop Mark's nagging, patted him on the shoulder, and said that this is also Mark's home, and he would come back quickly after returning to Earth to deal with all the superficial work. There will be more fruits and vegetables waiting for Mark to plant next year. Although I know you are expressing an attitude, I must emphasize again that I am a botanist. Now I can also be regarded as a shaman. Got it! New shaman Mark Watney. After giving Mark a last hug, he watched Mark say goodbye to Laura, Fording, Steve, Peggy, Sharon and others who came specifically to see Mark off. Finally, everyone watched Mark disappear and then disperse one after another. Go. How? It feels a little weird. Laura noticed that David's mood was a little strange. And when she heard David's reply, she understood what was going on. Have you never experienced this before? Things are different. Mark is also the first person to leave for a long time since David won Goldfinger. Other partners, including Fording, who returned to Azeroth to save the kingdom of Lordaeron, would often come over to keep in touch with David and others even during the busiest times. The rest are either permanent residents, or they run here every 2 days. There is basically no difference between permanent residents. Like Tony Stark. If he hadn't seen him looking for Steve from time to time, David would have almost forgotten that this guy was not his summoned partner at all. There are more and more partners, and no one will just leave and never come back again. So Mark's long-term absence will give David a special feeling. After all, he was not a real young man with no experience. And David recovered quickly. He knows that everyone has their own ideas, and no one knows what changes will happen in the future. It is even possible that friends who were originally very close to each other may turn against each other. Or the relationship may simply fade away, and they may no longer have any contact with each other. This is normal. Maybe there will come a day when my friends return to their own world and never come back again. This kind of thing is not impossible to happen. If I never come here again, will you miss me? Of course. David looked at Laura, who had a narrow look on her face and clearly wanted to make him happy. And it's not just as simple as missing you. Oh, what are you going to do? Of course, I will try to find you and capture you. Ha ha ha. Laura didn't feel unhappy about being threatened at all. She just said a few words casually. Even if you want to catch me, there's no way to do it. It's just that there's no way to do it now. After taking over Frostbite Town and Snowfield Castle, we gained legal rights over the entire northern plain. We could also immediately gain more population from Iron Tree Castle and other areas of the Thailand Kingdom. After conquering the Decepticons, the Winter Knights and the Spartan Infantry Regiment are also continuing to increase their combat effectiveness. New equipment has been put on the agenda, and the Blizzard armor is becoming more and more perfect. But the corresponding weapons still need additional design, testing and finalization. When the new weapons are produced, the Winter Knights will be truly complete. Even if the number of people is not much, the training and teachings of the Holy Light have not been ignored. Because the Holy Light is the strong foundation of the Knights of Winter. Lydron's Holy Light Cathedral has begun to recruit young apprentices, but it is not known how long it will take to train qualified Holy Light priests. James Norrington's naval construction plan has also begun preparatory work, including the establishment of military docks, training ships, and naval recruit camps. Everything he imagined was slowly becoming a reality. David began to look forward to the upgrade of Goldfinger. What new functions would appear? For example, relatively free travel to certain worlds. It will take some time before we know the answer. Although the upgrade of Wintertown to Winter City and David's promotion to Earl have been confirmed, it will take some time for the formal appointment to be sent to David. What he didn't expect was that before he could be appointed to the royal capital, Wendell Forrester, the eldest son of the Forrester family, came and made a suggestion that surprised him. Marriage? Chapter 239, Rejecting the Forrester Family. Ever since Sheen Forrester wrote a personal letter to his family, he himself has been staying in Wintertown. During this period, Sheen was very low-key. So low-key that David almost forgot that there was a fourth son of the Forrester family living in his territory. Sheen's daily life is also very simple. He gets up every morning and goes directly to the lobby to have breakfast. Although the Winter Hotel is currently the most luxurious and high-end hotel in Koldong Town, there is actually only one such hotel in Koldong Town. The price is still very affordable, and many people are used to the food at the Winter Hotel. So many people come here to eat every day. As a hotel owner, Jonah would often chat with guests in the lobby, and these people were Sheen's targets. He would quietly come over and listen to these people chatting while eating, so that he could understand the town better. During this period, it was not that he had not been discovered. However, although the residents of Wintertown were not very enthusiastic towards him, the former mayor of Shuanghan Town, they did not have any hostility. Occasionally, I would chat with Sheen. Over time, Sheen became familiar with some people, and would smile and say hello when he saw them. In the past, Sheen would never have imagined that one day he would be chatting with a group of civilians. But because of this, he learned more about Wintertown. Although I still don't know where those huge metal giants came from, who provided the novel technical equipment in Wintertown. But Sheen Forrester has confirmed countless times that Wintertown is very powerful. This power is not only reflected in the soldiers of the Knights of Winter that we saw at the beginning, but also in the construction speed of the entire town. The metal battleships parked on the river. More and more soldiers being trained. And more metal giant. The only thing he was worried about was that his letter would not be taken seriously by his family. In that case, he would have to find a way to go back in person to convince his father that he could never continue to fight against Wintertown. Not only can they not be against each other, they can even be friends. Fortunately for Sheen Forrester, his eldest brother, Wendell Forrester, who would definitely inherit the position of patriarch of the Forrester family and the title of Earl, came to Wintertown with enough sincerity. After carefully visiting this magical town with his brother, Wendell Forrester confirmed that what his brother said in the letter was not exaggerated in the slightest, and even had reservations. The power controlled by Wintertown and Baron David Glamorgan is much more terrifying than the information Sheen mentioned in his letter, and the family collected from various channels. Seeing this scene, Wendell already knew what he should do. He directly chose the most important choice for David Glamorgan and the Forrester family among the several response plans formulated by the family before departure. Yes, my sister Candace Forrester will be 16 next year. She has received etiquette and cultural education since she was a child. She is top-notch in both knowledge and appearance. She can definitely become an excellent lord's wife. After discussion, the Forrester family decided to marry Baron Glamorgan. If you can't eliminate them, then win them over to become your own. The rise of Baron Glamorgan was very obvious. While their family was discussing it, the forces of winter had actually occupied half of the northern plains. Although the population is a little smaller, this problem can be solved. The Forrester family is willing to help a little in this matter, provided that Baron Glamorgan can truly become one of his own. What's more, the Forrester family didn't just throw out a girl from a branch or relative, but married off Earl Percy Forrester's only daughter, who was very popular with the old Earl Forrester. A daughter is enough to reflect the sincerity of the Forrester family. Once Baron Glamorgan marries Candace as the Lady of the Winter Lord, the Forrester family will use various resources to help Baron Glamorgan increase the population of the territory, allowing his territory to grow and expand as quickly as possible. The powerful territory of Baron Glamorgan will naturally bring more benefits to the Forrester family. Their family members have another channel to obtain official positions and even noble titles, especially as Wintertown is developing rapidly. There is a shortage of people in various positions. The children of the Forrester family can fight for these positions. The Forrester family will not force Baron Glamorgan to help arrange a way out for his people. But if the conditions of both parties are similar, Baron Glamorgan will take appropriate care of his own people. And that will be fine. In the view of the Forrester family, their proposal is a win-win situation. The Baron of Glamorgan will have a more powerful and fertile territory, and the Forrester family can continue to maintain their top noble status, and even develop their power to the Iron Tree, the northern plain beyond the fort. Therefore, the Forrester family felt that Baron David Glamorgan would most likely agree to their suggestion. Just out of caution, it was Wendell Forrester who came here this time, not the patriarch Percy Forrester, Earl Lester. If the old Earl Forrester comes in person to marry Davide, there will be no room for maneuver. It's okay to agree, but if David refuses, the two parties are likely to turn against each other, and what was originally a good thing may turn into a bad thing. Wendell came over to avoid this trouble. He first expressed his intention and found out David's personal thoughts and attitudes. As long as David agreed, the old Earl Forrester would then take the initiative to finalize the marriage. If David disagrees, both parties can pretend that nothing happened. After all, Wendell is ostensibly here to pick up his brother Sean Forrester. Fortunately, the Forrester family maintained their consistent behavior, so Wendell, who was full of confidence, did not act too rude when he heard David say rejection. All this, after sorting out his emotions and calming down, Wendell glanced at Helen, who was pouring tea for David next to him, and then thought about the clerk Eva whom he had seen at the door when he came in. In addition, Laura Crawford, who was mentioned in the intelligence information and had a close relationship with Baron David Glamorgan, and Sharon Rogers, who accompanied David to the royal capital. It is obvious that the private life of this Baron is quite exciting, and Baron David Glamorgan obviously does not want to ruin his wonderful life because of a marriage. since the other party was unwilling. Wendell had no choice but to ignore the topic and didn't say anything like, "Even if you get married, you can continue to live such a wonderful life." There were some things that he couldn't say, even if they were facts. What's more, this matter also involves his precious sister. He suddenly felt that maybe David's refusal to marry his sister might be a good thing for Candace. Anyway, Candace has no shortage of suitors, including many outstanding nobles. Wendell simply discussed other cooperation matters with David. You can't get married, but you can also form an alliance. Even if it is just a verbal agreement, it can at least ease the currently tense relationship between the two parties. At the same time, Wendell also brought ransom and rewards in accordance with customary, thanking Baron Glamorgan for his previous rescue of Frostbite Town and his brother. In addition to the contracted farmers and craftsmen who originally belonged to Frostbite Town, the Forrester family will send another 300 young people to Frostbite Town next spring. Wintertown was short of people, so the Forrester family chose to send people to David. Some of these people were recruited from Iron Tree Fort, but also from nearby towns and villages. Anyway, it is easy to find people with sound limbs, suitable age and poverty. With the reputation and resources of the Forrester family, it is easy to recruit people. In addition, there are ores, cloth, silk rolls and other items, including special materials such as magic silk, magic beast skin, fine gold, mithril and so on. David accepted these things very simply, and after accepting these rewards, the two parties had no topic to continue talking about. Wendell said goodbye to David at the right time, packed up his things in the shortest possible time, took Sean Forrester and left Wintertown. He wanted to return to Iron Tree Keep to report the entire situation to his family, so he rejected his brother Sean Forrester's request to stay in Wintertown. "I need you to go back and tell father all the information you know." Wendell's stay in Wintertown was too short, and he was definitely not as clear as Sheen's understanding. Will the information Sheehan knows determine what the Forrester family should do next? As for the marriage, Wendell didn't think David's rejection was a problem at this time. If the relationship between the two families became closer, what might happen? But when Wendell returned to Iron Tree Castle with his younger brother and guard servants, he knew that it was impossible for the Forrester family and the Glamorgan family to marry, because the Forrester family learned through some news channels that His Majesty the current king was considering marrying Princess Sophia to Lord Winter. Marry the princess to that Baron of Glamorgan? Wendell and Sheen were shocked when they heard the news. Wendell did not expect that His Majesty the king valued the Winter Lord so much. Sheen thought of the young man, who was about the same age as himself, and who was just a commoner a few years ago. Now he was about to be promoted to an earl, and could even marry the daughter of His Majesty the king. Thinking about how he looked down on the other party back then, he just felt like he was a joke. The person involved who was being discussed and lamented by the Forrester family was lamenting another thing at this time. "Didn't you say that the blizzard armor has been finalized? Why is there an upgraded version? Style? Are you insulting me?" Tony Stark pointed to a set of blizzard armor next to him. "This thing doesn't even have a built-in constant temperature system. It can only be regarded as a test model, and it is not qualified at all. The finished product. So, this set is the real blizzard-powered armor." Chapter 240 They Are All My Wings. Tony showed David a new set of power armor. Compared with the blizzard armor currently used in Wintertown, this armor has little change in appearance, except that the color is specially treated in black. But the changes inside are huge. A more complete shock-absorbing system has further improved the blizzard armor's defense by a new level, and Cybertronian energy shield technology has also been added. In this way, the armor plate does not need to add additional crystal or powder, and the energy required for the energy shield is directly provided by the crystal, or as the power source of the armor. As for the powder forced out after cutting large pieces of crystal ore, it can be concentrated and used to make ammunition and weapons. At the same time, the official version of the Blizzard Power Armor also has a relatively complete life support system, ensuring that soldiers wearing it can fight normally in any season and in most environments. Otherwise, when the weather is too hot, the winter knights wearing ovens can only rely on their mental will and physical fitness to resist. I don't want to see such a ridiculous situation happen at all. David also knew that he had ignored this issue before. He only thought that he was fighting within the planet, and did not need to consider survival for the time being. But he ignored the special situation of the armor itself. Later, Tony introduced David to the weapons and equipment of the blizzard-powered armor, in addition to the main shooting weapons being designed as standard. Each set of blizzard-powered armor will be equipped with a set of missile launchers as standard, which can launch various functions: small missiles, Vulcan cannons, and grenade launchers, for example, will not be directly installed on the armor as standard equipment. If soldiers have preferences and needs in this regard, additional installations can be made. As for melee weapons, Tony has not conducted any research on this aspect, but he feels that the Winter Knights wearing power armor do not need to consider defense at all. It seems that they can do without the shield. The main weapon should also be large and heavy enough. Weapons such as two-handed hammers, two-handed swords, and battle axes may become the usual weapons of the Winter Knights. These cold weapons are also crystal or enhanced weapons, and are equally powerful. I have conducted tests, compared with the current technologies such as lasers and vibrating knives. This kind of cold weapon with added crystal minerals is simple and fast to manufacture, and it is also powerful and suitable for use with a large number of equipment. More importantly, using these cold weapons will not consume the crystal energy of the power armor, allowing soldiers to have longer combat endurance, coupled with a more convenient and simple operating system. The Blizzard power armor at this time can be regarded as a real power armor, as long as you design a suitable main shooting weapon. The basic equipment of your Winter Knights will be finalized. Tony said that as long as he is given another week, the design of the new weapon can be released. According to him, the new firearms in Wintertown should get rid of the current gunpowder firing mode and adopt new firearms similar to electromagnetic gun technology that fire physical bullets. If successful, it will definitely be a good thing for Wintertown, because currently, when manufacturing ammunition in Wintertown, it needs to purchase various resources from many different worlds, including Ironforge. If Tony's new plan succeeds, Wintertown will get rid of this troublesome situation. New weapons and ammunition can be manufactured entirely with resources within Wintertown. Even if more metal is needed to make warheads, they can also be transported from worlds like The Walking Dead. There is no need for Laura or Fording to help purchase it like originally. As for transformation through alchemy, the Winter Alchemy Workshop currently has more important work and projects to do, and it is impossible to be busy transforming metal to make bullets all day long. However, this can be done once the Winter Alchemy Workshop continues to expand and there are more alchemy apprentices. His mind wandered a little, until Tony stretched out his hand in front of David and snapped his fingers twice in a row to bring his attention back. Are you wondering if you missed out on a wonderful fiancé? The Forrester family proposed marriage to David. Although ordinary people in Wintertown didn't know about it, these high-level people had heard about it. When Tony joked about it, he expressed it in a small way. Express your dissatisfaction. How is that possible? A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. There is no way I will be distracted by this kind of thing. David looked at Tony and reminded him a little. In addition, the action of snapping fingers is not good for me. This is not a good habit for you, so don't do it in the future. Tony didn't know what was wrong with snapping his fingers, so he thought David was just talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know. You don't know how to use a sword at all. Oops. You discovered it. After joking for a while, David chatted with Leonard and others for a while. He discovered that Leonard and the others had found their own fun in Wintertown, witnessing various familiar people and objects with their own eyes. If you don't have it for the time being, then use your own hands to reproduce those things. After Tony Stark and the Transformers came to Wintertown with Cybertron technology, the possibility of realizing their various ideas continued to increase. Come on! Just don't blow up Wintertown! Ha ha! How could that happen? Leonard thought David's joke was funny, but thinking of the elevator in his apartment in Pasadena, he felt that his answer was not strong enough. Don't worry. I will help. You're staring at Sheldon. After leaving Stark Manor, David returned to Glamorgan Castle and met Steve again, this star-spangled man with big plans, who now doesn't know whether he should be called Captain America, Captain Hydra, or Captain Supreme, found him with a sturdy middle-aged man. This is Brock Rumlow, Steve also emphasized. I have told him all the situations. David looked at the man in front of him carefully, and the man opposite him also looked at David curiously. For David, his knowledge of Crossbones was limited to his appearances in a few Marvel movies. He only knew that he was a warrior with considerable combat power and experience, and he was also a good special operations commander. To Rumlow, the young man in front of him was more amazing. The Lord of another world, a special being who can communicate with different worlds, a mysterious and powerful person who holds the holy light. He learned a lot of information from his boss, Steve Rogers, and he also knew that the city under his feet, called Wintertown, was still developing rapidly and might soon become the Winter Empire. Here, he can better demonstrate his value. And at the same time, he can also obtain benefits that ordinary people can't even imagine.
It's an honor to meet you, Lord. Welcome to Wintertown, Brock.
As for the arrangement of crossbones, David didn't need to worry about it. He could just throw it to the Knights of Winter. If he wants to reflect his personal value here in Wintertown, the first thing he has to do is to complete the training in the Winter Knights. This is not to humiliate or test him, but when conducting the training program of the Knights of Winter, Rumlow can quickly improve his own quality, learn holy light or arcane knowledge, and lay the foundation for transcending the mortal level and mastering extraordinary power. What's more, if Rumlow wants to show his value here, he can only choose to join the army, which will also allow him to quickly understand the military situation in Wintertown. Rumlow himself had no objections to this arrangement. After a brief exchange, Steve personally took Rumlow around and also took him to the Winter Army camp to report to Floyd. Because Rumlow's situation is quite special, it is estimated that his training will have to be done alone. This will definitely require a good deal with Floyd, who is responsible for the training of the Winter Knights. After Steve left with Rumlow, Helen, who had been staying quietly aside, suddenly asked David,
"Can my brother come here to receive training from the Knights of Winter?" "Your brother?" "Yes, Castor and Pollux."
Helen had twin brothers, and in addition she had a twin sister, Clytemnestra. The relationship between the four siblings has always been very good. When Helen was kidnapped by Theseus as a child, it was her two brothers who led the troops to rescue her back to Sparta. Now that she sees that Steve can bring people for training, Helen, who has long known what this means, will certainly not forget her two brothers. She hopes that her brothers can also master those magical powers.
Sure.
David didn't think it was a big deal. Helen was willing to take the initiative to send his brother to the Knights of Winter, and he couldn't even be happy about it. He even began to imagine in his mind, would the Spartan army trained by Wintertown be able to unify Europe in that world early, establish an extremely large country, and then enshrine David as the main god?
The Greek god who comes from the north, has the body of a titan, holds a golden spear, and uses holy light?
Unconsciously, there were a lot of buffs piled up all over his body. But David felt that it was not a big deal. He could still pile on more, such as adding some wings to himself or something. At the same time, after several days of discussions in King Tyland's capital, they finally finalized a series of things. Baron David Glamorgan will be officially promoted to Earl because of his meritorious service in defending the kingdom's borders, and as the Lord actually responsible for all affairs in the Northern Plains. Wintertown has been upgraded to Winter City starting today. From the date of the announcement, the entire kingdom of Tyland began to forcibly relocate idle young people without land or contracts, and sent them to the Northern Plains to become the citizens of Winter City. Earl Sutton Stewart will serve as an envoy to Wintertown, while sending the letter of appointment to Earl David Glamorgan. He is also ordered to go to the border to observe the threat of orcs on the ground, so as to judge whether the kingdom should send elite troops to support Wintertown, and escorting Princess Sophia to the Northern Plains.